Chapter 1. Matters within the Celestial Gate. The morning sunlight gently illuminated the cliffs of Qingyun Cliff. The mountain gate of Qingyun sect appeared shrouded in the morning mist, and Lin Mo tightened the burden on his back, casting a lingering glance at the place he had called home for the past 3 years. The traces of water he had swept earlier that morning still glistened faintly on the bluestone slabs before the mountain gate, catching the first rays of the rising sun. In the distance, the sound of morning bells resonated, signaling the commencement of the inner disciple's early lessons, a matter of no concern to him, a mere servant disciple. At last, I can return home, he murmured to himself, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the worn fabric of his sleeve. This was the only decent garment he possessed within the sect. Although it had faded from numerous washings, it was certainly preferable to the patched rags he typically wore as a servant. The mountain path wound ahead, yet Lin Mo's steps felt remarkably lighter. After 3 long years, he had finally earned this precious family visit, a privilege he had petitioned for multiple times before the steward, expending 13 low-grade spirit stones to secure it. Recalling the familiar faces, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Yet, that smile quickly dimmed. How could he explain to his parents that after 3 years of cultivation within the sect, he had achieved nothing, remaining merely the lowest of the low, a servant disciple? The journey stretched several dozen miles. Lin Mo, before the sun dipped below the western hills, finally caught sight of the old locust tree at the village entrance, which had withered significantly over the past 3 years, its once vibrant branches now barren and unable to bloom. The people remain the same, the dreams unchanged, yet the world before me shifts and the cosmos within my sleeves turns. Lin Mo felt a sense of unfamiliarity wash over him. Beneath the tree, a sizable crowd seemed to have gathered, faint sounds of drums and gongs echoing in the air. Lin Mo paused momentarily, then quickened his pace. "Ah, it's Mo gear returning," someone exclaimed, and the sounds of drums intensified before Lin Mo could fully comprehend. He was surrounded by a throng of villagers, their warm inquiries and greetings flooding his ears. "Look, our village's celestial disciple has returned." The village chief, leaning on his cane, chuckled as he stroked his beard, shuffling forward to appraise Lin Mo. "This demeanor is indeed extraordinary, truly different from us mundane folk." Celestial disciple. Lin Mo opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. He spotted his parents straining to catch a glimpse through the crowd, and after 3 years apart, he noticed his father's hair had turned gray at the temples, while his mother's back had become slightly stooped. The pride radiating from their faces stirred a pang of bittersweet emotion within Lin Mo. "Father, mother, your unfilial son has returned." He squeezed through the crowd and knelt before his parents, bowing deeply twice. His mother trembled as she reached up to caress his face, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Just being back is enough, just being back." His father's voice quivered. "Get up, let me see you properly." Lin Mo's father, trembling yet resolute, helped him to his feet, pride swelling in his chest as he took in Lin Mo's now handsome and upright stature. The Lin family had endured hardships for generations, and finally, they had produced a Qilin son, ascending the mountain to seek the Tao and immortality. How could this not fill him with pride? At that moment, a bright voice called from behind, "Brother." His heart jolted, and he swiftly turned to meet a pair of sparkling eyes. Lin Xiaohe, his beloved younger sister. In 3 years, she had blossomed into a graceful young lady, and the brilliance in her eyes remained as pure as in her childhood. Today, she wore a newly crafted pale green dress, adorned with a small wildflower in her hair. Xiaohe, naturally vivacious, Lin Xiaohe could hardly contain her excitement at her brother's return, rushing forward to cling to Lin Mo, chattering incessantly about the trivialities of village life, which kept Lin Mo awake at night in the sect, longing for home. "Mo gear, how have you fared in the sect? I heard that Qingyun sect is the most formidable celestial gate within hundreds of miles. Is it true that those cultivators can indeed move mountains and soar through the skies?" A curious villager squeezed through the crowd and inquired. Lin Mo's smile faltered, memories of yesterday's humiliation flooding back, serving as the night pot boy for the inner and outer disciples. derisively dubbed Night Pot Boy. The mocking laughter echoed in his ears. With your five-element waste spiritual root, you are destined to be nothing more than a night pot attendant for life. As for the villager's tales of moving mountains and soaring, he knew that indeed, some senior brothers and mentors within the sect practiced advanced techniques capable of such feats. Yet, he had never witnessed them himself. After all, as a servant, without having entered the chi refinement stage, he lacked any spiritual energy, practicing only mundane techniques that served merely to strengthen his body for arduous labor. Mo Gear, do tell us about life in the Celestial Gate. The villagers pressed closer, their eager voices overlapping. Lin Mo took a deep breath, suppressing the bitterness within, and began to weave fanciful tales. He spoke of his studies in swordsmanship. Though he was still clumsy, he mentioned the care his senior brothers bestowed upon him. Frequently offering guidance in his cultivation, he claimed to have felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, soon to embark on the path of immortality. With each fabricated story, his heart sank further. Yet, gazing into the proud eyes of his parents, the adoring gaze of Xiaohe, and the envious expressions of the villagers, Lin Mo could only continue to spin this beautiful lie. As night fell, the villagers gradually dispersed from the Lin family's courtyard, the once bustling Huai Chao village slowly descending into tranquility. Lin Mo lay on the bed of his childhood, yet sleep eluded him, the villagers' words reverberating in his ears. Mo Gear must be highly regarded in Qingyun sect, right? When you become an immortal, don't forget our village. Mo Gear has achieved such greatness, it's truly enviable. He rose quietly, pushing open the door. The moonlight poured like water into the courtyard, and the steady sounds of his parents' snores drifted from their room, bringing him some relief as he stealthily made his way to the back mountain. The vegetation on the back mountain remained unchanged, albeit denser than he remembered. Lin Mo followed the familiar path upward, unknowingly arriving at the entrance of a cave where he and Xiaohe had often played as children, their secret hideout for games of hide and seek, wild fruit picking, and stargazing. He recalled a time when Xiaohe had fallen and he had carried her down the mountain, her laughter ringing in his ears as she declared that should he ever fall, she would carry him in turn. Moonlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows on the ground, illuminating a small face that sparkled with light. Xiaohe, what brings you here this late hour? Upon being discovered by Lin Mo, Lin Xiaohe grinned sheepishly, sitting before him, hesitating to speak. Brother, are you truly unhappy during your time on the mountain? From the moment she could remember, her brother had been her companion, and even after 3 years apart, she could discern from his eyes that his days on the mountain were perhaps not as glorious as he portrayed. Lin Mo wished to spare her the unpleasant truths of sect life, gently ruffling her hair instead. Everyone claims that cultivating immortality is wonderful, yet they know not the rivalries among cultivators, which can be even more treacherous than those in the mortal realm. Come now, let's head back to sleep. Chapter 2. The Precious Gourd. The next morning, Lin Mo abruptly opened his eyes, springing up like a fish leaping from water. As he took in the room that had remained unchanged over the past 3 years, he realized he was no longer in the sect, and thus he no longer had to serve the formal disciples. A bitter smile emerged on his lips. He sighed helplessly. 3 years of cultivation. Though the path to becoming a true cultivator remained distant, he had undoubtedly grown stronger both physically and mentally compared to mundane folk. As he gazed at the dim light of dawn, Lin Mo found himself lost in thought. With limited resources for cultivation, competition was fierce, and Qingyun's sect was no exception. Once disciples entered the mountain gate, they had 3 years to cultivate. Should they fail to become cultivators by the end of that period, they would be expelled from the sect. Before one could truly be recognized as a disciple of Qingyun's sect, they were relegated to performing menial tasks such as cleaning or serving as night pot attendants, all deemed servant disciples. Even among servant disciples, there existed a hierarchy. Those with exceptional talent were often spared from menial labor, while even more gifted individuals could bypass this stage altogether and become formal disciples. Cultivation had 4 essential elements: methods, wealth, companions, and location. Those endowed with wealth, power, or influential connections could easily bribe the overseers or pay substantial sums to pass the annual sect examination, thus becoming formal disciples. These were the two most common routes. However, Lin Mo, a farmer's son burdened with a wasteful five-element route, saw no hope of traversing either path. His only recourse was to dedicate every spare moment to cultivation. Yet his talent was dismally lacking even after 3 years of earnest effort. The entry into the Qi refinement stage remained an elusive dream. He was certain he would fail the examination. It was time to contemplate what to do upon his return. The chasm between the celestial and the mundane was akin to a vast divide. Even the night pot boy of Qingyun's sect was regarded as a remarkable figure among mortals. Those who had failed the examination and were expelled from the sect, termed predecessors, often found decent paths in mercenary work or military service, earning merit through valor. While these routes might not guarantee a prosperous life for their families, they were certainly preferable to the grueling toil of farming. Yet, there lingered a sense of reluctance. Lin Montauk sighed deeply. He was merely a boy of 15 or 16, unburdened by the weight of lofty aspirations. On his journey, he had resolved to confront his parents upon his return. However, the villagers' warm compliments and the proud smiles upon their faces had compelled him to swallow all his words yesterday. One step at a time, shaking his head to dispel the clutter in his mind, he absent-mindedly picked up the gourd beside him and took a sip of the spring water within. The water was cool, yet it transformed into a sudden warmth within his belly, as if a pure essence was diffusing throughout him, coursing through Lin Mo's meridians and circulating through his limbs, ultimately returning to his dantian and expanding the nascent vortex of spiritual energy within. This is spiritual energy. Lin Mo was taken aback. Instinctively, he glanced at the gourd in his hand. He was well aware of the nature of that warm sensation. Spiritual energy exists between heaven and earth, in varying degrees of abundance and intensity. In certain desolate regions, not a trace of spiritual energy can be found within 100 miles, while in other favored locales, it thrives abundantly. Even some spiritual objects are said to harbor dense spiritual energy, which cultivators can consume to greatly enhance their prowess, with legends of instant ascension to immortality. Though the sip of spring water he had just taken might not compare to such divine treasures, to Lin Mo, it was an unimaginable gift after all. Even the formal outer disciples could only accumulate 3 or 4 drops in a month. Had he just consumed what equated to 2 or 3 years of their efforts? But how could there be spiritual spring water within this gourd? Lin Mo felt as though he might still be dreaming. Instinctively, he tilted his head back and drank the remaining half of the spring water from the gourd. And in that instant, he felt as if he were immersed in a hot spring, with spiritual energy filling his lower abdomen and dantian. Not a dream. Lin Mo stared intently at the small gourd in his hand, straining to recall. This spring water had been collected from a stream on his way back home yesterday. He had tasted that stream water and found no trace of spiritual energy. The only explanation could be this little gourd, could it not? He had no knowledge of the gourd's origins and had even forgotten how it had come into his possession. He only vaguely remembered feeling thirsty on the road and chanced upon this small gourd by the roadside, which he had picked up to fill with water from the stream, then continued on his way home, without giving it much thought. While relieving himself at night, he had overheard the formal disciples speaking of the concept of spiritual treasures, and a sudden excitement surged within him as he began to scrutinize the gourd in his hand. Its surface was a vibrant green, indistinguishable from an ordinary gourd at first glance. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern shimmering specks within its flesh, reminiscent of starlight, subtly hinting at its extraordinary nature. His heart raced, and Lin Mo felt his entire being tremble with exhilaration. He stepped outside, refilled the gourd, and after a moment of eager anticipation, took a deep breath and poured the newly filled water into his mouth. Indeed, a faint trace of spiritual energy emanated from it, perhaps due to the short duration of storage. This energy was not as potent as the previous sip, but it was undeniably real, causing Lin Mo's already filled dantian to swell, releasing a breath suffused with white light. Lin Mo's complexion flushed. Having rarely encountered even a single drop of spiritual spring water, he was oblivious to the principle that excess could lead to instability, nearly overwhelming his Dantian. Yet this could not overshadow the joy swelling within him. He had struck gold. At that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. Gripping the gourd tightly, he felt that even the slightest loosening of his grasp might cause this incredible opportunity to slip away. Lin Mo took deep breaths, forcing himself to regain composure. After a considerable time, he managed to suppress the overwhelming urge to hoard this newfound treasure. Estimating the time required to absorb the spiritual energy within him, he reckoned it would take at least half a day, and he began to ponder the specific functions of the green gourd. Could it truly transform ordinary spring water into spiritual spring water? Was this not akin to the legendary art of turning stone into gold? Might it possess other abilities, or were there limitations to its use? Lin Mo smacked his lips, gazing at the remaining spiritual spring water in the gourd, and poured it into 3 small bowls, carrying them out to present before his parents and sister. Father, mother, Zio, this is something I brought down from the mountains. It can strengthen your bodies, so do drink up. A single sip of spiritual spring water held immense value. Not only could it enhance physical strength, but it could also promote longevity. Knowing the potential consequences of possessing such a treasure, Lin Mo naturally withheld the true origins of the spring water. Yet even then, the 3 were reluctant to drink it, aware of the hardships faced in the mountains. Zio believed her brother had merely saved a portion of his own rations, pouting in discontent. Ultimately, after much persuasion from Lin Mo, they swallowed the spiritual spring water. Before long, smiles spread across their faces. Truly the essence of the immortals. I feel a warm glow, so much more at ease. Lin father, having labored his entire life, naturally bore many ailments. After consuming a sip of the spiritual spring water, he felt invigorated, swelling with pride for his son. Life felt complete. Chapter 3. The possibility of passing the assessment. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly and handed the teacup to the servant beside him. What are you still doing? How can you allow His Highness the young master to be in such a filthy place? Quickly carry him back. If the young master is frightened, you will all lose your heads. The servant standing next to the middle-aged man quickly complied and hurried towards Zhao Changkong, reaching out to lift him up. No one had ever considered such a child worthy of their attention. Zhao Changkong offered no resistance at merely 4 years of age. How could he possibly contend with these adults? He merely fixed a cold gaze upon the servant who held him, inquiring, "What is your name?" Replying, "To your highness." "The servant's name is Wang Shi," came the response. "Very well. When I see my aunt later, I shall inform her that you have struck me." What do you suppose will be her response? Thud. With a sudden weakness in his legs, Wang Shi nearly collapsed to the ground. Although the Dingwu Marquis' residence was currently under the dominion of Zhao Shun and Chao Huilan, it was well known that Chao Huilan dotes on the young lord. Regardless of the mischief the young lord may have committed, Chao Huilan had never reprimanded him. If it were to come to light that he had harmed Zhao Changkong, his fate would undoubtedly be sealed. Your Highness, this is no jest. Even if I had 100 lives, I would not dare to lay a hand on you. Wang Shi exclaimed, his face awash with terror. Begone. The cold utterance of Zhao Changkong rendered Wang Shi unable to embrace him any longer, forcing him to retreat a few steps in a flustered manner. He cast a glance at the injured Xiao Tao on the bench. At this moment, her wounds could be described as grievous in nature, clearly indicative of a lethal intent. Lin Steward, who permitted you to take action? The middle-aged man seated in the chair rose with a smile, leisurely approaching Zhao Changkong. He casually clasped his hands and stated, "Esteemed heir, this wretched maid has pilfered an item. According to the family code, it is entirely reasonable for her to face capital punishment. Let me arrange for someone to escort you back to rest, lest you be alarmed. Subsequently, I shall send another servant to attend to your needs. What has she stolen? Is there any evidence?" Lin Steward was somewhat taken aback, surprised that this child, not yet 5, was aware of the term evidence. He promptly replied, "Indeed, there is evidence. The jade pendant was found beneath her feet. Moreover, this maid's grandfather met his demise due to stealing from the family, and she was subsequently sold to her household. Such lineage is tainted. How could she possibly be any better?" Zhao Changkong gazed at Xiao Tao, who fervently shook her head and exclaimed, "Young master, I assure you, I did not steal." Zhao Changkong questioned, "So, you did not find the jade pendant on her, did you?" Indeed, Manager Lin did not deny. He went on to explain. My lord, she is merely a servant. Her death is inconsequential. It serves as a warning to those unscrupulous subordinates, allowing them to recognize the dire consequences of their misdeeds. This is a beneficial outcome. Is this the reason for your indifference towards her life or death? My lord, she is merely a maid. It is already the greatest mercy that young Master Mingyi has left her with a complete corpse. Zhao Changkong finally comprehended that this was not merely a reprimand aimed at subordinates. It was evidently a pretext for revenge against him. Zhao Changkong. The years of repression, discontent, and fury had caused Zhao Changkong to clench his fists tightly. Zhao Changkong approached the chair previously occupied by Manager Lin, climbed up, and removed one of his boots, gesturing for Manager Lin to come closer. Manager Lin, come here, he called. With a smile, Manager Lin complied, leaning in. Despite Zhao Changkong being just a child, he felt compelled to obey with so many witnesses present. Suddenly, Zhao Changkong gritted his teeth and, with a swift motion, struck Manager Lin's face with the boot. An immediate silence enveloped the surroundings. All the servants present were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend that a child not yet 5 years old would dare to hit Manager Lin in such a manner. Manager Lin, esteemed as the most favored by the Zhao couple within the entire Dingwu marquis residence, was left utterly mortified. In that instant, his face turned a shade of green. For such an affront was an unparalleled humiliation for a man of his maturity. Zhao Changkong surveyed the entire assembly and, with a youthful voice, proclaimed, Everyone, heed my words. This is the residence of the Duke of Dingwu, not the private estate of the Lin family. How dare a mere sycophant lay a hand on my people? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? With that, he struck Lin Guanshi across the face with his boot. Should anyone dare to overstep their bounds and harm my people again, this shall be your fate. After uttering these words, he concluded his declaration. Zhao Changkong gazed at the green-faced Manager Lin before him, inquiring, Manager Lin, is this what you meant by your earlier remarks about intimidation? Manager Lin's molars ground together with a grating sound, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Zhao Changkong. Do you dare to strike me? Zhao Changkong feigned a visage of trepidation. Lin, the steward, a mere sycophant, has struck me. What, pray, do you intend to retaliate against this noble heir? For a sycophant to raise a hand against his master, especially one of noble birth, seems a transgression deserving of annihilation for his entire clan. Do you believe your family is sufficient to withstand such retribution? Lin, the steward, seethed with indignation, his chest heaving with fury. He could scarcely fathom that he would find himself bested by a mere child, still reeking of immaturity. Preposterous. Suddenly, a sharp rebuke echoed through the air. Changkong, Lin has devoted himself to the marquisate with unwavering loyalty and diligence. How dare you assault and humiliate him? Apologize at once. At that moment, a youth of approximately 13 or 14 years, wielding a longsword, approached the storeroom courtyard, clutching an ancient tome in his other hand. Zhao Changkong narrowed his eyes slightly. The person he had been waiting for had arrived. Zhao Mingyi. Zhao Changkong called out the name of his adversary, addressing his elder brother without regard for hierarchy. How could the Zhao family have produced such a reckless scion as you? I truly wonder how your servants from the Longfeng courtyard have educated you. It would be a service to your other attendants to execute her. Young master, I am utterly shamed and cannot bear to live on. Manager Lin, upon seeing Zhao Mingyi, erupted into a fit of sobbing, kneeling before him in a display of profound despair. Zhao Mingyi extended his hand to assist Manager Lin in rising. Manager Lin, as an elder, you should not be treated this way. Rest assured, today Mingyi shall certainly restore justice for you. He then directed a piercing gaze towards Zhao Changkong. Zhao Changkong, however, sat leisurely in his chair, donning his boots. Zhao Mingyi could clearly perceive that the other party regarded him with utter disdain. Anger surged within him. Zhao Changkong, you commit mistakes, yet remain oblivious to your need for repentance. Today, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of my mother. With that, Zhao Mingyi stormed towards Zhao Changkong, intent on administering a reprimand. However, at that very moment, Zhao Changkong suddenly erupted into loud sobs. In an instant, Zhao Mingyi was slightly taken aback and asked, Why are you crying? I haven't even made a move yet. Zhao Changkong could hardly spare a thought for such matters. At this moment, all he needed was to amplify his cries to the utmost. Chapter 4. Drag him out and execute him. The heart-wrenching wails echoed through the storeroom courtyard. Those present wore expressions of bewilderment, wondering if this was truly the same child who had just moments ago removed his shoes to strike Manager Lin. He seemed utterly transformed. Zhao Mingyi's gaze was piercing. Zhao Changkong, do not presume that your tears and tantrums will spare you from my wrath. As he spoke, Zhao Mingyi grasped Zhao Changkong by the collar, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Zhao Changkong wept even more bitterly. Zhao Mingyi wore a triumphant expression. Over the years, the indulgence of his parents had been lavished entirely upon Zhao Changkong, leaving him with a profound sense of dissatisfaction. Today, he had finally discovered an opportunity for revenge. Little brat, he mused, I initially intended to merely teach a lesson to the maidservant by your side, to make you comprehend who truly wields authority in the Dingwu Marquis's residence. However, since you have so graciously presented yourself, do not blame me for being ungracious. He handed the ancient scroll and longsword to Steward Lin and, seizing the whip used for chastising the servants, allowed a cruel smirk to play upon his lips. Young master, cried the frail Xiaodao, lying weakly on the long bench, filled with immense guilt and anxiety. Zhao Changkong, while weeping fervently, fixed his gaze intently upon the entrance of the courtyard. Zhao Mingyi seemed to grasp Zhao Changkong's intention and jested, there is no need for you to wait. My mother invites several friends to the temple for blessings on the first day of each month. She would not come to such a place without reason. Today, no one can save you. That may not be the case. Zhao Changkong gritted his teeth, struggling desperately. Ha ha. Zhao Mingyi let out a cold laugh. His gaze filled with resentment. Do you know what irritates me the most about you? It is your incessant air of self-importance, despite being nothing more than a child. Manager Lin, restrain him. As you wish, young master. Manager Lin, with a proud expression, stepped forward and firmly pinned Zhao Changkong to the ground. Zhao Mingyi raised the rattan whip high, poised to strike Zhao Changkong's back. Stop. At that moment, a stern voice echoed from outside the courtyard. The unexpected sound sent a shiver through Zhao Mingyi and the others. Zhao Changkong finally breathed a sigh of relief. The voice was all too familiar. Who else could it be but his aunt, who constantly worried about his spirit bones? There stood the elegant and resplendent Chao Huilan, accompanied by several women adorned in embroidered garments, their heads adorned with golden hairpins and jade ornaments, all gracefully entering the storeroom courtyard amidst a throng of servants. Leading the way, a frail figure trembled as she walked. It was indeed the maid from Zhao Changkong's Longfeng courtyard, even as he had arrived at the storeroom. He had dispatched this girl to convey a message to Chao Huilan. And Zhao Changkong wept more fiercely, breaking free from Lin Guan's grasp and rushing into Chao Huilan's embrace. Chao Huilan's face displayed anger. She initially intended to push Zhao Changkong away, but upon recalling the noble figures behind her, she could only offer words of comfort. There. Your aunt is here. It's all right now, Changkong, do not cry. Aunt, my brother wants to hit me, and that Lin Guan has bruised Changkong's wrist. Zhao Changkong wept inconsolably, evoking a wave of sympathy from the surrounding women. However, Manager Lin appeared bewildered, hastily attempting to clarify, my lady, no. It is not as it seems. It was he, the heir, who struck the servant first. Impudent. Suddenly, Chao Huilan's gaze turned icy and piercing. Lin Chenghong, do you dare to defy authority? It seems you have lost sight of who is master and who is servant. With a thud, Lin Chenghong, terrified and trembling, fell to his knees. In a state of panic, he prostrated himself, exclaiming, my lady, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I assure you there will be no next time. I beseech you to spare me this once. Zhao Mingyi positioned himself in front of Lin Chenghong, declaring, Mother, Lin Steward acts in accordance with the rules. It was this little one who struck Lin Steward first. Why should only he bear the blame? Is it merely because he is the heir apparent? Yet, this marquisate is not governed solely by his whims. With the utterance of these words, it was as if thunder had erupted amidst the crowd. The women standing beside Chao Huilan were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Enraged, Chao Huilan trembled with fury, exclaiming, what nonsense are you spouting? This is the marquisate. How could it be dictated by an outsider like me? Be silent. In that moment, she wished fervently to strike her own son in exasperation. Zhao Changkong, with tears welling in his eyes, looked up at Chao Huilan and said, Aunt, I understand that it has always been you who has cared for me. It is only natural for you to manage the marquisate. I acknowledge my mistakes and promise I will never dare to defy my elder brother again. Should Manager Lin discipline me next time, I shall certainly refrain from informing you. These words struck Chao Huilan like a thunderbolt, nearly causing her to faint. She had invested considerable resources in constructing a Buddhist hall within the estate, claiming it was to pray for the safety of the Marquis and his lady, who were fighting valiantly in the northern territories, garnering much praise from others. Subsequently, She invited monks from Futa Mountain to deliver sermons, allowing her to forge connections with many prominent families, thereby laying a solid foundation for her future control over the Marquisate. Little did she anticipate that the carefully crafted persona she had established would crumble entirely today. She even began to hear whispers behind her. Zhao Mingyi, however, remained unconvinced. He stepped forward, pointing at Zhao Changkong, and declared, "Do not feign innocence here, mother. This wretched child must be punished severely today to instill some sense into him." With that, a resounding slap echoed through the room as Chao Huilan, utterly enraged, raised her hand and struck Zhao Mingyi forcefully across the face. Zhao Mingyi stood frozen in disbelief, gazing at his mother. After all these years, it was the first time she had ever struck him. Despite her previous indulgence towards Zhao Changkong, she had never raised a hand against him, until today. "Bring them in," Chao Huilan commanded with a chilling gaze, causing Zhao Mingyi to tremble in fear. The guards outside rushed in at once. Lin Shenghong has committed an unforgivable transgression against authority, according to family law. Drag him out and execute him with a beating. Yes. Zhao Mingyi was utterly bewildered. The guard stepped forward and dragged Lin Shenghong away, trembling all over. Lin Shenghong incessantly pleaded, "Madam, I acknowledge my wrongs. I beseech you for mercy. For so many years, I have treated the young master as if he were my own flesh and blood, though I may not have rendered great service. I have certainly endured my share of hardships, madam." However, Chao Huilan had resolutely set her heart on vengeance, showing not a hint of compassion. "Young master, sir, save me. Sir, I do not wish to perish. I implore you, grant me this mercy." Lin Shenghong struggled desperately, clinging to the faint hope of survival. Zhao Mingyi was utterly taken aback by the unprecedented fury displayed by his mother, leaving him in a state of disarray. As he contemplated speaking, he caught sight of Chao Huilan's piercing gaze, rendering him utterly speechless. Lin Shenghong was mercilessly dragged away, his longsword and ancient scroll falling precisely at Zhao Changkong's feet. Upon glancing down, he noticed that the scroll bore 4 characters, seemingly in a script entirely foreign to this world. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he stole another look. Wait. However, as he scrutinized the 4 characters inscribed on the ancient scroll, his gaze became vacant, frozen in place. Within his eyes, the excitement was unmistakable, and even his breath grew rapid and labored. Ling Xiao's sword art. Zhao Changkong murmured these 4 characters, and what astonished him was not the name of the sword technique, but rather the 4 characters Ling Xiao's sword technique inscribed before him, which were profoundly familiar to him. "Changkong, Changkong," Chao Huilan softly called out, interrupting Zhao Changkong's reverie. Chapter 5. Grateful for my brother's gift of the sword. Although he reigned in his myriad thoughts, Zhao Changkong's heart had already been stirred into a tempest. He did not comprehend the martial arts or the path of cultivation, yet during his idle years, he often had Tsuitsue from Changfeng Courtyard regale him with legendary tales from the outside world to alleviate his boredom. It is said that this cultivation method not only demands a high physical constitution but also imposes a rigorous requirement on one's comprehension. Furthermore, the realms of martial arts, Taoism, Buddhism, swordsmanship, Confucianism, and formations all possess the ancient legacies of celestial clans. It is rumored to be a form of ancient celestial clans' talisman. Should one decipher even a portion of the talisman's meaning, they could unlock the mysteries of its legacy, making a name for themselves within the martial world. If they could comprehend half of it, they might dominate the martial realm and instill fear far and wide. Should they unravel it entirely, ascending to the pinnacle of the path and achieving immortality would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Talisman. Characters. Could it be that the so-called talismans left behind by the ancient celestial clans are indeed these very characters? Is this not akin to possessing one's own golden finger? He had always believed that a transmigrator could not possibly be without a golden finger. This revelation filled Zhao Changkong, who had endured a torturous life for nearly 5 years, with a glimmer of hope for the future. Striving to suppress the excitement within, Chao Huilan's voice resonated once more. "Changkong, although he is your elder brother, he has indeed committed wrongdoings. Moreover, we cannot condone him simply because he is your aunt's son. How do you wish to deal with your brother?" "Your aunt will have no objections." Zhao Mingyi trembled all over and hastily exclaimed, "Mother." "Silence." Chao Huilan scolded sharply once more. She then gently patted Zhao Changkong's shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not be afraid. Your aunt will advocate for you. No one in this household dares to retaliate against you." Zhao Changkong's gaze fell upon Zhao Mingyi. At that moment, the latter's frantic and gritted demeanor brought a sense of satisfaction to Zhao Changkong's heart. However, Zhao Changkong was not foolish. Although Zhao Huilan had publicly declared her intention to support him and allow him to handle the situation, Zhao Mingyi was, after all, her son. If he were to impose a harsh punishment, it would inevitably lead to resentment from Zhao Huilan. He understood that the current predicament was exacerbated by the presence of outsiders. The fear of public opinion was palpable. Should her ambitions be prematurely exposed to the world, it could result in a futile endeavor, or even worse, provoke a deadly backlash. Zhao Changkong feigned a pitiful expression, saying, "My brother has always treated me with great kindness. It is only due to the insidious influence of Manager Lin that he has descended into such a wretched, despicable state." Upon hearing Zhao Changkong's scornful remarks, Zhao Mingyi felt a seething rage, his teeth clenched in resentment. Yet, he was paralyzed by the fear of Zhao Huilan's gaze, unable to utter a word. Zhao Changkong continued, "And has suggested that I deal with my elder brother. However, if this were to spread, it would invite ridicule upon our Danwuho residents for the fratricide that lacks decorum. It would be better for my brother to compensate me with this book and this sword, and let this matter be forgotten." "You shall not succeed." Zhao Mingyi promptly declined. "Mother, this sword and its techniques cost you 20,000. Before Zhao Mingyi could finish his sentence, Zhao Huilan, her face flustered, raised her hand and delivered another resounding slap that echoed throughout the courtyard. Zhao Mingyi stood in a daze once more. This was the second time his mother had struck him, and once again it was before the eyes of the onlookers. Zhao Huilan's gaze was filled with disappointment. How could I have given birth to such a foolish son? Return home and reflect in solitude, without my permission. You are not to step outside even a single pace." Zhao Mingyi's eyes were tinged with red. Discontent, resentment, and fury intertwined within his gaze. He shot a fierce glare at Zhao Changkong, proclaiming, "Zhao Changkong, the humiliation of today shall not be forgotten by me." Zhao Mingyi, in a fit of rage, he turned sharply and departed from the storeroom courtyard. "Thank you, dear brother, for the sword," echoed Zhao Changkong's tranquil voice from a distance, nearly causing Zhao Mingyi to faint from indignation. Zhao Changkong departed with his maidservant. Zhao Huilan bid farewell to several noble ladies when a maid hurriedly approached her from the direction of Changfeng courtyard. She whispered a few words in Zhao Huilan's ear, causing her expression to darken with vigilance. "Are you implying that the maid named Cui Cui was specifically sent by the young master to the Buddhist hall?" Cui Cui stated as much. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huilan's icy gaze shifted towards the direction of Changfeng courtyard, disbelief etched on her features. He is barely 5 years old, yet possesses such cunning. It appears he cannot be allowed to remain any longer. A flicker of murderous intent crossed her eyes. She inquired of the maid once more, "Are all the materials required for the young master's nirvana body prepared?" The maid replied, "Madam, we are still short of an ice flame heartfruit. Such a spiritual fruit is rare, and we are doing our utmost to procure it." Zhao Huilan's tone grew somber, regardless of the cost. "Ensure that it is found for me. Starting tomorrow, instruct the array masters to enter the manor and carve the nirvana formation. Should there be any delay regarding the young master's nirvana, you need not expect to live." The servants trembled at her words, quickly responding, "Yes." As night descended, outside the residence of the Duke of Dingwu, a carriage came to a hasty stop. A frail, middle-aged man, adorned in fine silk and cinched with a jade belt, descended the carriage with the assistance of a servant. Despite his opulent attire, his narrow, shifty eyes betrayed a deep-seated poverty that seemed incongruous with his garb. "Master." The servant at the entrance approached swiftly, addressing him with respect. He was none other than the steward of the Duke of Dingwu's residence, Zhao Huilan's husband, and Zhao Mingyi's father, Zhao Shen. Zhao Shen held a package in his hand and glanced towards the gate of the manor, a slight frown creasing his brow. "Where is Steward Lin? Wasn't he supposed to be waiting outside the manor at the hour of you?" Upon hearing this, the servants outside the gate hurriedly bowed their heads, their expressions betraying a hint of panic. Noticing the unusual atmosphere, Zhao Shen pressed, "What on earth has happened?" Although he had remained humble at heart over the years, the authority he had acquired through being attended to had instilled a commanding presence capable of imposing respect among the servants. Replying to the master, Steward Lin has been struck down by the lady. What? Zhao Shen was taken aback. What on earth had transpired? The servants dared not speak, each one remaining silent. Only the steward of the gate ventured to say, "Master, the lady has instructed that this matter must not be discussed within the residence. Otherwise, someone's tongue shall be severed." Zhao Shen furrowed his brow as he approached the residence with the parcel in hand. He pushed open the door, revealing Zhao Huilan seated in a chair, a maid standing behind her, gently massaging her acupressure points. Upon hearing the sound at the entrance, Chao Huilan slightly opened her eyes and inquired, "Have you returned with the items?" Zhao Shen entered the room and gestured to the maid. The maid glanced at Chao Huilan, and upon receiving her consent, she departed. As soon as the maid left, Zhao Shen hurriedly inquired, "What on earth happened?" "I heard from the doorman that you killed Manager Lin. You must understand that Manager Lin has watched Ming'er grow up. Your actions will undoubtedly grieve her deeply." Chao Huilan was already troubled by the incident. Her eyes filled with fury. All of this is the fault of that wretched person. Had it not been for his sudden intrusion into the Buddhist hall, leading to the misunderstandings among those noble patrons who insisted on following to see, I would never have struck Manager Lin to death or punished Ming'er to reflect in solitude. Zhao Shen was taken aback. "Are you saying that all of this was orchestrated by him?" Chao Huilan, her expression grave, replied, "Indeed. If I had not witnessed his growth with my own eyes, I would find it hard to believe that a child under the age of 5 could possess such cunning. I have already given orders for the formation master to enter the manor tomorrow to carve the array, preparing for the extraction of the spiritual core in a month's time. Is it truly necessary to begin preparations so soon?" "There is still a month left," Zhao Shen questioned. "One must prepare for unforeseen circumstances. My spiritual core must not encounter any mishaps," Chao Huilan asserted. Zhao Shen wished to express more, yet was interrupted by Chao Huilan, who deftly shifted the topic. "Let us set this matter aside for the moment. Have you managed to retrieve the items you were supposed to bring back?" Zhao Shen nodded, placing the parcel upon the table, pouring himself a cup of tea and taking a sip. "I beseeched that old fellow for 3 days and spent 10,000 taels of silver before he finally acquiesced." Chao Huilan unwrapped the parcel, revealing a scroll within. Upon opening it, a poem was unveiled. "In the embrace of mountains and waters, I wander the painted realm. Amidst swirling clouds and mist, hidden peaks emerge. The gentle breeze caresses my face, refreshing my spirit. In such a scene, why must one inquire about departure or stay?" After reading it once, Chao Huilan's previously somber expression softened somewhat. A splendid poem, truly worthy of the poet immortal Mu Zhaoli of Pingcheng. If my son were to present this poem at the poetry gathering, he would surely secure the top prize. Perhaps he might even capture the favor of Princess Junin and ascend to the esteemed position of a prince consort in the grand realm of Dayan. Chapter 6. The Young Marquis. Overwhelmed by a sense of loss, Zhao Shen's face was filled with confusion as he asked, "My dear, could it be that Her Highness the Princess is presiding over this year's poetry conference in the capital?" Chao Huilan carefully rolled up the scroll and replied, "Today is the first day of the month. The monks from Mount Fudu have come to our residence to deliver teachings, and the wife of the Ministry of Rights Minister, Zhou Shiran, is also present to listen to their discourse. According to her, His Majesty has decreed that this year's poetry gathering is to select a consort for the princess, in preparation for next year's Grand Confucian Assembly across the 9 provinces. Select a consort?" Zhao Shun was particularly astonished, his face brimming with delight. Initially pained by the expenditure of 10,000 taels for merely these 4 brief lines of poetry, upon hearing the news, he suddenly felt it was indeed quite a bargain. "With this poem in hand, my son stands a considerable chance at the upcoming poetry gathering in the capital. Titles such as the current Prince Consort and the Marquis of Dingwu are surely destined to be his. None of them will elude him," Zhao Shen, filled with excitement, declared. "I shall deliver the scroll at once, so that Ming'er may take note of it." Chao Huilan nodded slightly. "Go ahead. For I fear that Ming'er might not wish to see me during this period. Remember to convey to him that my actions are also for his own good. As a man, he must understand the importance of choices, and he must never allow a moment of impulse to jeopardize his future. Rest assured, my lady, Ming'er is astute and will inevitably comprehend your heartfelt intentions in due course." With that, Zhao Shen departed the chamber, scroll in hand. Moments later, a maid re-entered, awaiting Chao Huilan's instructions. She rubbed her forehead and mused. "What has the young lord been up to since his return?" The maid promptly replied, "It is said that the young lord summoned a physician for that little Tao, administered medicine, and has not left the Changfeng courtyard since. A mere servant girl. Yet he seems quite devoted," Chao Huilan remarked. The maid lowered her head, hesitant to speak further. Chao Huilan waved her hand dismissively. "Instruct the others to keep a vigilant watch over the young lord. I must be informed of his every action without delay. With his 5th birthday approaching, should any misfortune arise, I shall hold all of you accountable." "Understood," the maid responded hurriedly, exiting the room. Meanwhile, within the Changfeng courtyard, though the hour was late, Zhao Changkong's chamber remained brightly illuminated. Zhao Changkong sat in his chair, eagerly retrieving the Ling Shao sword technique that he had seized from Zhao Mingyi. His heart brimmed with excitement, akin to grasping a lifeline. Should he master this sword technique, it might bestow upon him an additional trump card, significantly enhancing his chances of escaping the Duke of Dingwu's estate. As he unfurled the sword manual, Zhao Changkong stifled his tumultuous emotions and focused on its contents. The material was divided into 3 sections, the first detailing the movements and postures, the second elucidating the mental mantras accompanying the techniques, and the third providing annotations in classical Chinese to clarify the meanings of the phrases. Indeed, they had translated their comprehension of the mental mantras into the vernacular of their era, annotating beneath the original phrases. As for the accuracy of the content, Zhao Changkong could only express his ambivalence. Nevertheless, he remained curious. Although the cultural depth of this world seemed somewhat shallow, it was hard to believe that even a single character's meaning could elude precise interpretation. Even in his own era, once the significance of a character was deciphered, it would be universally understood through oral tradition. Zhao Changkong wielded his hand as a sword, executing movements with effortless grace, the Lingxiao sword technique. With the mind as its foundation, its sword intent soaring to the heavens, the heart racing like a swift cloud. In tranquil vigilance, he stood firm as a dragon in flight, with sword energy traversing boundlessly, ever-changing. The sword danced towards the skies, the heart and sword united as one. The profundity of the sword path was such that those who comprehended it became unparalleled. Unfettered by worldly ties, the sword soared freely, embodying the ambition of reaching the heavens. The blade aimed at the vast expanse. In the face of adversaries, he remained unperturbed, his fighting spirit unwavering, the sword striking forth like a radiant rainbow, commanding awe in all directions. In an instant, a palpable aura of sword intent flickered around him. Even the furniture before him trembled slightly, as if threatened to be cleaved by this formidable sword energy. However, just as the sword intent was about to break through the void, suddenly Zhao Changkong felt darkness envelop him. With a sudden thud, he tumbled from his chair. "Ouch!" he cried out, tears streaming down his face from the impact. The young lord's distress echoed through the room, prompting Cui, who resided next door, to rush in, hastily donning her clothes. Upon witnessing the sight of Zhao sprawled on the floor, she gasped in alarm. "Young lord, what has happened to you?" she exclaimed, swiftly moving to assist him. At that moment, Zhao was drenched in sweat, repeatedly pleading, "Water, give me water." Cui, nearly bursting into tears from anxiety, hurriedly poured him a glass of water. "Young lord, what is wrong with you? I shall fetch the lady at once and have her summon the doctor." Zhao Changkong felt utterly feeble, as if drained of all strength. However, upon hearing those words, he summoned every ounce of energy to grasp onto Cui's sleeve and shook his head. In the next moment, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, Zhao Changkong felt a sudden, intense pain in his head, compelling him to force his eyes open. The overwhelming dizziness made him feel nauseous. "Young master, you have finally awoken. You nearly frightened Cui to death." A familiar voice suddenly resonated in his ears. Zhao Changkong glanced over and beheld Cui in a state of disarray, her complexion pallid, clearly having spent a sleepless night. A quick survey of the surroundings revealed that, fortunately, Cui had not summoned the venomous Chao Huilan. Had she discovered his practice of the sword technique, this singular chance for survival might have been irrevocably thwarted. "I am fine." Zhao Changkong rubbed his head and, with Cui's assistance, sat up. Cui, her face etched with concern, inquired, "Young master, what has befallen you? Why did you suddenly collapse last night? Should I inform the madam? She holds great affection for you and will surely find a way to remedy your ailment." Zhao Changkong's complexion was ashen, and he forced a bitter smile. "She treats me well." "Indeed, young lord, you are unaware that this very morning, numerous array masters arrived at our residence, claiming they were to inscribe the formation for your body refinement ceremony a month hence. The materials they are utilizing are of the highest quality, a standard reserved solely for the royal family. It is said that the lady has already issued directives, intending to personally oversee this matter. Anyone who dares to be negligent shall pay with their life." Upon hearing this, Zhao Changkong was struck with disbelief. He abruptly sat up in bed. "What did you say? They are already preparing for the body refinement in a month. Does that not imply that on the day of my 5th birthday, it will also be the day of my demise? A birthday, a bone excavation, and a cruel slaughter. How wickedly malicious. That woman is unwilling to wait even a moment longer, choosing to act on my very birthday." Seeing Zhao Changkong's distressing expression, Cui hurriedly inquired, "Young lord, are you unwell? Should I go inform the lady?" Zhao Changkong came to his senses, his breath becoming somewhat rapid. He waved his hand and casually offered an excuse. Perhaps he had not eaten much the previous night and felt a bit hungry. Cui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Young master, if you haven't had enough to eat, do let Cui know, and I shall fetch you something to eat right away. Zhao Changkong called out to Cui, please assist me in taking a seat on the chair. They arrived at the chair. Zhao Changkong once again picked up the tome of the Lingxiao sword technique. Cui, with a puzzled expression, inquired, Young lord, do you intend to practice martial arts? You were capable of refining your body by the age of 5. With such an abundance of spiritual treasures and materials, you are surely destined to become a paragon of heroism, much like the Marquis. Zhao Changkong, however, smiled sorrowfully and said, Is that so? Then I am truly honored. He unveiled the sword technique. Zhao Changkong silently recited the incantation once more. The Lingxiao sword technique, with its inner principles held in utmost reverence. As expected, the moment he uttered the first line, he felt as if his very essence had been drained, a profound sense of weakness washing over him again. The sword technique slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Zhao Changkong nearly collapsed into the chair. Young master, are you all right? Cui, startled once more, hurriedly inquired. Zhao Changkong, weary in spirit, said, You may leave for now. I wish to be alone for a while. Cui was momentarily taken aback and replied, Young master, it seems there is no maid named Jingjing in the residence. What a poor jest. Zhao Changkong waved his hand, saying, I wish to be alone for a while. You may leave. Oh, only then did Cui comprehend Zhao Changkong's intent and promptly exited the room. Chapter 7. The Poetry Gathering in the Capital. Once Cui had closed the door behind her, Zhao Changkong's face was etched with despair. If his conjecture was correct, the profound sense of weakness and even the fainting spell he experienced last night stemmed from his inability to embark upon the path of cultivation, forcibly wielding sword techniques with his mortal eyes. However, mastering the sword techniques necessitated entering the realm of body refinement, which was set to occur a month later. If he were to wait until then, would it not be too late? To cultivate was to face certain death. To refrain from cultivating was equally a path to demise. Zhao Changkong realized that he had completely fallen into a deadly cycle. Oh heavens! Zhao Changkong gazed up at the ceiling, exclaiming, Heaven, are you toying with me? After nearly 5 years, what purpose does this golden finger serve? By the time I am able to cultivate and reach the nirvana body realm, I fear I shall have long since transformed into a wandering spirit. With merely a month remaining, Zhao Changkong remained obstinately defiant against his fate. Each day thereafter, he diligently practiced the sword technique, hoping to unearth a glimmer of survival within its teachings. Yet, every morning, Cui would discover Zhao Changkong, frail and unconscious on the bedroom floor. Days passed, and Xiao Tao was now able to rise and engage in simple tasks. Although Zhao Changkong urged her to rest a few more days, Xiao Tao was resolute in her diligence, fully aware that her life henceforth belonged to His Highness, the young master. Zhao Changkong reclined in the pavilion of Chanfeng Courtyard. Several days of rigorous cultivation had severely drained his physical strength. Had it not been for Cui's daily preparation of nourishing soups and medicinal broths, he might have already succumbed to his fate. The days had undoubtedly turned to autumn, with the early morning air still carrying a slight chill. Xiao Tao approached, draping a thin blanket over Zhao Changkong, and then poured a cup of warm tea, intending to warm his body. Noticing the diligent demeanor of Xiao Tao beside him, he accepted the warm tea and took a sip, unable to suppress his curiosity. My dear girl, on that day you were wronged. Do you harbor resentment towards the Ho residents? Xiao Tao's expression froze in shock, and she hastily knelt. Young lord, Xiao Tao would never dare. Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow slightly and said, Stand up and speak. Only then did Xiao Tao lower her head and rise to her feet. Zhao Changkong inquired, On that day, they wronged you and nearly took your life. Have you never harbored any resentment towards them? Xiao Tao pressed her lips together, and after a lengthy pause, she timidly replied, Young lord, were it not for the Marquis, I would have perished by the roadside many years ago. Thus, my life has long belonged to the Marquis. If they choose to reclaim it, it is only fitting, and I accept my fate. On that day, when the young lord rescued me, I have kept it in my heart. Even if there comes a day when the young lord commands my demise, I would willingly comply. Zhao Changkong's expression darkened, and he admonished sternly, My act of saving you stems from a sense of righteousness. I never intended for you to repay it with your life. Your life belongs solely to you, not to anyone else. This was the first time Xiao Tao had witnessed Zhao Changkong's fury. Her countenance turned anxious, and she hastily knelt upon the ground, exclaiming, "Xiao Tao acknowledges her mistake. My life has always belonged to the Ho residence and the young lord. I would never dare to think otherwise." Observing the frail Xiao Tao, trembling and fearful on the ground, he let out a sigh. Zhao Changkong sighed. Perhaps this is fate. Much like how one cannot escape the predetermined course of destiny. Rise up. Zhao Changkong grasped a handful of fish feed and tossed it into the pond outside the pavilion, enticing a dozen koi to compete eagerly for their meal. Xiao Tao rose, her petite form standing beside Zhao Changkong. Creaking open, the door to Changfeng courtyard revealed Cui Cui, who entered the courtyard with a bamboo basket in hand, her face alight with joy. She chirped animatedly, "Young master, today the capital is truly bustling. I went to fetch medicine for you, and the roads were filled with carriages. It is said that scholars from all over Dayan have come to the capital, and there are many handsome young masters around. Alas, Xiao Tao's injury has yet to heal, so she has lost this opportunity to catch their eye." Due to the recent events, Xiao Tao found herself devoid of the spirit to jest with Cui Cui. Zhao Changkong cast a sidelong glance at Sui Cui, saying, "You foolish girl. Are you not afraid of being dazzled by appearances, lured away by some charming young gentleman? I have heard that many of these seemingly virtuous and handsome young men are adept at deceiving young maidens like you, abducting them only to sell them abroad." Sui Cui pouted defiantly, "Those gentlemen are here to attend the poetry gathering. They cannot possibly be as malevolent as you suggest, young master." Zhao Changkong smiled silently. As for those naive young girls, had they existed in his era, they would have likely been taken away to toil as laborers in the parks. Regarding the poetry gathering, Zhao Changkong held no interest whatsoever. This era was starkly different from his own, with a cultural depth that was alarmingly shallow. He felt no appreciation for the trivial poetry that merely served as a pastime. At that moment, the previously silent Xiao Tao expressed her confusion. "Cui Cui. It seems there are more scholars attending the poetry gathering this year than in the past." Cui Cui set down her basket and began to fetch water for medicinal concoctions. "You may not know, but these young gentlemen are all here for Princess Junin." "For the princess? I just heard that the emperor has decreed that since Princess Junin has reached marriageable age, whoever claims the top prize at this year's capital poetry gathering will become her husband." This news has already stirred the entire Great Yan, prompting all the noble scions to come to the capital to vie for the position of prince consort. Zhao Changkong, who had been sipping tea, suddenly halted his actions upon hearing this. He turned sharply to Cui Cui. "What did you say? Claiming the top prize at the capital poetry gathering grants won the title of prince consort?" Cui Cui nodded in affirmation. Zhao Changkong abruptly leaped from the chaise lounge, his face alight with excitement. Cui Cui and Xiao Tao were taken aback. "Young lord, what is the matter?" they inquired, perplexed by the sudden fervor of the young lord. It seemed that the matter of who might become the imperial son-in-law had little relevance to him. They were unaware of the underlying reason. Zhao Changkong's fervent excitement stemmed from the glimmer of hope for life he had once more perceived. If he could participate in the poetry gathering in the capital and secure the coveted title of champion, would he not gain the esteemed Princess Junin as a supportive spouse? Furthermore, he could liberate himself from the tyrannical grasp of the malicious Zhao Huilan, without having to rely on the influence of the Dingwu Marquisate. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Zhao Changkong eagerly inquired, "My dear girl, when will the poetry gathering take place? Where will it be held?" "Today at the hour of the snake, at the Haoming Tower in the capital," came the reply, casting a glance at the sunlit courtyard. Zhao Changkong dashed towards the entrance of Changfeng courtyard. Young lord, where are you going? You have yet to take your medicine." Cui Cui, unable to attend to the concoction, and Xiao Tao, bearing the pain of her injuries, hurriedly followed in pursuit. "To become the prince consort." Zhao Changkong's voice echoed in the distance. This opportunity was one he could not afford to miss. Cui Cui and her companion exchanged bewildered glances, unable to contain their astonishment. Zhao Changkong, still a mere child of less than 5 years, aspires to become a royal consort? Surely, this is nothing short of absurdity. As a young master, Zhao Changkong had yet to undergo the rite of passage and was not permitted to leave the estate without Qiao Huilan's consent. However, when he hurriedly entered Qiao Huilan's chamber, he found it utterly deserted. Inquiring with a servant, he learned that both Qiao Huilan and Zhao Shen had gone to the estate's entrance to bid farewell to Zhao Mingyi, who was to attend the poetry gathering in the capital today. Chapter 8. Haoming Tower, that fool, capable of composing poetry? He dares to attend the poetry gathering, unafraid of being ridiculed. Zhao Changkong was somewhat taken aback. Nonetheless, he hurried through the halls of the Dingwu Marquis' residence, reaching the entrance. Behind him trailed a throng of servants and maids, anxious to prevent any mishap befalling their young master, for such an incident could lead to grave consequences. At this moment, Zhao Huilan and Zhao Shen stood outside the estate. Zhao Mingyi averted his gaze, refusing to meet his mother's eyes. As the two continued their relentless admonishments, he grew somewhat impatient. All right, I am fully aware. If you remain concerned, why not participate in the poetry gathering yourselves while I retreat to my residence for some introspection? Zhao Huilan furrowed her brow, realizing that Zhao Mingyi was still irked by the events of a few days prior. Zhao Shen swiftly intervened, saying, tomorrow, your mother is merely concerned. Since you are so confident, let us set off for Haoming Tower. Zhao Huilan chose to remain silent. She firmly believed that in a month's time, once all her plans had come to fruition, her son would undoubtedly comprehend her benevolent intentions. Zhao Mingyi had just boarded the sedan and was on the verge of departing when, suddenly, an urgent voice echoed from within the residence. Everyone turned to see Zhao Changkong hurriedly emerging from the house, followed closely by a throng of servants and maidservants. Zhao Shen wore an expression of perplexity as he turned to Zhao Huilan beside him. Instantly, Zhao Huilan's countenance darkened, and she directed her gaze towards the maidservants behind her. How could you inept fools allow the young master to roam about the Marquis's residence unaccompanied? If any misfortune were to befall him, none of you would escape unscathed. Madam, forgive us. The assembled servants, terrified by Zhao Huilan's vehement admonition, fell to their knees in abject fear. Zhao Changkong hastily clarified, and, please do not be angry. It was my own decision to run. Inside the sedan chair, Zhao Mingyi's gaze was filled with resentment. He promptly closed the curtain and commanded the bearers beside him. Set off. Upon hearing this, Zhao Changkong's expression turned anxious. He could not allow Zhao Mingyi to abandon him so easily, for this was his sole opportunity for survival. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to obstruct the sedan chair, exclaiming, Elder brother, wait. Zhao Huilan, witnessing the scene, signaled to Zhao Shen, Changkong, your brother is about to attend the poetry gathering. If you have matters to discuss, please wait for his return. Zhao Shen hurriedly stepped forward, intent on carrying Zhao Changkong back. Zhao Changkong struggled to break free, exclaiming, Uncle, Aunt, I wish to accompany my elder brother to the poetry gathering. Attend a poetry gathering? The two exchanged glances. Zhao Mingyi lifted the curtain, his gaze dark and brooding. Zhao Changkong, are you intent on causing me trouble? Conceal your ulterior motives. It is impossible for me to take you to the poetry gathering. What a ridiculous notion. Today's poetry event has been arranged at great expense by my parents. How could I allow a mere boy to disrupt such an important occasion? Zhao Huilan furrowed her brow, her expression stern. Changkong, cease your foolishness. Your elder brother has serious matters to attend to. What shall we do? What shall we do? Zhao Changkong was in a state of desperate urgency if he could not articulate an appropriate rationale. These hypocritical individuals before him would undoubtedly prevent him from attending the poetry gathering. He had to devise a strategy, for this was, after all, his sole opportunity for survival. Observing Zhao Changkong's anxious and thwarted demeanor, Zhao Mingyi felt a sense of relief and mockingly remarked, Zhao Changkong, not everything must adhere to your plans. Suddenly, Zhao Mingyi's words sparked an idea in Zhao Changkong's mind. Zhao Changkong hastily remarked, I had intended to return the magical artifacts and the sword manual to my elder brother today, hoping he would set aside past grievances and mend the rift between us. To my dismay, however, my brother is unwilling to take me out. I have resided in this for many years, yet I have never stepped beyond its threshold. I merely wish to venture out and experience the world. As he spoke, Zhao Changkong feigned a pitiful demeanor and wept softly. Upon hearing that his magical artifacts and sword manual were to be returned, Zhao Mingyi's countenance brightened with joy. Is what you say truly authentic? Are you indeed returning my magical artifacts and sword manual? After all, those were gifts for his birthday, procured by his mother at the cost of 30,000 taels of silver. To claim that he did not wish to reclaim them would be an utter impossibility. Zhao Changkong nodded emphatically and gestured to shout out, of course, I shall have Shao deliver the sword manual to my brother's courtyard. However, my brother intends to take me to the poetry gathering in the capital. Zhao Mingyi alighted from the palanquin. Upon seeing that Xiao Tao had indeed returned to the residence, he instructed his servants to follow her. After a brief moment, the servant returned and nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Changkong hurriedly inquired, Brother, do you consent to take me along? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Mingyi established 3 stipulations. I shall take you with me, but you must heed my every word and refrain from causing any trouble. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Very well. Upon hearing this, Zhao Changkong felt as though a heavy stone had plummeted from his heart, and he immediately acquiesced. He had not yet had the time to wipe away the tears on his face before he swiftly slipped into the sedan chair. At that moment, Zhao Huilan's expression turned grave, and though she attempted to intervene, it was already too late. Zhao Shen advised gently, "My dear, with Mingyu here, Long Kong shall not suffer any loss. Let him go." Zhao Huilan could only nod reluctantly. However, her unease lingered, prompting her to summon a palanquin once more, ensuring that Sui and several guardians flanked it on either side. She then earnestly instructed Zhao Mingyi, "You must take great care of Long Kong. He must not encounter any misfortune." "Understood," he replied. Zhao Mingyi felt a surge of displeasure, responding coldly with a curt remark before stepping into the sedan chair. Zhao Huilan furrowed her brows, thinking to herself, "This insufferable boy, what trouble is he brewing now?" As the sedan chair departed, Zhao Shen quickly reassured her, "My dear, rest assured. The Helming Tower in the capital is exceedingly safe. They shall come to no harm. Besides, we have our people accompanying them. That boy cannot possibly go astray." This marked the first occasion in nearly 5 years that Zhao Changkong had set foot on the bustling streets of the capital. Towering pavilions and elegant structures stood in harmonious disarray, their flying eaves and ornate carvings showcasing the exquisite craftsmanship and grandeur of contemporary architecture. The streets meandered like a colossal dragon, weaving through the imposing city walls and revealing a scene of unparalleled prosperity and vibrancy. As the dawn broke, golden sunlight bathed the bluestone path, each stone seemingly coated with a delicate layer of gold, shimmering with a profound luster. As Cui had remarked, the thoroughfare was alive with a cacophony of vehicles and voices. Were it not for the guards clearing the way, reaching the Helming Tower would have proven quite a challenge. Once the sedan chair came to a halt, Zhao Changkong lifted the curtain and stepped out, only to be greeted by the sight of a majestic pavilion rising above the lake, its magnificent presence awe-inspiring. This was indeed the gathering place of the literary elite of Dayan, the first literary tower of Dayan, Helming Tower, boasting a history of over 300 years. Yet, it stood resolutely, exuding an air of grandeur. Such a naive demeanor, truly embarrassing, a sardonic voice echoed behind Zhao Changkong. The speaker was none other than Zhao Mingyi, who had escorted him to the Helming Tower. Zhao Changkong wore an expression of helplessness. Did they think he had never witnessed the world? As a bona fide traveler from another realm, he had encountered numerous skyscrapers. He was certain that even a rudimentary sketch of a building he created would leave them utterly astonished. Disinclined to engage in a debate with Zhao Mingyi, he recognized that attending the poetry gathering was of paramount importance. Observing the other party distance themselves, Zhao Changkong hastily followed suit. However, Zhao Changkong did not witness it. The corners of Zhao Mingyi's mouth curled subtly, revealing a hint of playful intrigue in his gaze. The Helming Pavilion is not a place accessible to just anyone. Scholars clad in white, ordinary folk, and maids or attendants are all barred from entry. Furthermore, such significant poetry gatherings require specially crafted invitations. As for forceful intrusion, the corridor leading to the hala is guarded by hundreds of soldiers, who would not hesitate to slay any intruder. Thus, after disembarking from the carriage, Cui and her companions did not follow. As Zhao Changkong was about to step onto the corridor, suddenly, Zhao Mingyi quickened his pace, maneuvering through the throng before him. When he regained his composure, he found himself clutching an invitation as he traversed past the soldiers, stepping onto the long corridor of the moonlit pavilion. To his astonishment, he even turned back to cast a teasing glance in his direction. Was he being mocked? How could it be? "Zhao Mingyi, you scoundrel." Chapter 9. The young master disguised as a male Zhao Chang's anxiety mounted as he attempted to pursue, but he was thwarted by 2 soldiers who barred his way. "I came here with him. Let me in," he implored. The soldiers exchanged glances towards Zhao Mingyi. However, from a distance, Zhao Mingyi's laughter echoed. "Ha ha ha, young man. I promised to bring you here, but I never said I would let you in. You must find your own way. If you cannot enter, then accept your fate." With that, Zhao Mingyi turned his back and strode towards Helming Tower. "Zhao Mingyi, may you meet a tragic end." Zhao Changkong's eyes burned with fury. Who could have anticipated that, at the critical moment, such a twist of fate would occur? "If I cannot enter Helming Tower and partake in the poetry gathering, I shall once again be reduced to mere prey on Zhao Huilan's display. No, I cannot concede. My destiny is mine to shape, not dictated by heaven. To hell with resignation." Zhao Changkong yearned to force his way through. However, as he took a step forward, the soldier's icy gaze sent a jolt of fear through him, prompting him to halt abruptly. Ahem. Zhao Changkong feigned an air of composure, straightening his back and gazing intently at the soldiers before him. "Do you know who I am? I am Zhao Changkong, the son of Duke Dingwu. How dare you obstruct me, the heir of this house? I dare say you must be weary of life." He could hardly believe that invoking his father's name would not sway them. However, Zhao Changkong's assumptions were misguided. These men appeared impervious to his words, their focus solely fixed on the invitation in their hands. Regardless of what he uttered, they remained unmoved, steadfast in their refusal to grant him passage. "Stand aside. Clear the way." Just then, at that moment, behind Zhao Changkong, a cacophony of footsteps echoed. Several men, armed with long knives, pushed through the crowd. Behind them, a number of maids surrounded a young gentleman, no more than 13 or 14, possessing bright eyes and pearly white teeth, gracefully approaching this way. Why describe him as having bright eyes and pearly white teeth, and as a refined youth? Because, while others may not perceive it, Zhao Changkong, as a time traveler, could instantly discern that this was a female in disguise. Why would a girl masquerade as a young man to attend a poetry gathering? Furthermore, while others arrived alone, she was accompanied by such guards and maids. Her identity must be of considerable significance. Wait. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhao Changkong, and he positioned himself in front of the guards. How audacious! The guards immediately drew their blades. Alarmed, Zhao Changkong shrank his head and swiftly closed his eyes. When they realized that the figure obstructing their path was merely a child, the guards sheathed their swords. They barked sternly at the surrounding crowd, demanding to know whose mischievous child this was, urging someone to take him away. However, despite the many curious glances, no one stepped forward. Zhao Changkong fixed his gaze on the guard's hand resting on the hilt of his sword, anxiety evident in his voice as he declared, "I am Zhao Changkong, son of Duke Dingwu, and I have matters to discuss with your esteemed master." The guard scrutinized him from head to toe, inquiring, "You are the son of General Zhao?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Changkong felt a surge of hope. It seemed that the guard was indeed familiar with his father's reputation. Zhao Changkong, with his frail physique, gave a slight bow and produced his waist badge, presenting it to the other party, saying, "This shall attest to my identity." The guard, examining the badge for a moment, inquired, "What business do you have with my esteemed master?" Zhao Changkong gestured to the guard, signaling him to lean in closer. As the guard was merely a child, he let down his guard and leaned in to listen. Zhao Changkong whispered a few words. The guard's expression changed slightly as he cast another glance at Zhao Changkong. Without uttering a word, he turned and walked towards the young gentleman. Moments later, the young gentleman glanced in Zhao Changkong's direction. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhao Changkong adopted an expression of earnest supplication, striving to appear as endearing as possible. In the pursuit of survival, a modicum of shame held little significance. Indeed, as Sister Zhiling wisely remarked, the woman who acts coyly is often granted the most favorable fate. No, it is the child who displays such innocence that enjoys the greatest fortune. A guard approached Zhao Changkong and instructed, "My esteemed master requests your presence to follow behind and enter Haoming Tower together." Zhao Changkong was immediately filled with overwhelming excitement. "Thank you, noble benefactor." The guards no longer paid any attention to him and led their party toward the long corridor. Zhao Changkong trailed at the rear of the procession. This time, the two soldiers did not impede his passage, allowing him to ascend the long corridor with ease. The exterior of Haoming Tower was marked by distinct hierarchies. Those clad in white robes were not to be approached. Furthermore, the internal structure of Haoyue Tower was equally delineated. The building comprised 3 levels. At the center of the first floor stood a raised platform, soaring several meters high, surrounded by a profusion of elegant seating. The second floor encircled a corridor, partitioned into individual private boxes, each featuring a small window through which one could observe the entirety of the elevated platform. As for the third level, it was adorned with merely 4 windows, offering a panoramic view of all that transpired below. Zhao Changkong couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity of artisans in this era. Wasn't this akin to the opera houses of his own time? Following the crowd, Zhao Changkong unexpectedly found himself on the 3rd level. Although he was unaware of the caliber of individuals permitted to ascend to this floor, he was certain that the identity of the young gentleman was anything but ordinary. Nevertheless, he harbored no curiosity about the person in question. After all, he had come here for the sake of survival. Stop. Just as Zhao Changkong was about to enter the private box, the guard stationed at the door halted him once more. "Didn't your esteemed master instruct me to accompany you?" The guard replied in a low voice. "Your master merely said to bring you here, but did not grant you access to this area. Are you not aware of what the 3rd level of this Haoming Tower signifies? It is not a place for just anyone. You must leave at once." Zhao Changkong tilted his head to gaze at the guard, solemnly shaking his head. "This is my first time venturing out. I have never been here before. The guard's lips twitched slightly. It seemed that all his previous words had fallen upon deaf ears. Let him in. Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated from within the private room. Zhao Changkong smiled and said, "Your esteemed guest has permitted me to enter." The guard, with no other choice, stepped aside, thinking to himself that it was merely a child and there was little cause for concern regarding any potential trouble. As Zhao Changkong stepped into the private room, he was utterly astounded by its opulent decor, as if he had entered a vibrant painting. The intricately carved wooden partition, adorned with elaborate auspicious patterns, appeared almost lifelike. Above him, the glazed tiles were embellished with translucent glass window frames, through which sunlight streamed, casting a kaleidoscope of shadows that added an air of mystique and elegance to the interior. Even the seats were draped in fine satin fabric, embroidered with intricate designs, unmistakably of considerable value. Are you the son of the Duke of Dingwu? As a young master, what brings you here alone? Furthermore, how did you come to know that I am a woman? The young gentleman, seated comfortably on the soft chair, with lively eyes that sparkled like water, turned his gaze towards Zhao Changkong. It was then that Zhao's attention shifted to the young man before him. Her hair was elegantly tied up, held by a delicate ribbon, with a few loose strands dancing in the breeze, adding to her charm and untamed spirit. The gracefulness of her brows and the vivacity in her eyes could not entirely conceal her beauty as a woman. For a moment, Zhao Changkong found himself gazing at her longer than appropriate. Impertinence! How dare you stare at my esteemed companion? A sharp reprimand jolted him back to reality, as he noticed the maid standing beside the young gentleman glaring at him with disdain. Zhao Changkong found himself somewhat perplexed. Had he merely cast a glance at the other party? Was it truly necessary to escalate the matter to such proportions? The young gentleman furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Xiaoyu, he is but a child. Do not frighten him." Understood, the maidservant replied, falling silent, yet her gaze remained vigilant, scrutinizing Zhao Changkong's every movement. The elder sister was not only beautiful but also possessed a kind heart, akin to a reincarnation of a benevolent deity, evoking a sense of reverence in others, which compelled Changkong to steal a few more glances. He hoped his sister would not take offense. Flattering words and playful charm. Who could not master such things? Moreover, he was still a child of not yet 5 years. Who would stoop to argue with him? As expected, upon hearing Zhao Changkong's compliments, the young gentleman stifled a laugh behind his hand, appearing quite pleased. Meanwhile, the maidservant coldly interjected, "I did not expect the young master to possess such eloquence at such a tender age. What will he be like when he grows older?" "Xiaoyu," the young gentleman reproached once more, then turned to Zhao Changkong, "You have yet to explain why you are all alone in this place." Zhao Changkong took a moment to gather his emotions, his face instantly reflecting a profound sense of grievance, as if tears were on the verge of spilling from his eyes. His voice trembled as he spoke. "It was my elder brother from home who insisted on attending the poetry gathering, claiming he would act as a noble consort and take me along to broaden my horizons. Yet, upon arriving at the entrance, he reneged on his promise, leaving me stranded outside. Had I not encountered my sister, I would have been utterly at a loss." The young gentleman, perplexed, inquired, "Is there not only one heir in the Dingwu marquisate?" Zhao Changkong hastily elaborated, "He is the son of my distant uncle, and currently, it is my uncle and aunt who manage the household. They have treated me exceedingly well. Just a few days ago, when my elder brother struck me, it was my aunt who intervened, compelling him to reflect in solitude for several days. Now that I have been left outside, I can only surmise that my aunt will impose a severe punishment upon him upon her return." Upon hearing this, the young master's expression shifted slightly. "Your elder brother merely faced solitude for reflection after striking you? That in itself is a grave matter. He is the most restless of individuals, and my aunt asserted that solitary reflection is a far greater punishment than a mere beating." How absurd! The young master felt a surge of indignation. It was unfathomable that the esteemed heir of the Grand Marquis of Dayan should be subjected to such ridicule and deception, a blatant affront to his dignity, seemingly disregarding the laws of Dayan in their eyes. Zhao Changkong appeared timid and vulnerable, evoking a sense of compassion in the young gentleman. He gestured gently, "Changkong, come here." "Dear sister." Zhao Changkong first cast a glance at the girl named Xiaoyu. Noticing her lack of opposition, he then approached and sat beside the young master. The young master affectionately ruffled Zhao Changkong's hair, assuring him, "Rest assured, with your sister by your side, that rebellious scoundrel will certainly face severe retribution to alleviate your grievances." "Thank you, sister." Zhao Changkong wore an expression of deep gratitude. Glancing out of the window, He caught sight of Zhao Mingyi engaged in conversation with a young man, exuding an air of confidence and self-assurance that made him stand out remarkably amidst the crowd. As if this prince consort were already well within his grasp, Zhao Changkong gritted his teeth in anger. Were it not for his youthful innocence, he would have likely been barred from entering the illustrious Haoming building today. In but a month's time, he would find himself lying within that formation, subject to their cruel fate of having his bones extracted and his life severed. What troubles you? Are you unwell? Suddenly, noticing Zhao Changkong's pallor, the young lord inquired with concern. Zhao Changkong felt a stir in his heart and pointed to Zhao Mingyi on the first floor. Sister, that is my elder brother. I am merely perplexed. What is it that confounds you? My sister may not be aware, but my brother is wholly devoted to martial arts cultivation and is utterly ignorant of poetry and song. I wonder why he would dare to attend a poetry gathering, unafraid of disgrace and embarrassment. The young gentleman's gaze turned towards the direction Zhao Changkong indicated, his brow slightly furrowing. Is what you say truly the case? Zhao Changkong nodded innocently, affirming, of course it is true. One can easily discern my elder brother's disposition with a mere inquiry. The young gentleman's expression darkened slightly. Meanwhile, the petite Xiaoya seemed to sense the tension, gently inclined her body, and discreetly exited the room. Zhao Changkong's lips curled slightly, a smirk forming at the corners. To dare to toy with this young lord, one must not blame him for being ungracious. Although uncertain of the identity of the young gentleman beside him, he was certain that it was anything but ordinary. Regardless of the era, scholars and literati share a common disdain for those who seek fame and recognition through deceitful means. Especially with Zhao Mingyi's ostentatious display, Zhao Changkong could easily deduce the motives lurking behind it. It was merely a matter of Chao Huilan finding someone to ghostwrite a commendable poem for Zhao Mingyi. Should this secret be uncovered by the young gentleman at his side, it could spell trouble. The mere thought brought Zhao Changkong a wave of delight. Subsequently, during his conversation with the young lord, he learned that while the poetry gatherings in the capital occur annually, none have matched the grandeur of this year's event. Primarily in preparation for the forthcoming Confucian gathering in early spring. Currently, the northern borders are besieged by the three kingdoms, while the southern front is under the watchful eye of Diyu. Prolonged warfare has left the national treasury depleted, with frequent floods and rampant banditry across various regions. The court finds itself besieged by internal strife and external threats. Unlike other cultivation systems, Confucianism governs the fate of the nation. This century-old Confucian gathering represents the sole opportunity for the enduring strength of the great yin to persist. Listening intently to the young lord's narration, Zhao Changkong finally comprehended why this poetry gathering was unlike any other. It was, in fact, an endeavor to leverage the Confucian influence to sustain the fortunes of the great Yin dynasty. No wonder the emperor was willing to sacrifice his daughter's happiness as a reward. It was indeed a significant investment. The young gentleman offered a faint smile and remarked, I do not expect you to fully grasp my words. I merely wish for you to understand that your father is a hero of the great Yin, and the court will not allow you to suffer any injustices. Zhao Changkong nodded slightly. It was about to begin, and one could only wonder if today might yield an exquisite phrase that would echo through the ages. Upon hearing this, Zhao Changkong turned his gaze toward the window. There, he beheld an elderly gentleman clad in scholarly robes, ascending the high platform with measured steps. The moment the venerable figure appeared, the once boisterous Haoming Tower fell into a profound silence. The students reverently acknowledged the sage, and the multitude of scholars present bowed in respect. Sensing Zhao Changkong's puzzlement, the young lord provided clarification. In every nation across the 9 provinces, there exists a Confucian presence, and nearly all scholars of the realm proudly identify themselves as disciples of Confucius, hence their address of him as master. Zhao Changkong was suddenly enlightened. No wonder some individuals below had refrained from bowing. The elder's expression was grave, despite his advanced age. His voice resonated like a thunderclap. We have gathered at Haoming Tower to partake in today's poetry gathering, and we must adhere to the rules of the event. Should any individual be found engaging in favoritism or seeking fame through deceitful means, I shall show no mercy. Let us heed the teachings of the sage. As the current poetry gathering in the capital commenced under the elder's guidance, those possessing poetic talent were invited to ascend the stage and recite their works, with the elder serving as the judge until a true champion emerged. The assembly began to murmur amongst themselves, casting glances around, eager to discern who would be the first to grace the stage. Zhang Changming, a scholar from Liaoshui County, boldly declared his intention to be the inaugural reciter. As his words echoed in the air, the venue fell into a profound silence. All eyes turned towards the back of the crowd, where a young man clad in white seemingly around 20 years of age, approached the stage. After bowing respectfully to the elder, he faced the audience and recited with vigor, "Stones upon the mountain lie in disarray, while the brook babbles in a playful fray. A winding path meanders askew, as birds chirp in a cacophony anew." Excellent. Upon the conclusion of his recitation, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Within the confines of the private box, the young gentleman savored the lines he had just heard. The imagery of stones, brooks, winding paths, and chirping birds was vivid and lively, evoking a picturesque scene, thereby qualifying as a popular piece. However, he found it somewhat lacking in depth. Upon hearing this, Zhao Changkong appeared bewildered. Unsure, he inquired, "Sister, you cannot possibly be praising him, can you?" The young gentleman, oblivious to the implications of Zhao Changkong's words, replied without hesitation, "The poem's meaning is indeed lively and vivid. While the artistic conception may be somewhat lacking, it can still be considered a fine work. Naturally, I am praising him. Such opportunities are rare. You should learn from this, as it will greatly benefit your future studies." Zhao Changkong quickly shook his head, saying, "Perhaps it is best to refrain. I fear my intellect might be insulted." The young gentleman paid little heed to Zhao Changkong's response, his gaze fixated upon the stage. At that moment, the elder's voice resonated. "This poem depicts the scenery between the mountains and streams, while it showcases an interaction with the landscape, reflecting a sense of humor. The expression is rather coarse and vulgar, lacking in depth. It can only be regarded as mediocre." Upon hearing the elder's critique, the audience murmured in agreement. Zhang Mingchang bowed respectfully, proclaiming, "I have learned much." The next participant stepped forward. "I shall go." Soon, another youth ascended the platform, introduced himself, and began to recite softly. "At dawn, I set forth with a joyous heart, with my backpack slung upon my shoulder. The winding mountain paths twist and turn, accompanied by the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. At noon, I rest in the shade of a tree, sustained by my provisions of food and water. By evening, I reach the village, where the flickering lights reveal the presence of merchants." In an instant, thunderous applause erupted once more from the audience. Even the elder on stage nodded slightly, an expression of satisfaction gracing his features. The verses are succinct and rhythmic, capturing the arduous journey of the author while chronicling his experiences and interactions along the way. It is indeed a significant work. The youth, visibly moved, bowed deeply to the elder, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your teachings." Many in the audience also offered their praises and commendations. Zhao Changkong was utterly bewildered. A masterpiece? Was this truly no jest? He was aware of the literary shortcomings of this world, yet he never imagined it could be so profoundly lacking. In his own era, this would scarcely be deemed the level of a sixth grader. He listened to the sycophantic praises echoing from below. Zhao Changkong felt an irritating discomfort in his ears. After enduring several grand compositions, he had come to a profound realization. The literary prowess of this world was confined to the level he had encountered, one after another. The mediocre verses, akin to mere soy sauce poetry, had even left him feeling weary. The Duke of Dingwu, Zhao Mingyi, had come to offer his insights. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated, causing Zhao Changkong to shudder, instantly awakening his senses. It had arrived. Zhao Changkong was indeed curious to discover what verses Chao Weilan had procured for Zhao Mingyi, granting him such confidence. Below the stage, Zhao Mingyi did not ascend like other scholars. Instead, he leaped gracefully into the spotlight. Clad in azure garments, his figure exuded elegance as he stood atop the platform, bowing respectfully to the elder and the assembly. A cultivator? Observing this, many in the audience displayed expressions of surprise. Typically, cultivators, unlike Confucian scholars, devote themselves to the mastery of their arts, showing little interest in poetry and prose. His appearance instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. The young gentleman seated beside Zhao Changkong gazed on with intrigue. "Indeed, a cultivator. I am eager to hear what poetry he can compose." Zhao Changkong smiled silently, equally anticipating the moment. On the stage, the mellifluous voice of Zhao Mingyi resonated. "This poem is entitled Mountains and Waters, a creation born from a moment of inspiration during a spring outing. Mountains and waters intertwine. Wandering within the painting, misty clouds envelop, concealing the peaks. A gentle breeze caresses the face, invigorating the spirit. Why inquire about the permanence of this scene?" In an instant, as Zhao Mingyi uttered the first line, "Mountains and waters intertwine, wandering within the painting," the once boisterous Haoming Tower fell into a profound silence. With the emergence of the second line, many gasped in astonishment, revealing expressions of awe. Numerous listeners found themselves enraptured by the ethereal imagery conjured by the interplay of mountains and waters. With the recitation of the third and fourth lines, the atmosphere remained still, as the audience, composed of scholars, recognized the exquisite quality of the poetry. Regardless of the merit of the verses, their discerning appreciation was unparalleled. The moment a line was spoken, its worth was immediately discerned. What a remarkable line! Why inquire about the permanence of this scene? This poem encapsulates the essence of mountains and waters, destined to echo through the ages. The verses were elegant and solemn, rich in imagery and beauty, with clear structure and logic, undoubtedly the finest poem presented thus far. How shameful it is, as a scholar, to find oneself outshone by a mere practitioner. Such a splendid poem. Surely, the Duke of Wu's residence is to welcome another prodigy. It seems unlikely that anyone could surpass this at today's poetry gathering. Finally, someone regained their composure and exclaimed in admiration, one after another. Lively discussions and praises reverberated throughout the Hao Ming Tower. The young man standing beside Zhao Ming, he lowered his head in resignation, silently retreating from the stage. Utterly defeated before such an immortal masterpiece, without even needing the elder to announce the results. On Zhao Ming's face, there was an unmistakable expression of pride and exhilaration. He was already lost in a reverie, envisioning the grand scene of his wedding to a princess. Outside the Hao Ming Tower, a throng of people surged forth. At the lakeside near the tower, two scholars stood atop a circular platform, their backs to the crowd, a massive brush in hand, drawing attention. A young attendant hurriedly emerged from the Hao Ming Tower, calling out loudly, "The first masterpiece of this poetry gathering has arrived." The scholar on the platform immediately began to paint with fervor, the characters materializing vividly in the air. Among the crowd, some began to recite along, mountains and waters intertwined. Wandering within the painting, clouds and mist entwine, veiling the peaks. A gentle breeze caresses, refreshing the spirit. Why ponder the departure or the stay in such a scene? Initially, the atmosphere inside the Hao Ming Tower was one of profound silence, which soon erupted into a tempest of emotion. Numerous scholars in white robes were moved to tears, trembling as they recorded the lines of poetry. In a private box on the third floor, the door swung open as the recently departed maid, Xiaoya, hurriedly entered. She leaned in close to whisper a few words into the ear of the young master. His expression shifted slightly, a hint of indignation flickering across his face. Although Zhao Changkong could not overhear their conversation, he could easily surmise that it was connected to Zhao Ming. He also noted that the little maid appeared quite endearing when she was angry. "Go. I do not wish for such scum to tarnish the reputation of Hao Ming Tower," he uttered. Upon hearing this, the maid Xiaoya retreated once more, but this time, several guards accompanied her as she descended. Zhao Ming remained immersed in his triumph. Clearly relishing the unprecedented attention bestowed upon him, he exuded an air of satisfaction. Even the elder displayed a look of approval, nodding in commendation. The poem's language is refreshingly natural, fluid, and easily comprehensible, devoid of excessive embellishment. Yet it adeptly conveys the author's emotions and artistic conception. The usage of terms such as intertwined, entwined, caressing, and invigorating the spirit is both apt and vivid, enhancing the poem's expressiveness. It is indeed a remarkable piece of poetry, and to deem it a timeless classic would not be an exaggeration. If no superior work exists, this poem could rightfully claim the title of the foremost masterpiece. Zhao Ming, filled with excitement, was about to express his gratitude when suddenly, an abrupt voice pierced through the thrumming atmosphere within the Hao Ming Pavilion, which was charged with fervor due to the emergence of a divine creation. Chapter 12, Another Fruitless Endeavor? The crowd turned to investigate the source of the voice, and they beheld a woman dressed as a maid, flanked by several armed guards, advancing toward the elevated platform. Was it not prohibited to bring maids into the Hao Ming Pavilion? Who could they possibly be? Did you not notice that they bore weapons? Surely, those permitted to enter the Hao Ming Pavilion with blades must be. Many in the assembly began to ascertain their identities, appearing somewhat astonished and hesitant to impede their progress, consequently parting to clear a path. "Who are you?" Upon his first entrance into Hao Ming Tower, Zhao Ming was naturally unaware of the identities of those present and boldly inquired. The young woman in question was none other than Xiao Yu, the maidservant of the young lord on the third floor. Ascending the platform, Xiao Yu did not respond to Zhao Ming's inquiry, but instead offered a slight bow to the elder. With a furrowed brow, the elder inquired, "Might I ask why you have abruptly halted the poetry gathering?" Xiao Yu's gaze was icy as she pointed at Zhao Ming, stating, "That is a question for him." The young master Zhao, who has never spent a day in private school and devotes himself solely to cultivation, how could he possibly compose such a divine piece of poetry? At her words, the atmosphere grew tumultuous. Those of their standing could not fail to grasp the implications concealed within Xiao Yu's statement. Zhao Mingyi's expression suddenly changed. What do you mean by that? I previously stated that this landscape poem was inspired by my experience during a spring outing. However, Xiao Yu let out a knowing cold laugh. Is that so? A young master like Zhao, who has not read a single book in a day, can effortlessly create such a masterpiece. Truly remarkable. Then, why not compose another piece, so that we may also witness the literary talent of young Master Zhao? Zhao Mingyi is merely a 14-year-old youth, unaccustomed to such a formidable spectacle. His forehead is already beaded with cold sweat. Compose a poem? What a jest! His father had expended 1,000 taels merely to acquire this masterwork. At this moment, even if a blade were to be drawn against his throat, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to utter a single line of verse. Zhao Mingyi, his face awash with panic, stammered in defense, in such haste. How could I possibly compose a poem? You are intentionally making things difficult for me. Do you know who I am? Are you not afraid of the repercussions from the Duke of Dingwu's residence? Xiao Yu, with a mocking expression, retorted. A mere son of a steward from the Duke of Dingwu's estate, do you truly believe yourself to be the heir of the Duke? If you cannot produce a poem to prove that this piece is indeed your own creation, do not blame me for being impolite. In an instant, the crowd erupted in murmurs, pointing fingers at Zhao Mingyi on the stage. Even the elder standing beside him had retracted his smile, gravely suggesting, to prove your innocence. Young Master Zhao, perhaps you might recite another of your esteemed works. Suddenly, Zhao Mingyi recalled a certain individual, if he were willing to vouch for him. This predicament would surely be resolved. He promptly replied, the heir is here with me. He can attest that this landscape poem was indeed composed by me. The mention of the Duke of Dingwu's heir caught the attention of the crowd, who exchanged glances, uncertain of the identity of this noble. Xiao Yu, however, inquired with intrigue, oh, is that so? Then please summon the heir forth to provide his testimony. Yet, Zhao Mingyi's expression faltered dramatically. It dawned on him that he had deliberately left that little fellow outside, and it was likely he had already returned to the Duke's residence in tears. In that moment, he found himself at a loss. Seeing Zhao Mingyi's prolonged silence, the audience grew increasingly anxious. Young Master Zhao, where is the heir? If he could testify, we might trust your words, but you stand there speechless. What is the reason behind this? To craft a verse such as why inquire about the departure or stay of this scene, your literary talent must surely extend beyond this, no? Indeed, could it be that, as this lady suggests, this landscape poem is not authored by you, young Master Zhao? In a place like Haoyue Tower, to cheat is tantamount to courting death. The chorus of inquiries and skeptical gazes threatened to shatter Zhao Mingyi's composure. Trembling, he stammered, the heir is still quite young. He was caught up in play outside and did not enter with me. I had a servant accompany him for a stroll. I shall send someone to retrieve him to testify for me. Upon hearing Zhao Mingyi's response, Xiao Yu's gaze turned even colder. The heir had clearly been abandoned outside. Yet he now claimed he was merely distracted by amusement. She was certain that the earlier landscape poem was not Zhao Mingyi's creation. Of course, Zhao Mingyi remained unaware of this. Striving to maintain his composure, he clasped his hands towards Xiao Yu. I implore you, miss, grant me a moment. I will fetch the heir to provide his testimony. That will not be necessary, Xiao Yu coldly replied. Zhao Mingyi was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly transforming into one of delight. My lady, you truly believe. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Yu raised her hand and interjected, seize this man at once for daring to engage in corruption at the Imperial Poetry Conference, and take him to the Jingzhou Prefecture's prison for interrogation. Yes. Several armed guards behind Xiao Yu immediately stepped forward. Zhao Mingyi was thoroughly alarmed. Instinctively, he attempted to resist, throwing a punch at the approaching knife-wielding guard. A reckless move. The guard's gaze was icy and fierce, although he did not draw his blade. An imposing aura enveloped Zhao Mingyi in an instant. Zhao Mingyi's actions suddenly came to an abrupt halt, as if his body were no longer under his command. He struck down towards the high platform with great force. His pupils constricted sharply, and just before landing, he exclaimed, Lingxian realm. Boom. In the next instant, Zhao Mingyi crashed onto the high platform, falling into an eerie silence. The scene was once again enveloped in a deathly stillness. No one had anticipated that such a shocking event would transpire at this poetry gathering in the capital. Take him away, Xiao Yu instructed curtly. After bowing respectfully to the elder, she descended from the platform, and no one dared to intervene. As for Zhao Mingyi, he lay bruised and battered, dragged off the high platform like a lifeless dog by the guards. Thus, he would achieve notoriety. becoming the first participant in the history of the poetry gathering to be carried away in such a manner. It was only a matter of time before Zhao Mingyi's illustrious name would echo throughout the entire capital. Within the third-tier private box, witnessing the unfolding events below, Zhao Changkong felt an urge to laugh, but struggled to suppress it, his face turning crimson. Now that Zhao Mingyi had been captured, he was undoubtedly guilty of treasonous offenses that warranted severe punishment. If he were to remain imprisoned, Zhao Changkong thought, perhaps he could find a turn of fortune even without claiming the title of champion in the poetry competition. However, reality swiftly dealt him a harsh blow. Shall you return to the box? Young master, ensure that Zhao Mingyi is thoroughly interrogated by the Jingzhou prefecture, and let him suffer a bit, she commanded. Understood, Xiao Yu replied. Then she added, however, miss, if he continues to deny his guilt and we cannot find evidence of his cheating, we may only be able to teach him a lesson before releasing him. What? Zhao Changkong, who had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief, was suddenly alarmed. If Zhao Mingyi were released, all his efforts would have been in vain. Xiao Yu furrowed her brow slightly. The Jingzhou prefecture's investigations must adhere to the principles of evidence. Do you believe the punishment is insufficient? Is it not enough to quell your grievances? Zhao Changkong felt a sudden jolt of anxiety and hurriedly explained, I fear that they might harm my elder brother, which would lead to my aunt harboring resentment towards me. He reassured the young master, rest assured, no one is aware that this matter concerns you. Very well, thank you, came the response. Zhao Changkong managed to force a faint smile. It appeared that if he wished to preserve his life, he indeed needed to forge a connection with the princess. Chapter 13. Yell of Quang Fei. At this moment, a boisterous laughter erupted from downstairs. The previously clamorous Haoming Tower was abruptly enveloped in silence once more. Everyone turned to see a stout, middle-aged man with a thick beard emerging from the crowd. A deep scar marred his face, rendering him fearsome and evoking a sense of dread among onlookers. The man's arrival stirred a fresh wave of murmurs among the previously silent assembly as they speculated about his identity. Ascending the platform, he surveyed the surroundings with a disdainful gaze, his tone dripping with arrogance. You pathetic wretches, with your worthless trinkets, dare to call yourselves scholars? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? His words incited an uproar among the audience. Scholars held their dignity in the highest regard. To be publicly insulted in such a manner was akin to receiving a slap in the face. How could they endure such affront? A young man rose, his eyes ablaze with fury. Where does this crude and hideous creature come from, that he dares to spout such nonsense here? You call us pathetic, yet what are you? With such an unsightly visage, you have the audacity to show your face. Go back and ask your mother to bear you a more presentable form before you come out to disgrace yourself. Unfazed by the surrounding vitriol, the middle-aged man wore a mocking expression. I have heard that the scholars of Dayan are a bunch of useless fools, having encountered you today. I can see that you are indeed mere braggarts. His remarks ignited the ire of the scholars. You label us as useless. What of yourself? Are you not a scholar of Dayan? This was the first time they had encountered such a fool, one who insulted even himself in his arrogance. The man's eyes gleamed with contempt. I am Yelf Quang Fei, deputy envoy of Beiki, and certainly not one of your worthless Dayan scholars. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Disbelief etched across their faces. He was not a scholar of Dayan. How then had he gained entry in a Haoming Tower? Confusion reigned in their minds. Not only the crowd, but Zhao Changkong, seated in the private box on the third floor, wore a similar expression of bewilderment. Glancing at the young gentleman beside him, he noticed the latter's face had paled. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, Sister, is this wild donkey from Beiki? How could he possibly attend the poetry gathering here? The young gentleman remained silent. Standing nearby, Xiao Ye coldly interjected, Since ancient times, Dayan has maintained that envoys are not considered foreign ministers, showcasing our broad-mindedness. It seems that Beiki's mission to Dayan at this juncture is precisely to attend the poetry gathering in the capital. Zhao Changkong felt a pang of anxiety and hurriedly inquired, Is the cultural heritage of Northern Qi indeed profound? Xiao Yu, puzzled, asked, What does culture truly mean? Is it merely about the ability to compose exquisite poetry? With a grave expression, she glanced at the troubled young lord, and then slightly nodded. It is not limited to that. Yelf Quang Fei is also the most esteemed disciple of the revered Confucian master of Northern Qi. Zhao Changkong was utterly astonished, cursing the wild donkey in his heart more than 100 times. He had originally intended to descend and participate in the poetry gathering, thereby rewriting his seemingly doomed fate. Who would have thought that a wild donkey from Northern Qi would emerge midway? Master, please expel this scoundrel from the stage. We implore you to take action. Almost everyone stood up, respectfully bowing to the elder on stage. However, the elder, Yi Liu Fei remained composed and unperturbed. His voice rang out. The envoy from northern Qi, dispatched to Dayan, is not considered a foreign minister. He is qualified to participate in this poetry gathering. Upon understanding the rationale, the crowd was dumbfounded. A young scholar in Confucian robes stepped forward, pointing at Yi Liu Fei with a face full of rage. You from northern Qi are despicably shameless. How dare you participate in the poetry gathering under the guise of an envoy? Ha ha. Yi Liu Fei laughed once more. It is you from Dayan who proclaim that envoys are not foreign ministers. According to the rules, I am certainly eligible to attend the poetry gathering in the capital. Moreover, I not only intend to participate, but also plan to take your princess back to northern Qi as my bride. You shall never succeed. The people of Dayan, filled with fury, only fueled Yi Liu Fei's pride. With you pitiful rabble, you are unworthy to obstruct me. Yi Liu Fei. Listen well. The snow swirled like white cotton, the landscape picturesque to behold. Draped in silver, the beauty was manifold, each scene and sentiment intoxicating to the heart. Boom. This poem, once recited, resonated like thunder within the hall, plunging the venue into silence. The scholars of Dayan, who had previously pointed fingers and hurled insults at Yi Liu Fei, were rendered speechless. They attempted to criticize, to find faults, in efforts to dislodge Yi Liu Fei from the stage. Yet, after a prolonged silence, their minds could conjure nothing but praise, unable to identify a single flaw. Yi Liu Fei's expression of triumph grew even more pronounced. The reaction of these Dayan scholars was precisely what he had hoped for. Ha ha. Yi Liu Fei laughed heartily, fixing his gaze upon a young man. Just now, you claimed I would not succeed. Why not step forward then? The crowd turned their eyes to the young man. Faced with the provocation, the youth's face flushed, struggling to speak, yet no words emerged. This poem, from scenery to mood to sentiment, and even to verse, was flawless. Not just him. Moments passed in profound silence. Not a single figure appeared upon the high platform. Meanwhile, the three-story private boxes were equally hushed. The young lord's face was as pale as death, his nails digging deeply into his flesh, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. A single tear glimmered in his eyes. Xiao Yu felt a pang of sorrow. My lady, I shall dispatch someone to ambush Yi Liu Fei, ensuring his nefarious plans do not come to fruition. The young lord turned his head, wiping away the tear stains with a handkerchief. They are undoubtedly scheming. And the death of a northern Qi envoy in the capital would surely cause an uproar. This matter cannot transpire. Then what of you? Xiao Yu almost let slip a revealing comment, quickly altering her words. Wouldn't he, the princess, thus be forced to marry such a despicable person? The once vibrant sparkle in the young lord's eyes dulled. Absolutely not. Suddenly, Zhao Changkong rose to his feet. Winning the poetry gathering was his only chance for survival. How could he possibly relinquish the title of champion and son-in-law? His gaze burned with indignation as he coldly declared, how could the princess of Dayan ever marry such a coarse and unsightly wretch? This wild donkey's raucous barking. What a ludicrous name. Why not call it a wild dog-s howling instead? Such trash is unworthy to wed our esteemed princess. It is nothing but the folly of a dreamer. The young lord beside him was momentarily taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Zhao Changkong. He never expected such words to emerge from the lips of a child not yet 5 years old. Xiao Yu was equally astonished. Her curiosity piqued. Do you have a plan? Zhao Changkong rose to his feet. His frail figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of a miniature adult. Naturally, given the quality of his poetry, it could only be deemed as that of a middle school student. I could effortlessly surpass it with just a single piece of my own. Just you. Xiaoya regretted having asked that question moments ago. What could a child of less than 5 accomplish? Zhao Changkong felt somewhat indignant. After all, in his previous life, he had been the top scorer in the college entrance examination and a scientist with dual doctoral degrees. How could he possibly fear a poet of merely middle school caliber? One should not underestimate others. This year as champion would undoubtedly be Zhao Changkong. Chapter 14. Adding a touch of flair nonsense. Naturally, Xiaoya was unconvinced. Thousands of scholars downstairs in the Great Yin could do nothing against Yi Liu Fei. How could a child not yet 5 years old possibly achieve that? Someone, escort the young master back to the residence. She then addressed the young lord. Miss, let us return home as well. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. The young lord understood Xiaoya's implication. The turning point in this matter still lay with the individual in the palace. Zhao Changkong, however, felt a surge of urgency. It was entirely due to his tender age that his earlier words were met with skepticism. Having reached this critical juncture, He could not possibly retreat to the Dingwu Marquis' residence to await his fate. The array master had already arrived to inscribe the formation. If he failed to seize the title of champion at this poetry gathering, he would be left with no avenue but death. He noticed several guards approaching him. Zhao Changkong suddenly called out, "Wait." He turned to the young lord. "Sister, allow me to give it a try. Even if I fail, as a mere child, I shall not bring disgrace upon the Dayan. That wild donkey's barking will not diminish my dignity as a child. What if I succeed?" The young lord shook her head in resignation. Her mind was no longer focused on the matter at hand. "Changkong, do not act recklessly. You must return home. The court will not turn a blind eye to the affairs of the Dingwu Marquis' household. They will surely restore justice to you." Justice? What a farce. If he were to wait for the court to intervene in the affairs of the Dingwu Marquis' family, he feared he would be long since buried alive. What to do? Must he truly be forcibly sent back home to await his demise? All he desired was to survive. Was that truly such a daunting request? Through the window, Zhao Changkong beheld Yelf Quangfei standing atop a high platform, exuding arrogance and mocking the entire Dayan for its lack of scholars. Suddenly, something on the eaves outside caught Zhao Changkong's attention, illuminating his thoughts. The guards were already nearing his side. Zhao Changkong, without a hint of hesitation, leaped with his slight frame, effortlessly vaulting over the low window to stand upon the eaves outside. This unforeseen spectacle sent a tremor of astonishment through the young lords and their companions. The suddenness of the event caught even the guards off guard, as they could hardly fathom that the esteemed heir of the Dingwu Marquis would engage in such reckless behavior. The heir of the Dingwu Marquis, Zhao Changkong, has composed a poem. Zhao Changkong shouted with great fervor, his voice resonating powerfully. The unique architecture of the Haoming building allowed sound to gradually reflect and amplify, which is why even from the upper levels, one could distinctly hear the voices from the elevated platform below. The sudden exclamation immediately captured the attention of everyone present, prompting them to look up in unison. To their astonishment, they beheld a child standing outside the third-floor window, and it appeared that the earlier cry had indeed originated from this young one. Zhao Changkong spoke once more. Pointing at Yelf Quangfei atop the high platform, "A wild ass from northern Qi dares to bark wildly in the capital of our great Yin. Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Today, I shall strip you of your dignity, so that you may never again compose poetry." Yelf, a wild ass? Barking madly? How did I not foresee this? This young heir is indeed a talent. Ha! Look, even that wild ass's face has turned pale. The previously tense atmosphere, charged with hostility, was suddenly filled with laughter. Standing on the platform, Yelf Quangfei's gaze was icy as he looked up at Zhao Changkong, who hung from the eaves outside the window. The heir of Dingwu Marquis seems to be merely a waste, adept only at wielding the sharp tongues of great Yin's literati. Zhao Changkong's gaze was laced with mockery. You shall soon discern whether this heir is indeed a waste. With that, he turned and retreated into the room. The Haoming Tower loomed at least several dozen meters high, standing outside moments ago. An involuntary shiver coursed through him. Had he not been left with no alternative, he would never have opted for such a perilous course of action. How could you behave so recklessly? Upon turning back, he was met with the sound of the young lord's reprimanding voice. Zhao Changkong let out a resigned smile, saying, "Sister, I have already made my intentions known. If I do not descend to the arena to face this challenge, it would not only tarnish the reputation of the Dingwu Marquis, but also bring shame upon the entire Dayan. Do not call me sister." The young lord's gaze burned with indignation. "Your affairs are of no concern to me." It seemed that he was profoundly disillusioned with Zhao Changkong before him. Zhao Changkong let out a sigh of relief. As long as he was not obstructed, everything would be fine. Noticing that the other party had fallen silent, he swiftly maneuvered and descended the stairs with purpose. After Zhao Changkong departed, Xiaoye turned to the young master and said, "Miss, shall we return to the mansion?" The young master nodded slightly. Other matters had become inconsequential. Her foremost desire now was to return swiftly, with thoughts of Zhao Changkong fading from her mind. She too descended the stairs, enveloped by the protective presence of her guards and maidens. Zhao Changkong arrived on the first floor, under the watchful gaze of the multitude. He ascended the high platform. His diminutive stature elicited suppressed laughter from many. Yili Quanfei, with a frosty gaze, remarked, "It appears that your great Yin truly lacks educated individuals. Allowing a mere child, yet to sprout a single hair, to take the stage. How disgraceful for your great Yin." His words provoked a renewed glare of indignation from many in the crowd. Nonetheless, their outrage was limited to mere stares, for none dared to step upon the lofty platform. Zhao Changkong let out a cold laugh, remarking, "Wild donkey, do not misconstrue. The reason why the learned individuals of Dayan refrain from taking the stage is that dealing with scum like you does not necessitate their intervention. A mere child such as myself is sufficient to resolve this. Provoked for the third time, Yao Kuangfei's anger flared. You insolent brat, what did you just call me? Zhao Changkong replied, Wild donkey, why are you so furious? If your name is poorly chosen, you should seek out your parents. Do not vent your ire at me. I certainly do not possess a son of your ilk. You. Yao Kuangfei clenched his fists, his menacing expression striking fear into the hearts of those who beheld it. Zhao Changkong hastily concealed himself behind the sage, exclaiming, What? Do you truly intend to strike the young master? In response, Yao Kuangfei had no choice but to suppress the fury swelling within him. Turning away from Zhao Changkong, he coldly declared, If the young master is not here to partake in the poetry gathering and seeks to provoke me into action against you, then I must kindly request that the young master steps down. Zhao Changkong replied with a disdainful smile, Of course, I shall attend the poetry gathering. But I intend to add a touch of flourish. This piqued the interest of Yao Kuangfei, who inquired, Oh, what sort of flourish do you seek? Zhao Changkong responded, Should you lose, the northern Qi shall withdraw its troops and return 2 cities to our great Yan. Zhao Changkong understood in his heart that the reason he was targeted by the villain and his family, facing the threat of a gruesome fate, was due to his parents being absent from the capital, leaving him without support. If the northern Qi were to retreat, the pressure on the northern borders of Dayan would diminish significantly, and the conflict would soon be resolved. At that point, with his parents returning to the capital, he would no longer live in constant fear. Yao Kuangfei chuckled lightly. But what if you were to lose? This young master will allow you to handle the consequences as you wish. The audience erupted in astonishment at this proclamation, who was unaware that Zhao Changkong was the heir of the Duke of Dingwu, who was currently engaged in battle at the northern front. If Zhao Changkong were to be dealt with by Yao Kuangfei, it would undoubtedly have significant repercussions on the ongoing conflict in the north. The scholar furrowed his brow in concern. The young lord, surrounded by admirers as he descended the stairs, heard this remark, and his expression changed drastically. Chapter 15. Is that enough? This young master is utterly reckless. Xiaoya's countenance grew serious. If anything were to happen to Zhao Changkong, it would greatly affect the situation at the northern front. The young lord hastily urged Xiaoya beside him, Quickly, go stop him. However, it was already too late. Yao Kuangfei could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, Splendid. This young master indeed shares a certain resemblance with the Duke of Dingwu, both possessing remarkable courage. Then, I would be honored to receive your guidance, young master. Zhao Changkong spoke calmly. Since you have chosen the theme of wind and snow, I shall also employ the same, lest I be accused of bullying the weak. Yi Liyuan's face was full of disdain. At that moment, Zhao Changkong began to recite, Thousands of mountains devoid of birds in flight, 10,000 paths where human traces are lost, a solitary boat, an old man in a straw raincoat, fishing alone in the cold river snow. In an instant, the entire Haoming Tower was enveloped in a profound silence. Yi Liyuan's expression froze upon his face. Just as Xiaoyu was about to ascend the high platform to stop Zhao Changkong, she was momentarily stunned, standing still. Even the young lord displayed a look of astonishment, glancing incredulously at the high platform. Everyone was left in awe by Zhao Changkong's verses. The sense of desolation and solitude evoked deep emotions, lingering in their minds, difficult to release. Observing the crowd's reaction, Zhao Changkong could hardly contain his excitement. He realized that he had successfully showcased his talent before others. His life was finally secure. Yet, he felt a pang of guilt towards the elderly Mr. Lu from that other world. Do not hold it against me, dear elder. Truthfully, I did not wish to become a charlatan. However, to preserve my existence, I was compelled to borrow verses from your realm. Should I ever return, I shall certainly offer ample paper money for your memorial. This was but a fleeting thought. Just as the audience remained enchanted by the essence of a solitary boat, an old man in a straw raincoat, fishing alone in the cold river snow, Yi Liyuan suddenly let out a fierce shout that reverberated throughout the Haoming Tower. Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow and inquired, Wild donkey, what do you mean by that? Do you believe my verses lack merit? Yao Kuangfei's expression darkened as he replied, The poetry is undoubtedly impeccable. I, too, feel a sense of inadequacy. Then what more is there to discuss? Leave at once. A voice from the crowd erupted with fervor. Yes, depart. Vacate the Haoming Tower immediately. Many others echoed the sentiment. And the atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic. Suddenly, a loud laughter erupted from Yao Kuangfei, reverberating through the space and leaving the crowd perplexed. Could it be that Yao Kuangfei had lost his senses? Why else would he laugh so heartily? I suspect he seeks to mask his inner fragility, unwilling to acknowledge his defeat to a mere child. The laughter abruptly ceased as Yale Kuangfei turned his gaze towards Zhao Changkong, stating, "Young lad, were this poem crafted by another, I might concede. However, the notion that a 5-year-old child could compose such profound, desolate, and melancholic verses is utterly implausible." The atmosphere in the room once again grew heavy with tension. The recent events surrounding Zhao Mingyi have scarcely settled, yet Zhao Changkong has produced a timeless verse. Particularly remarkable given that he is merely 5 years of age. This is indeed somewhat unconvincing. Even some scholars from Dayan furrow their brows, questioning the true authorship of this poem. Yale Kuang mockingly remarked, "It seems that you scholars of Dayan can only resort to such despicable tactics. It is utterly shameful. Scholars are particularly sensitive about their reputation." His words struck a blow to the dignity of Dayan's intellectuals in a public forum. Most scholars remain silent. The current predicament has become one where, if they triumph, their methods are deemed lowly and disgraceful if they falter. Dayan is reduced to a laughingstock across the entire 9 continents. A young Confucian scholar rose, pointing at Zhao Changkong with fervent indignation, "Your Highness, one must first uphold one's character before composing poetry. Do not bring disgrace upon the esteemed reputation of our Dayan scholars." Zhao Changkong cast a glance at the scholar in the blue robe and gestured towards the elevated platform, challenging, "If you possess any skill, then step forth." The scholar, taken aback momentarily, retorted, "I am well aware of my limitations, yet I also comprehend the principles of being a decent human being." He spat dismissively. Zhao Changkong spat a mouthful of phlegm towards the scholar clad in blue below the stage, declaring, "If you are aware of your own inadequacies, then have the decency to remain silent before this prince. What are you truly? Lacking the ability to ascend the stage, yet allowing the northern bandits to mock our Grandian? How dare you presume to speak in my presence?" The blue-clad scholar, infuriated, retorted, "How dare you, prince, insult me in such a manner? It is utterly disgraceful, simply shameful. Silence yourself before me." Zhao Changkong cast off his shoes and hurled them out, striking the face of the scholar clad in green. This audacious act provoked the ire of the other scholars, plunging the scene into chaos. "Ha ha." Yilu Kuangfei laughed heartily once more, his gaze laced with mockery, as though he had Zhao Changkong completely under his thumb. "Young master, do you not see? Even the learned men of Dayan refuse to believe that this poem is your creation. If you cannot prove it, you shall be deemed defeated. I certainly possess the means to substantiate my claim." Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent, with all eyes turning towards Zhao Changkong, their expressions laden with curiosity, uncertain of how he intended to validate his assertion. Among the corner-s plum branches, some bloom alone in the chill. I know from afar that it is not snow, for there is a subtle fragrance that comes. At once, Zhao Changkong recited another poem. Boom. This verse resounded like thunder within the halls of Hao Ming, leaving countless spectators in awe. I know from afar that it is not snow, for there is a subtle fragrance that comes. A splendid poem, indeed. Another masterpiece. Truly a timeless phrase. Could it be that the previous poem was genuinely composed by the young master? Yilu Kuangfei's countenance darkened considerably. He feigned composure and retorted with sarcasm. "Young master, even if you compose yet another, it may not sway the crowd. Who can ascertain that these verses were not penned by another?" He sought to obstruct Zhao Changkong's path, doubting that he could procure such immortal lines from anyone else. However, the new year has yet to blossom, yet in early February, I behold the tender shoots. The white snow, discontent with the tardy arrival of spring, adorns the courtyard trees as if they were flying blossoms. The third poem. Each verse was a transcendent work of art, worthy of being cherished for generations, destined to become an eternal classic. The gathering fell into a profound silence. Yilu Kuangfei, who had relentlessly questioned Zhao Changkong, now stood utterly stunned, feeling a weight upon his chest that was oppressive and unbearable. 2 yellow orioles sing amidst the verdant willows. A flock of white egrets ascends to the azure sky. The window frames the eternal snow of the western peaks, while the door harbors ships from the distant shores of Dongwu. The fourth poem. For consecutive masterpieces had astonished the entire assembly. Such a spectacle could be deemed unprecedented throughout the ages. Zhao Changkong was profoundly gratified by the reactions of the crowd. This was precisely the effect he desired. Question him? He would silence them with verses. 1 poem, 2 poems, doubt may linger, but what of 3 or 4? Even the most talented scholars may spend a lifetime without crafting a masterpiece that is celebrated for eternity, let alone 4 consecutive works. Is that sufficient? If not, this noble scion has more to offer. striking at the heart, leaving no escape. With a sudden gasp, Yao Kuangfei, already feeling unwell, spat a mouthful of blood onto the stage. Zhao Changkong's lips curled into a smile. The outcome of this poetry gathering was a matter of life and death for him. Even if he had to bring forth 3,000 Tang poems and song lyrics, he must secure the title of the poetry champion. What could a wild donkey possibly contest against him? At this moment, outside Haoming Tower, the atmosphere among the throngs of people felt heavy and oppressive. All the scholars in white robes were dejected, some even pounding their chests and weeping uncontrollably. The lines of poetry by Yao Kuangfei hung in the air like a glaring mark of shame, affixed to the hearts of every scholar present. Could it be that no one among the countless scholars of Dayan could surpass this individual? What a disgrace! This is the humiliation of the scholars of Dayan. Chapter 16. When will the marriage take place? The cries of sorrow echoed throughout the crowd. Yet, the grand doors of Haoming Tower remained resolutely shut. From hope to despair. They understood that if today they were to be trampled by the northern cheese Yao Kuangfei, the scholars of Dayan would likely be condemned to shame for generations, forever unable to rise again. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Look, the attendant from Haoming Tower has emerged. The scholars, previously in despair, lifted their heads once more. A young attendant hurriedly dashed out from Haoming Tower, his expression one of great excitement, as if he had encountered a monumental joy. Upon reaching the edge of the crowd, he proclaimed loudly, "The heir of Dingwu Marquis, Zhao Changkong, has composed an immortal masterpiece, decisively defeating the Northern Cheese Deputy Envoy. Yao Kuangfei, the mountains are devoid of birds. All paths are void of footprints. A solitary boat, clad in straw raincoat, alone fishes in the cold river snow." Shock and cheers erupted. A wave of jubilant shouts filled the air, with people embracing and weeping. Yet, doubts also arose. But the heir of Dingwu Marquis is merely 5 years old. How could a child possibly create such a masterpiece? The murmurs of skepticism grew louder. Coupled with the previous disgrace brought about by Zhao Mingyi, whose name was sullied for seeking fame, many began to suspect that Zhao Changkong's immortal work was likely ghost-written. As the debate raged on outside Haoming Tower, another attendant burst forth, shouting, "The Northern Cheese Deputy Envoy, Yao Kuangfei, questions the heir of Dingwu Marquis, Zhao Changkong, who has composed yet another extraordinary piece." By the corner, several plum branches bloom, opening alone against the cold. I know it's not snow, for there is a subtle fragrance. In an instant, the previously raucous crowd fell into stunned silence, before they could recover from their astonishment. Yet another attendant rushed out from Haoming Tower. "The heir of Dingwu Marquis, Zhao Changkong, has composed 3 divine pieces consecutively, proving his innocence. The new year has yet to blossom. In early February, I surprised to see grass sprouts. The white snow, however, finds spring's colors late. Thus it adorns the courtyard trees as flying flowers." Thunderous applause erupted, as if a bolt from the blue had struck the vast crowd. Those who had previously doubted Zhao Changkong were now flushed with embarrassment, feeling utterly ashamed. 3 immortal masterpieces in succession. Even the greatest scholars of Dayan could hardly match such literary prowess. But the astonishment did not end there. A 4th attendant rushed out from Haoming Tower, his expression filled with fervor. "The 4th divine creation by the heir of Dingwu Marquis, Zhao Changkong, has emerged, causing the northern cheese Yao Kuangfei to spit blood and faint. The heir of Dingwu Marquis, Zhao Changkong, has claimed the title of champion at the poetry gathering in the capital. 2 yellow orioles sing among the green willows. A line of white egrets ascends the blue sky. The window frames the 1,000-year snow of the western ridge. The door harbors ships from Wuzhong. A journey of 10,000 miles. Silence fell, a deathly stillness. Who was Yao Kuangfei of Northern Qi? He was a scholar held in high esteem by the Northern Qi's great scholars. Had it not been for his fearsome appearance, he would have already been favored by the Northern Qi court. To think he had been bested by a mere 5-year-old child from Dayan. For consecutive divine creations, this was akin to a celestial poet descending to earth, a divine blessing for Dayan. The name of Zhao Changkong, the heir of Dingwu Marquis, would surely spread throughout all of Dayan on this very day. Inside Haoming Tower, Zhao Changkong approached the fainted Yelf Kuang, who was lying in a pool of blood, and contemptuously kicked his face, taunting, "This wild donkey has truly chosen the perfect moment to collapse. Boldness! How dare you insult an envoy of Northern Qi?" A middle-aged man, similarly adorned with a scruffy beard and clad in a scholar's robe, rose to his feet, glaring furiously at Zhao Changkong. Zhao Changkong made a face at his opponent, sticking out his tongue in a defiant manner, exuding an air of insolence. "So what? I'm just a child. What can you do to me? If you have the guts, strike me." The middle-aged man glared at Zhao Changkong, his teeth clenched in fury, his fists cracking ominously as he declared, "Do you truly believe I would hesitate to teach you a lesson? How audacious! To display such disrespect towards His Highness, the Crown Prince. Do you think there is no one in the great yin to discipline you?" Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, bringing with it an enticing fragrance, as a figure appeared before Zhao Changkong. Behind this figure followed a dozen guards, encircling Zhao Changkong protectively. Zhao Changkong looked up to see the young gentleman who had previously escorted him into the Haoming Tower. Although the young gentleman appeared to be merely 13 or 14, with a complexion as fresh as jade, the aura emanating from him, along with the attendants and guards by his side, revealed his extraordinary status. Below the stage, a middle-aged man in scholarly robes wore a sullen expression. "This grudge shall be remembered by the Northern Qi." Having spoken, he ascended the high platform, supporting Yelf Kuangfei as he prepared to depart. Zhao Changkong called out to the other party, "Hey, remember our wager? Return to me the 2 cities of Dayan." However, the other side offered no response. This left Zhao Changkong feeling somewhat anxious. Would they resort to dishonesty and disregard our agreement? Just then, the melodious voice of the young lord chimed in. "That is unlikely. If they were to go back on their word, the imperial family would not let them off easily." Zhao Changkong then breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "That is indeed a relief." Subsequently, the young lord gazed at Zhao Changkong with curiosity, remarking, "I never anticipated that the heir of Duke Dingwu possessed such poetic talent. It seems I have been rather short-sighted." Zhao Changkong offered an awkward smile, for he felt a sense of deceit in borrowing another's poetic lines. At that moment, the scholar approached and bowed respectfully to the young gentleman, addressing him as sir. Before the scholar could finish his sentence, the young gentleman hurried forward to assist him, exclaiming, "As a teacher, how could I allow my student to pay me such respect?" The scholar paused momentarily, and upon meeting the young gentleman's gaze, he finally understood, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Zhao Changkong hurriedly approached and asked, "Master, do I qualify as the leader of this poetry gathering?" The master, with a look of approval in his eyes, nodded and replied, "A prodigy of this age. You undoubtedly deserve the title of leader." Zhao Changkong received the answer, his face brimming with excitement. At last, he could escape the clutches of death. He eagerly inquired, "When shall I have the honor of meeting the princess? When may I wed her?" At that moment, the sage was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the young lord. Beside him, the young lord's cheeks flushed slightly, and he furrowed his brow, remarking, "Young master, you appear to be scarcely 5 years of age." Zhao Changkong believed that the young lord intended to convey the disparity in age between himself and the princess. However, this was undeniably his sole opportunity for survival. He must cling tightly to her highness. He promptly retorted, as the saying goes, "A woman 3 years older is worth a gold brick. A woman 3 decades older brings forth a golden elixir. A woman 3 centuries older ranks among the celestial beings. The age difference between the princess and me is trivial. If we were to meet, we would undoubtedly be a pair of fated celestial lovers." At this moment, the young lord's face was ablaze, appearing even more crimson. Xiaoye could scarcely bear to listen. What on earth is the young master thinking about all day? These notions are utterly nonsensical. Zhao Changkong, weary of trifling conversation with Xiaoyu, fixed his hopeful gaze upon the master. "Master, when shall I wed the princess?" The master pondered for a moment. Observing the young lord's flushed cheeks, he replied with a faint smile, "Young lord, simply await the decree at home." Receiving no definitive answer, Zhao Changkong felt a wave of despair wash over him. After exerting so much effort to secure the top position at the capital's poetry gathering, was he still unable to escape his impending doom? His earlier remarks had already sparked a flurry of whispers among everyone present in the Haoming Tower. The young lord commanded, "Send someone to escort the young master back to his residence." With that, the young lord, his face aglow, took his leave first. Chapter 17, The Mysterious Taoist. Zhao Changkong still wished to argue his case, but before he could utter a word, 2 guards had already seized his arms and lifted him down from the high platform. "Master, please convey to His Majesty to issue the decree swiftly. I long to be with the princess," he lamented. Zhao Changkong's subsequent words were abruptly silenced by the guards who swiftly intervened. It was over. Zhao Changkong felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon him. He had but a month remaining. If he failed to wed the princess, his fate would be sealed in despair. What was to be done? Even if marriage proved unattainable, taking refuge in the princess's household for survival was not without merit. A man of honor must possess both humility and resilience, provided it ensured his continued existence. Yet, At present, his mouth was sealed, rendering him utterly incapable of uttering a single word. As they traversed the corridor, Xiaoye cast a glance back at the struggling Zhao Changkong, her expression tinged with displeasure. In hushed tones, she remarked, "Miss, although the heir of Dingwu Marquis possesses some poetic talent, his demeanor and speech are far too licentious, which is unbecoming. Should this become known, it would surely invite ridicule from others." The young lord hesitated, brow furrowed, before finally responding, "Let us return to the palace." "Understood." Xiaoye swiftly advanced, lowering the horse stool for the young lord to ascend into the opulent carriage. She glanced at Zhao Changkong, who was being escorted away by 2 guards, his face a portrait of despair. With a gentle motion, she drew the curtain and directed the carriage toward the imperial city. As for Zhao Changkong, once beyond the confines of Haoming Tower, he ceased his struggles. With 2 martial experts at his side, how could a mere child of less than 5 years hope to escape under their vigilant gaze? Traversing Chang'an Road, the trio made their way towards the residence of Dingwu Marquis. Suddenly, a ragged middle-aged Taoist, seated upon a step by the roadside, called out loudly, "By the calculations of my fingers, the secrets shall be revealed. The heavenly stems and earthly branches swirl within the heart. Fortune and misfortune are all determined by fate. Embrace the mandate of heaven and enjoy the carefree path. Young benefactor, may I offer you a divination? I require no payment if the reading is unsatisfactory." Zhao Changkong wandered aimlessly, resembling a mere shell of a man. A sense of despondency enveloped him, rendering him indifferent to the middle-aged Taoist beside him. A month remained. He had but a fleeting 30 days to live. He had once believed that seizing the position of the top contender would enable him to become a prince and rewrite his destiny. Little did he anticipate that he would still be unable to escape the grim fate of having his bones excavated and his life severed. Was this truly the course of his fate? He refused to accept it. In this second chance at life, he sought not wealth or power, but merely the tranquility and health to exist. Yet, such a modest aspiration felt like an unattainable luxury to him. After traversing 2 more streets, Zhao Changkong trudged along, acutely aware that upon returning to the Dingwu Marquis' residence, he might never again find the opportunity to depart. Should he resign himself to this fate? A calculation of the heavenly stems and earthly branches within his mind offered clarity. The fortunes and misfortunes are all predestined. To harmonize with the will of heaven is to embrace a carefree existence. Young benefactor, my divinations are remarkably accurate. Should they prove otherwise, no silver shall be required. Suddenly, Zhao Changkong's brow furrowed, and he halted his steps. That voice seemed eerily familiar, reminiscent of the Taoist he had encountered earlier on Chang'an Road. Turning his gaze towards the street, he spotted a ragged, middle-aged Taoist clad in tattered robes, leisurely reclining on a step, basking in the sun, exuding an air of relaxed contentment. Were it not for his whimsical rhymes, one might easily mistake him for a beggar rather than a practitioner of Taoism. Zhao Changkong, perplexed, gestured behind him, saying, "You were not there just a moment ago." Suddenly, Zhao Changkong stared wide-eyed, his face a picture of astonishment, for he discovered that the once bustling street was now utterly deserted, with not a soul in sight. Even the 2 guards who had accompanied him moments ago had vanished without a trace. Where have they gone? Zhao Changkong was filled with astonishment as he glanced around incessantly, seeking the presence of others. However, he soon realized, to his shock, that on the entire street, there were no other souls in sight. Save for himself and the middle-aged Taoist. A chilling breeze swept through the air. Zhao Changkong was suddenly enveloped in a shiver, as if he were encountering a ghost in broad daylight. How intriguing. A body has perished, yet the spirit persists. Conversely, a spirit has ceased to exist while the body remains. After decades of contemplating the mysteries of the universe, this was the first time he encountered such a fascinating individual. However, the subsequent words of the middle-aged Taoist sent a jolt through Zhao Changkong, his face betraying a look of terror. He fixed his gaze intently on the Taoist. The truth of his transmigration was known only to him, yet the Taoist seated by the roadside seemed to discern it at a glance. Who is he? And why has he suddenly sought him out? Zhao Changkong was filled with numerous questions in his heart, and just as he was about to inquire, suddenly Zhao Changkong found himself suspended in midair, his body completely beyond his control. The middle-aged Taoist who had been seated on the steps now appeared before him. "Help, help! Who are you? What do you intend to do?" Zhao Changkong was engulfed in a profound terror, his voice echoing as he desperately screamed, exerting all his strength in a futile attempt to break free from his restraints. The middle-aged Taoist remained silent, offering no response to Zhao Changkong's inquiries. With a mere gesture of his finger, he unleashed a beam of golden light that penetrated Zhao Changkong's forehead. Zhao Changkong felt as though the world around him was spinning uncontrollably, as if every memory from his past life, and this one, had been unearthed and replayed within his mind. Intriguing, indeed captivating. Your soul does not belong to this realm. Possessing unparalleled potential yet rendered ineffective, it appears that you are the individual I have been seeking. Zhao Changkong gazed at the figure before him with abject terror. What was this talk of supreme roots? What did it mean for his spiritual bones to be rendered useless? What was he even saying? It felt as though he were a mere specter, utterly transparent, devoid of any secrets in the eyes of the other. Amidst Zhao Changkong's fearful gaze, the middle-aged Taoist raised a hand, forming intricate gestures while reciting sacred verses. A shimmering golden light enveloped Zhao Changkong's body, and those incantations danced like ethereal dragons, penetrating into his very being. Instantly, an intense burning sensation surged through him, eliciting agonized groans from Zhao Changkong. The symbols etched themselves into his chest like a cruel chisel. The excruciating pain overwhelmed his frail form, and he succumbed to unconsciousness in an instant. In Chang'an, the bustling streets thrummed with life, alive with a cacophony of voices and vibrant activity. The throngs of pedestrians surged like a relentless tide, jostling against one another in a sea of humanity. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the lively atmosphere, plunging the once bustling street into a brief silence. Curious gazes turned towards the source of the commotion. There, a richly attired child stood, eyes wide with terror, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. It was as if he had witnessed something truly horrific, rendered paralyzed by fear. Following closely behind him, two guards swiftly drew their swords, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. One guard hurriedly inquired, "Little young master, what troubles you?" The child in question was none other than the heir to the Duke of Dingwu, Zhao Changkong. Zhao Changkong continued to breathe heavily, his body trembling from the pain that had recently surged through his mind. However, upon gazing at the bustling street before him, he was rendered utterly bewildered. The pedestrians who had vanished moments ago, along with the two guards by his side, appeared as though they had never ceased to exist. He found himself still standing on the thoroughfare of Chang'an. Could it be that the previous events were merely an illusion? Was he caught in a dream? Yet, the sensations he had just experienced felt so palpably real. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He hastily rolled up his sleeve. In that instant, Zhao Changkong's eyes widened in astonishment. He distinctly beheld a mysterious rune flickering across his arm, only to vanish as miraculously as it had appeared. He gasped in disbelief. Everything that had transpired was, astonishingly, not a mere figment of his imagination. But what of the Taoist from earlier? Zhao Changkong abruptly turned around and inquired of the guard beside him. Chapter 18. The bustling Dingwu Marquis' residence. A Taoist? What Taoist? The two guards looked on with expressions of bewilderment. Zhao Changkong gestured animatedly as he spoke. It was the beggar Taoist sitting right there, claiming to divine fortunes for others. He radiated golden light and inscribed numerous symbols upon my person just moments ago. Upon hearing this, the two guards exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions reflecting a sense of bewilderment. Zhao Changkong incredulously inquired, "Surely, the two of you did not witness anything just now?" Both individuals shook their heads in unison. One of the guards responded, "Your Highness, we saw nothing moments ago. We were merely walking when, all of a sudden, Your Highness let out a dreadful scream and halted here." Suddenly, Zhao Changkong inquired with astonishment. Indeed, it was sudden. Another guard similarly nodded in affirmation. Zhao Changkong was bewildered. If the earlier incident was not a mere figment of his imagination, and it managed to elude the notice of two formidable martial practitioners, then the opponent's strength was undoubtedly inscrutable. Nevertheless, he inquired once more, "Do you have any recollection of that Taoist?" "None," they replied, confirming his suspicions. A guard then suggested, "Your Highness, would it not be prudent for me to visit the Duke of Dingwu's residence and summon a physician?" Zhao Changkong shook his head in refusal, stating, "There is no need. Please take me back to the residence." After all, regardless of who his opponent may be, he currently possessed no strength to resist. Rather than remaining here, it would be wiser to depart. At this moment, the residence of Dingwu Marquis was bustling with activity as a long line of carriages delivering gifts formed outside its gates. Zhao Xin and Chao Huilan stood personally at the entrance, welcoming the esteemed guests who came bearing gifts. Just an hour prior, Chao Huilan received a report from a servant, stating that a steward from the Right Counselor of the Ministry of Justice was arriving to present congratulatory gifts. At that moment, Chao Huilan felt somewhat bewildered. For the Duke of Dingwu's residence had no prior dealings with the Ministry of Justice, nor did she have any acquaintance with this right counselor. Why would they suddenly come to offer their congratulations? However, upon further reflection, realization dawned upon her. She hastily donned her finest attire and, accompanied by Zhao Shen, stepped outside to greet the visitors. Yet, as they emerged from the gates, they were utterly astonished. They discovered that on either side of the entrance, numerous carriages laden with gifts had arrived, forming a magnificent procession before the Duke of Dingwu's residence. It was an awe-inspiring sight. Lord Panhui, the right counselor of the Ministry of Justice, extended his congratulations to the Duke of Dingwu and presented his gifts. Lord Zhang, the right vice minister of the Supreme Court, conveyed his congratulations to the Duke of Dingwu and offered his gifts. Lord Luyu, the assistant minister of the Grand Ritual Department, also extended his congratulations to the Duke of Dingwu and brought forth his gifts. Zhao Shen felt somewhat bewildered as he faced a mountain of congratulatory gifts that seemed to stretch endlessly before him, causing his head to spin. Even during the time of the Marquis's great victory, there had not been such an influx of visitors to the Marquis bearing gifts. Fortunately, the ones delivering the gifts were merely some attendants from the manor. Had these noble figures come in person, he would have been at a loss as to how to entertain them. Finally, unable to suppress his confusion, Zhao Shun turned to his wife, Chao Huilan, and voiced his inner query. My dear, it is neither a festival nor has there been any recent triumph announced by the Marquis. Why is it that so many are arriving with gifts all of a sudden? Chao Huilan, her face aglow, cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Shen and replied with a hint of discontent in her tone. You lumbering oaf, how could you be so dense? Have you forgotten what day it is? Zhao Shun was initially perplexed. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his voice trembled with excitement. Today is the poetry conference in the capital. Are you suggesting that we shall attend it tomorrow? Chao Huilan wore a proud expression, brimming with self-satisfaction. Indeed, that is the case. Otherwise, why would so many dignitaries and nobles present us with congratulatory gifts? From this moment forth, we shall hold our heads high. As the parents of the current imperial son-in-law, we need no longer bow down or endure humiliation in front of those aristocrats. Zhao Shenze, filled with excitement, spoke in a somewhat disjointed manner. My son is the champion. My son is the prince consort. Ha! How splendid! How splendid! I have now become the father of a princess. I can stand on equal footing with the emperor. Suddenly, Chao Huilan delivered a sharp kick to Zhao Shenze, glaring fiercely at him. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you not afraid of being reported for your treasonous words? Zhao Shen quickly fell silent, his face a mask of embarrassment. Indeed, he had been overly exuberant just moments ago, allowing his pride to overshadow discretion. A flicker of coldness passed through Chao Huilan's eyes. In a month's time, my son will not only be the current prince consort, but will also become the sole heir to the Duke of Dingwu. When that moment arrives, those who once looked down upon us shall be compelled to bow before us. Thus, during this period, we must act with utmost caution. If you jeopardize my plans, I shall not show you any mercy. Zhao Shen promptly replied, I shall heed all your arrangements, my lady. Only then did Chao Huilan reveal a look of satisfaction. Uncle. And, at that moment, a familiar voice echoed. The two turned to look, and there appeared Zhao Changkong, his demeanor forlorn, ascending the steps of the Dingwu Marquis' residence, flanked by two unfamiliar guards. Chao Huilan initially felt a surge of joy, yet her expression faltered as she noticed that only two strange sentinels accompanied Zhao Changkong. Changkong, why have you returned alone? Where is your elder brother? However, in the next instant, upon hearing Chao Huilan's address, the guests who had come to present gifts all surged forward, encircling Zhao Changkong. The two guards, witnessing this, positioned themselves protectively in front of him. The leading steward, realizing he had lost his composure, hastily bowed and saluted Zhao Changkong. Could it be that this is the legendary heir of the Dingwu Marquis, Zhao Changkong? Zhao Changkong felt somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, he nodded and said, I am Zhao Changkong. May I inquire about your identities? Indeed, it is the renowned poet immortal, Zhao Changkong. I am truly fortunate to meet His Highness in person. It is beyond exhilarating. Your Highness, you are the savior of scholars in our great Yin, the poet immortal of our land. Indeed, my esteemed master expresses profound gratitude for your heroic efforts today, which have salvaged our scholars from impending doom. It was a distinct honor for me to present this token of appreciation. Without your intervention, it seems our entire great Yin would have faced unparalleled disgrace. Zhao Shen was utterly bewildered, his eyes wide and his expression blank. Upon regaining his composure, he hastily stepped forward to clarify. surely you are mistaken. It is not the heir who is attending the poetry gathering today, but my son. Zhao Huilan responded with a smile, agreeing. Indeed, besides, the heir is still quite young. How could he possibly compose poetry? She presumed that her son, Zhao Mingyi, had failed to clearly state his identity during the event, leading these individuals to mistakenly believe that the one who ultimately claimed the title of champion was Zhao Changkong. Your son? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Recalling their master's clear assertion that the champion was none other than Zhao Changkong, the heir of the Dingwu Marquisate, Zhao Huilan sought to clarify. My son's name is Zhao Mingyi. It must be that he did not properly introduce himself, which has resulted in this unfortunate misunderstanding. Zhao Mingyi? So he is your son. However, what Zhao Huilan did not anticipate was that upon uttering her son's name, the countenance of those standing before her abruptly turned icy. Before she could inquire about the reason, a man spat vehemently. Bah! Such a name-hungry charlatan does not deserve to be called the poet of our Dayan. It seems you are unaware that your son has engaged in deceitful acts at the poetry gathering in the capital and has been imprisoned in the capital's jail. Now, the scholars throughout Dayan are all too familiar with your son, Zhao Mingyi's infamous reputation. What? At this revelation, Zhao Huilan felt as though the world had spun around her. Chapter 19. The soft imprisonment of Changfeng Courtyard. Aunt. Zhao Changkong feigned a look of deep concern. My dear. Zhao Shen hurriedly stepped forward to support the nearly fainting Zhao Huilan. Zhao Huilan's face was ashen. How could this be? How could this happen? My son's poetic talent is extraordinary. How could he be mistaken for a fraud? This must be a misunderstanding. Someone must be framing my son. The onlookers exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with disdain. Extraordinary talent? What a joke. Madam, this is terrible. At that moment, a figure rushed toward the Dingwu Marquis's residence in a flurry. The newcomer, clad in the attire of a servant from the Dingwu Marquis's household, appeared panic-stricken, stumbling as he ran. Zhao Huilan focused her gaze and recognized him as a servant who had been attending to Zhao Mingyi. Without waiting for the servant to speak, she tremulously inquired, Where's my son? Where is he? The servant, in a state of distress, replied, Madam. The young master has been apprehended by the Jingzhou government for committing fraud at the poetry gathering. With a thunderous shock, Zhao Huilan felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. But fortunately, Zhao Shun was there to support her. This scene brought a sense of satisfaction to Zhao Changkong. For years, he had lived in the dread of waiting for death. Today, it seemed that this wicked trio would finally face some repercussions. Yet, that was still far from sufficient. He merely hoped that Zhao Mingyi would show some cowardice. If he could confess everything at the Jingzhou government, perhaps he could save his own life. However, Zhao Huilan had not let the gravity of the situation overwhelm her. Pushing Zhao Shen away, she forced a smile towards the guests who had come to present their gifts. I apologize for the commotion today. The Marquis is not at home, and the young master is still quite young. I must ask you all to return and not impose upon us further. The guests clasped their hands in acknowledgement. Since the steward of the Dingwu Marquis's household had spoken, they felt it inappropriate to linger any longer. After bowing to Zhao Changkong, they set down their congratulatory gifts and departed. Watching the guests leave, Zhao Huilan shot Zhao Shen a fierce glare and whispered harshly, Why are you still standing there? Hurry and find out your son's whereabouts at the Jingzhou government. Yes, he replied. Zhao Shen quickly responded, and then instructed the servant who had just returned in a panic to lead the way towards the Jingzhou prefecture's magistrate office. Zhao Huilan's icy gaze fell once more upon Zhao Changkong, and a wave of coldness swept over him, a palpable aura of malice. This was the first time Zhao Changkong had sensed Zhao Huilan's unmasked murderous intent. Although the menace was fleeting, he perceptively felt it, causing him to involuntarily shudder and feel a chill run down his spine. Zhao Huilan said nothing. Instead, she commanded the servant beside her, Hasten to escort the young master back to the residence. Yes, replied the maid, promptly stepping forward to lead Zhao Changkong home. Zhao Changkong's small hands clutched desperately at the garments of the guard beside him. Although he understood that this was ultimately futile, he remained unwilling to forfeit any opportunity for survival. In the end, a maid forcibly lifted Zhao Changkong and carried him directly into the Longfeng courtyard within the estate. Regardless of how fiercely he resisted along the way, it proved to be in vain. The maid unceremoniously cast Zhao Changkong into the courtyard and summoned 2 guards to stand vigil at the entrance. After instructing Xiaotao to attend to Zhao Changkong, she turned and departed. Zhao Changkong certainly did not wish to remain passive. He was just about to rush out of the courtyard when he was pushed back by 2 guards. A resounding thud followed as the door was shut. Outside, the guards proclaimed that, for the safety of the young master, he could not step out of Changkong courtyard without the lady's command. Safeguarding his well-being? This was clearly a blatant attempt to confine him. Zhao Changkong ground his teeth, his expression dark and foreboding. Meanwhile, Xiao Dao stood beside him, offering words of comfort. Young master, the madam is merely concerned for your safety, which is why she has confined you within this Changfeng courtyard. Concern for my safety? How utterly laughable. Zhao Changkong, filled with indignation, returned to his chamber. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Tao, her face etched with concern, intended to follow him. However, Zhao Changkong had already shut the door behind him. Thus, Xiao Tao stood outside, awaiting any summons from him. Upon entering his room, the sky had darkened. Zhao Changkong lit a candle and settled into his chair. Today had unfolded with an overwhelming series of events, compelling him to calm his thoughts and devise a strategic response. Although he had emerged victorious as the champion of the poetry gathering, the prospect of marrying the princess was still a distant dream, something he had not anticipated. As long as he remained within the confines of the Dingwu Marquisate, he faced the peril of being ruthlessly eliminated. Thus, time was a luxury he could not afford. He needed to find a means of self-preservation. After a brief moment, Zhao Changkong found himself despondently slumped in his chair. If he truly possessed a solution for his predicament, why had he not discovered it sooner? Gradually, he traversed the memories of all the individuals he had encountered in this lifetime. Presently, the only glimmer of hope resided in that young lord. The bodyguard accompanying him exuded an aura that suggested he was no ordinary warrior, even without engaging in combat. He could easily overpower Zhao Mingyi. Such a figure would undoubtedly possess a significant status. Yet, Zhao Changkong was soon beset by frustration. For he did not even know the identity of this individual, and now he found himself unable to exit the Changfeng courtyard. How then could he possibly send a message to alert him? Regret washed over him as he lamented not inquiring about the true identity of that young lord from the two bodyguards earlier. With this thought in mind, a sudden thought struck Zhao Changkong, causing him to grit his teeth in frustration. It is all the fault of that odious Taoist, had it not been for him. How could I have forgotten to inquire about the young lord's identity? Recalling that enigmatic Taoist, Zhao Changkong seemed to remember that the individual had meddled with him in some manner, as if leaving behind a few arcane runes. Zhao Changkong hastily removed his garments. He felt the urgent need to inspect his own body, should such a formidable adversary desire his demise. It was likely that no one within the Dingwu Marquis manor could thwart them. Zhao Changkong stood completely unclothed, lowering his gaze to scrutinize every inch of his skin. However, he was perplexed to find that the runes he had previously observed on the street had entirely vanished. He held a bronze mirror to inspect his back, even examining between his toes with meticulous care. Yet, there remained nothing at all. It was indeed strange. Where had those runes gone? Zhao Changkong was filled with bewilderment. Were it not for his unwavering conviction that he had indeed encountered those runes, he might have doubted the reality of his own perceptions at that moment. Who was that Taoist? How could he discern at a glance that Zhao was not a soul of this realm? Why did he choose not to end Zhao's life, but instead sought him out, uttering peculiar phrases? Phrases like supreme root bone and spiritual bone rendered useless. Just as Zhao Changkong was lost in his thoughts, a sudden creak interrupted him. The tightly shut door was pushed open. Zhao Changkong glanced over and beheld Xiao Tao standing at the door, holding a tray of food. Her face etched with astonishment. The originally exquisite visage, akin to finely sculpted jade, was now visibly flushed. In the flickering candlelight, she appeared particularly alluring. Noticing her reaction, Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "My dear, why do you blush?" Chapter 20. The power of self-preservation. Xiao Tao, momentarily taken aback, regained her composure and, with a rosy complexion, shyly asked, "Young lord, are you not cold?" A gust of chilly wind swept in. Zhao Changkong could not help but shudder. Looking down, he was instantly rendered speechless, panic-stricken as he hastily covered his vital parts, his face flushed with embarrassment. He had momentarily forgotten that he was entirely unclothed. Having stripped himself bare for a physical examination, a soul in his 30s, exposed before a young girl, made Zhao Changkong wish he could vanish into the ground. Though Xiao Tao's cheeks were flushed with shyness, she nonetheless entered the room. She placed the meal on the table and approached Zhao Changkong, carefully picking up the scattered garments around. She gently dressed him. As he gazed at the obedient and charming Xiao Tao before him, Zhao Changkong fought against his own embarrassment while she adorned him. Feeling a surge of gratitude within, "Thank you," he uttered. However, Xiao trembled all over, quickly kneeling down with a look of trepidation. Young master, you mustn't. This is merely the duty of a servant. There is no need for your gratitude. Zhao Changkong felt a sense of helplessness. This deeply ingrained mentality of servitude was utterly entrenched within him. He fastened his belt. Zhao Changkong, feeling somewhat displeased, took a seat and began his meal, disregarding Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao rose, assuming that Zhao Changkong's discontent stemmed from his confinement in Changfeng courtyard. She gently urged, "Young lord, while I was fetching the food, I inquired and learned that the guards outside will depart once you have completed your meditation." Zhao Changkong remained silent. At that moment, a notebook was retrieved from Xiao Tao's embrace and placed before Zhao Changkong. "What is this?" Zhao Changkong inquired. Xiao Tao, having noticed that the young lord showed interest in Master Zhao Mingyi's sword manual, had transcribed its contents prior to their visit that day. "Is this the sword manual?" Zhao Changkong was somewhat taken aback as he opened the book for a glance. Indeed, it contained the transcriptions of the revered Lingxiao sword technique. However, the esoteric and intricate script was rendered in a crooked and haphazard manner by Xiao Tao, making it challenging to discern more than mere outlines. Setting the book aside, Zhao Changkong nodded slightly, acknowledging her effort. He then inquired, "What of Cui Cui? Has she returned?" Xiao Tao shook her head, replying, "I just heard that the lady is in a furious rage over young Master Zhao Mingyi's capture, having confined all attendants and guards, cutting off their food and water. They shall remain imprisoned until young Master Zhao Mingyi returns." Zhao Changkong clenched his fists. "This madwoman! Her son lacks competence, yet she excels at venting her frustrations. You may leave. No one is permitted to enter without my consent." "Understood." Only then did Xiao Dao exit the room. As she departed, Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow. Deep in thought, he could not simply sit idly by and await his demise. He picked up the Lingxiao sword technique that Xiao Dao had transcribed, reciting the incantation silently. The Lingxiao sword technique, where the heart is paramount, the sword intent soars to the heavens as the heart dances with the clouds. However, this time, that familiar sensation of dizziness did not manifest. Not only that, but each word Zhao Changkong uttered seemed to resonate with the grand principles of the universe, forming an extraordinary force of law. The laws intertwined with the cosmos. Gradually, a chilling sword aura solidified around Zhao Changkong. Yet, this aura surged forth uncontrollably like a raging torrent, bursting free. Crash! A resounding noise echoed as the solid wood round table shattered into countless pieces. The tremendous commotion sent a tremor through Zhao Changkong's spirit. When he beheld the scene before him, he was left utterly astounded. "Young master, what happened to you?" Outside the door, Xiao Dao, having heard the commotion, appeared anxious and was about to push the door open. "I am fine. Do not enter." Zhao Changkong hastily responded. If Xiao Dao were to witness this scene, he would be at a loss for words. Outside the door, Xiao Dao heard Zhao Changkong's reply and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, inside the room, Zhao Changkong gazed at the sword manual in disbelief, rooted to the spot. Had he truly succeeded? He had actually mastered the Lingxiao sword technique? Just moments ago, he could distinctly feel the fierce sword energy coalescing around him, sharp enough to sever all things. Yet, without having entered the nirvana realm, how could he possibly wield the sword technique? Moreover, that dizzying sensation had vanished without a trace. System? He called out several times, but no peculiar voices emerged in his mind. Without a system, how could he suddenly unleash the sword technique? Could it be? In Zhao Changkong's mind, the peculiar runes that had just appeared on his body suddenly resurfaced. Could it be due to those runes? This was the only possibility that Zhao Changkong could conceive. Who exactly was that Taoist? Could he be aiding him? However, why would he take such an action? Zhao Changkong pondered deeply, yet could not discern the reason. He resolved to cease his contemplation. Since he could now cultivate the sword technique, a glimmer of hope for survival emerged. However, Zhao Changkong soon realized that each time he condensed his sword energy, it would uncontrollably surge forth throughout the entire room. The sounds of crackling echoed continuously for an entire night of cultivation. Zhao Changkong finally found some insights. Currently, he could only execute the first verse of the Lingxiao sword technique, and its effective range was limited to merely 1 meter. Each time he performed it, he had to wait over 10 minutes in between. Otherwise, he would experience the same dizziness as before. As for the reason, in his previous life, he had read numerous fantasy novels. Using the logic of the fantastical realm, he concluded that his cultivation was insufficient, leading to this predicament. To his astonishment, he discovered that with each use of the Lingxiao sword technique, the originally 1 meter effective range was gradually increasing, albeit by a painfully small distance each time. Although the Lingxiao sword technique could not yet serve as a means of self-preservation, it was still monumental news for Zhao Changkong. The next day, in the morning light, the majestic palace city stood tall, its vermilion walls resembling a mighty dragon coiled around it. The golden glazed tiles sparkled under the sun, as if a celestial palace had descended to the mortal realm. The towering watchtowers overlooked the surroundings, symbolizing the emperor's majesty and supreme authority. Within the imperial city, palaces were plentiful, adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, with flying eaves and bracketed beams showcasing the grandeur of royalty. This was the exalted domain of the great Yan, the imperial palace. At this moment, outside a chamber, a maid dressed in servant attire hurriedly pushed open the heavy chamber door. Several maids were busy arranging the hair of a young girl, adorning it with exquisite hairpins. "Your Highness," the maids knelt in greeting. The girl, her voice delicate and graceful, instructed, "You may leave now." The surrounding maids bowed and retreated. "Xiaoyu, what is it?" Only after everyone had departed did the girl turn to look. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her lips like delicate cherries, and her eyes held a hint of languor and nobility. Had Zhao Changkong been present, he would have been utterly astonished. For this girl, revered as a princess, was the very one who had accompanied him to the Haoming Tower the previous day. The maid kneeling on the ground was indeed Xiaoyu, who had followed the young lord. Xiaoyu spoke up, "Your Highness, news has just arrived from outside the palace. The North Qi envoy was attacked last night, and the vice envoy, Yel Quangfei, has been killed." "What?" Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, the previously languid and noble Sinan Junin sprang to her feet. Have they discovered who was responsible? Have the culprits been captured? Xiaoyu shook her head. The North Qi envoy claims they have not apprehended the murderer. According to their investigation, only Yel Quangfei was harmed, and from the wounds on his body, it appears he fell victim to the Vajra fiery sun spell, suggesting the assailant was a Buddhist cultivator. A Buddhist cultivator? Sinan Junin paced back and forth. Could it be from the western regions? The emperor has already issued an order, instructing the Jingzhou prefecture, the Dali Temple, and the scholars of the Guozijian to initiate an investigation. Sinan Junin seemed to have realized something and quickly inquired, "What about the matter Yel Quangfei agreed to at Haoming Tower?" The North Qi envoy stated that this was merely a game between Yel Quangfei and a child, and furthermore, with Yel Quangfei now deceased, this matter naturally holds no weight. They are shameless. Sinan Junin's cheeks flushed with anger. Moreover, Yel Quangfei's death is far too coincidental. After pacing a few steps, Sinan Junin's face revealed an anxious expression as she promptly headed towards the palace exit. "No, I must see father." The wager Yel Quangfei established at Haoming Tower cannot simply be dismissed. However, at that moment, a voice rang out, "The Empress has arrived." The sudden announcement caused Sinan Junin to pause in surprise. Outside the door stood a woman in her 30s, wearing a phoenix crown, with cascading pearl curtains, her posture upright like a pine tree, and her features exuding an unassailable nobility. Accompanied by several maids, she entered. This woman bore a striking resemblance to Sinan Junin. Sinan Junin quickly knelt, greeting, "Daughter pays respects to mother." This dignified and noble woman was none other than Empress Lu Muji of the Great Yan. "Rise, Junin. Where are you rushing off to in such haste?" Lu Muji entered the chamber and took a seat. After Sinan Junin stood, she recounted the news she had just learned. "Mother, I was about to see father. Since Buddhist cultivators have not appeared for a century since their departure to the western regions, their sudden emergence must be part of a scheme. Moreover, regarding the previous wager, North Qi insists it was merely child's play, a blatant insult to our great Yin. If they do not return those two cities, our scholars will certainly." "Absurd." A sharp rebuke abruptly interrupted Sinan Junin's words. Lu Muji's face bore a look of indignation. "In the court, your father, your elder brother the crown prince, and the civil and military officials are present. How can it be your place as a daughter to discuss court matters? Do you believe that your father and elder brother lack the wisdom of a mere daughter?" "Mother, Sinan Junin attempted to retort. Smack. Lu Muji struck the table. The sudden noise startled Sinan Junin, causing her to tremble. Xiaoyu hastily knelt, pleading, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. The princess was merely curious and harbors no ill intentions. She will certainly correct her behavior and refrain from discussing court matters in the future." Lu Muji cast a glare at the kneeling Xiaoyu. "If I find out that even a whisper of news reaches the princess's ears again, you will no longer need to live." "Yes." Xiaoyu prostrated on the ground, trembling all over. Having somewhat quelled her anger, Lu Muji rose and headed towards the palace exit. You will reflect in the chamber for a while. Without my permission, you are not to step out of the palace. Mother. Sinan Junin felt anxious and wished to speak, but Xiao Yu quickly pulled her back. As Lu Muji was leaving the chamber, another voice came from her. The heir to the Dingwu marquis is still quite young. I will discuss with your father to find you another suitable match. With that, Lu Muji's figure vanished beyond the palace door. Sinan Junin's face turned pale, despair filling her heart. She suddenly realized that her fate in this life seemed not to belong to her. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, many events transpired in the capital of the Great Yin. First, Zhao Changkong, renowned as the poet immortal, captured the attention of the world. Each day, a long line formed outside the Dingwu marquis' residence as visitors presented invitations, eager to catch a glimpse of the poet's true visage. However, all these invitations were politely declined, with the straightforward reasoning that the young lord was still quite young and preparing for the body refinement stage, thus not receiving guests. This was reasonable and garnered the acceptance of the masses. Nevertheless, every day, people continued to visit the Dingwu marquis' residence, presenting invitations. As for the wager with North Qi, amidst the collective protests of the countless scholars of the Great Yin, the court finally reached an agreement with North Qi. If the Great Yin could identify the murderer within 2 months, North Qi would fulfill its promise. Otherwise, the previous wager would be rendered null and void. This agreement plunged the entire capital of the Great Yin into a state of unease. The Jing'ao Prefecture, the Dali Temple, and the Guozijian formed a triad of forces that turned the capital upside down, leaving the populace in distress. A month passed, yet there was still no progress. However, Zhao Changkong, confined within the Changfeng courtyard, remained oblivious to all these developments. Zhao Changkong had been tirelessly cultivating within his chamber day and night. However, the results were rather meager. When he executed the Lingxiao sword technique, it barely extended beyond a meter. Nevertheless, he did not abandon other avenues of endeavor. He instructed Xiao Dao to carry a handwritten letter from him to the Haoming Tower in the capital while she was out purchasing supplies. He requested that she deliver the letter to the young gentleman who had donned male attire and had been by his side on that particular day. He was confident that the personnel at Haoming Tower would recognize the identity of the recipient. Yet, as the days turned into a month, he received no response. On this day, Zhao Mingyi, who had been detained for a month, finally returned to the estate. Zhao Mingyi has lost quite a bit of weight. Fortunately, Zhao Shun has spent money to ensure that Zhao Mingyi has not had to endure any hardships. However, this period of time has been nothing short of torment for Zhao Mingyi. In the room, Zhao Mingyi voraciously devoured the sumptuous feast before him, while Zhao Shun watched with a heart full of concern. Xiao Huilan attempted to pour Zhao Mingyi a glass of water, only to have it ruthlessly knocked from her hands, shattering the cup into countless pieces on the floor. Zhao Mingyi's eyes blazed with fury. Cease your pretense. Do you not hold Zhao Changkong in high regard? Why then? Have you rescued me? Am I merely a source of shame for you? I would rather perish within those walls. Xiao Huilan, with a heavy heart, replied, It is not as you perceive. The Jing'ao Prefecture is currently in pursuit of a notorious criminal, and the situation is precarious. Thus, you have endured additional hardship. Your father and I eagerly await the day you return to us. Zhao Mingyi let out a cold laugh. Is that so? I believe you all would be delighted to see me perish within, allowing your family of 3 to live harmoniously. Xiao Huilan's expression froze in shock. She never anticipated that her son harbored such a profound misunderstanding of her intentions. Zhao Mingyi rose abruptly, his gaze resolute. No need for further words. I shall gather my belongings and take my leave. I am but an outsider. Today, on the occasion of the esteemed prince's birthday, I shall not intrude upon the harmony of your family. With that, Zhao Mingyi prepared to depart. Zhao Shen stepped forward and grasped Zhao Mingyi's sleeve, speaking urgently. Tomorrow, everything your mother has done is for your sake. For me? Don't you find that amusing? Finally, Zhao Shen could no longer contain himself. The reason your mother treats him so well is to ensure you acquire the spiritual bone within him. Chapter 22. At last. It has arrived. Zhao Mingyi's expression momentarily faltered, yet he soon broke into a smile. You have neglected to visit me for an entire year in your attempts to care for him, promising that I would ascend to the position of a royal consort and become the foremost poet. And what has come of it? I have become the laughingstock of the entire Dayan, my name forever tainted, while he has ascended to the status of a revered poetic immortal, admired by countless souls. What resources did I utilize during my tribulations, and what did he possess? Precious materials befitting both a master strategist and the imperial family. And now you tell me that all of this was meant to grant me a spiritual essence? Do you expect anyone to believe such a tale? Zhao Shen hurriedly clarified, tomorrow, we are indeed unaware of the poetry gathering and have no knowledge of where that insufferable brat acquired such timeless masterpieces. Zhao Ming's eyes bulged with fury as he exclaimed, who else, besides you, would go to such lengths to gather so many poems for him? Observing Zhao Ming's wrathful demeanor, Qiao Huilan felt a sense of bewilderment. She had meticulously plotted and schemed for years to achieve this, never anticipating that her own son would misconstrue her intentions so profoundly. Steadying herself against the table, she rose with unwavering resolve and declared, then today, I shall take his spiritual essence to aid my son's cultivation. Zhao Shen was flustered. My lady, today marks the birthday of that young man. Must we truly take action on this day? Qiao Huilan remained silent, abruptly turning and striding towards the door. To the Longfeng courtyard. Zhao Changkong remained secluded in his chamber, beads of sweat adorning his forehead as he gritted his teeth in determination. The forces of the laws around him continued to coalesce into sword qi, striving for mastery. Yet, he faced persistent failure. The sword qi surged forth like a torrent, only to halt abruptly a mere meter before him, dissipating entirely. This grand display of power yielding little result filled Zhao Changkong with a growing sense of despair. Time was of the essence. Today marked his birthday, the day of his rebirth. It was also the date set for his bone extraction and demise. No, he could not succumb to fate so easily. Zhao Changkong leapt from his chair, disregarding the need to change out of his sweat-soaked garments, and immediately flung open the door. Outside stood Xiaodao and Suitsue. A fortnight prior, Suitsue had narrowly escaped starvation in a small, dark room, rescued from the brink of death by Zhao Changkong's act of fasting. Having faced the specter of mortality, the once innocent and charming smile that adorned Suitsue's face had vanished. Suitsue and Xiaodao promptly bowed in respect, addressing him. We pay our respects to the young lord. Zhao Changkong lifted his gaze towards the sun and hastily instructed Xiaodao. Find a way to leave the residence and seek out the scholar at Haoming Tower. Ensure that he locates that young gentleman from that day and conveys to him that if he does not come to my aid today, I shall truly perish. Xiaodao and Suitsue looked on in astonishment. Young lord, what has transpired? Should we inform the lady immediately? Zhao Changkong immediately intervened, insisting, no, this matter must remain confidential. Go quickly. It was the first time Xiaodao had witnessed Zhao Changkong issue such a solemn command. Not daring to delay, she hastened toward the door. However, just as Xiaodao was about to exit the Longfeng courtyard, the previously shut gate was forcefully kicked open, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Xiaodao furrowed her brow and shouted angrily, what audacity! Who dares to intrude upon the young lord's residence? Yet, as the dust settled, her expression drastically shifted to one of fear upon seeing the figure at the entrance. She quickly knelt and greeted. Xiaodao pays her respects to the madam and master, and to the young master. Cui Cui hurriedly followed suit. Cui Cui pays her respects to the madam and master, and to the young master. Standing beneath the eaves, Zhao Changkong's complexion turned ashen. He understood that what he had dreaded had finally come to pass. Qiao Huilan was the first to step into the Longfeng courtyard, followed closely by Zhao Shun and his son, accompanied by a throng of servants. Zhao Changkong soon realized that all these servants were loyal confidants of Qiao Huilan. Zhao Mingyi strode into the courtyard and forcefully kicked Xiaodao to the ground. With a furious glare, he exclaimed, You wretched creature, do you not recognize who I am? Xiaodao, a fragile young maid, was no match for Zhao Mingyi's brutal kick. She fell immediately, her face pale and filled with dread. Hastily, she bowed her head in apology, saying, Young master, I have erred. I did not realize it was you. Zhao Mingyi placed his foot upon the face of Xiaodao, his gaze deliberately directed towards the distant Zhao Changkong. Bring forth these two audacious wretches from Changfeng courtyard and execute them. Upon hearing these words, Xiaodao and Suitsue trembled in fear, pleading for mercy. Young master, we understand our transgressions, and we shall never dare to offend again. We implore you, spare us. Zhao Mingyi's countenance was fierce, his gaze menacingly fixed upon Zhao Changkong. Spare you? When Manager Lin was mercilessly beaten to death, there was no one to plead for his life. It was evident that Zhao Mingyi sought vengeance. Furthermore, he was testing the waters, eager to discern whether his parents were truly as they had claimed, that everything was for his sake. Indeed, Qiao Huilan and Zhao Shun did not intervene, allowing Zhao Mingyi to vent his pin-up grievances. Several guards entered, dragging away Xiaodao and Suitsue, who were stricken with terror, their pleading eyes turning towards Zhao Changkong. Stop! Zhao Changkong bellowed with fierce authority. Several guards momentarily hesitated. Crack! Zhao Mingyi raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to the guard's face, exclaiming, You wretched creature. Do you not know to whom the Dingwu Marquis's residence owes its allegiance? Have you no sense of your standing? The servant, realizing his mistake, bowed his head in submission. The other guards, no longer daring to exhibit any negligence, seized Xiao Tao and Tseitsue and prepared to depart from the Changfeng courtyard. Zhao Changkong attempted to step forward to intervene. Two maidservants swiftly positioned themselves before him, restraining his actions. What do you intend to do? Zhao Changkong inquired furiously. Chao Huilan approached him slowly, her demeanor calm as she remarked, Auntie's actions are, of course, for your own benefit. Zhao Changkong glared furiously, questioning, is this truly for my benefit? Chao Huilan, instead of responding to Zhao Changkong's inquiry, posed another question, and inquires. Those 4 timeless masterpieces you composed at Haoming Tower, from whence did they originate? Zhao Changkong's gaze was frigid. Take a guess. Seeing that Zhao Changkong remained silent, Chao Huilan grew weary of engaging with him. This matter pertained to her son's future. She could not allow even the slightest mistake. Since you are unwilling to speak, so be it. Chao Huilan turned to leave the Changfeng courtyard, her voice lingering in the air. Take the young master to the pavilion in the back courtyard for some respite. Understood. 2 maidservants assisted Zhao Changkong in departing. At last, the moment had arrived. Zhao Changkong desperately yearned to resist. I do not desire the nirvana body. I refuse to cultivate. Yet, as a mere child, how could he possibly withstand the force of 2 adult maidservants? Although Zhao Changkong possessed some swordsmanship, he was acutely aware that to wield it at this moment would only hasten his demise. In a moment of desperation, he bit down fiercely on one maidservant's wrist. Ah! She cried out in pain, her voice piercing the air. Zhao Changkong sought to seize the opportunity to retreat to his chamber. However, just as he turned, a guard had already arrived at his side, swiftly lifting him off the ground. Zhao Changkong hung helplessly in the air, no matter how he struggled. He could not break free. Release me. I do not wish to be imprisoned. Chapter 23. The array and ruins within the towering palace. A grand chamber's door was pushed open, allowing a beam of sunlight to stream in, bringing a touch of warmth to the otherwise cold and serene space. By the window stood a young girl clad in a simple white dress, lost in thought as she gazed at the birds flitting among the trees, oblivious to the presence of others approaching her. This girl was none other than the exiled princess of Dayan, Si Nanjunin. Your Highness, a maid softly called out, finally rousing Si Nanjunin from her reverie. She blinked in surprise. Xiaoyu, when did you return? Xiaoyu placed several books she had been carrying onto a nearby table. I just got back. These are some of the latest popular books from outside, along with the poetry anthology from the recent poetry gathering. I have brought them for you. A flicker of emotion crossed Si Nanjun's face as she picked up the poetry collection and began to peruse it. The first poem was Zhao Changkong's River Snow, and she couldn't help but softly recite the verses. Birds vanish over the 1,000 mountains. Footsteps disappear from the myriad paths. A lone boat, an old man in a straw raincoat, fishing alone in the cold river snow. A wave of melancholy washed over her as she pondered. Xiaoyu, what kind of tribulations must the young heir of Dingwu have endured to compose such sorrowful and desolate imagery, especially now, confined to the palace? Si Nanjun and felt an even deeper understanding of the emotions conveyed in the poem. Xiaoyu shook her head. Your Highness, I do not comprehend poetry, but the young heir did send someone to Haoming Tower to seek you out. He also delivered a handwritten letter for you. Oh, a handwritten letter for me? This piqued Si Nanjun's interest. Xiaoyu produced the letter from her sleeve and handed it over. Si Nanjun slowly opened it and read its contents. However, upon deciphering the message, her expression shifted dramatically. The once pale beauty of her face was now suffused with fury. They possessed such audacity. How dare they conspire to murder the heir of Dayan? Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by the revelation. It was evident that she had not opened the letter herself and was unaware of its contents. Si Nanjun inquired, when was this letter delivered to Haoming Tower? It seems it was a few days ago, but I did not inquire about the exact time, Xiaoyu replied. Si Nanjun's countenance darkened, a sense of foreboding rising within her. This is not good. I must go to see father, she exclaimed, disregarding her attire and making to leave the chamber. Your Highness, you mustn't. Xiaoyu hastily followed. The Empress has decreed that without her permission, you cannot leave Xiaoyang Palace. Yet, Si Nanjun paid no heed to this warning. Zhao Changkong's uncle and aunt are plotting to harm him. How can a mere 5-year-old child defend himself? He has called for my help. Should I merely stand by and do nothing? Let us not forget, if it were not for him, I and all of Dayan would become the laughingstock of the entire Jiuzhou. But if the Empress finds out, she will surely punish you. Xiao Yu's face was filled with concern, still trying to stop her. Xin and Junin, however, pushed Xiao Yu aside. I cannot be concerned with that now. If mother is displeased, I shall take full responsibility. With that, she dashed out of Zhaoyang Palace without a backward glance. She ran frantically, her expression one of anxiety and urgency, praying that Zhao Changkong had not yet fallen victim to his uncle and aunt's treachery. She kept murmuring, "Little one, you must hold on. I am going to seek father to save you." At this moment, within the courtyard of the Dingwu Marquis' residence, in a pavilion standing amidst a lake, the waters rippled gently around it. Although autumn had arrived, the plants in the garden remained lush and vibrant, a sight to behold. Yet, no one was admiring the scenery. All eyes were fixated within the pavilion. A guard strode into the pavilion, unceremoniously casting Zhao Changkong's diminutive frame into the center of it. Upon being freed from his restraints, Zhao Changkong sought to seize the opportunity to flee. However, as he rose from the ground, he was taken aback to discover that the pavilion possessed but a single exit, surrounded entirely by water, leaving him with no avenue of retreat. Witnessing Zhao Changkong in such a dire predicament, Zhao Mingyi's eyes gleamed with pride as he couldn't help but taunt, "My dear brother, you should simply remain here in this formation and immerse yourself in the experience. These are truly exquisite materials. Only the royal family of the Great Yin can afford such luxury. You ought to consider yourself fortunate." Zhao Changkong fixed his gaze firmly on Zhao Mingyi. "How can you possess such benevolence? Such a splendid gift, you ought to reserve it for your own use. I, Zhao Changkong, am unworthy of such fortune." As he spoke, Zhao Changkong attempted to rush out of the pavilion. Yet, at that very moment, suddenly, crimson runes materialized beneath Zhao Changkong's feet, enveloping the entire pavilion. Bang! Zhao Changkong's body collided with the crimson runes, and in an instant, he was propelled backward, landing heavily in the center of the pavilion. These emerging runes resembled a cage, ensnaring Zhao Changkong within the confines of the pavilion. "This is dire." Zhao Changkong was taken aback. He had originally intended to seize the opportunity to capture Zhao Mingyi or Chao Huilan using the Ling Xiao sword technique. However, now that he was ensnared by the formation within the pavilion, he found himself powerless to act. What should he do? Was he truly destined to perish in this place? Zhao Changkong once again charged towards the crimson rune, yet was met with an overwhelming force that repelled him. "Let us begin," echoed the calm voice of Chao Huilan from the corridor. To her right, a figure clad in black robes stepped forward, brandishing a banner that traced intricate symbols in the air. "Formation, activate." In an instant, the waters surrounding the pavilion surged violently, and waves of spatial energy surged forth. A tremendous pressure enveloped Zhao Changkong within the pavilion. Thud. As if burdened by an immense weight, he was forcefully pinned to the ground, rendered immobile. An ominous aura of impending death quickened his heartbeat, and beads of cold sweat drenched his entire body. At this moment, Zhao Mingyi was filled with an unparalleled excitement. A moment he had anticipated for what felt like an eternity. "My dear brother, relish this moment. Once your spiritual essence manifests, everything that belongs to you shall become mine." Zhao Mingyi. Ha! Zhao Changkong forcibly suppressed the fear within him, his furious gaze fixed upon Chao Huilan as he loudly demanded, "Chao Huilan, do you not fear the return of my parents, who would hold you accountable for your actions?" However, Chao Huilan merely laughed, seemingly unfazed by Zhao Changkong's threat, and replied mockingly, "Ha! Do you truly believe that your parents will ever return?" Zhao Changkong was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" Chao Huilan did not conceal her thoughts. "In the past, your father held military power and disregarded the imperial authority. Had it not been for the turmoil in the northern borders, do you truly believe that the imperial family would have allowed your parents to depart from the capital? And you, the heir of the Duke of Dingwu, are nothing more than a hostage left by your parents to the Dayan imperial family. Now that the envoy from Beiqi has arrived and the situation in the northern borders will soon stabilize, do you think the imperial family will permit your parents to return to the capital?" Zhao Changkong was filled with astonishment. He was unaware that his father, General Dingwu Ho, had already become a thorn in the side of the Great Yin royal family. Yet, in your moment of impending demise, you could still make some contribution for your elder brother, which indeed repays my years of nurturing you. Chapter 24. A thunderbolt from a clear sky. Gratitude for nurturing? Zhao Changkong lay on the ground, a mournful smile etched on his face. "In a way, I must express my gratitude to you for extracting my spirit bone and taking my life." Chao Huilan, unwilling to engage further, waved her hand, commenced the body transformation. At her words, the man in black once again shook the banner in his hand. A multitude of precious medicinal herbs soared towards the pavilion. As these herbs made contact with the ruins of the formation, they instantaneously disintegrated into powder, converging towards Zhao Changkong. Zhao Changkong felt an overwhelming heat surging through his entire body. A formidable energy coursed within him, as if his very bones were being shattered one by one, only to be reassembled anew. Zhao Changkong finally let out a cry of anguish. The intense pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. The man in the black robe did not relent. With a flick of his sleeve, another crimson crystal floated above the pavilion. This red crystal emitted an otherworldly glow. Upon seeing this crimson gem, Zhao Mingyi's eyes shone with a covetous gleam. This was the ice flame heart fruit. Although classified as a low-grade spiritual herb, it was exceedingly rare, for it possessed the remarkable ability to refine the bones of those on the path of nirvana, significantly enhancing their subsequent cultivation. At this moment, Zhao Mingyi gazed at his mother, Chao Huilan, with eyes brimming with gratitude. He finally believed that his mother's previous words were not mere fabrications. The eerie radiance from the ice flame crimson heart fruit melded into the formation, which resembled a vortex, continuously drawing in the luminescence towards Zhao Changkong's skull, where it was forcefully absorbed. Following the course of Zhao Changkong's blood, it surged towards his limbs and bones. Agony, heart-wrenching pain. Zhao Changkong felt as though his head might split open, every vein in his body standing out in stark relief. His bones cracked one by one, only to mend themselves gradually, as if undergoing a process of rebirth within him. Zhao Changkong let out another anguished cry. The excruciating pain drove him to contemplate the unthinkable. He longed for an end to his torment. Kill me, you wretched vermin. You shall not escape unscathed. Even in death, I, Zhao Changkong, will not spare you. With a piercing scream, he felt as though his very essence had been drained, collapsing helplessly to the ground. He lacked the strength to utter another sound, consumed by a desperate desire for liberation from this unbearable existence. Yet, the individuals before him, having schemed for 5 long years, were intent on seizing the spiritual bones within him. They would not be swayed to take his life simply due to his curses. The heavens as the furnace, yin and yang as the fire, the spirit veins as the guide, and the vital essence as the source, spiritual bones, manifest. In an instant, the ethereal energies of the world converged towards the pavilion. Zhao Changkong's frail body was lifted by an unseen force, suspended in midair. He was on the brink of unconsciousness. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy coursed into him, reviving his awareness akin to a withered tree blossoming in spring. However, after a brief moment, no extraordinary phenomena manifested in the world around him. This prompted the man in the black robe, standing in the corridor, to furrow his brows. He waved the flag once more. The heavens and the earth serve as the furnace, yin and yang as the fire, the spiritual veins as the guide, and the vital blood as the source. Spiritual bones, manifest. Another wave of potent spiritual energy surged into Zhao Changkong, nourishing his limbs and bones. Within him, his bones gradually transformed into a hue reminiscent of bronze, yet still, no signs of extraordinary occurrences were evident. The expression of the man in the black robe grew increasingly grim. Chao Huilan, sensing the unease of the man, could not help but inquire, Master, when will the spiritual bones appear? The black-robed figure directed the flag towards Zhao Changkong, and in that instant, Zhao Changkong flipped his body, standing in the void. Although nourished by spiritual energy, he still appeared pale and exceedingly weak. Zhao Mingyi, unable to contain his eagerness, inquired, Immortal Master, when shall I acquire his spirit bone? To which the enigmatic figure in the black robe replied, He possesses no spirit bone within him. A resounding shockwave rippled through the crowd, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. How can this be possible? Exclaimed Chao Huilan, her face a mask of disbelief. Immortal Master, could it be that you are mistaken? Both of his parents are extraordinary beings of the transcendence realm. How could he possibly lack a spirit bone within him? Zhao Shen wore an anxious expression and implored, Immortal Master, I kindly ask you to observe meticulously, or perhaps there were certain steps that were previously overlooked. Zhao Mingyi's expression was one of agitation. It must be a mistake. He cannot possibly lack a spiritual bone, for he is the heir of Dingwu Marquis. The figure in the black robe, confronted with skepticism, furrowed his brow slightly and replied in a deep voice, I have detected no trace of a spiritual bone within him. This is beyond doubt. How could this be? How could this be? Chao Huilan was left in a state of bewilderment, typically composed and steady. She now found her emotions unraveling. She had cared for Zhao Changkong for 5 years, attending to him with greater devotion than she did her own son. Fearing that any misfortune might jeopardize the emergence of the spiritual bone. Yet now, she was being told that all her efforts over the past 5 years had been in vain. How could Xiao Huilan possibly accept this? Zhao Shen implored once more. Immortal Master, we are willing to offer double the price. Please investigate once again. The man in the black robe frowned. Are you questioning my abilities? No, no, came the hurried reply. Zhao Shen quickly waved his hand, explaining, Master, I am concerned that we may have overlooked some essential materials, which could explain the absence of the spiritual bone within him. The man in the black robe coldly replied, I have stated that there are no traces of spiritual bone within him. There are only 2 possibilities. First, his parents are not practitioners of the transcendence realm. Second, someone has forcibly eradicated the spiritual bone within him. Xiao Huilan immediately refuted, that is impossible. I witnessed his birth. There can be no mistake in this matter. Moreover, he has lived by my side, and I have nurtured him with utmost care until the age of 5. It is inconceivable that anyone could extinguish the spiritual bone within him. This is perplexing. Upon hearing these words, the man in the black robe turned his gaze once more to Zhao Changkong, his eyes filled with skepticism. If that is the case, it is inconceivable that he possesses no spiritual bone. If it were forcibly eradicated, he would undoubtedly perish. Yet, he remains alive. With a flick of his sleeve, the black-robed man vanished like a specter, only to reappear before Zhao Changkong in the next instant, his finger poised on Zhao Changkong's brow. Zhao Changkong felt an extraordinary sensation enveloping his entire being, as though the other party could see through every part of his body. Xiao Huilan and the others hastened forward to the pavilion, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Immortal Master, what is the verdict? Does he possess spiritual bones within him? After a brief moment, the man in the black robe withdrew his fingers, and Zhao Changkong collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, his complexion pale and weak. Shaking his head, the man in the black robe intoned gravely, he possesses no spiritual bones within him. The final response left Xiao Huilan on the verge of fainting. Observing this, Zhao Shen quickly rushed to support her, exclaiming, My dear, are you all right? Zhao Mingyi's expression was menacing, his gaze filled with malice. Without Zhao Changkong's spiritual bone, he could not ascend to the position of the new Duke of Dingwu, and his future was irrevocably shattered. I shall take your life. Zhao Mingyi was utterly mad. He drew the long sword from the side guard and charged towards Zhao Changkong. Chapter 25. It must be her. Upon seeing Zhao Mingyi rushing forward with his sword raised, Zhao Changkong had long since lost any capacity for resistance, a bitter smile gracing his lips. He reflected upon the myriad moments of the past 5 years, constantly pondering how he might survive. Yet now, he found himself unable to escape the clutches of death's inevitable fate. Perhaps it was destiny's design that only through death in this world could he attain true liberation. The sharp blade loomed larger in Zhao Changkong's vision, the breath of death drawing ever closer. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light erupted, colliding directly with the razor-sharp sword, accompanied by a resounding crash that echoed in Zhao Changkong's ears. Zhao Changkong's pupils abruptly constricted as he beheld the scene before him. When the beam of light collided with the sword's edge, the blade shattered as if it were mere dry twigs. Simultaneously, Zhao Mingyi's previously furious gaze transformed, now filled with an overwhelming terror of death, leaving him no time to utter a scream. Zhao Mingyi spat blood and was sent flying. Yet the beam of light did not dissipate. It continued to surge toward Zhao Mingyi's body. Given the formidable power demonstrated by the beam moments ago, should it strike him, Zhao Mingyi would undoubtedly meet his demise. Minga! Zhao Shen exclaimed in astonishment. Everything had arrived so unexpectedly. The man in the black robe, standing nearby, released the banner, which swiftly encircled Zhao Mingyi in a protective embrace. Bang! With a muffled sound, the beam of light dissipated. The banner steadied Zhao Mingyi's form, gently descending to the ground. Despite the shield of the banner, the earlier impact had severely injured Zhao Mingyi, leaving him on the brink of unconsciousness. Minger! Zhao Shen cradled Zhao Mingyi in his arms, weeping inconsolably. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, a furious shout resonated through the air, to slaughter one's kin and conspire against the heir. You shall face retribution. A flicker of light danced above the lake, revealing a middle-aged man clad in scholarly robes, confounded by the arrival of the Confucian practitioner. The black-robed man felt a surge of dread. He frantically maneuvered his banner, inscribing chaotic symbols in the air, while the ground trembled and the lake churned, creating abnormal fluctuations in the space around him. Beneath his feet, a formation began to materialize, causing his figure to gradually fade away. Attempting to flee? Standing atop the water, the middle-aged man manifested a brush, inscribing the character for seal in the air. Seal, he commanded with a piercing voice. The space abruptly froze, and the figure that was on the verge of vanishing reappeared. Witnessing this, the black-robed man was filled with terror. His expression turned frantic. He bit into his own finger, allowing a drop of his vital blood to merge with the banner. With a swift motion, he relinquished the banner, sending it hurtling towards the confusion-clad man. Boom. Zhao Changkong felt as though the heavens were shaking and the earth was quaking. The immense character seal suspended in the air was abruptly shattered by a flag. The formation beneath the feet of the man in black robe activated once more, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished without a trace. The flag, seemingly severed from its connection to the man in black, subsequently plummeted into the lake, sinking to the bottom. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The door to the rear courtyard was forcefully flung open. The onlookers beheld a battalion of armored soldiers advancing in synchrony, storming into the space. Zhao Shun was bewildered, cradling Zhao Mingyi in his arms, appearing somewhat at a loss. Instinctively, he cast a glance towards Chao Huilan beside him. However, at that moment, Chao Huilan bore none of the dignified grace expected of the head of the Ho residence. Instead, she looked despondent, her hair disheveled, and she muttered incessantly, "It's impossible. This cannot be. How could he lack the spiritual bone? He is undeniably the son of those two. How could he possibly be without it?" Her demeanor was frenzied, lost in a state of delirium as she murmured to herself. "Seize them." A sharp command echoed from a distance. Soldiers clad in armor surged towards the crowd in the courtyard, apprehending everyone present. Chao Huilan was also pinned to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Changkong was on the verge of collapse, a powerful wave of dizziness overwhelming him. Suddenly, I realized. A frantic exclamation from Chao Huilan pierced the air as she gazed at Zhao Changkong with a wild intensity. "It is her. It must be her. At last. I comprehend the truth. It is she who seeks to harm you, she who has extinguished the spiritual essence within you. Ha ha. I shall await you below. I shall await you below." The echoes of Chao Huilan's frenzied cries resonated in my ears. Zhao Changkong was struck with astonishment, his mind involuntarily recalling the words of that enigmatic Taoist. Supreme potential yet a ruined spirit. Could it be that someone seeks to harm him? Who could that person be? It must surely be the one referred to by Chao Huilan as her. But who is she? Zhao Changkong strained to open his eyes, yearning to seek clarity from Chao Huilan, yet his frailty rendered him powerless. The overwhelming sensation of vertigo engulfed him, and in the next moment, he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the capital, within the grand halls of the Dayan Palace, Princess Si Nanjun anxiously paced within her chamber, her palms slick with cold sweat. She fervently prayed for a timely intervention, hoping that the emissaries dispatched by her father could save Zhao Changkong. Just as her heart was beset with unease, a figure rushed into the chamber. "Your Highness." Si Nanjun inquired hastily, "Is Zhao Changkong still alive?" Replying to "Your Highness, he yet lives. He is merely weakened and has fallen into a faint. The imperial physician has already gone to the residence of the Duke of Dingwu. He should be unharmed." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's response, Si Nanjun collapsed into a chair, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The pallor that had consumed her face gradually regained some color. Were Zhao Changkong to perish, the upcoming Confucian Symposium would leave Dayan devoid of hope. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed from outside, heightening the tension within the hall. Dressed in a simple gown, Si Nanjun hastened towards the door, accompanied by her maid. Before the noble figure entered, she knelt and proclaimed, "I pay my respects to Mother." Lumuji ignored Si Nanjun, her gaze inscrutable, as she passed by and seated herself. Only then did she speak coldly. "Do you still remember my decree?" Si Nanjun bowed her head in silence. "I remember." At this, Lumuji's expression darkened. "Do you still hold me, your mother, in your regard?" The sudden reprimand caused Si Nanjun to tremble, and she quickly prostrated, explaining, "Mother, please do not be angry. I received a plea for assistance from the heir of the Duke of Dingwu. He has been schemed against by his relatives, and as the champion of this poetry gathering, he is set to attend the Confucian Symposium next year. If he were to die, it would spell great loss for Dayan." "Enough," Lu Muji interrupted sharply, her exquisite yet frigid visage etched with fury. "You dare to retort even now? Do you still regard me as your mother?" Si Nanjun bowed again, her tone resolute. "I acknowledge my fault and should not have spoken against you, but this concerns the lifeblood of Dayan. I had no choice." Lu Muji's eyes turned icy, and the atmosphere in the hall grew palpably tense. After a moment, she spoke gravely, "It seems I can no longer manage you. Coincidentally, the Minister of Revenue, Lu Jingming, has recently grown close to the Crown Prince. He has a son of similar age to yours, and the Lu family is known for their strict morals. I shall inform your father and grant you both permission to marry swiftly, allowing the Lu family to impose some discipline upon you. In an instant, Xin Jun shuddered and vehemently rejected, "Mother, I will not marry. That Lu Jingming's son is a debauched scion, who exploits his father's status to wreak havoc in the city. I refuse to marry such a man." However, to Xin Jun's surprise, her refusal did not seem to rattle Lu Muji. Instead, Lu Muji, unusually calm, directed her attention to Xiaoyu, who knelt nearby. "I have warned you that if any further tidings reach the princess, your life will be forfeit. Take her away and administer 20 strikes." Boom. Xin Jun felt as though struck by lightning, her face turning ashen. Xiaoyu, terrified, repeatedly bowed her head, blood streaming from her wounds as she pleaded, "Your Majesty, please have mercy." Yet Lu Muji showed no sign of compassion. Xin Jun hastily interjected, "Mother, it was I who sent Xiaoyu to seek information. All of this is my fault, not hers. I beseech you to spare her life." Lu Muji remained unmoved. Several palace maids advanced to drag Xiaoyu away. Despair etched in her eyes, Xiaoyu continued to plead, "Your Majesty, I know I was wrong." Since Xin Jun could recall, Xiaoyu had been by her side, akin to a sister. Listening to Xiaoyu's heart-wrenching pleas pierced Xin Jun's heart like a dagger. Her resolve crystallized. As the maids prepared to take Xiaoyu from the chamber to carry out the punishment, tears streamed down Xin Jun's face as she proclaimed loudly, "Mother, I am willing to marry. Please, spare Xiaoyu's life." With that, Xin Jun bowed deeply, her tears cascading onto the floor, creating a shower of sorrow. "Very well." Finally, Lu Muji's voice softened. The maids halted their advance, and Lu Muji cast a detached glance at Xin Jun. "For now, you shall remain in this hall, awaiting my command." "Understood." Xin Jun's voice trembled, her gaze fixed on the ground, avoiding Lu Muji's eyes. The royal family is devoid of compassion. At this moment, Xin Jun comprehended the weight of this truth. Lu Muji offered no words of comfort, instead departing the hall surrounded by a throng of palace maids and eunuchs. However, as she passed by the trembling Xiaoyu, she coldly commanded, "Death may be avoided, but punishment cannot. Administer 20 strikes. Let her learn a lesson." Xin Jun looked up in terror, "Mother." But Lu Muji had already exited the hall. Xiaoyu could not escape her fate. The 20 strikes, though not lethal, would leave her grievously injured. She would be unable to rise for at least a month. In a mere few days, the once solemn and dignified residence of the Duke of Dingwu had undergone a dramatic transformation. The corridors, once bustling with the hurried footsteps of maids, now stood desolate and silent. Weeds sprouted through the cracks in the stone slabs, and the autumn leaves that fell added a touch of melancholy to the Duke's abode. No. Suddenly, a scream pierced the stillness of the Duke's residence. Within Changfeng courtyard, the door to Zhao Changkong's room was hastily pushed open. Two slender figures, visibly anxious, rushed inside. There, Zhao Changkong, who had been in a deep slumber for several days, sat up in bed, gasping for breath in terror. "Young master, you have finally awakened," the two exclaimed, their faces lighting up with joy as they hurried forward. "Xiao Tao, Chui Chui." Zhao Changkong, initially filled with dread, was now engulfed in confusion upon seeing them. "Aren't you two supposed to have been executed by that venomous Chao Huilan?" "Young master, we are alive. A group of officials rescued us," they replied. Hearing this, Zhao Changkong's eyes reflected a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that I too have survived? With tears in her eyes, Xiao Tao reassured him, "Young master, I told you that you were blessed with great fortune and would surely be unharmed." Chui Chui, standing beside her, dabbed at her tears. Zhao Changkong's consciousness gradually became clearer, and memories of that fateful day began to resurface in his mind. However, at that time, his awareness was feeble, and many details eluded him. He inquired, "What exactly transpired that day? Where did the soldiers come from?" Chui Chui hastily elucidated. They were the soldiers dispatched by His Majesty, accompanied by a Confucian scholar. Had it not been for that gentleman's timely intervention, it is likely that both Xiaotao and I would have never seen young master again. Zhao Changkong was taken aback. He had surmised that the handwritten letter addressed to the young lord must have played a significant role. Otherwise, how could His Majesty, residing far within the palace, have knowledge of the plot against him orchestrated by Chao Huilan? He resolved that when next he encountered the young lord, he would express his heartfelt gratitude for the life-saving intervention. Subsequently, Zhao Changkong rose from his bed, only to discover, to his astonishment, that he had inexplicably grown an additional 10 centimeters. At the age of 5, his height was now comparable to that of the 13-year-old Xiao Tao. Of course, Xiao Tao had suffered from malnutrition since childhood, resulting in a stature shorter than that of her peers. Nevertheless, even in light of this, Zhao Changkong's current height was hardly that of an ordinary 5-year-old child. Xiao Tao and Cui gasped in unison, exclaiming, "The young lord has grown so much." "Young lord, do you feel unwell?" they inquired, their faces etched with concern over his sudden growth spurt. Zhao Changkong found himself in a state of disbelief as he meticulously attuned to his own body. In an instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. He could distinctly perceive an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Furthermore, within his meridians, there flowed a peculiar energy. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a powerful blow. Bam! Suddenly, the previously shut door shattered into countless fragments, collapsing with a thunderous crash. He was left utterly bewildered. Zhao Changkong stood frozen in place. Xiao Tao and Cui were equally startled by the sudden commotion. After a moment, Zhao Changkong regained his composure, his face alight with astonishment. A spark of inspiration ignited within him as he silently recited the incantation, the Lingxiao sword technique, where the mind reigns supreme, the sword intent soars to the heavens, and the heart dances with the clouds. Suddenly, in a flash, Zhao Changkong discovered that with each word he uttered, the resonance with the great Tao of heaven and earth grew ever more profound. The forces of the laws around him converged in a swirling embrace. This time, the sword chi did not surge forth like a raging torrent as it had before. To his astonishment, he observed a swirling aura of sword chi encircling his fingertips, capable of movement at his whim. Can I truly command this sword chi? Zhao Changkong found it hard to believe. With a pointed finger, he unleashed it. Boom! The sword chi shot forth, carving a deep chasm into the once solid stone surface beneath him. He was left in a daze. Zhao Changkong stood in stunned silence. Had he possessed such abilities on that fateful day, he felt that even slaying Zhao Ming would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Not only he, but the nearby Xiao Tao and Cui were equally bewildered. Their faces bore expressions of shock, their eyes sparkling with delight. Xiao Tao, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears. They all claimed that the young Marquis's spiritual bones were destroyed, predicting a bleak path for his cultivation. Yet, I always believed that as the heir of the Duke of Dingwu, he could not possibly be reduced to a mere invalid as those physicians suggested. Suddenly, Zhao Changkong shuddered, a thought striking him with clarity. He turned in astonishment to Xiao Tao. What did you just say? Those physicians claimed my spiritual bones were destroyed? Chapter 27. The Dali Temple Prison. Xiao Tao nodded. Several physicians came, and they all said the same thing. Zhao Changkong furrowed his brows, enveloped in a profound silence. He reminisced about that day in the pavilion of the backyard, when the enigmatic black-robed array master had also mentioned that his spiritual bone had been obliterated by someone, which had provoked Zhao Ming to draw his sword in a fit of rage. The mysterious middle-aged Taoist had previously alluded to this as well. Although he possessed unparalleled roots, his spiritual bone was indeed rendered useless. Initially, he had harbored doubts, but now, having undergone the transformation into the realm of nirvana, the truth of the Taoist's words was further substantiated. The spiritual bone within him had undoubtedly been extinguished long ago. But who could it possibly be? Zhao Changkong's thoughts were solely occupied by Chao Huilan. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. After all, the performances of the three that day indicated they were unaware of the obliteration of his spiritual bone. Suddenly, a remark from the dark-robed array master sent a shiver down Zhao Changkong's spine. The extinguishment of spiritual bones meant certain death. He then cast a glance at his diminutive frame, recalling the incident that transpired when he traversed into the body of Zhao Changkong as a child. Was it that serpent exuding dark energy? He remembered vividly being bitten by that snake, engulfed in excruciating pain. Could it be that the soul inhabiting this body was entwined with that serpent? This realization sent a chilling dread coursing through Zhao Changkong, drenching his back in cold sweat. If that were the case, then someone had sought to end his life even before Chao Huilan's involvement. Beside him, Cui seethed. It must be that malicious woman behind this. Otherwise, how could the young lord, given his lineage, lack a spiritual bone? I never imagined that her seemingly endless affection for the young lord was nothing but a fade. It is utterly despicable. As if her words did not suffice, she added vehemently, she deserves nothing less than death. Zhao Changkong's mind raced, leaving him no time to explain anything to the other party. A memory surfaced the day he was on the brink of unconsciousness. The frenzied words shouted by Chao Huilan echoed in his mind. It was her. It was undoubtedly her. I finally understand. I comprehend now. It is she who seeks to harm you, she who has extinguished the spirit bone within you. Ha ha, I await you below. I shall await you. That voice carried a mixture of shock and bewilderment, yet predominantly, it resonated with a sense of malicious glee. Yes, it was indeed malicious glee. She seemed to have anticipated her own fate. Zhao Changkong's expression grew solemn, and a trace of fear inexplicably arose within him as he confronted the known adversary. Zhao Changkong, having narrowly escaped death, grasped at a fleeting glimmer of hope. Yet, in the face of an unknown entity capable of slaying the formidable heir of the Ho family, a chill crept over her. She must possess some vital information. Quickly turning to her companion Cui, she inquired, "Where's Chao Huilan? Where are they being held?" Cui, momentarily taken aback, replied, "They are imprisoned in the Dali Temple, and it is said that they are to be executed on the morrow." "What?" Zhao Changkong was taken aback, his face a mask of astonishment. He immediately dashed towards the courtyard. Seeing this, Xiao Tao and Cui hurriedly followed suit, exclaiming, "Young lord, nightfall is approaching swiftly. Where are you headed?" "To the Dali Temple." Zhao Changkong hurriedly made his way towards the outside of the Marquis's residence, without even casting a glance back. He had already entered the realm beyond. He was incomparable to Xiao Tao and Cui by the time they had pursued him out of the Marquis's estate. Zhao Changkong had long vanished from their sight, although this was merely his second outing from the residence. His adult reasoning allowed him to effortlessly inquire about the location of the Dali Temple. As for the pedestrians on the bustling streets, upon seeing Zhao Changkong adorned in his splendid attire of brocade and jewels, none dared to provoke the young scion of a noble family. After approximately half an hour had passed, Zhao Changkong arrived at the legendary Dali Temple's yamen. Shrouded in twilight, the Dali Temple appeared particularly eerie. The cold, faint glow emanating from the yellow candlelight illuminated the bluestone floor, as if each slab were steeped in the mournful wails of countless lost souls. The vermilion columns loomed dimly in the shadows, while the beast heads carved into the beams seemed to roar silently. Even the air was thick with a pungent scent of blood, causing Zhao Changkong to shudder involuntarily. "Stop!" Before he could cross the threshold of the yamen, two guards barred his way. One of them glared fiercely at Zhao Changkong, the cold gleam of the blade at his waist catching the light. "What manner of child are you, to wander into such a place? Depart at once." He struggled to suppress the fear that this ominous location instilled within him. Zhao Changkong presented his badge, declaring, "I am Zhao Changkong, the heir of the Dingwu Marquis. I wish to meet Chao Huilan, who was recently apprehended." The two guards were momentarily taken aback. They were well aware that the case involving the Dingwu Marquis household was personally overseen by the Dali Temple, and thus, they were familiar with the details. One guard stepped forward, took a glance at Zhao Changkong's badge, and, finding no discrepancies, his demeanor shifted instantly. The anger that had marred his face dissipated entirely. Noticing that Zhao Changkong was unaccompanied, he inquired with a smile, "Young Marquis, given that Chao Huilan is a death row inmate, what is the purpose of your solitary visit?" Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow. "Must I inform you?" The guard promptly clarified. "Young lord, you may not be aware, but it is necessary to consult the officials at the yamen before approaching a condemned prisoner. I shall seek their guidance. So there is a valid reason for our actions." Zhao Changkong pondered for a moment, adopting an air of maturity as he spoke. "She has cared for me for so many years. Although her intentions may have been dubious, there remains a bond of sentiment. I wish to see her once before she faces execution." The guard did not depart immediately, donning a look of hesitation. "Young lord, this reasoning seems rather tenuous. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow the household staff to accompany you? There are certain protocols here that you may not fully comprehend." Zhao Changkong was momentarily taken aback. The cunning expression on the other person's face instantly conveyed their meaning to him. However, Zhao Changkong had no time to squander in this situation. Certain matters, if not urgently clarified, posed a grave threat to him. Zhao Changkong adjusted his garments. Although he held the title of heir, he had never possessed any silver coins. Thus, he removed a jade pendant from his person and tossed it to the attendant, stating, "This jade pendant is of considerable value. I would be most grateful if you could promptly relay this to your superior." The guard, taken aback, examined the pendant in his hand. He had not anticipated that a mere 5-year-old child would comprehend his intentions. The jade was smooth as if it were infused with cream, undoubtedly a fine specimen. The smile on the guard's face widened as he nodded and bowed before entering the magistrate's office to seek counsel. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a beaming countenance. It was said that the young lord possessed extraordinary poetic talent. Little did they know, his social acumen was equally remarkable, evoking envy in others. After a series of flattering remarks, the guard escorted Zhao Changkong into the confines of the Dali Temple's prison. The dungeon was predominantly filled with death row inmates. Nestled deep underground, where the dim, damp corridors seemed endless. The walls bore mottled water stains resembling dried blood, exuding a putrid stench that could induce nausea. At last, the guard halted before a cell at the corridor's end. Zhao Changkong gazed upon a woman, her body marred by wounds, her prison garb soaked in blood, her hair disheveled, presenting a scene of utter desolation. Bang, bang, bang. A guard wielding a long blade rapped upon the prison door, proclaiming, "Chao Huilan, your esteemed son has come to see you." At the sound of his voice, the woman trembled and slowly lifted her head. Before Zhao Changkong stood a visage both grotesque and terrifying, streaked with blood. Chapter 28. The clue is lost. Zhao Changkong found it somewhat hard to believe. To think that within a mere few days, the self-proclaimed noble heir of the Dingwu Marquis would find himself in such a predicament. Young Marquis, I shall take my leave now. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to ask promptly. The attendant, with an air of courtesy, offered a compliment before turning away from the Dali Temple prison. As the guard departed, a chilling, raspy laugh escaped Chao Huilan's lips, resonating ominously. What is this? Has the young Marquis come specifically to bid me farewell, or perhaps to revel in my misfortune? Zhao Changkong had no time for idle chatter. He stifled the fear that gripped him at the thought of the Dali Temple prison. He inquired directly, "You must know who seeks to harm me, do you not?" Chao Huilan paused momentarily, then burst into laughter once more. Yet this time, her laughter was tinged with a mad delight, reminiscent of that day in the pavilion of the Dingwu Marquis' residence. Suddenly, her laughter ceased abruptly, with her icy gaze fixed intently on Zhao Changkong. Her face bore a twisted amusement as she replied, "Yes, I know who it is, but why should I divulge that to you? I intend for you to live in perpetual fear, enduring a torment that is worse than death." Zhao Changkong frowned, realizing that his suspicions were indeed correct. Chao Huilan would not reveal to him the identity of the person who sought to harm him. "Do you not feel any remorse?" "Remorse? Of course I do." Chao Huilan gritted her teeth, her gaze filled with venom. "I regret that I favored you over Ming'er in the past, which led to the rift in our mother-son relationship. I regret not keeping you by my side, watching over you at all times. Most of all, I regret allowing you to attend the poetry gathering in the capital that day." Zhao Changkong's expression darkened. "Have you never considered that without this insatiable greed, your family of 3 could live peacefully, perhaps even better than those who suffer from hunger and lack of clothing?" Chao Huilan's eyes blazed with fury. "Zhao Changkong, what right do you have to lecture me here? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't know how many times you would have perished these past years. It's merely the tale of victors and vanquished. Losing means losing. To expect me, Chao Huilan, to bow down and admit fault is to overestimate yourself exceedingly." "What do you mean? How many times have I perished? I once believed that those who poisoned and attempted to assassinate you were spies sent by the Northern Qi. But now I realize I was gravely mistaken. The ones who wished for your demise were not from Northern Qi. Then who were they?" Chao Huilan laughed mockingly. "Don't waste your efforts, Zhao Changkong. Our family of 3 will be waiting for you below." Zhao Changkong's expression darkened. "But have you ever considered Zhao Mingyi? Does he truly wish to die alongside you?" Upon hearing this, Chao Huilan trembled all over but retorted, "Everything I do is for him." Zhao Changkong replied, "Chao Huilan, you will never comprehend what your son truly desires. When he needed you most, you were scheming and indifferent to his plight. You believe your actions are in his best interest, yet the outcome is dire. He is imprisoned because of you, and he may ultimately perish because of your choices." Chao Huilan's breathing quickened. "Silence. I command you to be silent." Zhao Changkong continued, "I am now offering you an opportunity. Reveal to me the identity of that individual and I shall ensure his safety." Chao Huilan abruptly lifted her gaze. Her eyes, bloodshot and filled with turmoil, met his. Within her gaze lay a profound conflict and hesitation. At last, Chao Huilan spoke once more, her voice hoarse. "Are you certain that you can guarantee his life? How am I to trust you?" Zhao Changkong raised his hand and solemnly vowed, "I, Zhao Changkong, swear that if you reveal to me the true perpetrator behind the scenes, I shall safeguard Zhao Mingyi's life. Should I break this oath? May the heavens strike me with 5 bolts of lightning." Chao Huilan replied with a steady voice, "Very well. I shall now disclose the identity of that individual to you." Zhao Changkong, filled with excitement, was about to step forward when, suddenly, an unforeseen change occurred. Chao Huilan's body began to tremble violently. Golden runes surged from the ground, encircling her form. Above her head, a colossal golden character materialized, inscribed with the word seal. "Ah." Chao Huilan let out a heart-rending scream, feeling as though her soul was being devoured by countless ferocious beasts, an agony unbearable. What could be happening? Zhao Changkong's face was filled with astonishment. Having finally persuaded Chao Huilan, he absolutely could not allow her to come to harm at this critical moment. He immediately called out to the prison guard, "Hurry, someone, come quickly." Hearing the commotion from afar, the guard rushed over. The previous attendant had already informed him of Zhao Changkong's identity. As a mere prison guard, he dared not offend Zhao Changkong. However, upon witnessing the scene within the cell, he too was taken aback. He shouted towards Chao Huilan, "Hey, what is going on? What is this situation?" Clearly, he was completely oblivious to the radiant symbols and golden light surrounding them. Zhao Changkong could not help but exclaim, "Quick, open the door." The jailer hesitated, replying, "Young lord, I believe it would be prudent for me to summon the master instead. This place is far too perilous. If anything were to happen to you, I would not be able to bear the consequences." Zhao Changkong was furious. What is there to discuss? If something goes awry, this young lord shall bear the consequences. Open the door. He could not allow this solitary clue to slip away. The prison guard, intimidated by Zhao Changkong's imposing presence, completely forgot that the young lord beside him was merely 5 years of age. He proceeded to unlock the prison door. Zhao Changkong hurriedly rushed in. However, it was already too late. The moment he burst into the prison, the golden runes surrounding Chao Huilan dissipated, and she collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. "Chao Huilan, Chao Huilan." Zhao Changkong shook her vigorously. However, Chao Huilan offered no response. She had ceased to breathe, her eyes glazed over, and her expression was one of anguish, a truly horrifying sight. "Young lord, this Chao Huilan is already deceased," the jailer said, bowing to Zhao Changkong after his examination. Zhao Changkong's gaze was filled with confusion. His soul lead had been severed just like that? He was merely a step away from unraveling the truth. Who could it be? Why did they choose this moment to abruptly extinguish Chao Huilan's life? Countless questions surged within Zhao Changkong's heart. He was unwilling to accept this fate. Zhao Changkong crouched down to examine carefully. At last, he discovered a mark on Chao Huilan's nape. It was none other than the character seal. Suddenly, Zhao Changkong was suddenly taken aback, recalling the day in the courtyard of the Dingwu Marquis's residence when the Confucian cultivator had appeared unexpectedly. At that time, he had engaged in a battle of wits with the formation master, utilizing the very same characters. He had forced that formation master out of the array. The Confucian cultivator? Zhao Changkong had reached a conclusion within his heart. This character must undoubtedly be the handiwork of Rushio. Could it be that Rushio intends to eliminate his own? But why would they wish to harm him? Just as Zhao Changkong was lost in deep contemplation, the voice of the jailer pierced through the silence. "Young lord, it is getting late. This cell is dark and damp. Since she has already passed away, it would be wise for you to return sooner rather than later." As he regained his senses, Zhao Changkong struggled to rise from the ground, casting a glance at the adversary who had cared for him for 5 long years. "What of her?" he inquired. The jailer hastily replied, "I must report to you, young lord, that the Dali Temple is merely a place for the incarceration of death row inmates. The demise of one such prisoner is hardly significant. Tomorrow, she will be taken to the desolate burial grounds on the outskirts of the city." Zhao Changkong let out a helpless smile. Could Chao Huilan have ever imagined that her once glorious self would meet such a tragic end? Silently turning away, Zhao Changkong departed from the prison. Chapter 29. A narrow escape outside the Dali Temple. The anxious little marquis was greeted by the tearful excitement of Xiaotao and Tse upon seeing him. The weight that had hung over their hearts finally lifted. They hurried forward, with Tse draping a long robe over Zhao Changkong's shoulders, warming his heart, which had been as cold as ashes. On his forlorn face, he managed to force a faint smile. At least, for now, there were still those who cared for him. "Let us return home," he said softly, beginning his walk towards the Dingwu Marquis's residence. Xiaotao and Tsue sensed the shift in Zhao Changkong's mood. They chose not to speak, instead carrying their lanterns and silently following behind him as they made their way. Zhao Changkong remained deep in contemplation. He could not fathom when he had developed animosity towards Confucianism. His only encounter with them had been at the previous poetry gathering in the capital. Could it be that they harbored resentment simply because a mere child claimed the top prize? Yet, how did his plea for help manage to reach the young lord? If they intended to take his life, they could easily do so through Chao Huilan. Why risk their own safety? Suddenly, as Zhao Changkong was lost in his thoughts, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within him, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. He abruptly lifted his gaze. The night was as dark as ink, thick enough to seem as though it could engulf all light, save for a few tattered beams of moonlight that filtered through the heavy clouds, casting mottled shadows upon the bluestone pavement. The wind stirred the dry leaves on the ground, producing a soft rustling sound. The lanterns held by Xiao Tao and Cui Cui emitted a faint glow, flickering uncertainly in the darkness. Then, abruptly, the wind ceased. At the end of the street, a shadow silently emerged, as if it had detached itself from the night. In its grasp was a long sword, its blade glinting with a chilling light under the moon's gaze. An assassin. Zhao Changkong's heart suddenly tightened. The sense of impending danger he had just felt emanated from the palpable aura of hostility surrounding the other party. Beneath the cloak of night, the street was deserted save for the three of them. It was evident that their adversaries had specifically targeted them. Young lord. A tremor laced Cui Cui's voice from behind. Xiao Tao bit down on her pale red lips, and despite her trembling form, she resolutely positioned herself in front of Zhao Changkong. Young lord, you must flee at once. Zhao Changkong remained motionless. In the face of such an assassin, should he depart, both Xiao Tao and Cui Cui would undoubtedly meet their demise. The shadow gradually drew nearer, and the suffocating sense of oppression, coupled with an intangible aura of intimidation, rendered Xiao Tao and Cui Cui's faces ashen. With a thud, they collapsed to the ground. Despite exerting every ounce of their strength, they found no room for resistance. They could only watch helplessly as the shadow approached ever closer. Zhao Changkong instinctively recoiled, his eyes filled with terror. The shadow did not deal with Xiao Tao and Cui Cui, but instead bypassed them and advanced directly towards Zhao Changkong. Suddenly, the shadow extended its hand, and an invisible force instantaneously ensnared Zhao Changkong's body, rendering him utterly incapable of retreating even a fraction. Zhao Changkong, filled with terror, questioned, "Who exactly are you? Why do you seek to kill an innocent child?" As he drew closer, Zhao Changkong discerned that the shadow was a man. He was slender, with deep, dark eyes that resembled a bottomless abyss, exuding an unsettling chill that sent shivers down one's spine. The man did not respond. Instead, he slowly raised the sword in his hand, its tip aimed directly at Zhao Changkong. "You cannot kill me. I am the heir of Duke Dingwu. If you take my life, the royal family of Dayan and my father will surely not let you go unpunished." The man remained unfazed, as if impervious to his pleas. At this moment, Zhao Changkong was drenched in cold sweat, his mind racing to devise a strategy. "Wait. Considering I am but a child, I have but one request: grant me a complete corpse." The man's brow furrowed. Yet, to him, Zhao Changkong was merely a 5-year-old child, posing no threat. He sheathed his sword. Zhao Changkong felt the shackles that had bound him were finally released. Before he could even take a breath of relief, a man had already seized his throat, lifting him off the ground. Zhao Changkong's face turned a deep shade of purple, and he struggled to breathe. With great difficulty, he managed to utter, "I am on the brink of death. Could you at least reveal who sent you to kill me?" At last, the man spoke, his voice cold and hoarse, providing only a chilling 2-word response: "Cannot disclose." In that moment, Zhao Changkong's eyes rolled back, a profound sense of suffocation clouding his mind. Yet, he understood that he could not succumb to sleep. Otherwise, he feared he might never open his eyes again. He could distinctly feel the man's grip tightening around his wrist, and in mere moments, he could crush his neck. However, at that very instant, on Zhao Changkong's previously despairing and terrified visage, a flicker of joy emerged. With a pointed finger, he unleashed a fierce stream of sword energy, aimed directly at the man's throat. Suddenly, the man sensed the impending danger, his pupils dilating in alarm. He released Zhao Changkong and retreated explosively. Yet, it was all in vain. A few meters away, the man's figure stood frozen, his face a mask of horror. He gazed incredulously at Zhao Changkong, his throat constricting as if he wished to utter something. However, a surge of blood erupted from his throat, spilling onto the ground and rendering him utterly speechless. The man drew his sword, his eyes brimming with resentment and fury. Zhao Changkong sat helplessly on the ground, his face a picture of astonishment, his voice hoarse as he could not help but exclaim in disbelief, "What on earth? Is he still alive?" With great effort, he managed to rise to his feet. He once more recited the Ling Shao sword technique, preparing to strike his opponent again. However, before the man could take 2 steps, he suddenly weakened and collapsed into a pool of blood. Thud. Zhao Changkong once again collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. At this moment, his entire body was drenched in cold sweat, and he trembled slightly. Previously, he had been utterly unaware of the man's true strength. Thus, He felt compelled to take a gamble while his opponent was caught off guard. It was precisely for this reason that Zhao Changkong had uttered so much meaningless chatter to disarm the other. Clearly, Zhao Changkong emerged victorious from this wager. This marked his inaugural application of sword techniques in actual combat, and it was also the first time he had taken a life in his 2 lifetimes. Xiao Tao, Cui Cui. Zhao Changkong rose to his feet, his legs trembling and his gait somewhat unsteady. Approaching the 2 individuals, he discovered they were merely unconscious, which brought him a sense of relief. His gaze, however, once again fell upon the man. Zhao Changkong discovered that a waist token had seemingly fallen from the man's waist. Suppressing his fear of both the man and the corpse, he cautiously approached the figure. Trembling, he picked up the token. The material appeared to be a form of jade. The front was intricately carved with a plant he had never encountered before, while the reverse bore the character. Zhao Changkong felt a surge of joy in his heart. This must be a swordsman from someone's residence. To his surprise, the sudden appearance of the assassin had left him such a significant clue. If he could uncover the origin of this token, he would be able to track down the perpetrator responsible for his misfortune. After carefully stowing away the token, Zhao Changkong roused the unconscious Xiao Tao and Cui Cui. Upon awakening and seeing Zhao Changkong unharmed, both women were overwhelmed with emotion and brought to tears. Zhao Changkong did not linger but swiftly departed with the 2 companions. He was uncertain about the number of assassins that remained. Should another assassin appear, he would undoubtedly face mortal peril. Chapter 30. Unrestrained words. After a near-frenzied dash, the trio finally returned to the estate of the Duke of Dingwu. However, to Zhao Changkong's surprise, there was not a single servant to be found outside the grand gates of the Duke's residence. Zhao Changkong did not dwell on it for long. Accompanied by the still shaken Xiao Tao and Cui Cui, he arrived at the Chanfeng courtyard. However, upon witnessing the remnants of the door shattered by his use of the Lingxiao sword technique, the fragments lay scattered across the ground just as before. Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow and inquired, Xiao Tao, Cui Cui, where are the others in the residence? Why has no one come to clean? It was only then that Xiao Tao regained her composure and hurriedly explained, Young lord, nearly all the servants in the household are connected to Chao Huilan. They were all apprehended at once. The few who remain have fled the estate. Now, the entire residence comprises only the 3 of us. What? Zhao Changkong was utterly astonished. Was it true that only 3 individuals remained in the entire Dingwu Marquis residence? No wonder there was no one guarding the entrance, and the interior was shrouded in darkness. Although he was unaware of the exact acreage of the Dingwu Marquis estate, the mere thought of such a vast residence being inhabited by only 3 people sent a shiver down his spine. Zhao Changkong instructed, tomorrow, seek out some maids and guards, preferably those with some knowledge of martial arts. Xiao Tao and Cui Cui exchanged glances and slowly lowered their heads. Zhao Changkong expressed his bewilderment. What is the matter? Xiao Tao, with a timid demeanor, replied, Young master, it is said that the steward has long since fled, taking all the silver with him. What? Zhao Changkong was taken aback. Lacking silver, it was not only impossible to summon the maidservants and guards, but even the prospect of obtaining a meal became a daunting challenge. The heir of the Duke of Dingwu, who previously never worried about money, now found himself compelled to devise a solution to this predicament. Have you reported to the authorities? Cui Cui nodded. Yes, I have informed them. The constables of Jingzhou Prefecture said they would come to the residence with any updates. Xiao Dao, wishing to alleviate Zhao Changkong's burdens, quickly added, Young lord, Cui Cui and I can manage your needs. It merely requires us to dedicate some time each day to tidy up the courtyard of the manor. Zhao Changkong furrowed his brows and shook his head. In recent years, I have received numerous valuable gifts on my birthday. Tomorrow, I shall sell a few items and recruit several maidservants. It is simply impractical for just the 2 of you to manage such a vast estate. But, there is no but. You will adhere to my instructions. Understood. Seeing Zhao Changkong's determination, the 2 women had no choice but to comply. At that moment, Cui Cui could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, Young Marquis, was that assassin you? Zhao Changkong, who was about to return to his quarters for rest, abruptly halted. No, it was a mysterious Taoist. A Taoist? Both women expressed their surprise, for upon waking, they had seen no other figures. Then, Zhao Changkong spoke earnestly. The events of this evening, along with my cultivation, must not be disclosed to anyone. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Rest assured, Young Marquis, we shall not utter a word. Zhao Changkong nodded slightly before returning to the room devoid of doors. Lying on the bed, he once again fell into deep contemplation. He finally grasped the meaning behind Xiao Huilan's words. Without her, he likely would not have survived to see this day. He took out the jade pendant from his bosom, realizing the urgency to uncover its origins and identify the true culprit behind the shadows. Otherwise, with each passing day, he remained at risk of being assassinated. The following morning, as dawn broke with a soft light, Cui rushed into the room, visibly anxious. Young lord, Zhao Changkong had not yet fully awakened. In a state of drowsiness, he sat up and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What is the matter, young lord?" "Someone from the palace has arrived and is currently waiting for you in the main hall of the Marquis residence to deliver a decree." "From the palace?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Changkong instantly became alert. After such a prolonged wait, the palace had finally issued a decree. Could it be a betrothal between him and the princess? If so, would this not afford him the protection of her highness? Dressed appropriately, Zhao Changkong, lost in his thoughts, followed Cui to the main hall of the Marquis residence. There, an elderly eunuch with graying temples was seated, savoring a cup of tea. Behind him stood several young eunuchs, accompanied by a dozen armed guards. Upon noticing Zhao Changkong's presence, the eunuch set down his teacup and remarked, "You must be Zhao Changkong, the heir of the Dingwu Marquis." Zhao Changkong nodded and said, "It is I. I have also read the poetry you composed, a solitary boat, an old man in a bamboo hat, fishing alone in the cold river snow. It possesses a profound artistic conception and is indeed well written." Zhao Changkong smiled awkwardly. After all, it was his own transcriptions of poetry, and hearing others praise them so highly made him feel somewhat sheepish. "Well, it's getting late. I must return to the palace to report after reading the imperial edict to you." "Certainly." Zhao Changkong hastily knelt, preparing to receive the imperial decree. "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, the heir of Dingwu Marquis, Zhao Changkong, possesses extraordinary poetic talent. Having secured the top position at the poetry gathering in the capital, he is hereby awarded 100 taels of gold and granted admission to the Imperial Academy. Thus it is decreed." Upon hearing this, Zhao Changkong felt somewhat bewildered. Was that all? What about a marriage proposal? What exactly is the Imperial Academy? 100 taels of gold? After all, he had saved the royal family and upheld the dignity of the entire Great Yin. Such a meager reward felt rather miserly. Ahem. The eunuch, noticing Zhao Changkong's momentary daze, did not scold him but merely offered a gentle reminder. After all, in his eyes, Zhao Changkong was but a child. Zhao Changlong, bewildered, lifted his gaze towards the eunuch and inquired, "Is this all there is, my lord? Has His Majesty perhaps forgotten something?" However, Zhao Changlong's words elicited a collective gasp from everyone present. How audacious! The eunuch, immediately incensed, pointed at Zhao Changlong and exclaimed in fury, "Were it not for your tender years, I would have surely punished you for your grievous disrespect." Zhao Changkong wore a look of grievance as he addressed the imperial eunuch. "Your Excellency, was it not previously stated that securing the title of champion at the poetry gathering would grant me the esteemed position of the prince consort of Dayan? Why then? Is there no mention of it in this edict? Does His Majesty intend to renege on his promise?" Currently, without having apprehended the assailant, he remained in constant peril of assassination. The most prudent course of action was to cling to the princess for protection, for it seemed only the royal family could offer him the necessary safeguard. However, those around him shuddered with trepidation at his words. The eunuch scoffed disdainfully, "Humph! You are but a mere child, still in the throes of youth, yet you aspire to be a prince consort. His Majesty has decreed that you are too young for such commitments. This matter shall be revisited at a later date." With that, the eunuch, clearly displeased, placed the imperial edict into Zhao Changkong's hands. Zhao Changkong wore an expression of deep anxiety. However, the eunuch abruptly interrupted, stating, "Moreover, His Majesty has commanded you to proceed to the Imperial Academy today to prepare for next year's Confucian Grand Assembly. Shortly, someone will come to escort you." With that, he turned and departed with the others. "Eunuch, what exactly is the Imperial Academy? Am I not allowed to decline?" Outside, the eunuch's voice echoed. "To defy a decree could cost you your head." Zhao Changkong hastily retracted his neck and fell silent. The young lord, upon observing the eunuch escorting his men away, was approached by Xiao Tao and Cui, who rushed to his side. Having overheard Zhao Changkong's earlier remarks, both ladies were drenched in cold sweat. They urgently cautioned, "Young lord, you must refrain from speaking in such a manner in the future. It could cost you your head." Zhao Changkong is certainly aware. His response stems from a position of resignation. "I recall that Chao Huilan once mentioned the royal family's persistent wariness of Dingwu Ho. He wishes to convey to the individual within the palace that he is merely a candid child. Naturally, should he be granted the title of prince consort, He would temporarily secure the protection of the royal family, which may not necessarily be a misfortune for him. Chapter 31. The Sacred Grounds of Confucianism. Zhao Changkong curled his lips in disdain. 100 taels of gold, and I haven't even called him stingy yet. The young lord, Xiaotao and Cui wore anxious expressions, nervously glancing towards the door. Fortunately, there were only the three of them in the residence at present. If anyone else were to overhear, it would undoubtedly lead to severe consequences. Zhao Changkong, somewhat impatient, remarked, all right, this heir is aware. He gestured towards the gold. You two shall oversee its management, and do ensure to hire additional guards for the residence to safeguard my safety. Having entrusted the affairs of the residence, a carriage arrived outside, sent to escort Zhao Changkong to the Imperial Academy for his studies. Zhao Changkong, unwilling to defy orders, reluctantly boarded the carriage. After approximately half an hour, the carriage entered a magnificent city gate. He lifted the curtain of the carriage. Zhao Changkong curiously gazed outside. The solemn and majestic architecture, adorned with blue bricks and dark tiles, stood in dignified grandeur, while the vermilion columns shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. In the courtyard, several ancient cypress trees stood tall and strong, their branches filtering dappled light that danced upon the flagstone ground. A subtle scent of ink intertwined with the fragrance of blooming flowers, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. Is this a scholarly institution? Just as Zhao Changkong pondered this, a voice emerged from behind him. The Guozijian is not merely an ordinary academy. It is the sacred sanctuary of Confucian learning in the great Yin kingdom, a place where the scions of nobility study the art of governance and statecraft. A sacred sanctuary of Confucian learning? Zhao Changkong trembled all over, his face filled with astonishment. Chao Huilan had indeed fallen victim to the hands of the Confucian cultivators. This implied that someone here sought his life. At this moment, his presence at the Guozijian was akin to walking into the jaws of death. He could not allow this to happen. He must find a way to escape from this place. Sir, Zhao Changkong hurriedly turned around, only to find a middle-aged man clad in a scholar's robe, gazing intently at him. However, upon seeing the man's visage, Zhao Changkong's voice faltered, his expression one of disbelief. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed in astonishment, "It is you." Zhao Changkong immediately recognized the individual before him. It was none other than the learned cultivator who had saved his life in the backyard of the Dingwu Marquis's residence. Zhao Changkong bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life that day, sir." The middle-aged scholar slightly nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. "Follow me," he said, then turned and walked towards the corridor. Zhao Changkong could only brace himself and follow along. He pondered in his heart how to excuse himself from this place. As he was deep in thought, the middle-aged scholar ahead of him spoke in a calm tone. "It seems you are not particularly fond of this location." Feeling his inner thoughts exposed, Zhao Changkong's heart tightened. "How did you discern that?" The scholar continued, "While others are visiting the Imperial Academy for the first time. Filled with curiosity and fervor, I sense only negativity emanating from you." With that, the middle-aged scholar halted, turning to face Zhao Changkong. Zhao Changkong's expression was tense as he hurriedly explained, "I report to you, esteemed sir, that I consider my poetic skills to be quite commendable. Therefore, I believe there is no necessity for me to attend the Imperial Academy for further study. Indeed, your poetic talent is unparalleled within the realm." Upon hearing this response, Zhao Changkong felt a sudden sense of relief. However, upon hearing the word however, his heart tightened once more. The upcoming Confucian Grand Assembly would not merely judge poetic talent. It would also assess the principles of governance and statecraft, all of which require study at the Imperial Academy. It was over. Zhao Changkong's heart was as desolate as ashes. The only means to leave the Guozijian was now utterly extinguished. Sensing Zhao Changkong's despondency, the middle-aged Confucian scholar continued, "Moreover, your studies here grant you the invaluable opportunity to receive the teachings of the master. Although your ethereal essence has been shattered, your poetic talent is remarkable. Perhaps you might still embark on the path of Confucian cultivation." Confucian cultivation? Zhao Changkong has now mastered the art of swordsmanship, and it seems he shall have no further connection with the path of Confucian cultivation in the future. Zhao Changkong clasped his hands in gratitude, replying, "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed sir." The matter of his cultivation was a closely guarded secret, a means of preserving his life, and he could not allow others to be privy to it unless absolutely necessary. "Come, allow me to escort you to the lecture hall." Zhao Changkong had no choice but to follow the middle-aged Confucian scholar into the inner courtyard of the Imperial Academy. As they traversed the long corridor, the scholar opened the door to a room, ushering Zhao inside. The previously raucous lecture hall fell into an immediate hush. Upon seeing the newcomers, the students hastily straightened their postures. Confusion spread across their faces when they noticed a child trailing behind the middle-aged scholar. The scholar instructed, "Today, we welcome a new student. He is quite young, so I trust you will extend your care towards him." The students were taken aback. "A student?" they murmured. Was it not true that the Imperial Academy did not accept children? Only those who had reached the age of maturity were permitted to study there. Whispers filled the silent hall, as some of the students found the child somewhat familiar, though they could not recall where they had seen him before. At that moment, a graceful youth clad in a blue Confucian robe, adorned with a fine jade at his waist and a golden silk headband, stood up. With a disdainful glance at Zhao Changkong, he remarked, "Sir, the Imperial Academy does not accept children. You are breaking the Academy's rules. If the master were to find out." The middle-aged scholar calmly replied, "This is the will of the Emperor and the master." Instantly, the young man in blue was struck with shock. Not only him, but the other attendees were equally astonished, their minds racing with speculation. Who exactly was this child? Appearing to be only 6 or 7 years old, that could compel both the Emperor and the master to disregard the Academy's regulations? "Zhao Changkong, please take a seat over there," the middle-aged scholar instructed, pointing to an empty spot in the room without further explanation. However, upon hearing the name, the youth in blue trembled, his pupils constricting in disbelief. He fixed an intense gaze on Zhao, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. Is he the heir of the Duke of Dingwu, Zhao Changkong? No wonder he seemed so familiar. He was indeed the one who composed 4 extraordinary pieces on stage that day. A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd, all eyes now fixed on Zhao Changkong. As they scrutinized him in disbelief, astonished that such remarkable works could have been penned by one so young. Zhao Changkong paid no heed to the peculiar gazes of those around him, instead bowing respectfully to the middle-aged scholar before proceeding to his designated seat. The scholar did not linger long. Upon noticing Zhao Changkong's arrival, he instructed the others to diligently review their studies before departing from the lecture hall. The crowd continued to murmur among themselves, discussing the events that transpired that day at Haoming Tower. Little did they know, this Zhao Changkong was not only gifted in poetry, but also possessed remarkable valor. On that day, he boldly inquired of the sage when he might wed Her Highness the Princess. I, too, witnessed his eager demeanor, desperately wishing to become the prince consort. It was truly amusing. Had it not been for the sage commanding his removal, one might have thought he would have preferred to marry the princess on the spot. Listening to their discussions, Zhao Changkong felt a flush of embarrassment. If it were not for the sake of survival, how could he have been so eager to marry? He cast his gaze down towards the book on the table, feigning ignorance to the surrounding voices. Yet, some individuals cannot pretend to be oblivious. The young man clad in a scholarly blue robe, with an icy demeanor, abruptly rose from his seat and approached Zhao Changkong's position. Towering over him, he looked down with a scornful expression, declaring, "You are the worthless man, born of a mother yet raised without one, Zhao Changkong." This sudden confrontation instantly silenced the previously noisy atmosphere. Chapter 32, Zhao Changkong, you seek your own demise. Zhao Changkong, who had been engrossed in his reading, felt his expression darken. With a fierce gaze, he lifted his head to confront the young man standing before him, demanding, "Why do you insult me?" The youth, exuding an air of righteous indignation, retorted, "It is naturally because you tarnish the reputation of Her Highness the Princess. Were it not for your youth, I would truly wish to teach you a proper lesson on her behalf." Zhao Changkong suddenly realized. It turned out that this was merely a worthless individual attempting to elevate himself by stepping on him, striving to showcase his presence before the princess. Zhao Changkong would not indulge the other party. However, why did you not speak up when that Yelf Quan was so arrogant and boisterous, proclaiming his desire to marry the princess and humiliating the scholars of Dayan? The youth's expression shifted dramatically as he explained, "That was because I did not attend the poetry gathering. Had I been present, I certainly would not have allowed the princess's reputation to be tarnished." What a classic case of hindsight. Zhao Changkong could not suppress a laugh. The young man furrowed his brows and questioned, "You worthless fool, what is so amusing?" He continued, "If this heir were not to grant you this opportunity, it would be exceedingly unfair. How about we engage in a competition? Should you manage to triumph over me, I shall willingly relinquish the position of champion at this poetry gathering." The young man immediately declined, "You are not worthy to compete with me in poetry." He was no fool. Although he doubted Zhao Changkong's ability to compose those 4 masterful pieces, the mere thought of losing would bring him immense disgrace. Then, the young man derisively remarked, It is said that the Duke of Dingwu guards the northern frontier, a veritable hero of the great Yin dynasty. Who would have imagined that the descendant of such a distinguished general would turn out to be a mere dilettante, lacking any martial prowess? Even the steward of his estate nearly took his life. Truly shameful. He has brought nothing but disgrace upon the Duke of Dingwu. How could someone like you ever be deserving of Her Highness the Princess? Zhao Changkong's expression was rather grim. The youth before him was no fool. He understood the concept of preemption. Around them, murmurs of discussion began to swell. The events that transpired at the Dingwu Marquis residence were hardly a secret. Nearly everyone in the capital was aware of it. Observing Zhao Changkong's silence, the youth's face blossomed with triumph. A useless person is indeed useless. You have nothing to retort. Do you? With your kind of detritus, yet to even mature, how dare you proclaim your ambition to become the prince consort? Do you comprehend why His Majesty has yet to issue a decree for marriage? It is because His Majesty is unwilling to bestow the hand of Princess Junin upon a worthless individual like you. Zhao Changkong's gaze was frigid as he clenched his fists, his stomach churning at the sight of that arrogant, infuriating face. Luo Xiaozi, you have gone too far. At that moment, a sharp voice resonated within the lecture hall. A stout youth stood beside Zhao Changkong, glaring fiercely at Luo Xiaozi. He is merely a child. Your humiliation is rather excessive, don't you think? Luo Xiaozi furrowed his brow slightly. Zhao Changkong cast a glance at the chubby youth beside him, somewhat astonished. He did not recognize the individual at all. Why would this person speak on his behalf? Although Lu Xiaozi's expression was displeased, his words remained courteous. 13th Prince, I am merely standing up for Princess Junin. How can such a scoundrel be allowed to become her consort? Would that not ruin Princess Junin's happiness for a lifetime? Zhao Changkong was taken aback. He never imagined that the chubby little fellow standing beside him, who spoke up on his behalf, was actually a prince. The chubby boy's expression darkened. Luo Xiaozi, your audacity has grown. How dare you meddle in royal affairs? This remark startled Luo Xiaozi. He hurried to clarify. 13th Prince, I meant no offense. I have long admired the princess and do not wish for this good-for-nothing, born of a mother yet raised without one, to tarnish her purity. Humph. The chubby boy snorted coldly. Just now, the teacher instructed us to look after the younger students. Should you dare to insult him again, do not blame me for informing the master. Though Luo Xiaozi was disgruntled, he could only respond with a sullen nod. Understood. From now on, I, Luo Xiaozi, shall extend my assistance to him. After saying this, Luo Xiaozi turned to leave. Wait. At that moment, Zhao Changkong unexpectedly called out to him. With a slight frame, he climbed onto a chair, standing atop the table. His previously diminutive stature now towered over Luo Xiaozi by 2 or 3 heads. Luo Xiaozi was momentarily stunned. The chubby boy beside him wore a puzzled expression. What are you climbing so high for? Zhao Changkong paid no heed to the chubby boy, instead gesturing towards Lu Xiaozi. Lu Xiaozi furrowed his brow. However, in the presence of a mere 5-year-old child, he showed no signs of fear. Standing before Zhao Changkong, he inquired with a gaze full of disdain, what else do you want? Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. Zhao Changkong raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap directly to Lu Xiaozi's face. How exhilarating! Zhao Changkong silently rejoiced within himself. The sensation of standing at such heights and delivering a slap to another was undeniably exhilarating. However, those around him were utterly bewildered, their faces etched with astonishment. Many drew in sharp breaths. Who among them was unaware that Lu Xiaozi was none other than the sole heir of Lu Jingming? For over a decade, no one had dared to strike him. To their astonishment, Zhao Changkong, the heir of the Dingwu Marquis, had the audacity to take action. Lu Xiaozi himself was momentarily stunned. After a prolonged pause, he regained his composure, gingerly touching his numbed left cheek, which had already begun to swell. To his dismay, he even noticed blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Zhao Changkong, you seek death. With fury boiling within him, Lu Xiaozi seethed in a low voice. Runes surged beneath his feet, swirling around his right arm. His gaze was now filled with an intense murderous intent. Lu Xiaozi, what are you planning to do? The plump boy exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. It was evident that Lu Xiaozi intended to strike with lethal force. Everyone knew that Zhao Changkong was a discarded waste, his spiritual bones rendered useless. He stood no chance against Lu Xiaozi's onslaught. If Zhao Changkong were to perish, the consequences would be dire. The plump boy rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhao Changkong. Lu Xiaozi, cease this madness. If you dare to act recklessly again, I will summon the master immediately. Lu Xiaozi gritted his teeth in anger. Did you not see him slap me just now? If word of this spreads, how can I? Lu Xiaozi, ever hold my head high again. The plump boy furrowed his brow and turned to Zhao Changkong. You must apologize to him. Zhao Changkong resolutely replied. He insulted my mother. It is utterly impossible for me to apologize. Lu Shaozi clenched his fists, his gaze seething with a desire to rend Zhao Changkong to pieces. 13th Prince, you have witnessed this audacious child. If I spare him, it would imply that I, Lu Shaozi, am afraid. With that, Lu Shaozi moved forward, ready to strike. Upon witnessing this scene, the chubby boy broke into a cold sweat. Realizing he could not stand idly by as the heir of the Duke of Dingwu clashed with the son of the Minister of Revenue. If Zhao Changkong were to suffer any misfortune, it would undoubtedly spell defeat for him at next year's Confucian Grand Assembly. In that moment, a sudden idea struck the chubby boy. You two should set up a wager. Whoever loses must apologize to the other. If you both refuse, I will inform the master and have you both punished. Chapter 33. Be a witness. Upon hearing that the 13th prince intended to seek the master, Lu Shaozi gradually calmed down. He understood that if he were to kill Zhao Changkong here, even his father would be unable to protect him. Nevertheless, he felt a pressing need to strip Zhao Changkong of some dignity to quell his own resentment. Lu Shaozi's gaze fell upon Zhao Changkong as he coldly remarked, "What is this waste of a person capable of? Aside from reciting poems plagiarized from who knows where, what can he truly compare? His father, as the Duke of Dingwu, must surely be mocked for raising such a useless son. If you possess any ability, let us see who can hold the Dingwu cauldron the longest and prove whether you are indeed a waste." His words dripped with derision, clearly intended to provoke Zhao Changkong's pride. Very well, if it is the cauldron you wish to lift, I, Zhao Changkong, accept. However, Zhao Changkong's response left everyone present utterly astounded. Lu Shaozi's face lit up with joy. The 13th prince, who had intended to intervene, ultimately refrained from speaking. Lu Shaozi's eyes sparkled with mockery. Since you have agreed, let us go outside and compete right now. Zhao Changkong called out to the other party. What? Could it be that this esteemed heir of the Dingwu marquis wishes to renege? Zhao Changkong, however, shook his head and remarked, No, I believe that merely apologizing after a defeat is rather dull. Oh, what do you propose then? Whoever loses should kneel and bow in apology. A sharp intake of breath resonated throughout the crowd upon hearing this proclamation. The onlookers gazed at Zhao Changkong with expressions of bewilderment. Luo Shaozi, having mastered the 3rd level of his transformation at merely 5 years of age, stood just a step away from the realm of enlightenment. In stark contrast, Zhao Changkong was a discarded talent, rendered incapable of cultivation due to the destruction of his spiritual bone. What could he possibly compare to Luo Shaozi? This was akin to challenging a mountain with an egg, an act of self-destruction. Haha. Luo Shaozi could not contain his laughter and gave Zhao Changkong a thumbs up, exclaiming, Well, now you resemble the valiant and extraordinary Duke Wu of the past. Though his words appeared to praise Zhao Changkong, it was evident to all that Luo Shaozi was, in fact, mocking him. Soon, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Zhao Changkong and Lu Shaozi exited the lecture hall, followed by the others. The 13th prince, however, wore a grave expression as he hastily made his way to the rear courtyard. In the center of the inner courtyard stood a towering platform, upon which rested a bronze cauldron, inscribed with the words Dingwu on one side. Lu Shaozi was the first to ascend the platform. Yet, instead of commencing immediately, he surveyed the surroundings and proclaimed loudly, Esteemed classmates, the heir of the Dingwu marquis, Zhao Changkong, has challenged me to a contest with the great cauldron, promising that the loser shall kneel and apologize to the victor. I kindly request your witness to this event. Instantly, the previously closed doors swung open, and the once tranquil courtyard buzzed with excitement. Countless scholars and noble lords gathered around the platform. Some of Lu Shaozi's acquaintances mocked. It is said that the Dingwu marquis heir is a waste, his spiritual bones crippled. How dare he challenge Brother Lu to a contest with the cauldron? He must be courting death. In my view, this is merely an excuse for Zhao Changkong to apologize to Brother Lu. If that 5-year-old child can lift the 10,000-pound Dingwu cauldron, I shall eat it myself. If he can lift it, I'll call him grandfather. Conversely, there were those who disapproved of Lu Shaozi's actions, shouting at him, Lu Shaozi, have you no shame? Competing with a 5-year-old child over the Dingwu cauldron? Do you not fear the ridicule that will ensue? Yet, Lu Shaozi remained unfazed. He was determined to force Zhao Changkong to kneel and confess his wrongs before everyone, believing that only then could his grievances be assuaged. Li Minghao, if you are concerned for the young heir, why not compete with me instead? Li Minghao frowned and fell silent. With his current strength at merely the 2nd stage of body refinement, he was no match for Lu Xiaozhe. Witnessing Li Minghao's retreat, Lu Xiaozhe's face brimmed with pride as he turned his gaze toward Zhao Changkong. Young heir, I shall go first. With that, Lu Xiaozhe approached the massive bronze cauldron. Runes surged at his feet. Strength, arise. In an instant, the runes coiled around his arms like dragons. His muscles bulged as he took a deep breath, grasping the cauldron's feet, his knuckles whitening with effort. Lift. With a low roar. He straightened his back like a pine tree, his legs steady as boulders. Miraculously, the cauldron began to rise from the ground, eliciting thunderous cheers from the crowd below. Zhao Changkong was somewhat taken aback. He never anticipated that the bronze cauldron, weighing 10,000 pounds, could indeed be lifted by Lu Xiaozhe. Moments later, with a fierce shout from Lu Xiaozhe, the Dingwu Ding was raised above his head. After 10 breaths, a thunderous crash echoed as the Dingwu Ding returned to its place on the high platform. The golden light surrounding Lu Xiaozhe dissipated, and he breathed heavily. Yet his face radiated excitement. He knew then that Zhao Changkong was destined for defeat. Zhao Changkong, it is your turn. Lu Xiaozhe's gaze fell upon him, filled with playful intent. In an instant, all eyes turned towards the diminutive figure, astonishment etched upon their faces. Some even shouted, "Young master, why not concede? Bow to brother Lu and admit your defeat. Look at those spindly arms and legs. He likely cannot even embrace the cauldron's feet. If you can lift the Dingwu Ding, I shall eat it myself." To them, the outcome seemed predetermined, with Zhao Changkong unable to prevail. However, Zhao Changkong maintained an air of calmness, addressing Lu Xiaozhe atop the platform. "Give me half an hour." Lu Xiaozhe laughed. "Half an hour? Zhao Changkong, I shall grant you an hour. If within that time you cannot lift the Dingwu Ding, then you shall be deemed the loser." Agreed. Zhao Changkong acquiesced. Upon witnessing Zhao Changkong's agreement, Lu Xiaozhe's lips curled into a slight smirk, his eyes shimmering with an intensified sense of triumph. Today, he was determined to subjugate Zhao Changkong, demonstrating how he could no longer contend for the affections of the princess in the future. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, Zhao Changkong procured several pieces of solid wood and constructed a triangular frame atop a high platform. Subsequently, he connected the individual wooden beams together. He then acquired some rope, binding it at the ears of the tripod and securing it to one end of the wood. What was he up to? Many onlookers displayed expressions of confusion. Was it not obvious? He was undoubtedly stalling for time. One might wonder why he would do so. After all, the National Academy places immense value on integrity. And the wager between them is something even the master cannot alter. Perhaps he was unaware on his first day, but soon, a spectacle would unfold. It was truly unexpected for the heir to kneel before others. Who would have thought that the valiant Duke of Dingwu would have such a worthless son? Finally, Zhao Changkong came to a halt, gazing at the robust wooden lever that stretched over 20 meters before him. Finally, he clapped his hands, a glimmer of delight illuminating his face. It's done. Next, it was time for him to showcase his prowess. Chapter 34. Placed in a desperate situation under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhao Changkong approached the opposite end of the lever, seizing the dangling rope. What could the heir of the Dingwu Marquis be up to with such an apparatus? Was he perhaps deranged, believing that merely adding someone would enable him to lift the colossal Dingwu cauldron, weighing thousands of pounds? The onlookers wore expressions of disdain, convinced that Zhao Changkong's efforts over the past half hour were merely a ploy to buy time. Behold, the Dingwu cauldron is moving. Suddenly, a gasp rang out from the throng. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the imposing Dingwu cauldron stationed at the center of the platform. Indeed, the immense cauldron, weighing a staggering 10,000 pounds, was indeed stirring. A collective intake of breath echoed through the crowd, faces etched with disbelief and astonishment. This was a cauldron of unimaginable weight. Even the majority of students present could not lift it, let alone a mere child of 5, devoid of any martial prowess. In the center of the platform, Lu Xiaozhe stood agape, utterly bewildered. At the age of 15, he had only managed to elevate the 10,000-pound cauldron by employing Confucian incantations. However, he now observed that Zhao Changkong exhibited no signs of any runic fluctuations. Clearly, he had merely utilized the wooden levers to raise the immense cauldron. How could this be possible? How could this be? Lu Xiaozhe was profoundly shaken, his gaze vacant, muttering to himself in a daze. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Zhao Changkong raised the ding of national stability, a feat accomplished long before Lu Xiaozhe could react. He then released the rope, and with a thunderous crash, the colossal ding, weighing 10,000 pounds, fell resoundingly upon the high platform. The spectators present were left in a state of profound shock. Zhao Changkong's voice echoed simultaneously, "Luo Xiaozhe, you have lost." Come forth and kneel to apologize." A profound silence enveloped the entire courtyard, where even the fall of a pin could be heard. In that instant, all eyes were fixated on Luo Xiaozi. His countenance was rendered exceedingly grim, while Zhao Changkong reveled in a quiet smirk. A mere 10,000 gene of the ding of national stability held no weight in the eyes of a doctoral scholar with dual degrees in the sciences. After all, as Archimedes once proclaimed, "Give me a fulcrum, and I shall lift the entire earth." At long last, Luo Xiaozi regained his composure, his gaze laced with venom as he glared at Zhao Changkong. "You have cheated. There is no way you could have lifted that on your own. You must have had outside assistance." Zhao Changkong scoffed dismissively. "Luo Xiaozi, which of your eyes saw anyone assisting me? It appears you are attempting to shirk responsibility and concoct excuses for yourself." "What excuse? Who does not know that Zhao Changkong's spiritual essence has been rendered ineffective, unable to transcend into the realm? Even if you possess innate strength at merely 5 years of age, how could you possibly lift the monumental Dingwu cauldron weighing 10,000 jin?" Luo Xiaozi's remarks left many in a state of realization. Indeed, Zhao Changkong's performance today was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary 5-year-old child. "I concur with Brother Luo. How could a mere child of 5 lift the 10,000 jin Dingwu cauldron? Surely, someone must be aiding him from the shadows, though we are unable to discern who." It was unexpected that the young heir of the Dingwu marquis would engage in such despicable acts, bringing shame upon the Dingwu family. Upon hearing the surrounding jeers, Luo Xiaozi breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he sternly admonished, "Zhao Changkong, this is the sacred land of the Confucian scholars of Dayan. Your audacity to cheat here is utterly preposterous." Zhao Changkong clenched his fist, declaring, "I did not cheat." He scoffed, "But who could possibly vouch for you?" Zhao Changkong understood that the other party was deliberately putting him in a difficult position. To inform them of the principle of leverage? Is this what they call science? They simply do not comprehend it. At this moment, anything he said would be met with various rebuttals from them. After all, he was merely a child. And these individuals held a deep-seated belief that a child could not possibly lift the monumental state-stabilizing cauldron. This damnable prejudice. Zhao Changkong was lost in contemplation, seeking a solution to the predicament. As Lu Xiaozi observed Zhao's prolonged silence, he assumed that his opponent was at a loss for words, which only heightened his sense of triumph. With an arrogant smirk, he pointed to the ground and declared, "Unless someone comes forth to testify for you, Zhao Changkong, you have lost this wager. Kneel and apologize to me immediately." Today, he intended to humiliate the heir of the Dingwu marquis in front of everyone. Competing for the princess? This good-for-nothing was hardly worthy. I could bear witness that he did not cheat. However, at that moment, an aged voice resonated from beyond the crowd. The tone was unassuming, yet it reverberated like a bell in the ears of the assembly. The sudden pronouncement sent a tremor through the hearts of all present, compelling them to turn and gaze in the direction of the sound. As they beheld the newcomer, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they hastily parted to create a path, collectively exclaiming, "Master." On the elevated platform, Lu Xiaozi was momentarily stunned, his face a mask of disbelief. Had he truly just heard the master declare that he would testify for Zhao Changkong? How could this be possible? Zhao Changkong also noticed the elderly figure emerging from the crowd, his face reflecting astonishment. "Master, is it truly you?" This was indeed the venerable sage who presided over the poetry gathering at Haoming Tower. He eagerly pursued the elder with inquiries about when he might wed the esteemed princess. However, Lu Xiaozi felt a twinge of unease at this interaction and hastily addressed the sage, saying, "Master, Zhao Changkong is merely a 5-year-old child. He cannot even enter the realm of nirvana. How could he possibly lift the monumental national stability tripod? Please, do not be deceived by his tender age." To Lu Xiaozi's surprise, the sage paid him no heed. Instead, he turned his attention to the peculiar contraption that Zhao Changkong had created. Expressing curiosity as he inquired, "Is this the device that enables you to lift the national stability tripod?" Zhao Changkong clasped his hands in response, saying, "Indeed. What is the name of this object? And what principle does it embody?" Zhao Changkong dared not conceal the truth. This object is known as a lever, which utilizes a specific point as a fulcrum to transmit force. The longer the distance from the fulcrum to the other end of the lever, the greater the weight it can lift. Upon hearing this, the master pondered for a moment and instantly grasped the intricacies involved, a smile inevitably gracing his countenance. Lu Xiaozi swiftly descended from the high platform, casting a dark glare at Zhao Changkong. He clasped his hands and addressed the master, saying, "Master, this Zhao Changkong speaks nonsense. What he refers to as a lever is merely an excuse for his own cheating. You must not believe him and should impose a severe punishment." Zhao Changkong could not suppress the twitching of his lips. He found it bewildering that he held no grudge against Lu Xiaozhe. He had merely uttered a few words concerning Her Highness the Princess. Why then was there such an intense desire to bring about his ruin? The smile on the sage's face vanished, gradually giving way to solemnity. Lu Xiaozhe, noticing the shift in expression, felt a surge of elation, eagerly anticipating the sage's reprimand of Zhao Changkong. However, the sage's subsequent words caused Lu Xiaozhe's complexion to change dramatically. The principle of the lever benefits the nation and its people and is worthy of promotion. I shall report this to the court and advocate for its widespread implementation throughout the Great Yin. Chapter 35. Not for the unworthy worthy of promotion? Widespread implementation. Upon hearing these 8 words, Lu Xiaozhe was left in a state of shock. Not just him. Nearly everyone present wore expressions of disbelief. They had been at the Imperial Academy for some time and had never before heard the sage speak so highly of an individual. Lu Xiaozhe, unable to consider anything else, did not wish to kneel and apologize to Zhao Changkong. Such an act would strip him of any dignity he had left. He immediately countered, "Sage, how can such deceitful methods be deemed worthy of promotion? You have been deceived by this good-for-nothing." He also signaled to several others. In no time, voices of doubt rose among the crowd. The sage, however, stroked his beard and said, "If there are doubts regarding the principle of the lever, feel free to step forward and test it. You will soon understand the true meaning of my words about benefiting the nation and its people." Soon, a figure emerged from the crowd. It was Li Minghao, who had previously claimed that Lu Xiaozhe bullied the weak. After bowing to the sage, he approached Zhao Changkong, grasping the hanging rope, intending to pull it down with force. Yet, to his astonishment, before he could exert any strength, the Dingwu, poised at the center of the platform, had already been lifted high into the air. Li Minghao was incredulous. After several attempts, he finally managed to lower the Dingwu back down. At that moment, he grasped the meaning behind the sage's words. He could even envision how, with the principle of the lever, the Great Yin would greatly benefit in constructing city walls, allowing citizens to build houses and repair waterworks. Casting a shocked glance at Zhao Changkong, he then bowed deeply to the sage and declared, "Sage, this principle of the lever is indeed a matter of great significance for the nation and its people." Upon hearing Li Minghao's words, Lu Xiaozhe's expression darkened considerably. However, an even more despairing scene unfolded before him. All who had approached to experience the principle of the lever wore faces filled with shock and curiosity, showering praise upon its merits. Lu Xiaozhe was dumbfounded. He never imagined he would fall victim to a mere 5-year-old child. At that moment, Zhao Changkong's voice rang out. "Lu Xiaozhe, you have lost. According to our wager, it is now your turn to kneel and apologize." Lu Xiaozhe shot an angry glare at Zhao Changkong, who regarded him with a mocking expression, pointing to the ground and watching him with amusement, gritting his teeth. Lu Xiaozhe replied, "Zhao Changkong, you have already slapped me once. Let this matter rest, shall we?" He conceded, realizing that this was far preferable to genuinely kneeling and apologizing to Zhao Changkong. Yet, Zhao Changkong was not one to let the matter slide easily. "Lu Xiaozhe, you were the one who claimed that the Imperial Academy is a sanctum of Confucian values, where those who lack integrity are met with severe punishment and expelled. If you choose to leave now, I will let this matter go, but if you wish to remain, you might as well kneel and apologize." "You." Lu Xiaozhe was seething with rage. He then cast a pleading glance at the sage. "Sage, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I am willing to apologize to Zhao Changkong, but kneeling and bowing my head is something I cannot do." The sage, however, remained calm and replied, "This is a personal dispute between you and Zhao Changkong. The Imperial Academy has no authority to intervene." At this, Lu Xiaozhe felt a sense of relief. If it were thus, he could avoid kneeling and apologizing, and Zhao Changkong would be powerless against him. However, the sage's voice resonated once more. "Yet, scholars place great importance on integrity, and the Imperial Academy prioritizes character. Should certain individuals tarnish the reputation of the Academy, we shall not be lenient." Boom. Lu Xiaozhe felt as though struck by lightning, staring in astonishment at the sage. Zhao Changkong could not help but cast a grateful glance towards his mentor, for it was evident that the mentor stood firmly by his side. He then gestured towards the ground. "Luo Xiaozhe, what are you waiting for? Do not squander everyone's precious time here." Luo Xiaozhe stood with his hands clenched tightly at his sides, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. He could feel the crescent-shaped imprints his nails had made in his palms, yet he sensed not a trace of pain. The surrounding atmosphere was eerily silent. with all eyes fixated upon Luo Xiaozhe. At last, his knees began to bend, an action that seemed to siphon away all his strength, each muscle resisting the motion. He kept his gaze firmly locked on the ground, unwilling to meet the expressions of those around him. When his knees finally made contact with the cold marble floor, he felt his dignity shatter alongside it. "I'm sorry." These words were forced from Luo Xiaozhe's clenched teeth, tinged with a palpable bitterness. "Luo Xiaozhe, do not forget. There is still the procedure of kowtowing," came the reminder. In a moment of realization, Luo Xiaozhe lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Zhao Changkong. His eyes reddened and his body trembling. Yet, Zhao Changkong remained undaunted. "What? Do you wish to tarnish the reputation of the Guozijian?" Luo Xiaozhe's teeth ground together audibly, his eyes filled with venomous resentment, vowing in his heart to make Zhao Changkong's life a living hell. Even as he stood tall, his proud posture began to slowly bend under the weight of his turmoil. Zhao Changkong's lips curled into a smile. This sensation was far more exhilarating than the slap he had just delivered. To dare to publicly insult his mother was something Zhao Changkong could never forgive. Enough is enough. Such aggression is unworthy of a gentleman. One must show mercy when possible. One should never act to the utmost severity. Suddenly, an aged voice resonated through the air. Simultaneously, a gentle force lifted Lu Xiaozi, who was poised to bow in submission, back to his feet. Zhao Changkong was taken aback, his gaze darting around him. Yet he found no trace of anyone. Just as Zhao Changkong was engulfed in confusion, a character abruptly materialized in the void, enveloping Lu Xiaozi's form. In an instant, Lu Xiaozi's figure became ethereal, gradually fading from sight. Zhao Changkong stood in stunned silence. He could distinctly perceive the final moment of Lu Xiaozi's disappearance. As a gaze filled with malice and resentment fixated upon him, as if wishing to grind him to dust. However, Zhao Changkong noted that the extraordinary scene elicited no astonishment from the gathered crowd. Even the sage beside him maintained an air of indifference. "Follow me," he instructed. Before making his way towards a secluded courtyard, Zhao Changkong regained his composure. Although his expression remained displeased, he hastened to follow. As for the onlookers, they dispersed back to their respective lecture halls after Zhao Changkong and Lu Xiaozhe departed. The events of the day would undoubtedly become a topic of discussion throughout the National Academy. The sage led Zhao Changkong to a room in the courtyard. Pushing open the slightly weathered cypress door, an antiquated cypress writing desk came into view. The surface of the desk had been polished by the passage of time, neatly arranged with the 4 treasures of the study. The edges of a rectangular inkstone had already turned white from wear, and remnants of ink still lingered in the ink pool. On the wall hung a plaque inscribed with the words Ming de Jishan, the characters robust and powerful, further enhancing the room's ancient charm. As they entered the chamber, Zhao Changkong felt a sense of unease. The recent scene had been exceedingly surreal, as Lu Xiaozhe vanished right before his eyes. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. The grievances had already accumulated, and Lu Xiaozhe was unlikely to let the matter rest. The voice of the master resonated softly. "Lu Xiaozhe is the son of Lu Jingming, the Minister of Revenue. The one who employed sorcery to take him away just now was his mentor, Gu Yuanxiu, the esteemed master of the Imperial Academy." Zhao Changkong was taken aback. Was it also the master who had just escorted him away? Chapter 36. The Plump Boy Who Can Eat. The master elucidated. There are 3 esteemed scholars at the Imperial Academy, who stand above the Grand Scholar, namely Gu Yuanxiu, Su Zizhan, and myself, Han Zhao. Zhao Changkong felt a sense of confusion and bewilderment. Is the Guozijian not a place of scholarly pursuit? Why is it also regarded as a sacred ground of Confucian cultivation? Han Zhaoji began to explain slowly. 3,000 years ago, a cataclysmic event occurred on the continent of Jiuzhou, known as the War of Annihilation. The heavenly order collapsed, and the laws were reshaped. The relationship between Confucianism and the imperial family became an inseparable entity, for they both required one essential element, the fortune of the nation. The fortune of a nation? Zhao Changkong was enveloped in further perplexity. The fate of the nation is not solely the domain of the royal family. What connection could it possibly have with Confucianism? Confucianism approaches the path through the nation's fortune, while the royal family wields authority over the empire through it. The fate of the nation is an indispensable element for both parties. This is precisely why the Confucian scholars convene a grand assembly every century across the Jiuzhou continent. The victor symbolizes the prosperity of the nation's fortune, and the Confucianists, endowed with abundant resources, wholeheartedly support the royal family, thereby fortifying the state. In turn, both the royal family and Confucianism reap the benefits of this symbiotic relationship. Zhao Changkong suddenly realized why the emperor had, at great cost, offered his own daughter as a bargaining chip. It was, after all, for the sake of the nation's destiny. Thus, the Imperial Academy naturally emerged as the vital conduit between the royal family and Confucian scholars, which also elucidates why the Imperial Academy has become a revered sanctuary of Confucianism. Zhao Changkong remains somewhat perplexed. Why? If Confucianism seeks to enter the Tao through the governance of a nation, does it not establish a state? Han Zhaoji, exhibiting no trace of impatience, patiently elucidated. The cataclysmic war that transpired 3 millennia ago was precipitated by the Confucianists seizing control of the imperial authority, which ignited a conflict that culminated in the collapse of the heavenly order, the reformation of natural laws, and rendered the 9 provinces inaccessible to all. It was not until a millennium later, when the heavenly order gradually stabilized, that the current practitioners emerged, and the order of the 9 provinces became firmly established, leaving no possibility for Confucianism to wield influence over the fate of the nation. Thus, it became clear. Zhao Changkong finally grasped the connection between the two. Now, let us turn our attention to you. Me? Zhao Changkong felt a jolt in his spirit. Could it be that the other party had discerned the peculiarities of his condition? Your spiritual essence has been rendered ineffective, that you may no longer possess the chance of immortality. The path of cultivation inherently defies the heavens. I shall bestow upon you a tome of body refinement techniques. If you can forcibly temper your sinews and bones, there may yet remain a glimmer of hope. Zhao Changkong, with a visage of astonishment, accepted a weathered tome that was handed to him. The title read 9 Heavens Dragon Chant Fist. As he turned to the first page, he encountered an introduction to this martial art. The fist, akin to a dragon's roar, reverberates through the heavens, embodying the power of the dragon clan. Wherever the fist's wind travels, the world transforms in hue. Is this a method of martial cultivation? Han Zhao nodded slightly. Although martial cultivation may not rival other systems of training, should one attain the realm of body transcendence, it could serve as a means of self-preservation. With that, Han Zhao presented another booklet to Zhao Changkong. This contains some fundamental knowledge regarding cultivation. You may study it at your leisure, and should any questions arise, feel free to seek me out here. Thank you, Master. Zhao Changkong, filled with gratitude, bowed deeply before departing the room and gently closing the door behind him. Zhao Changkong gently caressed the token nestled in his embrace. He had refrained from questioning Han Zhaoji earlier, for he was still unfamiliar with the individual. If there were any ties between him and those who sought to take his life, it would spell certain doom for Zhao. Within the confines of the National Academy, he must exercise utmost caution, ensuring that none who wished him harm could find an opportunity to strike. As he made his way toward the lecture hall, Zhao Changkong opened the tome presented to him by Han Zhao. Within its pages lay a detailed exposition of the cultivation system of the Zhezhou continent, which is categorized into 6 distinct schools: martial arts, Taoism, Buddhism, swordsmanship, Confucianism, and array formation. The realms of cultivation are established upon the foundation of entering the nirvana body, progressing to the opening of the aperture after solidifying the foundation, then advancing to the gathering of spiritual sea before reaching the mystical spirit, and finally condensing the soul to transcend the mundane. It is said that beneath the realm of transcendence, all are akin to mere ants, thereby illustrating the formidable nature of this transcendent state. Zhao Changkong vividly remembered that his parents were formidable beings of extraordinary realms. It was precisely for this reason that his spiritual essence became an eyesore and a thorn in the flesh for many. The records at the back of the tome appeared exceedingly vague, merely noting the existences of lesser and greater masters, realms that no one had yet attained. As for the sages who could command the heavenly Tao, they had not manifested since the cataclysmic battle of self-destruction. Just as Zhao Changkong was meticulously examining the contents of the tome, a voice resonated from a distance. Upon hearing the sound, Zhao Changkong turned to look. He saw a stout little figure rushing towards him, panting and exclaiming, "You are indeed unharmed. This is truly wonderful." Zhao Changkong recognized the individual before him. It was none other than the 13th prince, who had previously shielded him in the classroom. Recalling the moment when the prince had come to his aid, Zhao Changkong clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, 13th prince, for your assistance just now." The chubby boy then wrapped his arm around Zhao Changkong and exclaimed, "Why be so formal with me? Who knows, we might become like brothers in the future. From now on, you should address me as 13th brother. Just like that little girl, Junin." 13th brother. Zhao Changkong exclaimed, "Let us go. It is already noon. Brother 13 will take you to enjoy some delicious food." Zhao Changkong wished to refuse, yet he found himself utterly powerless to resist. That rotund figure effortlessly bore him away towards the distance. Upon reaching the front courtyard, they encountered a spacious carriage awaiting them. The portly individual ushered Zhao Changkong inside. However, upon witnessing the spectacle within the carriage, Zhao Changkong was rendered speechless. A table was set within, laden with an abundance of delectable dishes. The little rotund man patted Zhao Changkong on the shoulder, saying, "Take a seat. We are like family here, so do not stand on ceremony." Zhao Changkong had no choice but to take a seat, gazing at the table laden with delectable dishes. Unable to restrain his curiosity, 13th brother, with such a plethora of food, will we be able to consume it all? The chubby lad paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Whom do you underestimate? This amount is scarcely sufficient for a single person. Before Zhao Changkong could fully absorb his astonishment, 2 palace maids approached, setting another table beside him, laden with further culinary delights. The chubby lad seized a roasted duck, taking a hearty bite, the juices sizzling forth, and gestured towards the adjacent table. "That one is yours. Should it prove insufficient, there is more." What followed left Zhao Changkong in sheer disbelief. It evoked memories of a nursery rhyme from his past life. In one hand a chicken, in the other a duck. The entire table was filled with an abundance of dishes, and the chubby lad devoured them with a ferocity that left no pause for respite. In but a fleeting moment, the entire spread was devoured. Burp. The chubby lad belched, wiping his hands clean, then turned to Zhao Changkong with a puzzled expression. "Why aren't you eating? Is the food not to your liking? I can have them bring you something else." No, it's quite all right." Zhao Changkong hastily rose to intervene. 13th brother, that is quite enough to eat." However, at that moment, the token that had been pressed into his embrace slipped from his grasp, landing directly before the plump boy. Zhao Changkong was taken aback. He intended to pick it up, but it was already too late. Oh, the chubby boy, filled with curiosity, was the first to reach down and retrieve it. "Isn't this the Tengxian order of the Lu residence's guests?" Zhao Changkong shuddered all over. 13th brother, do you recognize this object? The chubby boy examined it closely from various angles and nodded affirmatively. "If my memory serves me right, this is the Vine Immortal token from the Lu residence. One of Lu Shao's guards possesses this item. How could it possibly be in your possession?" Zhao Changkong's mind was profoundly shaken. Could it be that the person intent on his demise was none other than the current Minister of Revenue, Lu Jingming? Chapter 37. The assassination case of Northern Qi. He finally comprehended why, on his very first day at the National Academy, he had been targeted by Lu Shaoza. It turned out that it was indeed the Lu family who had dispatched assassins against him last night. Suddenly, the reasons behind it all became strikingly clear. Yet, Zhao Changkong could not fathom why such a prominent figure as the Minister of Revenue would wish to eliminate him. Did he harbor a grudge against his parents? At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside the carriage. "Your Highness the 13th. An anxious voice disrupted Zhao Changkong's thoughts. "Come in." The curtain was drawn open, and a eunuch entered the carriage, bowing deeply and kneeling on the ground, his expression betraying a hint of panic as his gaze instinctively darted towards Zhao Changkong. The chubby boy inquired, "What is it? Why the urgency?" The eunuch quickly replied, "I report to your Highness the 13th that we have just received word that Minister Lu's son, Lu Shaoza, has taken officials from the Dali Temple to the residence of Duke Dingwu." "What?" Zhao Changkong abruptly rose, a surge of indignation swelling within him. "What on earth is happening?" inquired the stout young man, his voice low and serious. The eunuch, unable to conceal the truth, hastily explained, "I have received word that the Duke of Dingwu has secretly established a Buddhist hall and invited monks from Mount Futua to deliver sermons. This is undoubtedly connected to the assassination case involving the Northern Qi, and Lu Shaoza is currently leading officials to apprehend those involved." The stout young man retorted with fury, "This is utter nonsense. How could the Duke of Dingwu possibly be involved in the Northern Qi assassination case?" Zhao Changkong's expression was grave, his face laden with concern as he clasped his hands and prepared to take his leave. 13th brother, I shall return to my residence now. Thank you for your hospitality today." The chubby boy waved his hand dismissively. "If you rush back like this, it will only waste time. Allow me to escort you home." "Thank you." Zhao Changkong wore an expression of profound gratitude as the carriage turned around, proceeding towards the Guozijian under the vigilant protection of his guards. Along the way, Zhao Changkong was beset by unease. He could surmise that Lu Shaoza would not let him off easily, yet he was taken aback by the swiftness of the latter's actions. He could only hope that Xiao Tao and Cui Cui had not yet returned to the residence, thus avoiding entanglement in this turmoil. However, the conversation they adjusted regarding the assassination case involving the northern Qi left Zhao Changkong perplexed. How could this incident possibly be linked to the Duke of Wu's residence? With this thought in mind, Zhao Changkong inquired, 13th brother, what exactly is this northern Qi assassination case you mentioned? The chubby boy looked somewhat astonished. You mean to say you were unaware of this matter? Zhao Changkong shook his head. Previously, he had been ensnared within the confines of Chanfeng courtyard, severing all ties with the outside world. His knowledge of external affairs was rather limited. It was then that the chubby fellow began to narrate. This matter traces back to your triumph at the poetry gathering. Does it relate to the poetry event in the capital? The chubby fellow nodded. His tone tinged with gravity. Your victory at the capital's poetry gathering also secured your wager with Yilu Yuanfei. At the moment, the court demanded the return of 2 cities in the northern territories from the northern Qi envoys. Yilu Yuanfei was assassinated within the Hall of Harmony, and the assassin was a Buddhist practitioner. Initially, northern Qi intended to void the agreement due to this incident, but after negotiations, both parties established a new accord. Should the case be resolved and the perpetrator apprehended within 2 months, northern Qi would honor the original agreement and return the 2 cities in the north. Yilu Yuanfei is dead? Zhao Changkong was taken aback. Yet, another question arose. Even if he was assassinated, what connection does this have with the Duke of Dingwu's estate? Centuries ago, Buddhist practitioners attempted to wield control over the Jiuzhou continent through faith, provoking the ire of the imperial family, who ardently championed Taoism. This led to a century-long conflict between Buddhists and Taoists, both suffering severe losses. Eventually, Taoism fell into decline. Its lineage fragmented, while Buddhism withdrew from Dayan, returning to the western regions, leaving behind only a handful of chanting monks on Mount Futu. Although centuries have allowed the populace to gradually reintegrate the existence of monks into society within the borders of Dayan, the presence of Buddhist practitioners has remained elusive for hundreds of years, and the capital has shown scant evidence of monastic activity. Zhao Changkong was suddenly enlightened. What a clever scheme to use another's weapon against them. He had not anticipated the intricate connections between the Buddhist practices, Taoist cultivation, and the royal family. Of course, he now comprehended the intentions of Liu Shaozi. He sought to exploit the Buddhist hall of the Dingwu Marquisate for his own purposes. The chubby boy patted Zhao Changkong's shoulder reassuringly, saying, rest assured, should anyone allege that your Dingwu Marquisate is involved in the assassination case of Beiki, no one would believe it. He cannot harm you in any way. He merely seeks to retaliate for the humiliation you inflicted upon him today. Zhao Changkong nodded slightly. Yet his heart remained heavy with concern for Xiaodao and Suicue. In the front courtyard of the Dingwu Marquis mansion, a throng of officials from the Dali Temple surged in, encircling a dozen maids and guards in the center. The sudden upheaval left the newly arrived maids in a state of panic. Xiaodao and Suicue exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend why these officials had intruded upon the Marquis's residence. Seize them. However, the officials offered no explanation. At a command from their leader, they prepared to take action. Bold intruders. This is the Dingwu Marquis mansion. Let us see who dares to act recklessly. Suicue exclaimed in shock, summoning her courage to step forward. The newly appointed guards, regaining their composure, quickly positioned themselves protectively around the maids, eyeing the encroaching officials with vigilance. Indeed, the Marquis mansion was formidable. A mere maid dared to obstruct the officials in their duties, showcasing utter lawlessness. Outside the mansion, a voice laced with icy mockery resonated. Suicue and the others turned toward the sound, spotting a youth clad in a scholarly blue robe, flanked by several armed guards, each imposing in stature. Suicue clenched her fists, attempting to mask her inner turmoil, and questioned the youth. Who are you? What is the purpose of your intrusion into the Dingwu Marquis mansion? Yet, the youth did not spare Suicue a glance. With an air of indifference, he commanded, when the government conducts an investigation, should it not inform the maid of the Marquis mansion? Smite her until she can speak no more. Understood. The leading official bowed in acknowledgement and advanced toward Suicue. One of the guards moved to intervene, but the official coldly warned, during a government investigation, who dares to resist will be met with lethal force. In an instant, no one dared to advance. A resounding slap echoed as the official struck Suicue across the face. At merely 13 or 14 years of age, Suicue was but a child in Zhao Changkong's eyes, incapable of enduring such a blow from the official. She stumbled and fell to the ground, her face swelling visibly, blood streaming from the corner of her mouth. Suicue, Xiaodao rushed forward, shielding Suicue behind her, her expression filled with fury as she glared at the official. This is the Dingwu Marquis mansion. The young master will not let you go unpunished. The official's expression turned icy, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. A lowly maid dares to threaten me? It seems you have disregarded my previous warning. He then unsheathed a gleaming long knife, the blade glinting ominously. As he fixated on Xiaodao with a predatory gaze, the air around them thickened with an oppressive aura, and Xiaodao's complexion turned pale as she trembled slightly. Yet, she defiantly bit her lip, her eyes ablaze with anger and resentment. A mere lowly maid dared to meet his gaze, and the official felt his authority was insulted. Seeking death, he declared, swinging the long knife toward Xiaodao, the atmosphere freezing in that moment as the deadly glint of the blade sent shivers down the spine. The specter of death loomed over Xiaodao, prompting her to close her eyes in despair. She silently murmured, "Young master, should there be a next life, I will repay your kindness." Stop! A sudden, commanding voice erupted from outside the Dingwu Marquis mansion, drawing the attention of all within. The official hesitated, his blade pausing mid-swing. Lu Xiaozi furrowed his brow, turning to the source of the voice, and saw a small figure storming into the courtyard, filled with righteous fury. "Young master." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Xiaodao, who had been resigned to her fate, opened her eyes in astonishment, her face lighting up with joy. The figure was none other than Zhao Changkong, the heir of the Dingwu Marquis. Lu Xiaozi's expression darkened as he caught sight of Zhao Changkong. "Zhao Changkong, we are here under orders to investigate. How dare you obstruct the officials in their pursuit of the criminal? You possess great audacity." Zhao Changkong's expression darkened as he remarked, "Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions for revenge." However, Lu Xiaozi wore a smug grin, unabashedly affirming, "Indeed, I seek revenge. But what can you do about it? You will merely stand by and witness all the members of the Dingwu mansion being seized by my men, each one tortured to death in turn. How despicable and shameless you are." Lu Xiaozi chuckled. I recognize your literary prowess and poetic talent. I shall refrain from engaging in a war of words with you. Instead, I wish for you to watch helplessly as your people perish before your very eyes. Just imagine how splendid that would be. You dare?" Zhao Changkong retorted fiercely. "What is there that I would not dare? The establishment of a Buddhist hall within the Dingwu mansion is a grave act of disrespect. The maidservants within your estate deserve their fate, justified by emotion, reason, and law. Zhao Changkong, what do you possess to contend with me?" His words rendered Zhao Changkong's countenance as dark as a stormy sky. The matter of the Buddhist hall is unrelated to them. Lu Xiaozi dismissed this with a wave. Whether or not it is relevant will be determined in the prison. There is no need for you to enlighten us. It was clear that Lu Xiaozi was resolute in his desire for vengeance against Zhao Changkong. The Dali Temple prison was a nightmarish realm for all, notorious for coercing confessions through brutal means. Should they be dispatched there, it was unlikely that any would emerge alive. Observing Zhao Changkong's visage, Lu Xiaozi felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He pointed towards a nearby maid, Xiaodao, declaring, "This servant has threatened the officials, Captain Zhang. Do not hesitate to execute her as a warning to others. Should anyone dare to obstruct again, they shall be punished equally, death without reprieve." "Understood." The officer raised his gleaming blade, its cold light flashing menacingly as he prepared to strike Xiaodao down. Lu Xiaozi's gaze was laced with mockery. He was determined to trample Zhao Changkong's dignity underfoot, avenging the humiliation of this day. Zhao Changkong clenched his teeth in fury, exclaiming, "Whoever dares to harm her will face a fate worse than death." Lu Xiaozi could not suppress a cold laugh, retorting, "Oh, Zhao Changkong, spare your efforts. Today, no one can save them, not even you. That remains to be seen. The 13th prince has arrived." Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed from outside, causing the officials to shudder and halt their movements. All eyes turned to the entrance, where a stout figure, surrounded by a throng, strode into the residence of Duke Dingwu. It was none other than the rotund Sinan Yuchen. Sinan Yuchen hastened toward Zhao Changkong, his ample flesh jiggling with each step. However, upon seeing Sinan Yuchen's silhouette, Lu Xiaozi's expression changed drastically. 13th prince? What brings you here?" Sinan Yuchen cast a sidelong glance at Lu Xiaozi. "Am I required to report my whereabouts to you?" Lu Xiaozi bowed respectfully. 13th prince, we are in pursuit of criminals, and I implore your highness not to interfere." "Where are these criminals? These defenseless maidservants?" "Lu Xiaozi, am I the fool, or are you?" In response to Sinan Yuchen's inquiry, Lu Xiaozi explained, "The Duke's residence has established a private shrine, and the assassination case from Beiki is connected to Buddhist practices. Therefore, it is imperative to apprehend everyone within and bring them in for questioning." "And what if you refuse to hand them over?" Lu Xiaozi's face darkened. 13th prince, this matter concerns 2 cities in the northern territory. Should you insist on meddling, I will have no choice but to inform my father and relay the matter to His Majesty. Are you threatening me? Sinan Yuchin's displeasure was evident. Lu Shaozi bowed once more. This is a matter of national significance concerning the Northern Territory. I beseech the 13th Prince to reconsider. Sinan Yuchin furrowed his brow. He was acutely aware that the other party was exploiting the investigation to settle personal scores, yet he found himself unable to refute it. His expression grew increasingly grave. Young lord, let them take the maidservants away. We have committed no wrongdoing and fear no interrogation. Xiao Tao and Cui Cui, unwilling to burden Zhao Changkong, hurriedly knelt before him. Seeing the resolute expressions of the two before him deeply moved Zhao Changkong's heart. Zhao Changkong stepped forward and gently lifted Cui Cui's face. The swollen half of her cheek, coupled with the vivid crimson streak at the corner of her mouth, appeared strikingly painful. Does it hurt? Zhao Changkong inquired. But Cui Cui resolutely shook her head. However, the tight furrow of her brows revealed the truth to Zhao Changkong. Zhao Changkong felt a surge of anguish. His gaze gradually becoming resolute. As the heir of the Dingwu Marquis, if I cannot even protect you, what distinction do I have from a mere invalid? He abruptly straightened his posture, his icy eyes fixating on Captain Zhang, who wielded a long blade. You, step forward. Captain Zhang furrowed his brow slightly. Glancing toward Lu Shaozi beside him, Sinan Yuchin's expression turned cold. Do you not understand the words of His Highness the heir? Naturally, Captain Zhang did not dare to offend the 13th Prince, promptly advancing to stand before Zhao Changkong. Zhao Changkong pointed at the wound on Cui Cui's face and asked, Is this injury inflicted by you? Captain Zhang nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it was I. Which hand delivered the blow? This one, Captain Zhang instinctively replied. Zhao Changkong turned and approached the guard beside the 13th Prince. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the blade from his waist, the gleaming steel radiating a chilling aura, as if every inch of the edge exuded an icy malevolence. Protect the prince. The guards around Sinan Yuchin hurriedly stepped forward, shielding him in the center. Yet, Zhao Changkong did not linger. Instead, he strode directly towards Captain Zhang amidst the puzzled gazes of those around him. Zhao Changkong, being still quite young, was not perceived by Captain Zhang as a threat. Suddenly, a scene that left everyone astonished unfolded before them. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and the blade struck like lightning. Zhao Changkong wielded a long blade, striking towards Captain Zhang's right arm. In an instant, blood gushed forth. A piercing scream escaped Zhang's lips, leaving his countenance ashen. The excruciating pain caused him to collapse to the ground, anguish etched across his face. Shock, bewilderment, and disbelief enveloped the onlookers. They had never anticipated that a mere 5-year-old child could inflict such injury upon a captain of the constabulary. Luo Shaozi's expression darkened to an extreme, his eyes blazing with fury. Zhao Changkong, do you dare to wound an officer of the Dali Temple? Are you attempting to incite rebellion? Bring Zhao Changkong to me. In an uproar, the surrounding constables drew their swords, intent on apprehending Zhao Changkong. Sinan Yuchin pushed aside the guards shielding him, coldly admonishing, Protect the heir of the Dingwu Marquis. Whoever dares to act rashly shall face merciless retribution. In that moment, the guards surrounding Sinan Yuchin similarly unsheathed their blades, standing resolutely against the constables. The atmosphere became palpably tense, charged with impending conflict. Luo Shaozi gritted his teeth, declaring, 13th Prince, should your interference delay the capture of the culprits behind the assassination plot from Beiqi, the consequences shall be beyond your capacity to bear. Yet, Sinan Yuchin stood unwaveringly beside Zhao Changkong, his silence speaking volumes about his allegiance. Zhao Changkong returned the long knife to the guard and stepped forward, emerging from the crowd. With unwavering determination, he declared, You shall not solve the assassination case of Northern Qi, it is I who will unravel it. What? You intend to solve the case? Lu Shaozi thought he had misheard. Sinan Yuchin hurriedly approached and grasped Zhao Changkong's sleeve, his expression fraught with urgency. Changkong, what nonsense are you speaking? The Imperial Academy, the Court of Judicial Review, and the Capital Administration have all conducted investigations without results. How could you possibly resolve this case? Zhao Changkong was aware that Sinan Yuchin was concerned for his well-being. However, upon glancing at the resolutely anxious Xiao Tao and Cui Cui, he realized that in order to safeguard their lives, the case must be resolved. Should the two of them be apprehended and imprisoned in the Dali Temple, it was unlikely they would emerge alive. Over the years, Xiao Tao and Cui Cui had tirelessly devoted themselves to his cause, risking their lives on several occasions for his sake. Yet, they continued to accompany and care for him without a trace of regret. How could he possibly disregard their lives? The only path to ensure their survival lay in solving the case. 13th Prince, should I fail to solve this case within the stipulated time, I, Zhao Changkong, willingly accept full responsibility. Before Sinan Yuchen could interject, Lu Xiaozhe immediately questioned, Zhao Changkong, do you speak in earnest? Zhao Changkong spoke with unwavering certainty. Indeed. Lu Xiaozhe's face instantly lit up with excitement. His actions today were merely an attempt to eliminate a few maidservants in order to regain some lost stature. Little did he anticipate such an unexpected gain. Sinan Yuchen once again urged him, Changkong, do you comprehend the magnitude of this matter? No party dares to take charge of the investigation due to the imperial edict. Should the case remain unsolved, the responsible party shall face severe penalties. Zhao Changkong found himself devoid of other choices, and with a slight bow, he implored, I beseech you, 13th Prince, to grant me your favor. Sinan Yuchen, somewhat resigned, sighed with the wisdom of age beyond his years. Alas, very well. Since you have made up your mind, I shall refrain from dissuading you. I will report this matter to the National Academy. Thank you, 13th Prince. Zhao expressed his gratitude. Haha. However, Lu Xiaozhe burst into laughter. For having Zhao Changkong take on the assassination case of Bei Qi was, to him, a momentous delight. 13th Prince. Since the heir of the Duke of Dingwu has taken charge of this case, I shall no longer impose. Farewell. With that, Lu Xiaozhe turned to lead his entourage away. Halt. Zhao Changkong suddenly called out to the other party. Lu Xiaozhe frowned slightly and scoffed. Zhao Changkong, you wouldn't be regretting your decision now, would you? Though it is understandable, as the esteemed heir of the Dingwu Marquis, sacrificing your life for the sake of 2 maidservants does seem rather foolish. However, Lu Xiaozhe, it appears you have forgotten that you still owe me an apology. Complete with a bow. Abruptly, Lu Xiaozhe's expression darkened to a shade of iron. Are you never going to stop? Have you forgotten the teachings of our master? That one should show mercy when it is within their power to do so? Zhao Changkong questioned. Do you remember the words of the sage when you visited my Dingwu Hofu today? Though I am not of advanced years, I understand the principle. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But should one provoke me, I shall certainly retaliate. Such a resolute declaration. Sinan Yuchen applauded enthusiastically, casting a glance at Lu Xiaozhe. Surely, you would not want others to perceive you as a man of broken promises, would you? Of course, you are free to disregard your vow. But should Zhao Changkong fail to solve the case, he too may feel entitled to abandon today as commitment. You. Lu Xiaozhe gritted his teeth, seething with resentment. He was acutely aware that if he chose to renege on his promise, Zhao Changkong would likely follow suit. In his desire to see Zhao Changkong utterly humiliated, Lu Xiaozhe clenched his fists tightly. With his legs bent, he knelt down and, bowing deeply, uttered, I am sorry. Zhao Changkong chuckled with a hint of sarcasm. In a single day, I have received 2 grand gestures from young master Lu Chui. Why not hasten to reward me with some coin? Chui appeared somewhat bewildered. Upon hearing Zhao Changkong's voice, she promptly handed over the silver coin she had on her. Slap. Zhao Changkong cast the broken silver onto the ground and declared, Young Master Lu, this is a token of appreciation from my family's maid. When had Lu Xiaozhe ever endured such an affront? Enraged, he rose, wishing for nothing less than to rend Zhao Changkong into pieces. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was not the moment for confrontation. Gritting his teeth, he seethed, You shall wait, for in a fortnight, I will ensure you never rise again. With that, Lu Xiaozhe turned on his heel, departing the Dingwu Marquis' residence accompanied by the officials. Observing his departure, Sinan Yuchen furrowed his brow and remarked, Changkong, you were far too impetuous just now. Why did you involve yourself in the Northern Qi assassination case? They are merely 2 maids. Zhao Changkong's expression abruptly turned grave. 13th Prince, they are my family. Sinan Yuchen sensed the displeasure in Zhao Changkong's demeanor and chose not to press further. He merely nodded slightly, silently turning away and departing with his guards. At that moment, Xiao Tao and Chui knelt on the ground, earnestly imploring, Young Lord, we fear not death. Please take us to the Dali Temple. We cannot allow you to come to harm. Zhao Changkong assisted the 2 individuals to their feet, saying, Remember, your lives are equally valuable. You are my family, not mere servants. I will find a way to address the assassination case of the Northern Qi. This matter must not be mentioned again. Xiao Tao and the others wept inconsolably. Meanwhile, Zhao Changkong made his way toward the Chafeng courtyard. He had a fortnight to uncover the identity of the perpetrator. Otherwise, not only would Xiao Tao and the others face dire consequences, but he too would likely find himself in grave peril. The following day, at dawn, Lu Xiaozhe had already dispatched someone to deliver the official documents to the residence demonstrating his keen interest in the matter, almost wishing for Zhao Changkong to capitulate at once. However, Zhao Changkong did not proceed to the Imperial Academy. Instead, he went to the Jingzhou Prefecture's government office to review the relevant records. Yet, upon his arrival at the Jingzhou government office, he was halted by the guards outside. "Stop. This is a government office. No outsiders are permitted to enter without authorization." Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow. The guard trailing behind him stepped forward and produced a document. "This is Zhao Changkong, the heir of the Duke of Dingwu, the chief officer in charge of the assassination case from Northern Qi." Upon hearing this, the two constables exchanged glances. One of them approached. Peering at the document with a puzzled expression, "I apologize, but I have been illiterate since childhood. I am unaware of the contents of this document. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait until our superior returns." With that, he handed the document back to the guard beside Zhao Changkong, showing no intention of yielding. The guard, clutching the document, looked anxious. "How can you possibly not recognize the characters on this document? Please, take another look." The constable, however, responded with evident impatience. "I have already stated that I cannot read. Do you not comprehend? Any matters can be addressed when my superior returns." The guard was about to engage in further argument. "Ahu." Zhao Changkong halted the other party. "Little lord," he stated, "they are clearly acting with intent." Ahu, unwilling to accept the situation, returned to Zhao Changkong's side. Although he was a newly appointed guard of the Dingwu Marquisate, the events of the previous day had profoundly changed his perception of the 5-year-old Zhao Changkong, instilling in him a genuine admiration. In Zhao Changkong's eyes, they were not mere commodities to be traded, but rather individuals with inherent dignity. As for this case, a perplexing enigma that had yielded no results from the investigations of 3 parties, Zhao Changkong was left with merely half a month to resolve it. With lives hanging in the balance, how could Ahu not feel anxious? The constable, however, wore a sneer. "What do you mean by intent?" "I simply lack the ability to read." Zhao Changkong inquired. "Where has your master gone?" The response was a humble shrug. "I am unaware, as we are merely minor officials and cannot meddle in our master's affairs." Is it possible that in the vast Jingzhou prefecture, there is not a single literate person? Surely there is. Then let us summon a literate individual. A chuckle escaped the constable. "You, a mere 5-year-old child, accompanied by a guard wielding a tattered piece of paper. Expect me, an officer, to heed your command? Young lad, you surely overestimate your importance." His demeanor shifted to a menacing glare. "If you do not depart immediately, do not blame me for my rudeness." The constable believed his fierce visage would intimidate Zhao Changkong. However, having faced death on multiple occasions, Zhao was impervious to such threats. With a calm smile, he remarked, "You must recognize that finding a literate person is not a daunting task. If this document is forged, the misfortune will be mine. Yet, if the progress of the investigation into the assassination case of the Northern Qi is hindered, the unfortunate one shall be you. Do you truly believe that your master would preserve your life as a mere gatekeeper to protect his own rank?" His words caused the expressions of the 2 constables at the entrance to shift abruptly. Though they were officers, they occupied the lowest echelon. How could the dignitaries of Jingzhou Prefecture possibly safeguard their lives? Zhao Changkong observed their changing countenance with keen interest. "What are you still doing? Do you genuinely think that your illiteracy will save your head?" Instantly, the constable who had previously obstructed Zhao trembled, the mockery on his face evaporating. Smacking his forehead, he exclaimed, "I just remembered that there are several dignitaries present in Jingzhou Prefecture. I shall inform them at once." Without another glance, he hurried into the yamen. Ahu watched in astonishment, taken aback by how Zhao Changkong's mere few words had transformed the constable's demeanor so drastically. Moments later, a middle-aged man emerged hastily from the Jingzhou Prefecture's yamen, followed by the previous constable. Clad in a light green official robe, the man was rotund, his face adorned with folds that crinkled into a smile, and he sported a jade ring, evidently of considerable worth. As he spoke, the foul odor wafting from his yellowed teeth compelled Zhao Changkong to step back involuntarily. It turned out to be the young lord of the Dingwu Marquisate. And the official introduced himself. "I am Chao Tong, the deputy magistrate of Jingzhou Prefecture. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, young lord?" Zhao Changkong discreetly signaled to Ahu, who stepped forward and presented the document. "This is a decree from our young lord, tasked with investigating the assassination case of Northern Qi. Our young lord seeks to peruse the files at the Jingzhou Prefecture." Chao Tong accepted the document, glancing at its contents before exclaiming in admiration, "I am astonished that such a young marquis can shoulder such significant responsibilities. Truly, he is the son of General Dingwu, a paragon for our great Yan, an exemplar for us all to emulate. I find myself humbled and ashamed in comparison. Zhao Changkong listened to the insincere flattery of the other party, a slight frown creasing his brow. Am I now permitted to examine the case files? He inquired. Chao Tong's facial flesh contorted in discomfort as he replied, Young lord, you may be the presiding officer, yet perusing the case files requires the consent of the prefect. As for the prefect, he is preoccupied with matters at home today and has taken leave. Regrettably, I cannot ascertain when he might return. Zhao Changkong's expression darkened. Is that so? The timing of his leave is indeed quite coincidental. It is evident that he is deliberately avoiding me. I harbor no enmity towards the prefect of Jingzhou, yet he is so pointedly targeting me. There must be someone orchestrating this. The Jingzhou prefecture, as the authority responsible for maintaining law and order in the capital, wields significant power. Therefore, the individual capable of prompting such deliberate antagonism must undoubtedly possess a high status and standing. Zhao Changkong swiftly recalled a particular individual, Luo Jingming's son, Luo Xiaoza, whom he had humiliated just the day before. Chao Tong's lips curled into a subtle smirk, a hint of mockery evident on his plump visage. Young lord, perhaps you might consider returning to your residence first. Should the governor return, I shall dispatch someone to inform you. What shall we do? Zhao Changkong's expression was grave. Was it truly necessary to make this futile journey? At present, both Xiao Tao and Cui hung by a thread, and having boasted about his capabilities, the consequences of failing to solve the case were unimaginable. However, without access to the case files, where should he begin his investigation? If he possessed it, would you still obstruct him? Just as Zhao Changkong found himself at a loss, a familiar voice resonated behind him. He turned abruptly to see a middle-aged scholar clad in a scholar's robe approaching, holding a bronze token. The token emitted a faint white glow, imbued with a hint of Taoist essence. Sir, Zhao Changkong was somewhat taken aback. For the visitor was none other than the Confucian scholar who had admitted him to the Imperial Academy the previous day. The middle-aged scholar nodded slightly, his gaze resting upon Chao Tong. Upon noticing the gleaming bronze token, Chao Tong's expression shifted to one of alarm, and he hastily bowed, exclaiming, I am Chao Tong, here to pay my respects to the Master's decree. The Master's decree? Zhao Changkong wore a perplexed expression. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at the token held by the middle-aged scholar. The scholar extended the token towards Zhao Changkong, stating, This is a message from the master for you. With this token, you shall navigate the 3 departments without obstruction. No one will dare to impede your path. And you can summon all resources from the 3 departments. Instantly, Zhao Changkong's face lit up with excitement, and he hurriedly bowed to the middle-aged scholar, exclaiming, Thank you, master. Thank you, sir. Now, let us proceed. I will guide you to review the documents. With that, the middle-aged scholar did not spare a glance at Chao Tong and made his way towards the Jingyao Prefecture's official office. Chapter 41. Seeking clues, Zhao Changkong hastened to follow suit. As for Chao Tong, upon witnessing Zhao Changkong entering the government office with the middle-aged Confucian, he furrowed his brow and promptly instructed the attendant beside him. Quickly go to the Imperial Academy and inform young Master Lu that Zhao Changkong possesses the Master's decree, and we can no longer impede his progress. Understood, replied the attendant, setting off in the direction of the Imperial Academy. Zhao Changkong trailed behind the middle-aged scholar as they entered the residence. The first sight to greet him was a vast courtyard paved with flagstones, where tufts of grass occasionally sprouted from the crevices, imparting an air of antiquity and solemnity. Flanking the square were rows of orderly chambers, primarily serving as offices for officials, their doors and windows tightly shut, with the occasional hurried figure in official garb passing by. The main hall stood as the heart of the Jingzhou Prefecture, grand and spacious, its ceiling adorned with grayish-blue glazed tiles, the eaves elegantly curved, and the beams intricately carved, exuding a magnificent aura. At the center of the eaves hung a colossal plaque inscribed with the 4 characters Ming Jing Gao Xian, symbolizing the impartiality and integrity of the government. Yet, upon witnessing this, Zhao Changkong could only find it laughable. Just moments ago, he had encountered Chao Tong, a minor official of the Jingzhou Prefecture, whose thumb ring alone was worth a considerable fortune. As they traversed the long corridor, the middle-aged scholar pushed open a door to a room. Inside, a scribe approached swiftly, bowing respectfully, Sir, bring forth the documents regarding the assassination case of Northern Qi. Yes, the scribe, clearly familiar with the scholar, promptly retrieved the files related to the Northern Qi assassination case and placed them upon the desk. Zhao Changkong began to peruse the documents. According to the records, Yao Guangfei was murdered on the night following the poetry gathering. However, the location of his death was not the Honglu Temple, but rather the Chuanxiang Tower within the capital city. Zhao Changkong inquired, "Sir, what kind of place is this Chuanxiang Tower?" "A brothel," came the reply. Zhao Changkong was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a sardonic remark. This wild donkey is indeed carefree, having lost 2 cities. He still finds the leisure to revel in the brothels. He continued to peruse the contents recorded in the case file. Shortly after Yao Guangfei entered the private chamber, an unexpected fire erupted within. When the steward of Chuanxiang Tower and his associates rushed in to extinguish the flames, it was unfortunately too late. Yao Guangfei had already been engulfed by the inferno. By the time the blaze was quelled, he had been completely consumed by the flames. Subsequently, the Jingzhou Prefecture conducted a thorough interrogation of all individuals present at Chuanxiang Tower that fateful night, yet no irregularities were discovered. There were even no signs of a struggle within the room. Furthermore, the Confucian scholar from the National Academy noted that Yao Guangfei's skin had been carbonized. His body nearly desiccated to that of a mummified corpse. Residual spiritual energy from Buddhist cultivation was also detected on him. Investigations concluded that Yao Guangfei perished due to the Buddhist technique known as the Vajra Fiery Sun spell. "Sir, is this Yao Guangfei a Confucian scholar?" "Yes." Possessing the strength of the 3rd level of enlightenment, Zhao Changkong fell into deep contemplation. Based on his recent understanding of the cultivation system, one who has reached the 3rd stage of enlightenment can indeed materialize their true energy, rendering their strength formidable. "Sir, I still have a question. If one wishes to render a Confucian cultivator at the 3rd stage of enlightenment utterly powerless, what level of cultivation must the opponent possess?" "It must surely be above the transcendental realm." Zhao Changkong was astounded. "A transcendent Buddhist practitioner?" "I recall that the tome bestowed upon me by my esteemed teacher notes that within the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, there exist but 8 such practitioners of the transcendent realm." The middle-aged Confucian scholar nodded in agreement. "Thus, the court's concerns extend beyond merely the 2 cities promised by Yao Guangfei. Of greater significance is the true purpose of this transcendent Buddhist practitioner's arrival in Dayan." Zhao Changkong was taken aback. No wonder the court attached such great importance to this matter, dispatching the 3 departments for a joint investigation. Yet, the emperor likely could not fathom that these individuals, in their bid to evade responsibility, had failed to appoint a principal official for over a month. Nevertheless, some ideas were beginning to take shape. Zhao Changkong turned to the scribe beside him and inquired, "Where is the body stored? Could you take me to see it?" The scribe looked astonished, his gaze shifting to the middle-aged scholar nearby. After all, Zhao Changkong was still quite young, and the sight of such a horrifying corpse might frighten him. "Take him," the middle-aged scholar responded, granting permission. Setting aside the scrolls, Zhao Changkong followed the scribe to a stone chamber located in the courtyard. As they approached, an icy chill enveloped them, causing Zhao Changkong to shiver involuntarily. Ahu promptly removed his cloak and draped it over Zhao Changkong's shoulders, providing him with some comfort. The scribe quickly explained, "This is the mortuary of the Jingzhou Prefecture. To prevent the corpses from decaying, it is preserved with a millennium-old ice, which results in a lower temperature." Upon pushing open the door, they were met with an impenetrable darkness that exuded a somber aura. Despite the biting cold, the unmistakable stench of decay lingered in the air. The scribe gestured toward the body resting on the central wooden bed, stating, "This is Yao Guangfei, the deputy envoy of the Northern Qi." Zhao Changkong pinched his nose as he approached the lifeless body. Indeed, it had been carbonized, just as the records had indicated. However, the damage to the face was not as severe, and he could still vaguely discern the features of Yao Guangfei. As he scrutinized the corpse, Zhao Changkong was determined not to overlook any detail, hoping to uncover some valuable clues from the remains. "Ah, is that not our esteemed newcomer from the Imperial Academy?" someone remarked. "I heard he volunteered to oversee the assassination case in Northern Qi. I thought it was a jest, yet here we are. It appears to be true." A mere 5-year-old child, what could he possibly understand about case management? It's utterly ridiculous. Instead of investigating, he is here fiddling with the corpse. The son of the general of Didying truly is quite peculiar. If he lacks the wit for detection, he should return post-haste, lest he tarnish the reputation of our Imperial Academy. Just as Zhao Changkong meticulously examined the body, a sudden uproar erupted from outside the door. Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow slightly, pausing in his actions to gaze towards the door. A few figures stood outside, mockingly observing him. He recognized these individuals. They were also students of the Imperial Academy and appeared to have a close relationship with Lu Xiaozhe. It was evident they had come to cause trouble. The middle-aged scholar looked towards the group outside and inquired, "Why are you, who do not study at the Imperial Academy, here?" It turned out that Mr. Shaoxing was also present. The four individuals hastily bowed to the middle-aged scholar, stating, "Sir, we have already sought permission from Mr. Wang to observe His Highness the Crown Prince in solving a case, and Mr. Wang has granted us permission." Shaoxing frowned and replied in a solemn tone, "If you are merely observers, you must not create a disturbance." Nevertheless, they did not cease their chatter, continuing, "Sir, although we are here as observers, we are slightly older than His Highness the Crown Prince, and thus, we should correct him. Solving a case relies on evidence. His Highness is not investigating the case, but rather examining a corpse here, which is simply a waste of time." Zhao Changkong cast a glance at the few individuals outside the door and remarked, "What do you know? I am indeed in the midst of solving a case." "Solving a case?" The four young men chuckled, their faces etched with disdain. "Your Highness, as you toy with a corpse, if this could truly unravel a mystery, then every constable in the land could retire to rest. Indeed, a deceased individual, can they possibly reveal to you the identity of their murderer or their whereabouts?" Zhao Changkong spoke with an air of indifference. "You are not mistaken. He truly can reveal to me the identity of the murderer." Ha! In an instant, the four youths were doubled over with laughter. Their mirth was laced with scorn. Could it be that the heir of the Duke of Dingwu has lost his sanity? To expect a corpse to speak? Chapter 42. Let the corpse speak. Zhao Changkong replied with calm composure. "I recall that yesterday some individuals doubted my ability to lift the ding of the nation, even boasting that should I succeed, they would consume it. Who? Please make a trip to the Imperial Academy later to inquire if the ding remains. We must ensure that certain individuals do not merely engage in empty rhetoric, revealing themselves as untrustworthy charlatans." Who promptly responded, "Understood, young lord." Meanwhile, the four youths standing outside felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment. They were the very ones who had boisterously proclaimed that if Zhao Changkong were to lift the ding, they would devour it. One of them, pointing at Zhao Changkong, exclaimed in anger, "Zhao Changkong, whom do you insult as a charlatan? Those who are worthless know their own worth." The youth, unable to contain his fury, declared, "You, a mere peddler of death, dare to insult us? How long do you think you can maintain your arrogance without solving a case? And to suggest that a dead person could speak is the most absurd joke I have ever heard." Zhao Changkong cast a glance at the corpse on the wooden bed. What if I could make him speak? Then, in the future, we shall all heed the words of Zhao Changkong. Zhao Changkong, with an expression of disdain, nodded slightly. "Although your presence seems to serve little purpose, I find myself in a precarious position and could indeed benefit from a few lackeys to run errands. Thus, accepting you as my subordinates is not out of the question." Upon hearing this, the four young men were seething with indignation. The leader, his countenance darkened, retorted, "Zhao Changkong, you cannot expect us to provide all the entertainment. If you cannot compel him to speak, then you shall kneel and bow your heads before us." Shaoxing furrowed his brow, intending to intervene. However, Zhao Changkong had already acquiesced. "Very well, I accept your challenge. Young lord, you must not. How could a corpse possibly utter a word?" Ahu, standing nearby, urged caution. The four youths erupted in laughter. "Ha! Even your servant recognizes that the dead cannot speak. It is truly baffling to see you so deluded as to believe otherwise. Yet, it is too late for you to withdraw. This device in my hand is known as the recording stone, and everything you just said has been meticulously documented." Shaoxing's expression turned grave. "You dare to employ the recording stone? As students of the Imperial Academy, why resort to such hostility?" The youth bowed slightly. "Sir, was it not your esteemed prince who so humiliated Lu Xiaozhe yesterday? We merely return the favor in kind, which is indeed what you have taught us at the academy. Is it not?" Though Xiao Wenshang held a position of authority at the academy, he could not entirely dismiss their reasoning, especially with the recording stone as evidence. He found himself in a precarious position, unable to forcibly dissolve the wager. "Your Highness, what are you waiting for? Prompt him to speak. We can hardly contain our curiosity to witness how a corpse converses." Zhao Changkong paid no further attention to the four youths clamoring outside the door. Instead, his gaze fell upon the neck of Yel Kuangfei, where a purplish bruise marred the skin. This mark was not particularly conspicuous, especially given Yel Kuangfei's charred physique, which rendered it all too easy to overlook the discolored area. Zhao Changkong turned to the clerk and requested the coroner's presence. The clerk, not daring to delay, hurriedly went to fetch the coroner. In less than half an hour, an elderly man entered the cold mortuary, carrying a wooden box. The coroner hastily knelt down and greeted. "I have come to pay my respects to the esteemed gentleman." Zhao Changkong pointed to Yao Kuangfei on the bed and commanded, "Open his chest." "Open his chest?" The coroner was evidently taken aback, having never encountered such a request before. Zhao Changkong traced a position on Yao Kuangfei's chest. Indeed, it was necessary to incise his bronchial tube, likely around this area. The coroner's face immediately turned pale with fear. "Young master, I have never performed such a procedure." Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you not a coroner?" "Indeed, I am a coroner," the man replied. "What is it that you typically do?" The elder hastily elucidated, "I merely tidy the garments of the deceased and assist the bereaved in identifying their loved ones." Zhao Changkong was momentarily at a loss for words. What you are practicing is not forensic medicine, it is clearly that of an embalmer. He failed to realize that in this era, towering edifices were absent and incidents of accidents were scarce. Thus, death was merely a consequence of illness or the natural course of life. There was no need for a coroner to dissect and ascertain the cause of death. What, pray tell, is an embalmer? I doubt you would comprehend. Ha ha. Outside, Fryuz burst into laughter again. "You've utterly cracked me up, Your Highness. Do you truly believe he is still alive, planning to slice open his chest to make him leap in agony? Perhaps that was indeed what His Highness intended. However, we must caution you. A mere incision would render the deceased incapable of speech." Just then, a voice pierced through. "Young lord, allow me." Ahu stepped forward, unsheathing his long blade and striking towards the corpse of Yao Kuangfei. The blade sliced through with precision, creating a gash without damaging the internal organs. Instantly, a foul stench pervaded the mortuary. Even the youths outside covered their noses, expressions of disdain etched on their faces. Were it not for the anticipation of Zhao Changkong kneeling to apologize, they would have no desire to endure such an ordeal. Zhao Changkong covered his mouth and nose, wielding a small knife, instructing Ahu to incise the trachea of Yi Le Kuangfei. The smooth inner lining revealed itself before Zhao Changkong's eyes. In an instant, a surge of elation coursed through him. Indeed, it was as he suspected. A sudden exclamation from outside the door left the onlookers perplexed. A youth questioned, "Your Highness, how long do you intend to keep us waiting? We cannot afford to linger here while you meddle with the corpse." Zhao Changkong cast a glance at the few individuals outside the door. "I have already spoken. Did you not hear me?" "Spoken?" The four exchanged glances, then coldly replied, "Your Highness, if you wish to play tricks, there is no need to resort to such petty tactics. We have heard nothing. That is because you are foolish." Zhao Changkong retorted, "Do not think that your age grants you immunity from our wrath. Those who are admitted to the Imperial Academy all possess some degree of lineage and background." Zhao Changkong replied with indifference, "It is as it should be. Only the foolish would fail to hear the voice of Yao Kuangfei." "Oh, pray tell, what did he say?" Yao Kuangfei proclaimed that his demise was not at the hands of the Buddhist cultivators. "Heh." The youth scoffed. "Zhao Changkong, the third department has conducted an investigation, and the scholar of the Guozijian explicitly stated that Yao Kuangfei perished at the hands of the Buddhist cultivators. Are you suggesting that the third department is in error?" "Indeed. They are all mistaken." The youth, disinterested in further debate with Zhao Changkong, turned to Xiao Wensheng and inquired, "Sir, did you hear Yao Kuangfei's words? Surely, you are not among those whom Zhao Changkong deems foolish." Xiao Wensheng furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze fixed upon Zhao Changkong. Chapter 43. Not the work of the Buddhist cultivators. Zhao Changkong clasped his hands before Xiao Wensheng and posed a query. "May I inquire, sir, whether smoke is produced during a great fire?" Before Xiao Wensheng could respond, a youth outside interjected, "That is a given. Such a rudimentary question hardly warrants consulting the esteemed sir. How can one expect to solve a case when they lack understanding of such fundamental matters? It's utterly laughable." Yet, Xiao Wensheng appeared to be struck by a revelation, as if he comprehended something profound. He hastened forward, directing his gaze at the chest of Yi El Yuan. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon him. "So it is. Sir, you have yet to answer us. Did you indeed hear Yi El Yuan speak?" The collective attention of the onlookers converged upon Xiao Wensheng. They were eager for Zhao Changkong to kneel before them in submission. "I did hear," came Xiao Wensheng's response, which caused the countenances of all present to change dramatically. "Sir, what did you say? You heard Yi El Yuan speak? How can this be possible? Sir, are you not afraid we will present the recorded evidence to the Imperial Academy? Seeing as you are so protective of Zhao Changkong and even willing to provide false testimony? If the dead could speak, I would willingly offer my life to Zhao Changkong." Yet, Xiao Wensheng retorted sternly, A scholar must uphold integrity. Although Yi Yuan cannot vocalize, he indeed conveyed to me that the perpetrator is not the Buddhist practitioner. The youth's expression darkened as he questioned, Sir, then please enlighten us on how Yi Yuan communicated to you that the culprit is not the Buddhist practitioner, given his silence? Do you not find this absurd? Though they were students, they were all descendants of nobility, possessing high status and influence. Naturally, they held no fear of a Confucian scholar teaching at the Imperial Academy, especially one who was not their own instructor. Otherwise, they would not dare to confront a scion of the Duke of Dingwu in such a manner. In the face of their inquiries, Zhao Wensheng refrained from personal explanation and instead turned to Zhao Changkong, saying, Perhaps you should elucidate. Zhao Changkong did not decline. A hint of a smile appeared on his youthful face. As you have just mentioned, a raging fire produces dense black smoke. Therefore, if a person were to be burned alive, they would inevitably inhale this smoke into their lungs. However, there is no trace of smoke in Yi Kuang-fei's bronchial tubes, and there is a bruise on his neck, indicating that Yi Kuang-fei was killed before he was set ablaze. This, too, is the information that Yi Kuang-fei conveyed to me. Boom. This statement reverberated through the morgue like a clap of thunder. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Upon reflection, the logic of Zhao Changkong's assertion was indeed flawless. The elderly coroner, visibly agitated, struck his thigh with fervor. Yes, precisely. This is indeed the case. I once experienced a fire at home that claimed the lives of 2 sheep. Their lungs were filled with black smoke. I had assumed they were ill and buried them all. Had I known this, I would have kept them for my grandson to nourish his body with their meat. Zhao Changkong gazed at the 4 individuals outside the door, their spirits seemingly shattered. You 4 shall henceforth accompany this young master as mere errand runners, he declared. The youth, jolted back to reality, met his words with indignation, retorting, Zhao Changkong, we were merely advocating for him to speak, not for you to make baseless assumptions. When did I ever suggest that a corpse should utter words? Your reasoning is utterly fallacious. And what of it? Do you dare claim that the conclusion I have just drawn was not imparted to me by Yi Kuang-fei? He countered. The others fell silent, their expressions still brimming with fury, clearly ensnared in Zhao Changkong's cunning trap. Nevertheless, they remained perplexed by the turn of events. Although Zhao Changkong stood tall, he was merely 5 years old. Yet, he managed to uncover numerous points of suspicion from a single corpse. However, those who were to follow him as subordinates remained unconvinced. Zhao Wensheng cautioned them, stating that if they agreed to the wager, they must adhere to it and refrain from causing Zhao Changkong any further trouble. Should they breach this agreement, he would personally inform their mentor. They responded with gritted teeth, understood. Subsequently, Zhao Wensheng, with a grave expression, reiterated the gravity of the situation, instructing them not to disclose any details to anyone, lest the Imperial Academy take severe measures. The group nodded in compliance. As Zhao Wensheng departed, Zhao Changkong left the morgue as well, returning the cloak to Ahu. Taking a few deep breaths of fresh air invigorated him, for the stench inside had nearly made him retch. The 4 youths trailing behind Zhao Changkong wore grim expressions. Ahu now held Zhao Changkong in the highest regard, treating him not as a mere 5-year-old child, but rather with utmost respect. He inquired, Young lord, where shall we go next? To Chuanxiang Tower, Zhao Changkong replied. Suddenly, a light laughter echoed from behind. Zhao Changkong, the case remains unsolved. And yet you possess the leisure to visit a brothel. Do not assume that you are safe simply because the murderer is not a Buddhist practitioner. The envoy from Beiki has made it clear that we must identify the culprit within a specified time frame. Visiting a brothel? Zhao Changkong, you likely have yet to reach maturity, let alone understand the nature of romantic pursuits. The 4 youths erupted in boisterous laughter, reveling in the opportunity to mock him. However, Zhao Changkong regarded them with a peculiar gaze, almost as if he were looking at fools. The laughter of the youths gradually faded, and they frowned slightly, asking, Zhao Changkong, what is with that look? Zhao Changkong sighed in exasperation, expressing his doubts about how your parents could have given birth to such a group of imbeciles. The youth glared fiercely, exclaiming, How dare you insult us? Zhao Changkong inquired, May I ask where Yi Kuang-fei was slain? At Chuanxiang Tower. Thus, do you presume that my visit to Chuanxiang Tower was merely for the purpose of indulging in a brothel? The 4 were taken aback, and the leading youth retorted, Everyone at Chuanxiang Tower has already provided their testimonies. Why would you need to make another trip? I suspect you merely seek an opportunity for merriment. How absurd. Zhao Changkong spat, causing the 4 young men to feel a wave of nausea, prompting them to retreat hastily. Zhao Changkong gestured towards the direction of the morgue, remarking, Did not Yi Liuquang Fei also claim to be a practitioner of the Buddhist teachings? Yet, what is the outcome? If one is ignorant, one should simply remain as a loyal dog by my side, obeying my every command. Zhao Changkong, you have gone too far. The four youths, all scions of noble families, had never endured such humiliation. Their anger surged, almost causing them to burst with rage, wishing to rend Zhao Changkong into pieces. You, the servant of my lord, hastened to follow. However, Zhao Changkong remained unfazed, turning to walk towards the outskirts of Jingzhou Prefecture, a voice leisurely drifting back to them. The four youths were nearly driven to the brink of fury, ready to spit blood. They climbed into the carriage. Zhao Changkong was lost in contemplation, reflecting on the contents of the case files in conjunction with the clues he had unearthed. The murderer had fabricated the traces of Buddhist practice, intending to mislead the investigators and squander their time. However, if the Dayan Sansi were afforded sufficient time, they would inevitably uncover some clues. Thus, what the perpetrator sought was merely time. This realization led to a sudden jolt within Zhao Changkong, igniting a bold hypothesis. At that very moment, the carriage came to a gradual halt, and the voice of Ahu resonated from outside. Young master, we have arrived at Chunxianglu. He lifted the curtain of the carriage. Zhao Changkong was unceremoniously lifted from the carriage by Ahu. Before him rose a magnificent wooden structure, its towering gate adorned with elegantly curved eaves and resplendent, colorful lanterns. The entrance often fluttered with vibrant silks, and a refined plaque inscribed with the words Chunxiang Lu graced the facade. Outside, several exquisitely dressed women leaned against the doorframe, their alluring figures exuding charm and laughter, captivating the attention of passers-by. The atmosphere was imbued with an air of mystery and seduction. Upon noticing the halted carriage, a captivating middle-aged woman swiftly approached, winking at Ahu and lightly tapping his chest with her delicate fingers. Oh, sir, you seem unfamiliar here. Is this your first visit? Why would you bring a child to a place like this? She teased, beckoning to a younger woman. Xiaomei, why don't you take the gentleman's child for a stroll, allowing him to relax and unwind? The girl named Xiaomei stepped forward, and a pungent wave of perfume caused Zhao Changkong to frown. Ahu, overwhelmed by the scene, felt his cheeks flush. Having never even touched a woman's hand, he stammered, and no, it wasn't my intention to come here. Ha ha ha. Sir, do not jest. If it isn't you who wishes to come, could it be the child who desires to visit Chunxianglu? The middle-aged woman laughed heartily, her exuberance leaving Ahu visibly flustered. He turned to Zhao Changkong for help, his panic evident. Zhao Changkong, finding humor in Ahu's dismay, stepped forward to clarify, indeed. It is I who wish to come. At this declaration, the flirtatious laughter abruptly ceased, and the women outside cast incredulous glances in their direction. The middle-aged woman's expression shifted slightly. Her arms crossed. She appeared displeased. Sir, do not jest with us. At his age, he likely knows nothing of women. What could he possibly seek here? If you wish for pleasure, follow us inside, but if you intend to mock us, do not blame us for being unkind. At that moment, a dozen guards surged forth from within Chunxianglu, eyeing the middle-aged woman with predatory intensity. The sudden commotion drew the attention of nearby pedestrians, who turned to witness the unfolding spectacle. A group of four young men standing not far off exchanged amused glances, each secretly relishing the drama, anticipating the gossip that would soon circulate about the 5-year-old heir of the Dingwu Marquis visiting a brothel. The public's perception could be fearsome. While many were aware of Zhao Changkong's poetic talents, few recognized his aptitude for solving cases. Soon, he would be labeled as a wayward youth. With this thought in mind, the four young men wore expressions of smug satisfaction. Meanwhile, Ahu's demeanor darkened, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his blade. You dare, he barked, positioning himself protectively beside Zhao Changkong. However, Zhao Changkong suddenly pointed toward the four youths observing from a distance. Do you know who those four gentlemen are? As the middle-aged woman noted the mocking glimmer in Zhao Changkong's eyes, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over the four young men simultaneously. The middle-aged woman scoffed. I care not who they are. Should they not leave Chunxianglu, I shall not hesitate to show my displeasure. They are the sons of the Minister of Revenue, Lu Wenyuan, the son of the Duke of Jingnan, Chu Yunzhao, the second son of the Duke of Yishan, Xie Changfeng, and the son of the Director of Revenue, Han Chen. Currently, they are all students at the Imperial Academy. I would relish seeing how many heads you possess before daring to lay a hand on us. The middle-aged woman was instantly struck as if by lightning, her complexion paling dramatically. Having entered the brothel at the tender age of 13, she had encountered a myriad of individuals, yet she could discern the extraordinary bearing of these four young gentlemen, recognizing them as no ordinary patrons. A ghastly smile contorted her heavily painted face, for she never anticipated these seemingly juvenile boys would hold such esteemed backgrounds, far beyond a mere brothel madam's reach. Misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. She hastily signaled her guards to retreat, then turned to Lu Wenyuan and the others, fawningly exclaiming, "Ah, esteemed gentlemen. I beg your pardon for not recognizing your distinguished identities. Please, allow me to usher you inside, and I shall ensure the maidens attend to your every wish." Stunned, Lu Wenyuan and his companions were left speechless. They had not anticipated Zhao Changkong's recognition of their identities, nor his public revelation of it, especially as they became aware of the peculiar gazes directed at them from the surrounding crowd. Lu Wenyuan, gritting his teeth, retorted indignantly, "We did not come to visit a brothel. We are representatives of the Imperial Academy here to investigate a case." The middle-aged woman paused, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Ah, how clever you young gentlemen are. I shall have the maidens inside examine you one by one. Wait, that sounds quite amiss." She chuckled. "I had no idea that you gentlemen were so playful, wanting to interrogate the criminals. Truly, I am enlightened. We common folk cannot compare." This elicited a wave of laughter from the crowd. At this moment, Lu Wenyuan and his companions wished fervently for a hole to swallow them whole. Zhao Changkong has already entered Chuanxiang Tower with a hu. Zhao Changkong, halt. Lu Wenyuan and his companions, consumed by rage, hurriedly pursued him. Their illustrious reputations, cultivated over a lifetime, now lay in ruins this very day. Upon entering Chuanxiang Tower, they discovered Zhao Changkong, guided by a young lady, had ascended to an opulent private room on the second floor. They hastily followed suit. Bursting into the chamber, they pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Changkong and exclaimed, "Zhao Changkong, you are devoid of filial piety. Why have you made our names known throughout the city?" Zhao Changkong took a sip of tea and remarked, "Since I have won the wager, is it necessary for me to explain myself to you?" "You." Lu Wenyuan's chest heaved violently, consumed by rage. Suddenly, the door swung open once more. The middle-aged woman from outside sauntered in, her alluring figure captivating the room. Upon noticing the numerous individuals within, she paused momentarily, exclaiming, "Oh, gentlemen, surely you are not intending to indulge in merriment within a single chamber? Those ladies possess delicate sensibilities and may not take kindly to it." Bang! Lu Wenyuan slammed his palm onto the table, declaring, "Let me reiterate, we are not here for revelry. Our purpose is to investigate a case. Should you continue with your frivolous remarks, I shall ensure the closure of this establishment." Investigate? Investigate a case? The middle-aged woman finally grasped that these youths were not jesting. She quickly adopted a fade of distress, pleading, "Oh dear gentlemen, please spare me. Last month, a deputy envoy from Bei Qi perished in our establishment, and we have refrained from operating for an entire month. After much effort to appease the higher-ups, the matter has settled. If you come to investigate again, our ladies will surely starve." Chapter 45. Crucial clue. Zhao Changkong set down his teacup and assured, "Rest assured, as long as you cooperate, I guarantee you shall not starve." The middle-aged woman expressed her confusion. "Young sir, how do you intend for us to cooperate?" "You are to gather everyone from Chuanxiang Tower outside, one by one to come in. We shall interrogate each of you individually. Of course, a reward of 2 taels of silver awaits those who provide information beneficial to me, and further rewards may be granted for particularly useful insights." Upon hearing of the silver, the woman's eyes sparkled with excitement. She quickly replied, "Oh, had I known there was silver involved, I would have acted sooner. Young sir, rest assured. The ladies of Chuanxiang Tower are well versed in decorum and will provide answers that will surely please you. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once." With that, she hurriedly exited the private room. Observing her departure, Lu Wenyuan remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Truly, the young master is quite affluent. To ask a mere question and offer 2 taels of silver, such generosity is remarkable." Zhao Changkong cast a glance at Lu Wenyuan and remarked, "I never claimed I was here to collect money." A sardonic smile crept across Lu Wenyuan's face as he retorted, "If you're not here for the money, then what are you here for?" However, before he could finish his sentence, a sudden realization struck him. "Zhao Changkong, you can't possibly intend for us to foot the bill, can you?" Zhao Changkong nodded. "That is only natural. After all, with the presence of your 4 little followers, why not take advantage of it?" "Zhao Changkong, you are exceedingly overbearing." Lu Wenyuan was nearly driven to the brink. Zhao Changkong advised, "I suggest you contemplate this matter carefully. Do not forget what the gentleman said before his departure." Lu Wenyuan clenched his fists, glaring furiously, yet he restrained his anger. due to the promise of monetary rewards. The middle-aged woman exhibited a significantly heightened efficiency. Naturally, she was the first to report. She recounted the events of that day in their entirety, mirroring the accounts recorded in the previous documents without any discrepancies. Zhao Changkong pondered for a moment and then inquired, "Does Yelf Kuangfei visit often?" The middle-aged woman shook her head and replied, reporting to the young master, "This is his first visit. How did he find this place? That remains a mystery to us. However, since his arrival, he has been alone in the room. We are uncertain about his activities within. Yet I can assure you that no one else has entered the chamber. The windows are securely locked, and the officials have inspected them." Finding no signs of forced entry or tampering, Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow slightly. No one had entered the room, yet the fire ignited inexplicably. It was his first visit here. A myriad of questions swirled in Zhao Changkong's mind. "Young master, do you have any further inquiries?" After he paid, the next individual approached. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged woman, her face alight with excitement, moved towards the irate Lu Wenyuan, received 2 taels of silver, and joyfully departed from the private room. Soon after, a young lady, clad in a delicate gauzy garment, entered with dainty steps. The woman slightly bowed in greeting, appearing somewhat anxious. Zhao Changkong inquired, "On the day the vice envoy of Northern Qi visited Chuanxiang Tower, where were you?" The young woman, unable to conceal the truth, replied, "Esteemed sir, on that day, I was attending to a young master when I heard someone shouting about a fire. It was then that I departed the room with him." "What did you witness?" Zhao pressed. The woman strained to recall. "The scene was utterly chaotic that day. I saw nothing at all." Zhao Changkong waved his hand dismissively. "Take your silver and depart." The woman, trembling with fear, accepted the coins. Just as she was about to leave, a thought struck her. "My lord, this humble servant has suddenly recalled something." "What is it?" he inquired. "There was once a gentleman who frequently visited the Chuanxiang Tower, yet I have not seen him in recent days." Chu Yunzhou's expression darkened. "How audacious! Do you intend for us to search for this patron on your behalf?" The woman quaked in terror and hurriedly knelt. "This lowly servant does not dare to suggest such a thing. It is just that I believe this individual is not from Dayan. He possesses an abundance of body hair, and I later learned that he hails from Beiki." "Beiki?" Zhao Changkong was immediately taken aback and inquired further, "What are the distinguishing features of that individual?" The woman, visibly anxious, described, "He has a scruffy beard and a mole at the corner of his eye, standing approximately at the same height as him." Zhao Changkong cast a fleeting glance at Ahu beside him. Could it be him? A figure gradually emerged in his mind. The very one who had carried the fainted Yula Quanfei away on that fateful day at Haoming Tower. When had this person last appeared? The woman pondered for a moment before affirming, "It was indeed the day before the Northern Qi envoy met with misfortune. I attended to him then, and he resided in the very room where the envoy was ultimately harmed. However, he departed quite early the next day, by the time I awoke. He had already vanished without a trace." Zhao Changkong fell into deep contemplation. This was an exceedingly significant clue, further validating his prior conjectures made while on the carriage. Beside him, Lu Wenyuan wore an expression of displeasure. "What nonsensical drivel are you uttering? The others have departed. What relevance does this matter hold now? Begone. You are wasting my time." The young woman, not daring to linger, hastily rose to take her leave. Zhao Changkong instructed, "You all stay here to take notes. Record everything they have seen and heard." After issuing his command, he strode toward the door, with Ahu hastily following him. Lu Wenyuan and the other 3 were left in utter bewilderment. "Using our own money? And we are expected to work for it? What kind of reasoning is that? Hey, Zhao Changkong, we are not your subordinates, come back." However, Zhao Changkong had already departed, leaving only his voice echoing back. "Do not forget the wager, at present. You are no different from my servants. Zhao Changkong, may you meet a dreadful fate." Lu Wenyuan was nearly driven to the brink of fury. As the son of the vice minister of revenue, he had never before endured such indignity. "Lu, what shall we do?" Xia Changfeng could not help but inquire. Lu Wenyuan, with a grim countenance, replied, "What else can we do? Should we allow him to inform our master that we have acted in bad faith? Would that not mean we are forever under his control?" A glint of cold determination crossed Lu Wenyuan's eyes. With less than half a month remaining, he surely cannot solve this case. When the time comes, the emperor will punish him severely and cast him into prison, leaving us free to manipulate him. Upon hearing this, the 3 of Chu Yunzhou's companions brightened with newfound resolve. Indeed, if the 3 departments cannot resolve this perplexing case, his aspirations to solve it are nothing but a fanciful dream. Once he is imprisoned, I shall ensure his suffering is beyond imagination. Zhao Changkong and Ah Hu exited the private room. A middle-aged woman approached briskly. Oh, young master, what brings you out here? Allow me to accompany you to inspect the room that caught fire the other day. The woman quickly expressed her disdain. Young master, such a place has witnessed death, and everything has been reduced to ashes. Visiting it would only bring misfortune. Do you still wish to pursue your monetary interests? Think carefully. Her demeanor shifted remarkably. That room is not far. It is just around the corner. With that, she led Zhao Changkong and his companion towards the room. Chapter 46. Utter Nonsense. Upon reaching the corner, Zhao Changkong discovered that the door to the room was firmly shut, adorned with a talisman. Noticing the look of confusion in Zhao Changkong's eyes, the middle-aged woman awkwardly explained, there was a fire previously that resulted in a tragic loss of life. To prevent our guests from feeling uneasy, we expended considerable resources to invite a Taoist priest to perform a ritual. A Taoist priest? Upon hearing this, Zhao Changkong could not help but recall the unkempt, ragged middle-aged man he had encountered. He could not resist inquiring, what does this Taoist priest look like? The middle-aged woman, unable to conceal her thoughts, pondered for a moment before responding. He is an elderly man, somewhat gaunt, with a long beard. He was invited from the Zijin temple located to the south of the city. Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow slightly. Clearly, this Taoist was not the enigmatic middle-aged priest he had anticipated. However, upon hearing of a Taoist temple in the vicinity of the capital, he was intrigued. Zhao Changkong resolved that once this case was solved, he would pay a visit to the Zijin temple to inquire about the origins of the middle-aged Taoist priest. After all, the other party was well aware of all his secrets. Until he clarified the intentions of this individual, he would remain in a state of unrest. He chose not to dwell on this matter any longer. His current priority was to swiftly locate the culprit and resolve the pressing troubles facing the Wuhou mansion. Creak. The heavy door was pushed open by Zhao Changkong. Although a month and a half had elapsed, the room still reeked of charred remnants. Inside, everything remained as it had been. It appeared the middle-aged woman had no intention of continuing to use this space, hence she had not engaged anyone to restore its contents. The woman pointed to the charred wooden bed within. Young master, it was on that very bed that the envoy from Northern Qi met his demise. The sight was truly horrific. Even now, the thought sends chills down my spine. Zhao Changkong's gaze settled upon the wooden bed, which had been reduced to a mere shadow of its former self by the flames. Even if there were any clues left, they would have long since vanished. As he surveyed the room, he noted that aside from the severely charred bed, the other furnishings bore only minor signs of damage from the fire. The dressing table in the corner and the wardrobe nearby remained relatively intact, albeit with some superficial charring. Zhao Changkong approached the wardrobe with measured steps. Ahu seemed to comprehend Zhao's intention and took the initiative to open the wardrobe. It lay empty, devoid of any contents. Nevertheless, it appeared relatively clean, with no signs of heat-induced charring. However, as Zhao Changkong scrutinized the interior of the wardrobe, a single strand of hair caught his attention. Zhao Changkong crouched down and leaned closer to examine the strand of hair. He noticed its slightly yellow hue and the subtle traces of natural curl. This inevitably reminded him of the individual who had taken Yelf Kuangfei from the Haoming Tower that day. He then called out towards the door, requesting, "Bring forth the woman I inquired about earlier." The middle-aged woman, not daring to delay, acknowledged promptly and hurried away. Soon, she returned with the aforementioned woman in tow. The woman stood trembling behind Zhao Changkong and asked, "My lord, is there anything else you wish to discuss with this humble servant?" Zhao Changkong picked up a strand of hair and inquired, "Have you ever seen this hair?" The woman promptly leaned closer. Upon catching sight of the hair, she nodded in response. "I have seen it. It is identical to that of the Northern Qi man." Indeed, it was he. Zhao Changkong narrowed his eyes, already certain of his previous suspicions. The middle-aged woman and the young lady beside him appeared somewhat bewildered and curiously inquired, "Young master, do you have any clues?" Zhao Changkong did not offer an explanation. Instead, he admonished, "Do not speak of what you have just discussed to anyone else. If that individual from Northern Qi returns, immediately inform the Dingwu Marquis's residence." As he spoke, he produced 10 taels of silver and tossed them to the middle-aged woman before him. Instantly, her face lit up with joy, exclaiming, "Oh, young master, how gracious of you. It is truly a blessing for me to be of service to esteemed individuals such as yourselves." Zhao Changkong reiterated once more, "Remember, this must not be spoken of to anyone, including the 4 individuals in the room." "Understood. I shall comply with all of the young lord's directives," came the reply. Having conveyed this crucial information, Zhao Changkong chose not to linger any longer at Chuanxiang Tower. Accompanied by Ahu, he departed. Upon reaching the carriage, Ahu inquired, "Young lord, shall we not have those four continue to accompany us?" Zhao Changkong cast a teasing glance at Chuanxiang Tower and remarked, "No need for that. Instead, gather a few individuals to deliver a message to their residents, informing them that their young master has booked the entire Chuanxiang Tower and has yet to emerge after several hours." Upon hearing this, Ahu could barely contain his laughter. "What is so amusing?" Zhao Changkong inquired, perplexed. Ahu replied, "I merely believe that their greatest folly in this lifetime was to offend you, young lord." Zhao Changkong's expression remained unperturbed. "That is a consequence of their own making. Young lord, where shall we go now?" "To the Honglu Temple." After speaking, he promptly entered the carriage. Ahu steered the carriage towards the Honglu Temple in the capital. At the same time, he sought out a few acquaintances in the capital to disseminate the news, directing it towards the residences of Lu Wenyuan and others. These dignitaries and nobles placed great emphasis on their reputations. The four of them boldly rented an entire brothel. The outcome: the carriage came to a halt outside the gates of the Honglu Temple. Zhao Changkong, now in possession of the Confucius order, entered the Honglu Temple with an air of authority, unchallenged by anyone. Upon reaching the main hall of the temple, he waited for a brief moment until an elderly man, clad in the official garb of the Northern Shi, entered at a measured pace, accompanied by a middle-aged individual. Upon noticing the young Zhao Changkong seated in the hall, the elder's expression instantly turned frosty. "Was it not stated that the official overseeing the assassination case wished to summon me? Why is there a mere child seated here?" Zhao Changkong rose to his feet, exclaiming, "I am the chief officer behind the assassination case. This is utterly absurd." The elderly man wore a look of indignation, retorting, "Is this how your great Yin humiliates the envoys of our Northern Shi? If you lack the capability to apprehend Fo Xiao, then do not make promises to us. Now, you send a mere child to mock us. What is the meaning of this? Or has great Yin run out of capable individuals, resorting to a child to solve this case?" Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow. He had already appeared quite composed, striving to prevent others from perceiving him as a mere child. However, the prejudice against children is deeply ingrained within everyone's very essence. Zhao Changkong spoke with a tone of icy severity. "I have certain matters to inquire about, and I request the cooperation of the Northern Shi delegation. Furthermore, who the great Yin appoints as the presiding official is not a matter for an outsider to dictate." "Humph." The elder snorted coldly. "Who do you think you are, a mere child, to demand my cooperation?" He commanded, "Escort him out." Without a moment's hesitation, the elder turned and departed. Zhao Changkong felt a sense of urgency within. He must meet with the envoy from Northern Shi today. Should he fail to solve the case, Lu Shaozi would undoubtedly spare no mercy towards him. The entire Dingwu marquis residence would likely suffer the consequences. Zhao Changkong yearned to pursue further. Yet he was halted by a middle-aged man beside the elder. "Youngster, your Dayan has so shamefully humiliated us. Henceforth, if there are no pressing matters, do not let your officials return." Suddenly, Zhao Changkong was taken aback, his expression turning exceedingly grim. Chapter 47. Must not perish. Departing from the Honglu Temple, Zhao Changkong sat within the carriage, his expression grave. Although he possessed the order of the sage, forcibly seizing the envoy with his troops would likely provoke a direct conflict between the two nations. Zhao Changkong fell into deep contemplation. A forceful intrusion was unfeasible, and an invitation for the other party to emerge was equally implausible. The matter concerning the kingdom of Rui was indeed orchestrated by that individual. Such actions could potentially provoke unnecessary alarm. As for his appearance at the Honglu Temple today, it was specifically to request an audience with the other party. Zhao Changkong, however, remained largely unperturbed. Fortunately, he was still a child, capable of discerning that the envoys from Northern Shi clearly regarded him with disdain. In their eyes, his presence at the Honglu Temple, investigating this matter, was merely an affront to Northern Shi. There was no way to forcibly remove him, nor could they coax him out. Neither force nor persuasion seemed effective. The only option was to compel the Northern Shi envoy to emerge of his own accord. Yet, having remained within the confines of the Honglu Temple for over a month and a half, how could one possibly induce him to leave voluntarily? It was imperative to identify the envoy's vulnerabilities. Suddenly, Zhao Changkong pondered for a moment, then drew back the car curtain and inquired of the driver, "Ahu, is it true that the man from Northern Chi frequents Chuanxiang Tower almost every day, as the women there have mentioned?" Ahu nodded in affirmation. "It seems to be the case." A hint of delight flickered across Zhao Changkong's face. For a man of considerable lechery, Enduring over a month without the company of women would undoubtedly be an excruciating ordeal. Ahu, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and replied, "Young master, I have never been with a woman, so I must admit, I am quite unfamiliar with this matter." Zhao Changkong patted Ahu on the shoulder and said, "Once we return, gather a few people to help me ascertain the number of brothels in the capital. Has that northern Qi individual been spotted in any of these establishments? If you locate him, return immediately and inform me." "Understood," Ahu replied. By the time the carriage arrived at the Dingwu Marquis's residence, evening had already descended. Cui and the others stood outside, and upon seeing the carriage come to a halt, they hastened to greet it. "Young lord, you must be weary from today's endeavors. Dinner is ready, and I, along with Xiao Tao, have prepared a bath for you. After you dine, a good soak will surely help you rest well." Zhao Changkong nodded, following Cui and the others back to the residence. After a modest meal and a refreshing bath, he returned to his chamber. The door had been repaired. Sitting at the table, Zhao Changkong now harbored a fervent hope that Ahu would bring back good news. Subsequently, he extracted a booklet from his bosom, prominently inscribed with the words 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Fist. This was the martial arts manual previously bestowed upon him by his master. Having already embarked on the path of swordsmanship, he felt this fist technique would prove to be of little utility. Casually flipping to a random page, Zhao Changkong perused its contents, which, much like the Lingxiao sword technique, was divided into 3 sections featuring illustrations for training, some archaic script from his era, along with various annotations. However, these annotations were rather haphazard, diverging significantly from the original text. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Changkong began to recite the incantation of the fist technique. 9 Heavens Dragon Roar. The energy pierces the rainbow. The harmony of hardness and softness. The interplay of motion and stillness. The fist strikes like a dragon, its force shattering the firmament. Heart and intent in unison. Intent and energy in harmony. Energy and strength united. Cultivating both inner and outer realms, one may attain greatness. Suddenly, Zhao Changkong's entire being trembled. A mysterious force of the great Tao converged around him. Instantly, the energy within him surged and roiled as if summoned by some unseen call. It melded with the surrounding power of the great Tao, coursing through the very bones and meridians of his body in an ephemeral moment. Zhao Changkong's pupils suddenly constricted. He felt as though this force were about to rend his meridians and bones asunder. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Could it be that his cultivation of the sword path had triggered a backlash from the powers of martial arts? Zhao Changkong was taken aback, regretting his previous actions. Having finally acquired a semblance of self-preservation, he felt that if he were to revert to a state of utter helplessness, death would be a preferable option. A surge of intense heat enveloped his entire being, as if a great fire threatened to consume him whole. Zhao Changkong gritted his teeth and persevered. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging from his forehead, and his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. His consciousness was gradually becoming hazy. He understood that he could not afford to lose consciousness. Otherwise, he might never awaken again. If he were to die, Cui, Xiao Tao, and indeed everyone in the Dingwu Marquis residence would perish. Thus, he must survive. His efforts to contend with Chao Wuyilan, confront Lu Shaozi, and engage in the assassination case of Beiki were all for the sake of living. He could not die, absolutely not. His indomitable will allowed Zhao Changkong to maintain a thread of clarity in his mind. The following morning, Cui and Xiao Tao arrived at Zhao Changkong's door with breakfast. However, upon opening the door, they found him seated in a chair, his expression one of agony, motionless. A powerful and chaotic aura surged around him. "Young Marquis." The two were taken aback, and just as they approached, a sudden force blasted them away. Cui coughed up a mouthful of blood. Their faces turned pale, evidently injured internally by the overwhelming aura. Ignoring her own injuries, Cui hurriedly left the courtyard to seek assistance. Coincidentally, as Cui exited the Chafeng courtyard, she collided with Ahu, who had come to report. Upon seeing Cui, pale and with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, his expression changed dramatically. "Cui, what happened? Where is the young Marquis?" Cui felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing. "Ahu, quickly, save the young Marquis." Ahu's mind went blank. Forgetting about Cui's injuries, he drew his long knife and dashed into the Changfeng courtyard. However, upon seeing Zhao Changkong sitting upright in the room, his face contorted in pain, Ahu froze in his tracks, his expression turning somewhat dazed. Cui stumbled back, while Xiao Tao struggled to stand. "Ahu, hurry and save the young Marquis." Yet Ahu remained motionless. helping Xiao Tao and Cui Cui to sit on the nearby steps, reassuring them, "Do not worry, the young marquis is fine." "Fine." The two exchanged bewildered glances. Ahu continued, "The young marquis is cultivating. We must not disturb him at this moment." The two were astonished, filled with doubt. But why did the young marquis appear to be in such distress? Ahu elaborated, "Under the pressure of the heavenly Tao, cultivating is inherently against the natural order. It is surprising that despite the rumors of the young marquis being a cripple, he has embarked on the path of cultivation." Upon hearing Ahu's explanation, Cui Cui and Xiao Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, having sustained injuries, the relaxation brought on a wave of dizziness that nearly caused them to faint. "You are injured. Hurry back to rest." "I will remain here. The young marquis will be safe." Upon hearing this, Cui Cui and Xiao Tao did not refuse and made their way to a nearby room. Watching them leave, Ahu stood at the door, his gaze resting on the pained expression of Zhao Changkong, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. If the general and his wife were to learn of this news in the Northern Territory, they would surely be delighted. Quietly turning, Ahu stood like a war god within the Chafeng courtyard. The once serious and amiable countenance now radiated an imposing aura, exuding the ruthless spirit characteristic of a soldier. Time passed, and Zhao Changkong's aura gradually retracted within the room. The power of the great Tao dissipated, and a hint of resoluteness emerged on his once youthful face. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed into the sky. Zhao Changkong abruptly opened his eyes. Chapter 48. News from Chuanxiang Tower. With a single step, the muscles in his legs unleashed an unprecedented force. Crack! The floor of the room shattered. The silhouette of Zhao Changkong resembled a flash of lightning, appearing at the door in the blink of an eye. At this very moment, Zhao Changkong felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body. With a mighty punch, he struck forth. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated through the air. In the courtyard of Changfeng, a massive boulder by the riverside was shattered into countless fragments, sending clouds of dust swirling into the atmosphere. Such formidable power! Zhao Changkong was taken aback, unable to resist glancing at his own fist. The punch he had just delivered was, astonishingly, the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar fist taught to him by his master. He never anticipated that a mere strike could shatter rocks. What surprised Zhao Changkong even more was that he seemed to have grown taller, and his arms appeared more robust, hardly resembling that of a 5-year-old child. "Congratulations, young lord, on entering the Nirvana body stage." A joyful voice echoed from behind him. Zhao Changkong turned around and discovered Ahu standing there, his face brimming with joy. However, Ahu's expression bore a hint of fatigue, and his unkempt beard suggested that he had not closed his eyes for several days. Zhao Changkong expressed his surprise. "How have you transformed like this?" Ahu explained, "The young lord is cultivating within the room, and it is only natural for me to safeguard his safety." Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow. "How many days have I been cultivating?" "It has already been 13 days. "How astonishing!" Zhao Changkong exclaimed in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. Ahu, bowing slightly, elucidated, "The young lord possesses extraordinary talent. He has entered the coveted realm of unity with the heavens, a milestone many yearn for, thus requiring considerable time." However, Zhao Changkong had no inclination to heed Ahu's words, his expression grave as he mentally calculated the time. 13 days, coupled with the day he had devoted to investigation, meant that 14 days had already elapsed. In other words, tomorrow marked the final deadline for unraveling the assassination case of the Northern Qi. How could I have spent so long in cultivation? Ahu, have you uncovered the matters I tasked you with? Time was of the essence, and Zhao Changkong could not afford to squander another moment, pressing urgently for answers. Ahu nodded. "I have ascertained the details. The Northern Qi envoy who absconded with Yulu Kuangfei from Haoming Tower is named Zhuoliga Tuesday. He is notorious for his proclivity for women, earning him the reputation of a debauched gentleman in Northern Qi. I dispatched individuals to investigate the brothels throughout the capital. And indeed, I located his presence in a place called Zue Meng Lu. Zhao Changkong felt a surge of joy. The Drunken Dream Pavilion? Had it made an appearance once again in recent days? Ahu shook his head. Ever since the young lord returned from the Honglu Temple, Zhuoliga had not been seen again. Indeed, his visit to the Honglu Temple had startled the serpent in the grass. Glancing at the sky, he realized it was already afternoon. Time was of the essence. He needed to devise a plan swiftly. However, Zhao Changkong was also somewhat perplexed as he looked around. Ahu, where are Cui Cui and Xiao Tao? Normally, these two young girls would have appeared by now. Yet despite the commotion he had just caused in the courtyard, he had not caught sight of either Cui Cui or Xiao Tao. Ahu's expression turned grave, as he seemed hesitant to speak. Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow and inquired, "Ahu, what is going on? Where are Cui Cui and Xiao Tao?" "Ahu," unable to conceal the truth, replied, reporting to the young lord, "Cui Cui and Xiao Tao were taken away today by the officials of the Dali Temple." "What?" In an instant, Zhao Changkong's anger surged. He clenched his fists tightly, his gaze seemingly capable of igniting flames. "Before the appointed time. Who dares to have the audacity to seize individuals from the Wuhou mansion?" "Who recounted the day's events, young lord?" "Lu Shaozi came today with a decree from the Confucian Academy's headmaster and took Cui Cui and Xiao Tao to the Dali Temple's prison. We intended to intervene, but we were stopped by Mr. Xiao, who insisted he would personally go to the Dali Temple's prison to ensure that Lu Shaozi would not mistreat them." Xiao Wensheng. Zhao Changkong expressed some surprise. Ahu nodded. "Moreover, Cui Cui and Xiao Tao insisted that they did not want us to act rashly, stating they must take care of you and not disturb your cultivation. These two girls, unable to protect themselves, still considered my safety." At that moment, outside Chafeng courtyard, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed. The two turned to see a guard bursting into the courtyard in a state of panic. Upon noticing Zhao Changkong awake, the guard hesitated for a moment, then immediately displayed a look of joy. Zhao Changkong inquired, "What is the matter?" The guard respectfully replied, reporting to the young lord, "A servant from Chunxiang Tower has just arrived, stating that the person you have been awaiting is here and urges you to proceed post-haste." Upon hearing this, Zhao Changkong felt a jolt throughout his being, and a name flashed through his mind, Zhuo Ligei II. He scarcely had time to attend to his unwashed garments from the past fortnight. Zhao Changkong suppressed the tumult of excitement within him and hastily exited the Changfeng courtyard. As long as Zhuo Ligei II made an appearance, there lay hope for the rescue of Cui Cui and Xiao Dao. Meanwhile, Ahu hurriedly followed suit. At Chunxiang Tower, the sky had darkened considerably. The intricately adorned building was festooned with a myriad of colorful lanterns that swayed gently in the breeze. Outside the entrance stood numerous young women, beckoning passers-by with inviting gestures. Occasionally, a dashing young gentleman, supported by a few ladies, would stride into the vibrant atmosphere of Chunxiang Tower. In a lavish private room on the second floor, a middle-aged man sat at the dining table, flanked by two women. The ladies, clad in sheer garments that subtly hinted at their alluring figures, rendered the man insatiable with desire. Unable to contain himself, he reached out to embrace one woman's slender waist and pinched her smooth skin roughly. "Oh dear, you are too wicked, sir. You've made me ache." The middle-aged man's breath quickened, his gaze aflame with longing. "My dears, let me indulge in you properly. You have no idea how I have yearned for this over the past weeks." The woman, feigning coyness, replied, "Why the rush, sir? Tonight, both of us are entirely yours. Let us begin with some drinks." With that, she lifted a wine cup and brought it to the middle-aged man's lips. He relished the act, tilting his head back to drain the cup. The other woman, with a look of feigned sorrow, lamented, "You have been absent for so long, sir. I thought you had forgotten about me." The middle-aged man hastily explained, "I wish to come sooner, but circumstances have compelled me to be cautious. Now that I finally have the chance, tell me, have you missed me during this time?" "Indeed, I have thought of you day and night," she replied, laughter bubbling forth. The man felt a surge of joy at her words, leaning over to kiss the woman beside him. The two continued to pour wine for him, and he welcomed each offering, soon becoming flushed and intoxicated. Staggering to his feet, the middle-aged man clutched one woman to steady himself. "No more drinking. We have yet to attend to the main affair. If I drink any further, I shan't be able to perform at all. Come, let us retire to the bed and serve me well." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the door burst open, startling the man into a tremor. He snapped, "Who dares disturb my enjoyment?" However, upon seeing the intruders, a child and a guard, his anger morphed into mockery. "A mere child, yet here you are, wandering into a brothel. How impressive." The child offered no retort. Instead, he gestured for the two scantily clad women to leave, which surprised the middle-aged man. To his astonishment, the women complied without hesitation. His expression shifted, and he barked, "Hey, who told you to leave? I have not finished my pleasures. Return at once." He moved to obstruct their exit, but was halted by the guard's hand. The child's voice rang out, "Zhuo Ligei II, do not waste your efforts. We have been waiting for you for quite some time." Upon hearing his name, the middle-aged man felt a jolt of foreboding. Clearly, something was amiss. He had never revealed his identity in such establishments. As he scrutinized the pair before him, they appeared vaguely familiar, yet he could not place them. "Who are you?" he demanded. The child, now seated casually, replied, "I cannot believe that in just 2 months, you have forgotten me." Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the heir of the Duke of Dingwu, the orchestrator of the Northern Qi assassination case, Zhao Changkong. Zhuo too was taken aback, disbelief washing over him as he scrutinized Zhao Changkong from head to toe. How could you have changed so drastically in such a short span? The realization struck him. It was no wonder he had failed to recognize the young man earlier. Zhao Changkong now stands at a height that surpasses that of his previous self by a considerable margin. Furthermore, his physique has become robust, and his countenance bears an unexpected fortitude that is uncharacteristic for his age. Who could have anticipated that he would be the very instigator who thwarted their plans at Haoming Tower? Zhao Changkong replied quietly. How I have changed is none of your concern as an outsider. Let us discuss your affairs. Upon hearing this, Zhuo too furrowed his brow and questioned. What matters could I possibly have? Is there a decree in the capital forbidding outsiders from entering brothels? Not at all, Zhao responded. Then what brings you here? Let us converse about the demise of Yi Luquangfei, whom you have slain. Boom. At the utterance of these words, Zhuo too felt as if struck by lightning, his countenance revealing sheer astonishment. However, he swiftly composed himself and retorted with anger. Do not slander us with baseless accusations. Your great Yin lacks the capacity to apprehend the true culprit, and yet you allow a mere child to defame our envoy from Beiqi. How utterly despicable. Zhao Changkong observed every nuance of Zhuo's expression. A cold smile crept across his face as he remarked, Zhuo too, do you truly believe that I lack evidence? Zhuo remained silent, his face a mask of disdain. He had no faith that an inexperienced child could procure any credible evidence. Zhao Changkong began to recount. On that day at the poetry gathering in the capital, Yi Luquangfei lost a wager, resulting in the forfeiture of 2 cities. Upon returning to the envoy, he undoubtedly faced considerable blame and scorn. At that moment, the Northern Qi envoy also harbored intentions of retribution against him. What utter nonsense! Zhao Changkong let out a cold laugh and continued his narrative. On the very night the poetry gathering in the capital concluded, you did not return to reside at Honglu Temple, but instead sought merriment within Chuanxiang Tower. Indeed, that was the case, yet I departed early the following morning. You did not leave. Upon hearing this, Zhuo too was taken aback, his body trembling slightly, and a look of astonishment crossing his face. However, he quickly regained his composure and questioned. Everyone in Chuanxiang Tower is aware that I had left. What did you possess that beheld my supposed absence? Zhao Changkong refrained from providing an explanation and instead reiterated, on that day, a letter arrived in the hands of Yi Luquangfei, having lost 2 cities. I imagine he spent a sleepless night, confronted by accusations and scorn from the envoy. One might speculate that the contents of this letter compelled a man who typically shuns the frivolities of life to venture into such a place of revelry. Likely concerning a wager. Zhuo too's expression darkened. Yi Luquangfei arrived at Chuanxiang Tower and, under your arrangement, came to the very room you inhabited that night. Being a man who does not indulge in beauty, he did not summon the maidens to attend to him, instead choosing to sit alone, awaiting the arrival of another, namely, you, who had been concealed within the wardrobe. Am I correct, Zhuo too? A thunderous sound echoed. Zhuo too appeared as if struck by lightning, his countenance turning pale. Panic flickered across his features, yet he retorted, without evidence, your words are mere slander. I have no intention of listening to your baseless accusations. I shall inform our Northern Qi envoy and inquire thoroughly with your great Yin Emperor. Is this how you treat your guests? With that, Zhuo too rose in indignation, preparing to depart. However, Ahu stepped forward, blocking his path once more. Zhuo too exclaimed in anger, Zhao Changkong, what is your intent? Do you seek to incite discord between our 2 nations? At that moment, Zhao Changkong produced a handkerchief and placed it upon the round table, slowly unfolding it to reveal a single strand of hair. Ignoring Zhuo too's furious inquiries, he maintained a calm demeanor and spoke. This hair was found in the wardrobe of that room. You hid within the wardrobe, poisoned the tea, and took advantage of Yi Luquangfei's unconsciousness to strangle him, subsequently framing Fushio for the deed. Zhuo too, it is evident that this hair belongs to you. Zhuo too's pupils constricted sharply. Indeed, this hair was his, somewhat yellowed and slightly curly. He had not noticed these details at the time. He had not anticipated that this young man would uncover the truth. Clenching his fists tightly, Zhuo too fixed Zhao Changkong with a frosty glare and demanded, then tell me, what of the flames found upon Yi Luquangfei? They originated from Fushio's technique. Zhao Changkong smiled faintly. I have long pondered why a Buddhist practitioner would assist you, the Northern Qi, and how he managed to enter this chamber. Eventually, I realized I was mistaken. since no one else has entered this room. The one who incinerated Yi Kuang must be you, a once-fallen practitioner of the Buddha. Suddenly, a sinister killing intent revealed itself on Zhuo Ligei's face. A radiant golden light emanated around his being, exuding a formidable pressure that rendered Zhao Changkong's complexion ashen and his body momentarily immobile. This is perilous. A dense aura of death sent a tremor through Zhao Changkong's spirit. The heir of the Dingwu Marquis, I underestimated you indeed, to uncover such profound truths. However, you are still rather foolish. To dare come here to capture me with but a single guard is tantamount to courting death. Chapter 50. The unavoidable dilemma. As the words fell, Zhuo Ligei's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, extending his hand towards Zhao Changkong's neck. Zhao Changkong was filled with terror. He wished to retreat, yet his body remained entirely unresponsive to his commands. He deeply regretted not bringing more companions with him before arriving at Xuanxiang Tower. However, such regrets were futile now. He had just begun to suspect that his adversary might be a practitioner of Buddhism. In any situation, one could not expect opportunities to arise simply because he had failed to take precautions. He observed the approaching Zhuo Ligei too, and the merciless, terrifying expression on his opponent's face, which revealed an unmasked intent to kill. Zhao Changkong realized that today he was undoubtedly facing death. Was he truly destined to perish? For some inexplicable reason, he found himself devoid of the earlier panic and instead confronted his fate with a sense of serene acceptance. With a self-deprecating smile, he reflected on the fact that he had never even laid eyes on his so-called parents. The chaotic order and the treachery inherent in human nature surrounded him. Zhao Changkong suddenly perceived that death might indeed serve as a form of liberation for him. Bang! In an instant, a deafening sound erupted. The round table shattered into countless pieces, and the dynamics of the scene shifted in a flash. A figure emerged, wielding a blade that cleaved through the table. This silhouette positioned itself before Zhao Changkong. A powerful aura surged forth as a fist intercepted the advancing Zilegetto. Ahu! Zhao Changkong gazed at the figure before him, his face a canvas of shock. Blocking his path, standing resolutely against the full force of a third-level enlightenment attack, was none other than his guardian. Ahu! You are a master of the spirit profound realm. Equally astonished was Zhuo Ligei, who had been sent flying by Ahu's palm. In disbelief, he stared at Ahu, exclaiming, "You are no ordinary guard." Ahu, holding his long knife, did not deny it, his countenance stern and imposing. A chill of terror surged within Zhuo Ligei as his gaze shifted toward the wooden wall nearby. Suddenly, he began to chant a Buddhist incantation. Golden Sanskrit characters coalesced around him, causing the temperature of the room to steadily rise. Withdraw fierce sunspell. With a fierce shout, Zhuo Ligei unleashed a palm strike. The Sanskrit materialized in the air, forming a massive inferno that surged towards Ahu and Zhao. In the blink of an eye, it was upon them. Yet, Zhuo Ligei dared not witness the outcome of his attack. After casting the Vajra fierce sun spell, he dashed headlong into the wall. Ahu slashed with his knife, a mere casual stroke, yet it contained an exceedingly ferocious and domineering energy, even cleaving the space to leave a lingering shadow. Boom! The Vajra fierce sun spell erupted into nothingness. Ahu executed another horizontal strike directed at Zhuo Ligei's day. Sensing a wave of peril, Zhuo Ligei turned back, his face draining of color. He hastily halted, his form bending unnaturally. The knife's energy severed his hair and the edges of his garments, striking the wall with a thunderous crash. With a resounding bang, a fissure the thickness of an arm marred the wooden wall. Zhuo Ligei gasped in horror. Had that blade struck him, he would have surely been cleaved in twain by its ruthless edge. In an instant, the sound of the blade echoed ominously in Zhuo Ligei's ears. Ahu's blade now rested against Zhuo Ligei's throat. All of this transpired within mere moments. The intoxication that had clouded Zhuo Ligei's mind had completely dissipated, leaving him pallid and slumped upon the ground. Zhao Changkong rose to his feet, only to discover that his legs felt somewhat unsteady. In that fleeting moment, he truly experienced the essence of death, more vividly than on that day in the courtyard of the Dingwu Marquis' residence. Creak. The door swung open, and a middle-aged woman hurriedly burst in. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene within, she was instantly struck with fear, exclaiming, "Oh dear, young master, how have you managed to turn the room into such a state? How shall we conduct our business from now on?" Zhao Changkong produced a silver ingot weighing 10 taels and tossed it over. The middle-aged woman caught it and, upon inspection, her expression changed instantly. "Please, continue. Do as you wish." Zhao Changkong instructed, "Today, nothing that transpires here shall be uttered beyond these walls. Furthermore, no one is to approach this place tonight." The middle-aged woman promptly replied, "Rest assured, young master, that my lips are sealed. I shall immediately go and station someone to guard the entrance, allowing no one to enter." Zhao Changkong nodded, allowing the middle-aged woman to depart. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon Ahu. Noticing Zhao Changkong's penetrating stare, Ahu lowered his head in shame, unable to meet his eyes. "Your martial arts training suggests that your swordsmanship originates from the military. Were you sent by my parents to protect me?" Zhao Changkong inquired. Ahu trembled at the words and swiftly knelt on one knee. "Young lord, your wisdom is unparalleled. I am aware that I cannot conceal the truth from you." Zhao Changkong chuckled to himself, somewhat self-deprecatingly. They still remember that within this grand capital, they have a son, the young lord. Both the Marquis and his wife have always been concerned about your well-being. Zhao Changkong's gaze suddenly became piercing. "Is that so? Then I would like to inquire. When my spiritual bone was being extinguished, where were they? When Chao Huilan was extracting my bones, where were they? When I was coerced into solving a case, unable even to protect the maid by my side, where were they then?" Ahu's expression grew intricate, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Young lord, both the Marquis and the Madam have their own unavoidable grievances." Zhao Changkong waved his hand, dismissing any desire to hear the other's explanation. "Tomorrow, you shall take him to the Imperial Academy. Once that is accomplished, return to the northern frontier." With that, Zhao Changkong disregarded Ahu and exited the door. "Young lord." Ahu wished to pursue him, but upon seeing the despondent Zhuo Ligay too beside him, he hesitated to leave. At that moment, Zhao Changkong's heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. For years, he yearned for news of his parents' return to the capital, longing for their protection. Yet, 5 years had elapsed without a single letter from home. All hope had, over the years, withered into despair. The very presence of Ahu now seemed to him a mere jest. Zhao Changkong had already transcended the realm of his former self and had gained recognition from his esteemed teacher. There was even a possibility of becoming the prince consort of the current dynasty. Thus, the compassion bestowed upon him now felt like an inconsequential charity. He returned to his residence. Zhao Changkong resolved to cease dwelling upon these troubling matters. He instructed the other maidservants to prepare a bath, intending to cleanse himself of the grime accumulated over the past fortnight. Standing before the bronze mirror, he gazed upon his physique, lost in contemplation. Indeed, he had grown significantly taller. No wonder Zhuo Ligay had failed to recognize him. However, what perplexed Zhao Changkong was that, despite having already entered the realm of nirvana and embarked upon the path of sword cultivation, he could still learn the techniques of martial cultivation. He retrieved the scroll given to him by his mentor and perused its contents, yet he found no relevant records. The following day, at dawn, Zhao Changkong was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of sounds. "Young lord, something terrible has happened." A figure, flustered and alarmed, burst through the door. It was none other than the newly appointed maid of the Dingwu Marquis. Zhao Changkong sat up from his bed, a slight frown adorning his brow. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "Reporting to you, young lord, numerous officials have arrived at the Marquis' residence. They claim they wish to take you to the Imperial Academy to answer for your alleged crimes." Chapter 51, The Final Deadline. Zhao Changkong's expression darkened. They seemed unwilling to wait even a moment longer. Dressed appropriately, he, accompanied by a maidservant, made his way to the front courtyard of the Dingwu Marquis' residence. The area was already teeming with people, including officials from the Dali Temple and Jingzhou Prefecture, as well as scholars from the National Academy. "Zhao Changkong, you timid turtle, have finally mustered the courage to show yourself." A familiar voice rang out from the crowd as soon as his figure emerged. Zhao Changkong cast his gaze upon the crowd and discerned several familiar figures among them. The one who spoke at the forefront was none other than the son of the current Minister of Revenue, Lu Shaozi. Behind him stood Lu Wenyuan and 3 others. Their eyes filled with malice as they regarded him. However, the sight of their bruised and battered appearances elicited an involuntary chuckle from Zhao Changkong. It is often said that one should consider the master when dealing with a dog. Yet, as mere lackeys of the esteemed heir, they had been reduced to such a pitiful state. "Do tell me who it was that laid you low, and I shall avenge you," he offered mockingly. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenyuan and his companions were nearly driven to the brink of rage, gritting their teeth as they retorted. "Zhao Changkong, you despicable scoundrel. Our current plight is a direct consequence of your actions." Zhao Changkong wore a perplexed expression. "Me?" Chu Yunzhou retorted angrily. "How could it not be you? If it weren't for your insistence on us visiting Chuanxiang Tower and revealing our identities, how would our father have learned of our excursion to the brothel?" Zhao Changkong felt an urge to smile, as he had not anticipated that the news he had instructed Ahu to disseminate would yield such an effect. In an instant, the resentment from being awakened that morning dissipated considerably. Feigning ignorance, he consoled them, saying, "So it was your father who struck. It appears this is all a misunderstanding. No matter, I shall clarify it to your father another day." Lu Wenyuan's expression darkened. "There will be no opportunity for that. Zhao Changkong, I wonder how much longer you can maintain your arrogance. Do not forget that today marks the final deadline for the Northern Qi assassination case." Han Yichen taunted. "In your initial fury over the plight of two maidservants, you took on this case, believing yourself to be exceptionally capable. Yet, it has only been a day, and you have already succumbed to despair, lingering in your residence. Although those two maidservants have been apprehended, I am curious to see how you will explain this to His Majesty." The crowd's eyes sparkled with mockery, as if they were all eagerly awaiting Zhao Changkong's humiliation. Zhao Changkong chuckled coldly. "How I choose to explain matters is of no concern to you. However, since you four have arrived, you might as well serve as my bearers and escort me to the Guozijian." The four, who had initially wore expressions of mockery, eager to witness Zhao Changkong's downfall, instantly changed their countenances. Pointing at Zhao Changkong, they exclaimed in anger, "Zhao Changkong, we are not your servants." Zhao Changkong retorted, "What difference does it make? I recall that the original wager was such that whatever I declared, you were obliged to comply. If you refuse, so be it. This young master has yet to awaken fully and shall return to rest a while longer." "Stop!" Lu Xiaozi bellowed. He then turned to Lu Wenyuan and the other three. "A bet must be honored. You four shall carry him to the Guozijian." "Lu brother." Lu Wenyuan attempted to interject. However, Lu Xiaozi raised his hand to silence him. Intoning gravely, "You must remember, a small inability to endure can disrupt a grand scheme. This heir of the Dingwu Marquis shall not wield his might for much longer." Though Lu Wenyuan and the others were exceedingly reluctant, they ultimately acquiesced through clenched teeth. This is as it should be, even in servitude. One must possess the awareness befitting their role. After Zhao Changkong's mocking remarks, he nonchalantly settled into the palanquin, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. The four men accompanying Lu Wenyuan were nearly driven to the brink of fury, wishing to rend Zhao Changkong to pieces on the spot. Yet, they restrained their tempers, each taking a corner of the palanquin and proceeding towards the Guozijian. Inside the grand hall of the Guozijian, the heavy scent of sandalwood incense lingered among the beams, enveloping the space in a solemn atmosphere. At the head of the hall sat an elderly man, his hair and beard white as snow, donned in a crimson official robe. The crane motif on his chest insignia shimmering faintly in the candlelight. Beside him sat a man in his 30s, garbed in a striking golden robe, his gaunt features and piercing gaze commanding attention. Both men sat upright, exuding an unspoken authority. On either side of the hall, numerous officials were seated, amplifying the silence that enveloped the chamber. The tension in the air was palpable. At that moment, a middle-aged man stood and bowed to the man in the golden robe, addressing him as the Crown Prince. "Your Highness, today marks the final deadline for the Great Yan's commitment regarding the assassination case against the Northern Qi. Might I inquire if the culprit has been apprehended?" The young man furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze drifting towards the elderly man in the crimson robe. The elder responded gravely, "The presiding officer has yet to arrive. The Northern Qi envoy must wait a moment." The middle-aged man scoffed coldly. "Is Minister Do jesting? As I understand it, the presiding officer is a mere child of 5 years, who, on that very day, boldly approached the Honglu Temple, demanding to interrogate our Northern Qi officials, only to be dismissed by our envoy. I later heard he has not stepped outside his home for half a month. What purpose does it serve for us to wait for such a one?" Silence fell over the hall. The expressions of both Minister Do Lukuan and the Crown Prince darkened. The words from Northern Qi were evidently a slap to the face of the Great Yin court. Do Lukuan replied solemnly, "This matter indeed lacks propriety. We shall no longer wait." The middle-aged man smirked triumphantly. "Then may we from Northern Qi conclude that the Great Yin lacks the capability to resolve the assassination case? Thus, the agreement regarding the two cities may be rendered void. Furthermore, as per our agreement, the Great Yin must issue an apology to Northern Qi in the form of an official document, along with a compensation of 100,000 taels of silver for the envoy Yel Kuangfei and his family as restitution." Once again, silence enveloped the assembly. This was nothing short of a public humiliation for the Great Yin court. Despite the simmering anger among many, not a single rebuttal emerged. They were all well aware of the agreement made regarding the two cities. Do Lukuan displayed an apologetic demeanor, his voice tinged with difficulty. This incident transpired within the capital. The Great Yin court cannot absolve itself of responsibility. We are willing to bear the compensation, but as for issuing an apology in official document form, I fear before Do Lukuan could finish his statement, the middle-aged man interjected scornfully. Does the great Yin court wish to be seen as untrustworthy? Are you not afraid of inciting ridicule from all 9 continents? The officials of the great Yin were left with their heads bowed in shame, while the envoys from northern Qi stood tall and proud, embodying an air of invincibility. Do Lukuan's face flushed with embarrassment, and the crown prince's expression was equally grim, filled with indignation. Untrustworthy? The absurdity of such words emanating from your mouths is laughable. Just then, a voice resonated from outside the grand hall, abruptly shattering the silence. Everyone turned in astonishment towards the entrance. Chapter 52. Come at me. A diminutive figure strode into the hall. The crown prince, seated at the head, frowned deeply and demanded, "Who dares enter? Speak respectfully." The figure bowed and announced, "I am Zhao Changkong, the heir of the Dingwu Marquis." A wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly. They had presumed that Zhao Changkong, being but a child, would cower in fear, hiding at home. To their surprise, he had not only arrived but also dared to insult the envoys of northern Qi right before their eyes. The previously arrogant middle-aged man's expression darkened abruptly, his eyes narrowing menacingly. "You, boy, possess an audacity beyond measure to insult the northern Qi envoy." Zhao Changkong cast a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man, his face a mask of contempt. "What do you think you are? Even the envoy from Beiki has remained silent, yet you presume to raise your voice here?" The middle-aged man seethed with indignation. Amidst the Beiki delegation, an elderly gentleman, who had hitherto remained silent, slowly spoke. "Your Highness, Minister Do, if the Beiki delegation does not receive a satisfactory explanation today, then let us abandon the discussions regarding the ceasefire." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in shock. The Crown Prince and Do Lukuan exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions darkening. The conflict in the northern territories had persisted for 5 long years. Should it continue, the Dayan court would be utterly incapable of sustaining itself. Yet, if they were to issue an apology as per the agreement, the Dayan court's dignity would be irreparably tarnished. In that moment, no one dared to make such a decision. At this juncture, Zhao Changkong could no longer suppress a derisive laugh. A group of esteemed gentlemen, utterly intimidated by an old man, how utterly disgraceful, impudent. An official seated nearby, unable to bear the scene any longer, rebuked him sharply. "Were it not for your actions, our Dayan court would not have fallen to such depths." Zhao Changkong chuckled mockingly. "As an official of the court, why do you not resolve the case yourself? Now that trouble has arisen, you place all the blame on a mere child. How noble of you." The official was instantly left blushing and speechless. If he were capable of solving the assassination case of northern Qi, would Zhao Changkong even have the opportunity to be the lead investigator? Another official stepped forward, stating, "Zhao Changkong, this is a case you took on willingly. No one compelled you. Initially, you vowed to uncover the truth, and now you portray yourself as a child, seeking to evade responsibility?" Zhao Changkong, with an air of composure, declared, "When have I ever suggested evading responsibility? I have come here today to inform you all that I, Zhao Changkong, have already solved this case." Upon hearing these words, the audience erupted in astonishment once more, their disbelief palpable. The Crown Prince immediately interjected, questioning, "Zhao Changkong, is what you say true? Have you indeed apprehended the transcendent Buddhist practitioner?" Zhao Changkong shook his head, stating that the murderer was not a true practitioner of Buddhism. The Crown Prince furrowed his brow, questioning, "Not a practitioner of Buddhism? Huh?" The envoy from northern Qi sneered, adopting an air of having seen through the machinations, and remarked, "Could it be that the heir of Duke Dingwu wishes to use this as an excuse to randomly apprehend someone to serve as the scapegoat for the crime?" Zhao Changkong disregarded the inquiries of the northern Qi envoy and began to elucidate. "According to my investigations, it has been ascertained that Yel Kuangfei's lungs were not filled with the noxious black smoke. This indicates that he was slain prior to the conflagration. Furthermore, I discovered a mark of strangulation upon his neck, confirming that he was first choked to death before the scene was fabricated to suggest an assault by Buddhist practitioners. Mr. Xiao Wensheng is also aware of this matter and has reported it to our esteemed teacher." Upon hearing this, the assembly's gaze shifted to the elder seated at the left side of the Crown Prince. This elder was none other than Han Zhaozi, who had remained silent until now. He nodded slightly, affirming, "What Changkong has stated is not unfounded. I have already reported this to His Majesty." The crowd gasped in astonishment, unable to contain their whispers. They were taken aback that such a crucial lead was uncovered by a mere child. It was no wonder the culprit had eluded them. It turned out that the Buddhist practitioners were but a faade. The members of the Northern Qi delegation furrowed their brows in concern. The elder spoke solemnly. Even if it is not the work of the Buddhist practitioners, we must still apprehend the perpetrator for this case to be resolved. May I inquire, Your Highness, has the culprit been captured? Indeed. Zhao Changkong's response caused the expressions of the elders and others to stiffen. A prisoner. Following this, Zhao Changkong called out towards the entrance of the grand hall. The gazes of the crowd shifted towards the doorway. They beheld a guard escorting a middle-aged man with a full beard, clad in a scholarly robe, as he entered the hall. Upon seeing this figure, the countenances of all present changed dramatically, for they recognized his identity. The members of the Northern Qi envoy rose in anger, and the sullen-faced middle-aged man pointed at Zhao Changkong, exclaiming furiously, "You impudent boy, how dare you treat an envoy of Northern Qi with such disrespect? You have quite the audacity. Release him at once." The elder seated in the chair also appeared exceedingly displeased. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became charged with tension, as if a sword were drawn and ready for battle. Zhao Changkong disregarded the middle-aged man and addressed the crowd, stating, "This man is named Zhuo Ligei too, one of the envoys of Northern Qi, and he is the perpetrator behind the murder of Vice Envoy Yelv Quangfei from Northern Qi. Furthermore, he is a traitor to the Buddhist practices of the Western regions." Thunderous gasps erupted, akin to a clap of thunder that reverberated in the ears of those present. The middle-aged man retorted with indignation, "This is utter nonsense. Zhuo Ligei too is a representative of Northern Qi. How could he possibly assassinate our vice envoy?" He then turned his gaze toward Zhuo Ligei too, who appeared utterly despondent, and urged him, "Zhuo Ligei too, have they coerced you? Speak the truth, and Northern Qi will surely seek justice on your behalf." All eyes turned toward Zhuo Ligei too, awaiting his response. Slowly, he raised his head and fixed his gaze upon the Northern Qi delegation, ultimately locking eyes with the elder. After a moment's pause, Zhuo Ligei too's expression hardened, his eyes glinting with a cold light, as if piercing through veils of illusion. Clenching his teeth, veins bulged upon his forehead, and he propelled himself like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling toward the direction of the prince. This sudden turn of events sent a shock through Zhao Changkong's entire being. "Ahu, stop him!" With a fierce reprimand, Zhao Changkong's voice echoed. Yet, it was already too late. At the very moment he made his move, the air around him seemed to solidify, and countless golden Sanskrit characters surged forth like luminous fireflies, enveloping him and emitting a deep, resonant hum. Zhuo Ligei appeared to have his very essence drained, rapidly withering away. Simultaneously, a radiant Buddhist light surrounded him, cascading like the blazing sun, enveloping his entire being. A colossal, ethereal Buddha figure slowly materialized behind him, exuding solemnity and reverence. With lowered eyes and no trace of anger, it possessed an overwhelming presence that seemed to overshadow all existence beneath its gaze. "Great Prince of Dayan, come and meet your end," Zhuo Ligei bellowed, his palm striking with the force of thunder, bearing down upon the prince with the might to shatter mountains. The Buddha figure moved in tandem with him. Even before the palm strike reached its target, an invisible pressure descended like the weight of Mount Tai, suffocating all in its vicinity. "Beware! Protect His Highness the Prince." The hall descended into chaos. The prince, seated in his rightful place, turned pale as he beheld the approaching Buddha figure, now alarmingly close. Suddenly, the figure of the master emerged, positioning himself before the prince. With a flourish of his sleeve, a layer of azure barrier materialized. Boom! The Buddha figure collided with the barrier, producing a deafening sound. The ethereal form was halted, yet the force of the impact caused it to tremble violently, fissures appearing across its body, which then transformed into a shower of golden light, dissipating into the ether. With a thud, as the golden light faded, Zhuo Ligei's form plummeted from the air. The once chaotic hall gradually regained its tranquility. As the onlookers gazed in horror, they could scarcely hold back a gasp. Zhuo Ligei appeared emaciated, as though his very life force had been instantaneously siphoned away. Ahu swiftly approached, checking Zhuo Ligei's breath. His complexion shifted dramatically. He hurriedly knelt before Zhao Changkong, exclaiming, "Young lord, Zhuo Ligei is dead." Zhao Changkong's expression grew grave as his gaze settled upon the elder among the Northern Qi envoys. Just moments ago, Zhuo Ligei had cast a mere glance at the elder, which precipitated his sudden and reckless actions within the National Academy, attempting to assassinate the crown prince. Zhao found it hard to believe that Zhuo Ligei could be so foolish unless he was truly seeking death. A practitioner of the Buddhist arts, Indeed, he was a practitioner of the Buddha? A gasp echoed, pulling the assembly from their stupor. Could it be that the words of the heir to the Duke of Dingwu were indeed true? Had that Yelv Kuangfei truly been slain by Zulich too? It was no wonder the Northern Qi delegation had established a pact with the court, demanding a prompt resolution to this case. The murderer was among them, not some Buddhist practitioner from the western regions. The Northern Qi envoy's actions were utterly despicable, employing such vile tactics. The crown prince's countenance darkened. After regaining his composure, he fixed a cold, furious gaze upon the elder from the Northern Qi delegation and questioned, "Golden, is there anything left for your Northern Qi envoys to explain?" The elder inhaled deeply, rising to bow respectfully before the crown prince, his tone laden with resignation. "Esteemed crown prince, we of the Northern Qi delegation were unaware of this matter and had no inkling that Zulich too was a practitioner of the Buddha. Upon our return, we shall certainly conduct a thorough reassessment of the identities within our delegation as a cautionary measure. However, with the perpetrator deceased, it may be futile to ascertain the truth. It is perhaps wiser for all parties to step back and let this case rest." Zhao Changkong chuckled coldly. "Heh, old man, I ask you, if I had not captured Zhuoligay today, would you still be willing to take a step back?" Golden cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Changkong. "If you can present evidence, Beiki is willing to return 2 cities to Dayan. However, if you cannot provide such evidence, and both parties engage in disputes that harm our amicable relations, it is likely that no one would desire such an outcome." Upon hearing this, many in the audience fell into deep contemplation, seemingly agreeing with Golden's reasoning. The Dayan court is in dire need of stability and can no longer endure years of relentless warfare. A faint smile graced Golden's lips as he regarded Zhao Changkong with an air of disdain, as if everything were within his grasp. Yet, Zhao Changkong smiled in return, his gaze filled with contempt. "Old man, who told you that this son has no evidence?" At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment, their eyes once again drawn to the child in the center of the arena. Zhao Changkong retrieved an object from within his bosom. Upon seeing it, the crowd fell into a moment of astonishment. The lying stone? Someone had already uttered the name of this remarkable artifact. Zhao Changkong turned the switch on the stone of memories, and in midair, a projection materialized, revealing the very events that transpired within the Chuanxiang Tower on that fateful day. Witnessing this scene, Golden's aged visage turned ashen, devoid of any color. Silence enveloped the gathering. Not a soul dared to utter a word, as if they were all intent on grasping every syllable emanating from the stone. At last, they heard Zulich too confessing his guilt as the murderer. In an instant, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. It was he, indeed, the very Zulich too who had slain Yelv Kuangfei. "To the envoy of Beiki, how will you now defend yourselves? Return to us the 2 cities of the northern territories." A chorus of condemnation erupted, all eyes turning accusatorily toward the Beiki emissaries. Just moments ago, Golden had appeared to be in complete control, but now the triumphant expression had vanished without a trace, and in that fleeting moment, he seemed to age several years. The crown prince gestured for silence, and the gathering gradually quieted. "Golden, the evidence stands before us. When shall the 2 cities of the northern territories be returned?" Golden inclined his head slightly, responding, "Your Highness, I shall promptly send word back to Beiki, urging them to return the 2 cities of Dayan's northern borders." With that, he made no further delay and turned to exit the grand hall. Yet, before his departure, he cast a profound glance at Zhao Changkong. Once Golden had left, the crown prince and Do Lukuan approached Zhao Changkong. After scrutinizing him from head to toe, the crown prince remarked, "Rumors have circulated that the Duke of Dingwu has birthed a poetic sage. I was initially incredulous, but having witnessed you today, it is evident that the heir of the Duke of Dingwu is indeed exceptional. Who would have thought that at merely 5 years of age, you would unravel the intricate assassination case that had stumped the 3 departments?" Zhao Changkong offered an awkward smile, expressing his gratitude for the praise from his esteemed brother-in-law. The crown prince's countenance shifted in surprise, while Do Lukuan wore an expression of astonishment. "What did you just call me? Brother-in-law? Aren't you the brother of the princess? Given my betrothal to her, it seems only fitting to address you as such, does it not? This would indeed foster a sense of intimacy." The crown prince furrowed his brow slightly, cautioning, "His Majesty has yet to bestow the marriage. Your reckless address could tarnish the princess's reputation and may lead to impeachment." Zhao Changkong widened his eyes in astonishment. "Elder brother-in-law, I have not slandered the princess. I triumphed at the poetry contest. The prince consort is rightfully mine. Moreover, having resolved such a significant case, His Majesty cannot possibly go back on his word, can he? Impudent." though Lu Kuan could scarcely contain his displeasure and shot Zhao Changkong a sharp glare, admonishing him. The crown prince chuckled, nodding in acknowledgement. Upon my return to the palace, I shall mention this matter to His Majesty. However, given your tender age, I cannot guarantee that His Majesty will bestow a marriage upon you. Thank you, elder brother-in-law. Zhao Changkong, with an expression of excitement, bowed deeply in gratitude. After witnessing the prince's departure, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Just as he intended to seek the sage's counsel, a figure rushed towards him in a panic. Your Highness, you have finally emerged. The 13th prince instructed me to inform you that Lu Shaozi and his companions have gone to the Dali Temple. Suddenly, Zhao Changkong's heart jolted. When did they depart? After you entered the main hall. They declared that the murderer must be connected to the Dingwu Marquis's residence and intended to interrogate those two maids to uncover the whereabouts of the culprit. In an instant, Zhao Changkong's eyes blazed with fury, his anger surging. How dare they touch those under my protection? They are courting death. Without hesitation, he hastened towards the main hall. He needed the sage's assistance. If he were to rush to the Dali Temple from here, it might already be too late. Meanwhile, in the Dali Temple's prison, within a torture chamber, the floor was stained with blood and the stench of decay permeated every corner. A few youths covered their mouths and noses with handkerchiefs, their faces contorted in disgust. Soon, the sound of shackles echoed from outside. Two frail maidens, their expressions filled with dread, were brought in by the guards. Chapter 54. The frenzied Zhao Changkong. The guards secured them to the torture rack. Lu Shaozi, one hand covering his mouth and nose, selected a long whip from the array of instruments. The whip's end was embedded with dozens of iron hooks. A strike from this whip would undoubtedly leave the victim grievously wounded. Observing the terrified expressions of the two maidens, Lu Shaozi smirked with satisfaction. Does Zhao Changkong hold you in high regard? I wonder how he will react when he sees you both meet a tragic end. At that moment, derisive laughter echoed throughout the chamber. The two maidens were none other than Zhao Changkong's personal attendants, Cui and Xiao Tao. Lu Shaozi tilted Xiao Tao's chin with a bloodstained hand. Her once fair complexion was now devoid of color. Lu Shaozi said, if you identify Zhao Changkong as having a hand in the Dingwu Marquis's Buddhist hall, I may spare your lives. Bah! Xiao Tao spat in Lu Shaozi's face, her eyes resolute. Even if you kill us, we will never betray the young Marquis. Though frightened, betraying the Dingwu Marquis's residence or Zhao Changkong was utterly inconceivable. Slap! A guard raised his hand and struck Xiao Tao across the face. Impudent! How dare you disrespect young Master Lu? You must be tired of living. Lu Shaozi wiped the saliva from his face, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Excellent, very loyal. But I shall see how long you can endure this. As he spoke, Lu Shaozi swung the long whip and struck Xiao Tao's face. Crack! Instantly, her pale cheek erupted in a mist of blood. Half of Xiao Tao's face was a gruesome mess, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, she did not utter a single cry of agony. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Lu Shaozi with fury. The four young men standing behind Lu Shaozi could not help but swallow hard, stepping back in fright at the horrifying scene before them. After all, they had lived in luxury every day and had never witnessed such a shocking spectacle. Realizing that Xiao Tao had not cried out, Lu Shaozi's expression darkened. As if his honor had been insulted, and his fury surged, I command you to endure. Endure! As he shouted, he lashed out with the long whip again. In an instant, Xiao Tao was left in tatters, blood pouring from her wounds. The sight was shocking to the four young men, but Lu Shaozi appeared exhilarated. Gripping Xiao Tao's blood-soaked face, beg me, and perhaps I shall lessen your punishment. Bah! You dream. Xiao Tao spat blood onto Lu Shaozi's face. His eyes, now stained crimson, brimmed with overwhelming murderous intent. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Zhao Changkong is in no position to protect you. Who grants you the audacity to defy me? Crack! Another lash struck Xiao Tao's face. In an instant, she lost consciousness, blood streaming from her visage, leaving onlookers aghast. Lu Shaozi then turned his attention to Cui. What about you? Will you plead for mercy or embrace death? Cui clenched her teeth, remaining silent. Very well. You from the Dingwu Marquis's residence are all tough nuts. I shall see just how tough you truly are. Lu Shaozi's whip lashed out repeatedly. Cui trembled in pain but did not utter a single scream. After a series of strikes, Lu Shaozi began to tire. Gasping for breath, he realized that both Cui and Xiao Tao had succumbed to unconsciousness. Wake them, Lu Shaozi commanded. The guards, not daring to delay, splashed ice water on Cui and Xiao Tao's faces. Gradually, they weakly opened their eyes. Lu Shaozi glanced at the four young men behind him and handed the whip over. I'm exhausted. You take over. The four exchanged fearful glances, hastily shaking their heads. Brother Lu, let us not, lest we return covered in blood with no explanation. Indeed, the others chimed in. Look at your pathetic resolve. No wonder you're being led around by a useless Zhao Changkong. The four young men wore expressions of shame. Lu Xiaozi stretched his limbs, preparing to continue his assault. Stop. At that moment, a furious shout echoed from outside the torture chamber. The sudden voice startled everyone within, and they turned their gazes toward the entrance. A figure rushed in, and when they recognized who it was, their expressions changed dramatically. Zhao Changkong. Lu Xiaozi furrowed his brow, calling out the name of his adversary. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Changkong, the heir of the Dingwu marquis. However, at that moment, Zhao Changkong stood frozen in shock, his expression shifting between confusion, astonishment, worry, and rage. Clenching his fists tightly, an unmistakable aura of murderous intent surged forth. His cold gaze bore down on Lu Xiaozi. It was you who harmed them? Lu Xiaozi, unaware of the impending danger, replied indifferently. Indeed, it was I. Yet, I find it insufficient. I planned to torment them until they became mere corpses to deliver to your residence. I did not anticipate your arrival would be so swift. But it works out well. You can witness firsthand how I torment them. With that, Lu Xiaozi's expression brimmed with arrogance as he raised the whip once more, preparing to strike Cui Cui and Xiao Tao. Suddenly, Zhao Changkong's figure surged forth, emitting a resounding dragon's roar that reverberated through the confines of the interrogation room, deafening all within. A palpable sense of danger immediately extinguished the triumphant expression on Lu Xiaozi's face. Turning to behold the source, his eyes widened in shock. With a thunderous crash, Lu Xiaozi's body was propelled like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the blood-stained wall. He felt his insides churn, the excruciating pain causing his features to contort. With fury, he glared at Zhao Changkong, exclaiming, Zhao Changkong, you seek death. However, an enraged Zhao Changkong charged at him once more, offering Lu Xiaozi no respite. This time, his fist struck Lu Xiaozi squarely in the chest. A chilling crack echoed throughout the room, startling everyone present. Lu Xiaozi coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression rapidly fading. His body grew weak and limp, unable to sustain itself. Yet, with a bloodshot gaze, Zhao Changkong showed no intention of relenting, delivering blow after blow to Lu Xiaozi's face. Zhao Changkong showed no signs of restraint. With just a few strikes, Lu Xiaozi was reduced to a pitiful state. Lu Xiaozi's mind was a blank canvas. Everything transpired too abruptly. He desperately attempted to shield his face. Yet, Zhao Changkong's fists, like a tempest, offered him no respite, leaving him dazed and bewildered. His vision began to blur. Chapter 55. The dark-clad swordsman at last. Lu Wenyuan and his companions regained their composure. Upon witnessing the disfigured Lu Xiaozi, they could not help but gasp in shock. They hurriedly admonished, Zhao Changkong, have you lost your senses? He is the son of Lu Jingming, the Minister of Revenue. How dare you inflict such harm upon him? Zhao Changkong delivered another powerful punch, causing a spray of blood from Lu Xiaozi to splatter across his youthful visage. He turned to glance behind him. When Lu Wenyuan and the others perceived the icy gaze of Zhao Changkong, they all trembled in unison. Zhao Changkong's hoarse voice resonated. Have you ever laid a hand on them? No. The four of them hastily shook their heads. I struck him. Do you have any objections? In response to the inquiry, Lu Wenyuan and the others again shook their heads, urging, No, 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 we are considering your well-being. After all, he is the son of the Minister of Revenue, and should you leave him in such a state, the Lu family will undoubtedly seek retribution. Zhao Changkong was undoubtedly aware that these individuals were truly concerned for their own safety, fearing the flames of retribution would engulf them. However, recalling that the Lu family had attempted to take his life on 2 separate occasions, and now had turned their malevolent intentions towards his family, how could Zhao Changkong possibly show leniency? If you wish to intervene, feel free to try, he declared with a fierce determination. Ignoring the 4 figures of Lu Wenyuan, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon Lu Xiaozi. The chilling sound of bones shattering echoed throughout the interrogation chamber, instilling terror in the hearts of all present. Lu Wenyuan and his companions dared not approach to intervene. It was evident that Zhao Changkong was consumed by a bloodlust. Yet, to allow such violence to continue unchecked posed a risk. Should Lu Xiaozi perish, they too would likely face dire consequences. Exchanging furtive glances, Lu Wenyuan discreetly withdrew from the interrogation room, hastening his steps towards the exit. It was unclear how long the altercation had persisted. Zhao Changkong's chest heaved violently. and his fists had struck with such force that they left several marks. However, he felt not the slightest twinge of pain. Casting a glance at the unconscious Lu Shaozi, who lay on the ground, he then proceeded towards Cui Cui and Xiao Tao. Witnessing their battered and bruised state, Zhao Changkong felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. In his world, girls of their age were still mere children. How could Lu Shaozi be so brutal? I shall take you home. Zhao Changkong untied the bindings of the two individuals. Their injuries were so severe that they were utterly unable to stand. What are you standing there for? Come and lend a hand. Zhao Changkong cast a frigid gaze upon Xie Changfeng and his two companions. They trembled in fear, unwilling to refuse, and hastily stepped forward to support the injured individuals. Together, they departed from the Dali Temple, making their way towards the Duke of Dingwu's residence. Upon their return to the manor, Zhao Changkong summoned the physician from the capital. Although he managed to save the lives of Cui Cui and Xiao Tao, their injuries were grievous, particularly the horrifying scars on their faces, which would likely prove difficult to heal. Zhao Changkong felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Had it not been for him, Cui Cui and Xiao Tao would not have found themselves in such dire circumstances. Observing the frail state of the two, Zhao Changkong reassured them, "Do not worry. I will devise a way to heal you." It was not until deep into the night, after Cui Cui and Xiao Tao had tended to their wounds and succumbed to slumber, that Zhao Changkong finally returned to the Changfeng courtyard. As he pushed open the courtyard door, he was suddenly confronted by a gleaming longsword, its blade shimmering with a chilling light, thrusting towards him. Zhao Changkong was suddenly startled. He forcefully stomped on the ground, his figure swiftly retreating. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar echoed through the skies, and Zhao Changkong unleashed a powerful punch. Despite his rapid response, he was still grazed by the sword, tearing through his garments at the chest. In an instant, blood stained the area crimson. Bang! Zhao Changkong's strike failed to inflict any harm upon his opponent. The figure rapidly soared backwards. It was then that he discerned a swordsman clad in black, standing ominously within the confines of his Longfeng courtyard. However, in the next instant, the black-clad swordsman's form flickered, and Zhao Changkong perceived a momentary blur in his vision. Subsequently, the swordsman had astonishingly materialized before him, grasping his neck with an iron grip and lifting him effortlessly into the air. Zhao Changkong's pupils suddenly constricted. His face filled with astonishment. He could sense that the aura emanating from this individual far surpassed that of the assassin he had encountered on the street that day. Zhao Changkong did not dare to hold back in the slightest. He silently recited the Lingxiao sword technique and thrust a finger towards the neck of the cloaked swordsman. However, what Zhao Changkong did not anticipate was that the cloaked swordsman skillfully sidestepped, evading the oncoming blade of energy. Zhao Changkong was taken aback, utterly astonished. He never anticipated that his trump card could be so effortlessly evaded by his opponent. How intriguing. You practice martial arts, yet you can also wield sword techniques. It seems that the Prince of Dingwu harbors many secrets within him. Zhao Changkong's face turned ashen as he gazed in terror at the cloaked swordsman before him. Who are you? Why do you seek to end my life? A dead man has no right to pose such inquiries. With that, the swordsman tightened his grip, and an overwhelming sensation of suffocation enveloped Zhao Changkong, bringing the sin of death ever closer. Am I truly to perish like this? Zhao Changkong, filled with a sense of unwillingness, recognized that he was still too weak. Confronted by the assassin, he found himself devoid of any means of self-preservation. A sense of dizziness, helplessness, and an overwhelming suffocation enveloped him. His hands gradually fell powerless to his sides. His complexion turned purple, his eyes rolled back, teetering on the brink of death. His consciousness began to fade. No, I cannot die. After 5 arduous years in this world, fighting through thorns, was it not for the sake of survival? I refuse to accept this, refuse to concede. Suddenly, Zhao Changkong let out a fierce roar. A formidable aura surged forth from his being. Boom! The dark-clad swordsman's expression changed dramatically, as he was propelled back several meters by this overwhelming force. With astonishment, he looked up, fixating his gaze on Zhao Changkong, who hovered in midair. Zhao Changkong's eyes had turned crimson due to a lack of blood. His garments lay in tatters, shattered by the recent surge of energy. However, what left the dark-clad swordsman utterly astonished was the sight of golden runes swirling across Zhao Changkong's skin, emanating an ancient and enigmatic aura. Each rune seemed to encapsulate profound truths of the universe, evoking a sense of dread in those who beheld them. What could this be? The dark-clad swordsman had never witnessed such a bizarre spectacle. Gripping his sword tightly, he resolved to eliminate this youth without delay. His gaze sharpened as he lunged forward, thrusting his sword toward Zhao Changkong's chest. The powerful sword aura distorted the very air around it. In an instant, he was upon Zhao Changkong. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an incredible scene unfolded that left the dark-clad swordsman in disbelief. The runes etched upon Zhao Changkong emanated a dazzling golden radiance. A formidable pressure enveloped the figure of the cloaked swordsman. With a thunderous roar, the swordsman was violently thrust towards the ground by this overwhelming force, stirring a cloud of dust. His expression contorted in agony, he struggled against the oppressive weight, his body rendered immobile. Die. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Changkong unleashed a surge of sword energy from his fingertips, which pierced through the body of the cloaked swordsman. The swordsman trembled violently, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed down at his chest. A gaping wound had appeared, blood gushing forth. How could this be? Even as he fell, a look of astonishment remained etched upon his face. In a secluded corner of the capital, a middle-aged Taoist priest clad in tattered robes suddenly opened his eyes wide. A faint smile graced his lips. He was finally awakening. Chapter 56. Damaged meridians in mid-air. Zhao Changkong's taut nerves gradually relaxed. The mysterious runes upon his body began to dissipate. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of dizziness enveloped him, causing him to plummet from the sky. Young master! At that moment, a figure rushed forward, catching Zhao Changkong in their embrace. It was a Hu. Before succumbing to unconsciousness, Zhao Changkong murmured the name of his assailant. The following morning, in the grand residence of the capital, a heavy atmosphere pervaded a secluded chamber deep within the estate. The room exuded opulence, with every detail meticulously crafted. Upon a carved rosewood bed lay a youth, swathed in blood-soaked bandages, his breath faint. He was Liu Shaozi, the son of the Minister of Revenue, Liu Jingming. Beside the bed, several imperial physicians busily attended to him, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, yet they dared not show any sign of fatigue. Liu Jingming stood beside them, his expression stern and his gaze piercing, fixated on his son. Clad in a red official robe, with a jade belt cinched at his waist and a string of cold jade beads clutched in his hand, he applied slight pressure, producing a faint sound of friction. How is he? Liu Jingming's voice was low and icy, as if echoing from a frozen cavern. An imperial physician hastily bowed in response. Your Excellency, the young master has sustained grave injuries. His visage is irrevocably marred, his meridians damaged, and his bones shattered. To stabilize his condition and preserve his life is already a formidable task, but for him to continue his cultivation in the future, it appears unlikely. With a sharp crack, the jade beads in Liu Jingming's grasp shattered, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. At any cost, we must restore him. The physician nodded vigorously, not daring to utter another word, and continued his efforts to save Liu Shaozi. At that moment, a man hurriedly approached from outside the door. Master, His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Hearing this, Liu Jingming furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance at his son, who teetered on the brink of death. He turned and exited the room. In the main hall of the Liu residence, the Crown Prince, draped in a golden robe, sat in the principal seat, sipping tea. Liu Jingming entered briskly, his face a mask of anxiety. I pay my respects to your highness. The Crown Prince quickly rose to assist Liu Jingming in standing. Minister Liu, there is no need for such formalities. I heard yesterday of Shaozi's severe injuries and came to inquire about his condition. Liu Jingming's countenance fell. After a night of treatment by the physicians, his life has been preserved for now, but his appearance is ruined, and his meridians are compromised. I fear he will be unable to continue his cultivation henceforth. The Crown Prince's expression darkened. That Zhao Changkong, I had commended him just yesterday. And yet he has committed such an outrageous act. Rest assured, Minister Liu, my father is aware of this matter and will not let that boy go unpunished. Liu Jingming bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness, for seeking justice for my son. The Crown Prince supported Liu Jingming once more. Minister Liu, let us set aside formalities. In truth, I have come today to seek your counsel on another matter. Liu Jingming wiped away the traces of tears from his eyes. Your Highness, please proceed. Minister Liu did not attend the morning court session today and is unaware of the current state of affairs. As winter approaches, heavy snow has already fallen in the northwest, and a large number of refugees are making their way to the capital. My father intends to entrust this matter to me. I wonder if you have any strategies to address it? Liu Jingming clasped his hands in response. With the national treasury depleted, it may be a challenge to accommodate the disaster-stricken populace. The Crown Prince sighed. I am well aware of this, but should my father issue an edict, I cannot refuse to comply. Liu Jingming remained silent. The Crown Prince furrowed his brow once more and asked again, Do you have any suggestions, Minister Liu? After a long period of contemplation, Liu Jingming finally spoke. I do have a proposal, but I am uncertain if your highness would be amenable. Oh, what is it? Lu Jingming replied calmly. If there were no refugees, there would be no need to accommodate them. But with so many refugees, how could that be possible? Suddenly, the crown prince realized something, a look of understanding dawning upon him as he clasped his hands in gratitude towards Lu Jingming. Thank you for your insight, Minister Lu. Lu Jingming inclined his body slightly. My son remains in peril. I cannot keep your highness here for a meal. Minister Lu is too courteous. I shall return to the palace to arrange for disaster relief. With that, the crown prince rose and made his way towards the door. As the crown prince departed, Lu Jingming turned to a man nearby and inquired in a low voice, "How goes that matter?" The man replied, "As of now, there has been no return to the residence. I fear the situation is dire." Suddenly, Lu Jingming's expression darkened. The Dingwu Marquis' estate. It seems I have underestimated Zhao Yi, who, even from 1,000 miles away in the northern frontier, can still protect his son. Sir, should we dispatch more personnel? Lu Jingming waved his hand dismissively, coldly stating, "He is surrounded by formidable protectors. With merely the retainers of this estate, we cannot claim his life. However, regarding the matter you previously promised the Empress." Lu Jingming's gaze sharpened. We shall see how his son chooses. Days later, at the Dingwu Marquis' estate, within the Changfeng courtyard, after several days of unconsciousness, Zhao Changkong finally awakened. However, unlike before, he now felt a profound ache and weakness throughout his body, akin to the sensation one experiences after having ascended several mountains, only to find oneself unable to walk the following day. "Young master, you are awake." Ahu, who had been vigilantly watching over him in the room, displayed a flicker of joy on his somewhat weary face upon witnessing Zhao Changkong's return to consciousness. Zhao Changkong struggled to sit up from the bed. Just as he intended to rise, his legs suddenly weakened, nearly causing him to collapse onto the floor. "Young lord." Ahu hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. Once he was settled back onto the bed, Zhao Changkong's face was filled with confusion. "What is happening to me?" Ahu's expression was somewhat grim, hesitating as if he was reluctant to speak. Sensing Ahu's reluctance, Zhao Changkong pressed, "Speak. What exactly is wrong with me?" Only then did Ahu bow and respond, "Young lord, after you fell unconscious, I discovered that your internal energy was in disarray. Upon investigation, I found that your meridians are severely damaged and severed. I fear that you may no longer be able to endure true energy and will not be able to enter the realm of enlightenment." "What?" Zhao Changkong's eyes widened in astonishment. "What on earth is happening? After such arduous efforts to cultivate, why have my meridians suffered such severe damage?" Ahu hastily knelt down. "It is entirely my fault. I was not by the young lord's side that day, allowing him to encounter danger. I beseech the young lord to punish me." Upon Ahu's reminder, Zhao Changkong paused momentarily, recalling the events that transpired outside the Changfeng courtyard. He remembered being on the brink of death, when suddenly, an extraordinary array of symbols emanated from his body, and an inexhaustible force surged within him. He subsequently vanquished the assassin. Could it be that this sudden emergence of power was the cause? If the events of that day were not merely a figment of my imagination. Zhao Changkong was certain that the damage to his meridians was undoubtedly linked to that mysterious force. That Taoist. Suddenly, the image of the Taoist flashed in Zhao Changkong's mind. Perhaps he would possess a solution for his current predicament. Chapter 57. The rampant mountain bandits help me up. Ahu assisted Zhao Changkong to his feet and offered words of comfort. "Young lord, the northern Qi has returned 2 cities in the northern territory. Once the northern region is stabilized, both you and the madam shall return. At that time, I am certain that you and the madam will find a way to remedy the damage to your meridians." Zhao Changkong nodded slightly, remaining silent. He was not foolish. It was evident from Ahu's expression just how dire his current physical condition was. He could not possibly place his hopes on parents he had never met. At this moment, he needed to locate that Taoist priest, the individual who could enable him, a once discarded spirit bone, to embark once more on the path of cultivation. Must possess the means to mend the damaged meridians within him. Stepping outside, inhaling the fresh air, Zhao Changkong felt a slight restoration of his spirit. "I recall there is a Taoist temple near the capital. Do you know its whereabouts?" Ahu pondered for a moment and replied, "I once heard someone from Chuanxiang Tower mention that there is a Zijin temple to the south of the city." Zhao Changkong remarked, "I wish to embark on a journey. However, my dear young lord, your health." Zhao Changkong waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. If I am unable to cultivate, I fear I shall possess no means of self-defense whatsoever. Should I encounter an assassination attempt akin to last night's, my demise would be inevitable. Thus, he must swiftly locate the Taoist who inscribed the runes upon him. Understood, young lord. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once, Ahu responded, carrying Zhao Changkong to the front courtyard, where he instructed the maidservants to prepare some bedding, all of which was placed upon the carriage. With the weather turning cooler, it would be even chillier beyond the city gates. Additionally, he summoned over a dozen robust guards before finally setting out with Zhao Changkong. However, just as they were about to depart from the capital, they were halted by the city guards. How audacious! Ahu shouted sternly. Inside this carriage is the heir of the Duke of Dingwu. Why do you obstruct our passage? The soldiers, upon hearing this, showed no intention of allowing them to proceed. They clasped their hands in a salute and replied, by order of His Highness the Crown Prince, due to rampant banditry outside the city, no one is permitted to leave the capital at will. We kindly request the heir of the Duke of Dingwu to return the way he came. Zhao Changkong lifted the curtain of the carriage, his pale visage reflecting a hint of confusion. This is the realm of the capital. How could there possibly be bandits? The soldier did not respond directly, but instead spoke in a grave tone. Your Highness, we are merely carrying out our orders. For your safety, we implore you to return to the residence. Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the urgency surrounding his physical condition, rendering a return impossible. Suddenly, he produced a token from his bosom and inquired, Do you recognize this object? The soldier, taken aback, promptly bowed in reverence and replied, I have encountered the esteemed master. Please, open the city gates. Upon perceiving an opportunity, Zhao Changkong immediately issued an order. This time, the soldiers dared not obstruct him any further and hurriedly called to the guards at the city gate. Open the gate. The heavy gates of the city were swung open by several soldiers. Ahu continued to drive the carriage, heading towards the outskirts of the capital. This marked Zhao Changkong's first departure from the capital. He drew back the curtain of the carriage and gazed at the scenery outside. The straight official road seemed endless, flanked by stretches of yellow earth, with only the distant silhouettes of mountains and forest visible. After approximately half an hour, Ahu maneuvered the cart off the official road and onto the path leading to Mount Zijin. This road was inferior to the official one, somewhat muddy. In the air lingered a faint scent of blood. Ahu, having fought in the northern borders for many years, was particularly sensitive to this metallic odor, causing his muscles to tense as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. A dozen guards also spread out to protect the carriage from all sides. Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow slightly. He was not unfamiliar with such a sinister aura. However, he was perplexed as to why such a strong stench of blood lingered outside the capital. Suddenly, a rustling sound erupted from the thicket ahead. Out rushed two figures, one elderly and one youthful, both tattered and emaciated, in a state of panic. The old man stumbled, his steps faltering, and fell into a muddy pit. Grandfather, the boy exclaimed, halting in his tracks, his waxen face streaked with tears. Run, run, the elder urged incessantly. Yet the youth stubbornly attempted to pull the fallen man up. Again, the underbrush was disturbed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Several armored figures emerged, and the leader of the group sneered, Old fool, why don't you flee? I'm curious to see how far you can escape. Seeing that he could not escape, the old man knelt on the ground, a look of desperation etched on his frail face. Sir, I implore you, spare my grandson. Our family has been starved. He is our only surviving hope. Please, I beg you, let him live. With a swift motion, the man unsheathed his long blade, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Old man, didn't you just say your entire family has perished? If that is the case, why are you both still breathing? Since you claim your family is dead, why not join them? It would be a blessing to reunite. Despair washed over the old man's gaunt visage, yet he refused to surrender, kneeling and pleading for mercy. However, the onlookers remained stoic, seemingly indifferent to the lives of these unfortunate souls. In their eyes, these individuals were worth less than mere beasts. The man raised his blade, boasting to his comrades, If I slay these two, I will have killed thousands. Just as his words hung in the air, the sword came crashing down. Ahu! A distant voice rang out, followed by a glint of cold light. Crack! In an instant, the man's blade shattered, the severed edge arcing through the air before plunging into the earth. The sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. The armored men turned their gazes to the side, where a horse-drawn carriage approached slowly. Not far from them stood a robust man, a long knife sheathed at his side, glaring fiercely at the group. How audacious! He bellowed. Dare you strike against the defenders of the capital? It seems you are tired of living. The soldiers beside him unsheathed their knives in unison, ready to defend the helpless. You dare to harm unarmed civilians? You are the ones who are truly courting death. The curtain of the carriage was drawn open. On Zhao Changkong's pale cheeks, A flicker of anger emerged. The man argued defensively. These two are notorious criminals. We are tasked with their capture. I advise you to refrain from meddling in our affairs, or you shall bear the consequences. It was an overt threat. The elderly man kneeling on the ground hurriedly explained to Zhao Changkong and the others, "Noble sirs, we are not criminals. We are common folk from the northwest. The heavy snow in the north has obliterated our food supplies, and we have fled here to save our lives. How dare you speak such nonsense, seeking death?" The man seized a long knife from a colleague and lunged it directly at the elderly man's throat. The scene unfolded with alarming swiftness. Ahu, wishing to intervene, found himself too late. The elderly man's voice was abruptly silenced. He attempted to utter words, but blood gushed forth, rendering him mute. Grandfather, a young boy, his face ashen with terror, clutched the elderly man and cried out incessantly. The old man's consciousness began to fade, his frail figure slowly collapsing onto the muddy path. His eyes, filled with resentment and despair, remained fixed on Zhao Changkong. Go die with this old fool. The man withdrew his long knife and aimed it at the boy. Bang! At last, Ahu sprang into action. He delivered a powerful kick to the assailant's chest, propelling him several meters away, where he crashed against a tree. The man spat blood, his complexion ghostly pale. He glared furiously at Ahu. How dare you assault an officer? Kill them all. Leave none alive. Several armored men drew their long knives and charged at Ahu. His expression darkened. The blades you wield are meant for enemies, not for the innocent. Yet, they paid him no heed. They swung their knives, aiming to strike Ahu down. With a flash of icy determination in his eyes, Ahu vanished in an instant. The armored men's knives sliced through the air, producing a piercing whistle. Yet, at an unknown moment, Ahu's figure appeared as if conjured by a specter behind them. With a low growl, he clenched his fist, a faint golden aura shimmering upon it. He swung his fist with the ferocity of a dragon, unleashing a torrent of power upon one of the armored men. Boom! The man had no time to react. Ahu's fist struck his chest, denting the armor, sending him soaring like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, never to rise again. The remaining armored men, witnessing this, turned pale. Yet they gritted their teeth and charged forward. Their long knives whirled like the wind, creating a dense web of glinting blades, attempting to ensnare Ahu. Ahu countered with a single slash. A wave of blade wind surged towards the advancing men. Crack! Their knives shattered in an instant. Even their armor cracked, and they were sent reeling backward, ultimately crashing to the ground. A man beneath a distant tree, eyes wide with terror and face pale, noticed the murderous intent in Ahu's gaze, trembling involuntarily, swallowing hard. In a flurry of panic, he hastily retrieved a signal flare from his pocket, pulling the fuse. He aimed it skyward. Whoosh! A red flare shot into the sky, exploding in a brilliant display. Upon witnessing this, Ahu furrowed his brow. The man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth. My brothers are nearby. I care not who you are. Today, you shall all perish. The voice of Zhao Changkong resonated. Ahu, incapacitate him and bring them back to the Imperial Academy for the master to deal with. Understood. Ahu gripped his long knife tightly, advancing step by step towards the man. The man, filled with trepidation, attempted to flee, yet his insides churned violently, rendering him incapable of rising. However, just as Ahu reached the man, poised to sever his tendons, a swift sound sliced through the air from the woods. Ahu's expression shifted, and he swiftly retreated, simultaneously swinging his blade. Bang! An arrow collided with the long knife before embedding itself into the adjacent earth. A roar erupted from the forest. A colossal shadow, entirely black, burst forth after crashing through several trees. Trailing behind were a dozen armored wolves, each bearing a soldier clad in armor upon their backs. My lord, the man exclaimed with fervor, directing his gaze towards the towering figure above. Zhao Changkong and his companions finally discerned the scene before them. Atop the colossal figure loomed a solitary man clad in armor, wielding a bow and arrow. It was evident that the arrow which had been shot at Ahu had originated from him. However, Ahu's gaze remained fixated on the towering silhouette, whose body was enveloped in thick, scaled fur, and whose menacing head bore sharp fangs and a pair of curved horns. His eyes, as dark as the deepest ink, instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. The mountain demon? Ahu recognized the name of the monstrous entity. The man atop the giant's head wore a frigid expression as he declared, "Those who dare to harm Nangong lie are courting death." With that, he drew back his bow once more, releasing another arrow aimed directly at Ahu. The projectile spun rapidly through the air, its velocity akin to a streak of light. And in an instant, it was upon Ahu. Without hesitation, Ahu raised his sword to parry the strike. With a resounding crash, sparks erupted as he staggered back several meters. Upon inspecting his weapon, he found it had been pierced through by the arrow, wedged perilously close to the blade's hilt, which quivered violently from the impact. The man leaned against a tree, his eyes filled with malice, proclaiming, as I said, regardless of who you are, you shall all perish today. He staggered to retrieve a broken dagger from the ground and approached the bloodied young boy, who sat frozen in terror, his expression vacant, as if his soul had departed, leaving behind a mere shell. Raising the jagged blade once more, the man revealed a sinister grin. Ahu leaped forward to intervene. Suddenly, another arrow whistled through the air. With a swift stroke, Ahu deflected the arrow, but his sword shattered under the force, ignoring the broken weapon. He delivered a powerful kick to the man, scooped up the blood-soaked boy, and retreated rapidly. Nan Gonglai, atop the mountain demon, cast a dark glance, declaring, "Since you seek death, none shall be spared." At his command, the surrounding wolf riders brandished their swords and charged towards Ahu and his companions. How audacious! I am Zhao Changkong, the heir of the Duke of Dingwu. Let us see who dares to act recklessly. Suddenly, Zhao Changkong's furious shout resonated through the forest, causing Nan Gonglai to falter. The wolf riders, who had intended to rush at Zhao Changkong, halted in their tracks. The man, once again knocked down by Ahu, rose with a fierce expression, pointing at Zhao Changkong and bellowing, "Do you think merely claiming to be the heir of the Duke of Dingwu holds any weight? I could just as easily claim the same. My lord, do not be deceived by this impudent youth." Zhao Changkong's gaze was icy as he retrieved a token from his bosom. "Open your eyes wide and behold what I hold." The crowd instinctively turned their attention to the token in Zhao Changkong's hand, their expressions shifting to one of sheer terror. The Master's token? As soldiers of the city's defense camp, they could not possibly be oblivious to such a symbol. The countenance of the previously fierce man changed abruptly, his legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. To dare offend the young master was a grave misstep. Suddenly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Nan Gonglai's eyes. He drew his bow, knocking 5 arrows that shot forth with deadly precision. The man was taken aback, unable to utter a single word before the arrows pierced through his body. Likewise, the other arrows struck through the chests of several soldiers. The man lay in shock, his figure crumpling amidst a pool of blood. Chapter 59, Slaughter of the Dispossessed. The unexpected scene caused Zhao Changkong and his companions to stiffen. Nan Gonglai leaped gracefully from the back of the mountain beast, landing in front of the carriage. With a swift motion, a dozen bodyguards unsheathed their swords, eyeing Nan Gonglai warily. However, he did not advance further. Instead, he sheathed his longbow and bowed respectfully to Zhao Changkong. Deputy Commander of the City Defense Camp, Nan Gonglai, pays his respects to the Master's token and greets the young master. The drastic shift in Nan Gonglai's demeanor caused Zhao Changkong to furrow his brow. Glancing at the lifeless bodies sprawled in the blood, he inquired, "Why did you kill them?" With a serious expression, Nan Gonglai replied, "They dared to offend the young master. According to the law, they must be executed. And what of the elder? Why were you pursuing him?" Feigning ignorance, Nan Gonglai responded, "Report to the young master. I have no knowledge of this matter. It must have been their own decision." "Is that so?" Zhao Changkong let out a cold laugh. "These individuals are now deceased, leaving no witnesses to their actions." Nan Gonglai once again clasped his hands in salute, stating, "Upon returning to the camp, I shall certainly impose strict regulations upon my subordinates, ensuring that such incidents do not recur." "One can only hope." Zhao Changkong replied with a mere 4 words, his gaze directed towards the frail figure. "Ahu, take him away." "Understood." However, just as Ahu was about to step forward, he was halted by a hand from Nan Gonglai. Ahu furrowed his brow and inquired, "General Nan Gong, what is your intention?" Ignoring Ahu, Nan Gonglai respectfully addressed Zhao Changkong once more. "I report to His Highness the young master that this individual's identity is unclear, and he is likely a spy from a neighboring nation in the north. It is imperative that we take him back for investigation." Zhao Changkong replied calmly, "What if we insist on taking him away?" Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, causing withered leaves to flutter down. The atmosphere at the scene grew tense once more, as the wolf knights exhibited a frigid gaze, their entire beings radiating a palpable intent to kill. The guards surrounding Zhao Changkong had already positioned their hands upon their long blades, their muscles taut and ready to spring into action at any moment. Suddenly, the tension was shattered by Nan Gonglai's laughter. He inclined his head respectfully toward Zhao Changkong and said, "Since His Highness has spoken, let this young lad be taken away by you." He then stepped aside, allowing passage. Ahu hurried forward to lift the frail, pallid-faced youth into his arms. At Zhao Changkong's behest, the nearby guards excavated a pit by the roadside to inter the old man's remains. Nagong Lai mounted the head of the mountain beast and cautioned. Your Highness, the outskirts of the capital have been rather unsettled of late. I urge you to return to the city promptly to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Zhao Changkong retorted. I need not your concern regarding my whereabouts. We shall continue our journey. With that, he and the boy entered the carriage. The vehicle moved slowly forward, heading toward the Zijing Temple. As the carriage vanished from sight, a wolf knight tightened his brow and reported, General, it appears they are heading toward the Zijing Temple. Nagong Lai's gaze turned icy, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his features. Relay the orders, should they encounter anything they should not. We must ensure they are silenced at all costs. And what of the child? Eliminate him. Understood, replied the wolf knight, before swiftly disappearing into the thicket. Zhao Changkong gazed at the pallid, trembling youth before him. He retrieved some pastries and water, placing them gently in front of the boy. At last, the lad's spirit stirred slightly. With utmost caution, he lifted his gaze to Zhao Changkong. Please, eat, came the encouraging words from Zhao. Only then did the boy seize a pastry, devouring it ravenously as if he had not tasted food in ages. He was utterly famished, seemingly devoid of the strength to even chew. A gulp of water followed, hastily washing the morsels down into his belly. After consuming several pieces, the boy gradually regained his composure. Unable to suppress the sorrow that welled within him, he burst into tears. Zhao Changkong did not offer any consolation. He merely observed in silence. At times, one must allow their emotions to surface. After a considerable duration, the youth's feelings gradually settled. Zhao Changkong then inquired, What is your name? Lin Maching. Upon hearing the name, Zhao Changkong expressed surprise. Such a name suggests that there must be scholars in your family. How did you come to find yourself in this dire situation? The young boy wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. My father taught in the frost flower city of the northwest. However, a natural disaster forced the inhabitants to flee, in search of survival. My father intended to lead our family to the capital to seek refuge with his men. Yet, we did not reach the capital before encountering soldiers distributing porridge. Those soldiers attempted to seize my mother, and my father was killed while trying to save her. Now, it is just my grandfather and me, relying on one another. At the mention of his grandfather, Lin Maching wept anew. The scene of that tragic day would forever remain a haunting ache in his heart. Zhao Changkong, filled with bewilderment, inquired, How is it that you were pursued by the soldiers? With a thud, Lin Maching fell to his knees before Zhao Changkong, weeping inconsolably. We initially sought to enter the city, but were halted by the soldiers, who claimed they would escort us to a place with food and shelter. We all followed them, only to discover that it was a desolate valley, devoid of any provisions, surrounded by countless soldiers. Then they began to slay the innocent. My father and mother fought desperately to protect my grandfather and me, enabling our escape from that horrific place. Thunderstruck, Zhao Changkong absorbed Lin Maching's words. As if struck by lightning, he gazed at him in disbelief, asking, Are you suggesting that those soldiers slaughtered the victims of disaster? Lin Maching prostrated himself deeply, pleading, Noble sir, I beseech you to avenge my family. I would serve you like a beast of burden and gratitude. Zhao Changkong sat in astonishment, his emotions tumultuous and unsteady. After a prolonged silence, he finally inquired, Do you still remember where that place is? Lin Maching gestured towards a certain direction. It lies within that valley over there, filled with the deceased. As he drew back the car curtain, Zhao Changkong gazed into the distance. At the mid-slope, a Taoist temple stood resolutely. The conversation from within the car had been overheard clearly by Ahu outside, who furrowed his brow and cautioned, Young master, this matter is beyond our control. Zhao Changkong inquired, Has such an occurrence happened frequently before? Ahu shook his head and replied, I have not heard of it, at least not in the Northern Territory. Zhao Changkong took a deep breath, fully aware of Ahu's implication. The individual who dared to command the execution of the disaster-stricken must undoubtedly hold a position of considerable power. However, gazing into the helpless eyes of the youth, he could not discern any difference from his own previous plight, waiting for death at the Dingwu Marquis's residence. Had someone come to his aid back then, he would not have suffered the devastation of his spirit bones, nor would he have nearly fallen victim to treachery. Zhao Changkong's gaze gradually grew resolute. Rest assured, this matter shall be handled by me, regardless of who that individual may be. I shall ensure that he pays the price alongside the countless commoners. Chapter 60, Purple Gold Temple Young Marquis. Outside the carriage, Ahu's expression shifted dramatically. He wished to intervene, but it was already too late. All he could do was softly advise, Young Marquis, We are but a mere dozen in number. Perhaps it would be wiser to return to the capital and deliberate further. Zhao Changkong retorted. Do you truly believe that if we disregard this matter, they will allow us to leave Zijin Mountain unscathed? Ahu's expression faltered, and he immediately grasped Zhao Changkong's implication. They had rescued Lin Maching, and the adversaries would undoubtedly seek to eliminate any potential threats. Ahu urged, Young lord, perhaps we should return to the city at once? Zhao Changkong gazed at the nearby purple gold temple and spoke solemnly. Returning now will undoubtedly draw their attention. Previously, they may have hesitated to act against us. But if we descend the mountain at this moment, they will certainly not allow us to leave. Ahu immediately declared. Ahu will vow to safeguard the young lord's safety. We shall escort the young lord back to the city. Zhao Changkong gazed at Lin Maching and the accompanying guards. What about them? Ahu remained silent. Given his capabilities, he could at most escort Zhao Changkong back to the capital. As for the others, he feared he was powerless despite his intentions. Zhao Changkong turned his gaze towards the guards outside the carriage and inquired, Which of you is well acquainted with the forest? The numerous guards exchanged glances. A dark-skinned man stepped forward and replied, Your Highness, I hail from Shuqing and often ventured into the mountains during my youth. What is your name? Zhao asked. Zhongjin, he responded. Zhao Changkong retrieved the scholar's token from his embrace and handed it to the man. You must hasten down the mountain path and return to the city. Ensure you arrive at the Guozijian before nightfall, and seek out Master Han Zhao to inform him that I am in peril on Mount Zijin. Zhang Jin, with resolute determination in his gaze, tucked the scholar's token into his bosom. He knelt before Zhao Changkong on one knee, affirming, Rest assured, Your Highness. Zhang Jin will risk his very life to deliver the scholar's token back to the capital. Zhao Changkong nodded slightly. Zhang Jin rose and swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest. Ahu, with a hint of concern, inquired, Young master, where shall we go now? Zhao Changkong gazed towards the distant Zijing temple. After speaking, he returned to the carriage, which continued its gentle journey towards the temple. The wheels rolled over the gravel of the mountain path, emitting a faint creaking sound. As they drew nearer, the outline of Zijing Temple gradually came into focus. This Taoist temple is nestled on the mountainside of Zijing Mountain, backed by a steep cliff. With a vast expanse of flat land in front and surrounded by dense pine forests, creating an atmosphere of profound tranquility. The temple's grand entrance stood firmly shut, its vermilion paint chipped and peeling, revealing the grayish-white wood beneath. Above the door, a plaque hung, inscribed with the 3 characters Zijing Guan. Young master, we have arrived, came the voice of Ahu from outside the carriage. Zhao Changkong escorted Lin Maching down from the carriage and gazed at the dilapidated Zijing temple before him. His brow slightly furrowed. Isn't the Buddhist sect supposed to have retreated to the western regions? Why, then, does this temple lie in such a state of disrepair? Ahu elucidated. Following the conclusion of the conflict between the Taoists and the Buddhists, the Taoist sect itself fractured into numerous factions, embroiled in strife and severed traditions. Consequently, the path of Taoism has gradually waned, now primarily occupied with performing rituals merely to sustain a modest livelihood. Zhao Changkong was taken aback. No wonder a brothel could summon a Taoist to perform rituals and exorcise evil spirits for them. Ahu stepped forward, intending to knock on the grand door. With a creak, the gate unexpectedly swung open, and a man clad in a Taoist robe emerged, wearing an expression of apology. He slightly bowed to Zhao Changkong and the others, saying, Esteemed patrons, the Purple Gold Temple is not receiving visitors today. I kindly request that you return on another day. Zhao Changkong elucidated, We are not here merely to pay our respects. I seek an audience with your abbot. The Taoist, however, exhibited a hint of impatience, replying, Our abbot is currently in seclusion. Esteemed guests, it would be best to return another day. The demeanor of the other party caused Zhao Changkong to furrow his brow. Logically, the current predicament of the Zijin Temple should be dire. Otherwise, an elderly Taoist priest would not have personally ventured to the capital to perform rites in a brothel. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Changkong was struck by the peculiarity of the Taoist before him. Notably, the individual adorned a ring of considerable value upon his finger. Moreover, his robust physique and commanding presence were hardly reminiscent of a devoted practitioner of the Tao. You should hasten your descent from the mountain, the Taoist proclaimed, extending his hand as if to close the door. Ahu! Zhao Changkong shouted, and Ahu swiftly stepped forward, blocking the closed gate of the courtyard. What do you intend to do? This is a sacred place for the Tao, and you are not welcome here. Depart at once. The Taoist attempted to resist, but Ahu reached out and swiftly subdued him, pinning him against the door, rendering him immobile. Zhao Changkong, accompanied by others, stepped into the purple gold temple. An eerie silence enveloped the interior, interrupted only by the sound of withered leaves, untended in the courtyard, rustling in the breeze. At that moment, as Zhao Changkong entered the temple, a sudden heaviness gripped his heart, accompanied by an inexplicably familiar sensation. Zhao Changkong commanded, "Go and ascertain whether there are others within the Taoist temple." In response, a dozen guards dispersed to search the premises. Before long, they returned, reporting to Zhao Changkong, "Your Highness, we have found no other souls within the entire purple gold temple." Ahu then cast the Taoist at Zhao Changkong's feet and inquired, "Where are the others of the purple gold temple?" The Taoist, however, remained indifferent, his gaze devoid of warmth, and chose to remain silent. Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow as he surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, a low hum resonated, and the ground quivered slightly. A myriad of runes ascended, manifesting before the onlookers. The surrounding space began to transform, warping and distorting, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Zhao Changkong was suddenly engulfed by a foreboding sensation. He finally recalled what that familiar feeling had been. It was the very sensation he experienced within the formation in the pavilion of the Dingwu Marquis's residence. He needed to leave this place at once. Zhao Changkong exclaimed in astonishment. Ahu swiftly lifted Zhao Changkong into his arms and dashed towards the exit of the Zijin temple. Meanwhile, the other guards hastily carried Lin Maching and fled. Alas, it was all in vain. Just as Ahu prepared to leave the Zijin temple with Zhao Changkong, a barrier suddenly rose up, obstructing their path. Protectively cradling Zhao Changkong, Ahu hurled himself against the barrier with his shoulder. With a resounding crash, he was sent reeling backward by several meters, his internal energy in disarray. Gently placing Zhao Changkong down, he urged the surrounding guards to ensure Zhao Changkong's safety. He then drew a long knife, leaping into the air and bringing it down with fierce determination. Around Ahu, spiritual energy coalesced upon the blade, resembling a roaring tiger, exuding an imposing aura. With a thunderous roar, the knife descended, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust that obscured everyone's view. As the dust settled, the crowd gazed at the barrier in astonishment, for Ahu's full-force strike had failed to breach it. "Ha, futile efforts, do not waste your strength." A mocking voice echoed from behind the onlookers. Chapter 61. A shocking sight. Zhao Changkong and the others abruptly turned around, only to find the earlier Taoist mocking them with a sly grin. One of the guards bellowed in anger, "Is it you who is responsible for this?" Without hesitation, he drew his sword and advanced, intent on capturing the Taoist. Suddenly, a swift arrow pierced through the air. The guard's face paled in horror. "Retreat," Ahu urgently warned. But it was too late. The guard's long blade had yet to intercept the projectile when the arrow had already pierced through his body. The tremendous force sent the guard hurtling backward, his pupils constricting in disbelief. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, a pool of blood spreading beneath him, staining the blue stones crimson. "Old Du." Several guards rushed forward, dragging him back. Upon seeing his injuries, their expressions turned grave. The arrow had penetrated the guard's heart, leaving no hope for survival. His face quickly drained of color. He opened his mouth to speak but uttered not a sound before falling silent. "Old Du." The others were overwhelmed with sorrow and fury. Zhao Changkong's icy gaze fixated intently on a particular direction. There, a shadowy figure stood upon the rooftop, drawing a bow and knocking an arrow, keenly observing them. Zhao Changkong clenched his fists tightly. "Nangong Lai, you possess an audacious spirit to lay hands upon this heir." The figure before him was none other than Nangong Lai, the deputy commander of the city defense battalion, whom he had encountered earlier in the woods. With a derisive chuckle, Nangong Lai responded, his gaze imbued with mischievousness. "Your Highness, I had no intention of taking your life. Yet why do you insist on courting death by attempting to take that boy and venturing to this Zijin temple? To seek the death of a prince, one must first possess the requisite skill." Ahu stepped forward, drawing a long blade and leaping towards Nangong Lai. The green stone slab beneath him shattered instantaneously under the weight of his descent. Seeking death, Nangong Lai sneered contemptuously, releasing an arrow that whistled through the air, sending shivers down the spine. Yet, Ahu remained undeterred, slashing forth with his sword. Bang! The clash of blade and arrow resounded through the air, igniting sparks. Meanwhile, Nangong Lai's form shifted constantly, his bow unleashing a flurry of arrows. Ahu executed a deft maneuver in midair, evading 2 arrows before closing the distance to Nangong Lai. He swung his sword towards Nangong Lai's head. However, to Ahu's bewilderment, Nangong Lai did not evade. Instead, he stood his ground, a cold smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Ahu, as though a 1,000-pound weight had been thrust upon him, causing his complexion to change and his movement to falter. In the next moment, Ahu's body plummeted swiftly. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as he struck the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ahu! Zhao Changkong felt a surge of alarm, his face betraying a look of concern. As the smoke and dust settled, Ahu remained standing, his legs deeply embedded in the bluestone slab. Witnessing this scene, Nangong Lai expressed mild astonishment. The prowess of a second-tier spirit master surpasses my expectations. Is it truly acceptable for someone of your caliber to remain merely a guard in the Marquis's residence? Ahu struggled against the immense pressure, his gaze fixed intently on Nangong Lai. With a smirk, Nangong Lai remarked, "There is no need to exert yourself. This place has long been ensnared by my formations. Regardless of your identity, today you shall surely meet your demise." Ahu clenched the hilt of his sword, attempting to break free from the binding force. Typically, a mere array master would not be capable of restraining his second-tier strength. Observing Ahu's refusal to concede, Nangong Lai knocked an arrow, aiming it menacingly towards Zhao Changkong. "Stop!" Ahu bellowed in fury. Nangong Lai glanced at the long knife in Ahu's grasp, his implication unmistakable. Gritting his teeth, Ahu ultimately relinquished the blade, casting it to the ground. "Capture them all," Nangong Lai commanded. In swift response, a contingent of armored soldiers surged forth. Ahu found himself bound by specially crafted ropes that suppressed his spiritual energy, leaving him utterly immobilized. Subsequently, Zhao Changkong and the others were escorted by these soldiers towards the valley at the base of the cliff. Zhao Changkong coldly questioned, "Why do you not simply kill us?" Sitting atop the head of the mountain beast, Nangong Lai replied nonchalantly, "If you were to perish within the confines of the Purple Gold Temple, the court would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation, and even your parents would send someone to inquire. If I were to die elsewhere, would they not investigate?" Nangong Lai chuckled, revealing no concealment in his words. "The heir of the Dingwu Marquis was slain by mountain bandits outside the city. We shall fight to the death to eradicate all the bandits, avenging the prince and retrieving his remains. Not only would there be no investigation, but we would also be rewarded by the court." Zhao Changkong suddenly awakened to the realization. The other party evidently sought to use him as a means to justify the heinous slaughter of the victims. Despicable and shameless. Zhao Changkong cursed vehemently. Yet Nangong Lai remained unperturbed, continuing his forward march. As they traversed a grove, they had yet to reach the valley when a foul stench permeated the air. The trees within the valley had long been felled, revealing a stark view of the scene below. However, upon witnessing the horrifying sight in the valley, Zhao Changkong and his companions felt their pupils constrict in shock. Even Ahu, a seasoned warrior accustomed to the ravages of battle, trembled in disbelief. Ugh! Zhao Changkong could no longer endure the sight and retched. It was not only him. The guard beside him also felt his stomach churn. The scene in the valley resembled a hellish nightmare, instilling a profound sense of horror. Countless decaying corpses lay exposed under the scorching sun, emitting a repugnant stench. The ground was piled high with an uncountable number of bodies, stacked in layers, with scarcely a hint of space visible. Maggots wriggled in the putrid flesh, while swarms of flies circled ominously above the corpses. Dark red blood, long since dried, flowed on the ground, mingling with the dirt. In the midst of the valley, a palpable resentment hung in the air, lingering without dispersing. It was a sight that struck terror into the heart. Ahu's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted at Nangong Lai, "You beasts! How dare you slaughter the common people? You shall meet a wretched end." Countless disaster victims, these were the subjects of Dayan. For years, he had safeguarded the northern borders to protect the common folk of Dayan. Yet now, these innocent lives had perished at the hands of their own kind. Nangong Lai glanced at Ahu with disdain and retorted mockingly, "The common people? These disaster victims are no longer even human. They are less than beasts. Killing them is no great loss." A chilling proclamation, indeed, for they were deemed less than animals. Zhao Changkong's gaze was frigid as he lifted his eyes to the summit of the beast upon which Nangong Lai sat. With each deliberate word, he declared, "I, Zhao Changkong, hereby vow to personally slay you, this vile creature, and avenge the innocent lives lost." Nangong Lai could not suppress a hearty laugh. "Your Highness, it seems you may not have the opportunity to fulfill that promise," he retorted, before continuing his stride into the valley. Zhao Changkong and others were being pushed down the mountain by soldiers. At the valley's base, a makeshift shelter had been erected, housing a dozen priests clad in Taoist robes, who were engrossed in their chants. Surrounding them were several soldiers brandishing knives, their gazes fixed intently on the priests. Chapter 62. An unexpected turn of events. A faint golden light continuously washed away the resentment hovering over the chasm. Ahu and his companions were brought to a halt around the shelter. Nangong Lai leaped down from atop the mountain beast, casting a glance at Zhao Changkong and the others before gesturing dismissively. A group of soldiers advanced, shoving Zhao Changkong and his companions into the valley, strewn with corpses. Ahu and the others yearned to resist, yet they were bound by specially crafted ropes, rendering them incapable of exerting any strength. Ahu shouted furiously at Nangong Lai. Nangong Lai, if you dare to kill the heir, Duke Ding will surely not spare you upon his return. Nangong Lai stood above, his gaze mocking as it fell upon Ahu. You need not concern yourself with that. Rest assured, these are all priests from the Zijin temple, and I shall have them perform a rite for the young heir. Nangong Lai. Ahu bellowed, his veins bulging with rage, his spiritual energy surging wildly as he struggled against his bonds. You will not die a good death, he shouted, still making futile attempts to escape. He had promised the Duke to ensure the heir's safety, and thus, he could not allow the young heir to perish here. Without further ado, Nangong Lai waved his hand once more, and the air was soon filled with the clamor of marching feet. Dozens of soldiers, armed with longbows, took position above Zhao Changkong and the others. With bows drawn, they aimed directly at them. Send the young heir on his way, Nangong Lai commanded with a sneer. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows rained down like a torrential storm, enlarging in the eyes of the onlookers, a palpable aura of death enveloping them. Protect the heir, Ahu exclaimed, positioning his substantial frame in front of Zhao Changkong. The other guards swiftly gathered around Zhao Changkong, using their bodies as shields against the arrows. Cries of anguish and wails resonated in Zhao Changkong's ears. Zhao Changkong stood in stunned silence, his expression one of disbelief. He watched helplessly as his guards fell one by one around him, their blood staining his vision in an instant. Many of these brave souls were strangers to him, their names unknown, yet they willingly laid down their lives to protect him. And there he stood, a mere bystander, feeling utterly useless. If it were not for him, these valiant individuals would not have been forced to abandon the capital, nor would they have met such a tragic fate. It was he who had brought doom upon these noble souls. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air, piercing Ahu's chest. The specially designed arrowhead effortlessly penetrated Ahu's formidable physique. Slowly, he sank to his knees amidst the pool of blood, struggling to rise once more, determined to shield the young lord behind him from further harm. Another arrow struck, this time embedding itself in his knee. With a heavy thud, Ahu's towering form finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. My lord, Ahu has failed you. As he watched Ahu's robust body fall, Zhao Changkong was jolted back to reality, a profound awakening washing over him in that moment. Zhao Changkong sensed that the entire world had transformed into an inky blackness. The furious Zhao Changkong raised his voice to the heavens in a wrathful roar. Unwillingness, anguish, sorrow, and rage, an array of emotions surged within him in an instant. His vision began to blur. Suddenly, a bizarre scene unfolded before him. Zhao Changkong's entire body was coursing with bulging veins, and runes surged once more upon his skin. A formidable aura shattered his garments into tatters. The arrows that came flying towards him halted abruptly, mere inches from his form. This unforeseen spectacle caused a subtle change in Nangong Lai's expression, his eyes brimming with astonishment. He gestured to the side, and two soldiers approached, bearing a longbow before him. Grasping the bow handed to him, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Nangong Lai's gaze as an arrow was unleashed, slicing through the air with remarkable swiftness. In an instant, the arrow appeared before Zhao Changkong. Although its velocity had diminished, it still hurtled towards the center of Zhao Changkong's forehead. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Nangong Lai's mouth, revealing a chilling smile. As a formidable warrior of the first rank of Xianling, he regarded a mere child with disdain. Suddenly, within Zhao Changkong's body, a surge of energy radiated outward. Whoosh! The arrows that had been shot at him miraculously reversed course and flew back. The previously smirking Nangong Lai's expression shifted drastically. He sidestepped to evade the returning projectiles. However, the other soldiers were not so fortunate. A cacophony of cries erupted as they fell, one by one, into pools of blood. Nangong Lai's pupils constricted. He found it hard to comprehend the sight of Zhao Changkong suspended in midair, his gaze filled with terror. How could this be possible? He was baffled as to why a mere child possessed such formidable powers. In truth, even Zhao Changkong himself was unaware of what was transpiring. His consciousness was foggy, and darkness enveloped his vision. All he could sense was a peculiar force gradually integrating into his being. What followed left Nangong Lai even more astounded. The surrounding winds howled violently, and the pent-up resentment in the air seemed to respond to an unseen call, coalescing into a vortex that converged upon Zhao Changkong's form. Furthermore, golden Sanskrit characters began to materialize around him. In Zhao Changkong's pitch-black eyes, there glimmered a hint of golden light that sent chills down the spine of any onlooker. Could it be that he possesses the ability to absorb resentment? Nangong Lai stood dumbfounded, his gaze fixed on the scene before him. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He incredulously pointed at Zhao Changkong, exclaiming, "This is the technique of a Buddhist practitioner. He is a Buddhist practitioner. How can this be possible?" In an instant, a powerful force ensnared Nangong Lai. He felt utterly immobilized as a swirling dark mist enveloped his body, lifting him into the air. Zhao Changkong's eyes were as dark as ink, with pupils shimmering with a golden gleam. This appearance seemed exceedingly eerie. Nangong Lai was utterly flustered. The triumphant expression he had previously worn, steeped in confidence, had entirely evaporated, leaving only panic and trepidation etched upon his face. Zhao Changkong extended a hand, from which a dark mist surged forth, enveloping Nangong Lai. Just as Zhao Changkong was poised to strike, the elderly Taoist seated within the pavilion suddenly opened his eyes. His figure swiftly advanced, fingers tracing an incantation in the air, which he swiftly directed towards Zhao Changkong, who appeared as if a demon had descended from the heavens. "Ah!" Zhao Changkong let out a piercing scream, his body trembling uncontrollably. The dark energy swirling around him swiftly converged and entered his being. Nangong Lai landed heavily on the ground, his face as pale as death, his gaze fiercely fixed on Zhao Changkong as he picked up his bow and arrow, intent on striking again. "Your Highness!" At that moment, a voice echoed from the top of the valley. Nangong Lai abruptly looked up, spotting several figures hastening towards them from above. Chapter 63. Retribution. Nangong Lai's expression hardened as he cast a fierce glance at the anguished Zhao Changkong. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and vanished into the woods behind him. As Nangong Lai's figure disappeared from sight, the dark aura enveloping Zhao Changkong had completely dissipated, and his figure collapsed amidst the pile of corpses. The old Taoist approached Zhao Changkong, gently pressing on his acupoints, and upon realizing that the dark energy no longer spread from him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the distance, Shaowensheng descended with Zhang Jin, accompanied by Han Zhaoji and several other scholars from the Imperial Academy. However, upon witnessing the horrific scene before them, their faces were filled with disbelief. They could hardly fathom the reality of what lay before their eyes. So many victims had been mercilessly slaughtered here. Such an atrocity, it was utterly inhumane. One scholar could not help but feel tears welling in his eyes, lamenting sorrowfully. How could they dare to butcher innocent civilians? Did they not care for the law of the land? These individuals deserve their fate, and I shall ensure they face justice. For these common folk, I will clear their grievances. Xiao Wensheng surveyed the surroundings, seeking a survivor to inquire about the situation. Yet, he discovered that all the soldiers nearby had been slain. Only a few Taoists remained, sitting cross-legged on the ground, meditating and reciting scriptures for the vengeful souls. "Your Highness!" Zhang Jin frantically rushed into the heap of the deceased, reaching Zhao Changkong's side. He examined Zhao Changkong's injuries, relieved to find him unhurt, merely unconscious from shock. Suddenly, an elderly voice broke the silence. Zhang Jin's body tensed, instinctively shielding Zhao Changkong while eyeing the stranger warily. "Who are you?" "I am the Ziyang real person of the Zijin Temple," the old man replied. Yet, Zhang Jin did not lower his guard, continuing to scrutinize him intently. Ziyang real person. At that moment, Confucian scholar Han Zhaoji approached the elder. The Ziyang real person slightly clasped his hands, acknowledging, "I have met the scholar." Han Zhaoji inquired gravely, "What transpired here? Why are the Taoists of the Zijin Temple gathered in this place?" The Ziyang real person turned to Zhao Changkong and the others. "Let us first tend to their wounds. I shall later disclose to you all that has occurred here." Han Zhaoji nodded slightly. Zhang Jin removed his cloak, wrapping Zhao Changkong in it as they returned together to the Zijin Temple. In a dilapidated great hall, the Ziyang real person recounted the events. The Zijin Temple had been aiding the disaster victims, but recently a group of soldiers arrived, seizing all the refugees and transporting them to a nearby valley. The valley was surrounded by mountains, with only one road out, heavily guarded by soldiers. Initially, they were unaware of the soldiers' intentions, but in the days that followed, the valley echoed with wails, and a palpable resentment gathered, revealing the soldiers' true purpose in gathering the victims. Fearing the growing malevolence might be discovered, Nangong Lai had the formation masters set up a barrier and bound the members of the Zijin temple within the valley to help exorcise the souls of the deceased. As the Ziyang real person's account unfolded, a chilling silence enveloped the great hall. They could scarcely imagine that the blades of the Dayan soldiers would be drawn against defenseless civilians. One scholar questioned, how could a mere deputy commander of a city defense camp dare to slaughter thousands of innocent people? If he had no backing, I would find it hard to believe. This year, the task of comforting and aiding the disaster victims has been entrusted to the Crown Prince. Who do you think supports Nangong Lai? The assembly gasped in shock. Could it be the Crown Prince? No one replied, nor did they dare to entertain such a notion. If the Crown Prince were truly behind this heinous act, the future of Dayan under his rule would spell disaster for its people. All eyes turned to the silent scholar. Such matters were beyond the purview of a single scholar of the Imperial Academy. At last, Han Zhaoji spoke, his expression grave and resolute. Immediately apprehend Nangong Lai. Understood. The assembly responded with deep bows. Han Zhaoji pushed open the door, casting a glance at the inky darkness outside. His voice resonated. If we cannot uphold the justice in the hearts of the Dayan people, who will seek retribution for the innocent lives lost? Upon hearing these words, the room was filled with fervor. They clasped their hands to Han Zhaoji, declaring, Scholar, we shall do our utmost to uncover the truth of this case. The following morning, a startled cry echoed through one of the chambers of the Zijin temple. No. The door swung open, and a frantic Zhang Jin rushed in. Seeing Zhao Changkong awake on the bed, Zhang Jin's face lit up with joy. Your Highness, you are awake. Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow, feeling a lingering haze in his mind. He was somewhat astonished. Am I not dead? Zhang Jin hastily clarified. Your Highness, you are blessed with great fortune and vitality. When the esteemed scholars arrived, you were still unharmed. The esteemed Master Ziyang mentioned that you were merely startled. Master Ziyang? Zhao Changkong gazed around in bewilderment, inquiring. Where is this? Zijin Temple, came the reply. Zhao Changkong attempted to rise, only to be acutely aware of an overwhelming sense of weakness and exhaustion that rendered him utterly incapable of standing. Zhao Changkong realized that his current predicament was far more dire than before. This revelation prompted him to recall a peculiar moment in the valley when he seemingly unleashed that enigmatic ability once again. What about Ahu? He inquired with urgency. Ahu, gravely injured, had yet to regain consciousness. Upon hearing that Ahu was still alive, Zhao Changkong felt a surge of relief and swiftly pressed on. And the others? Zhang Jin's eyes reddened as he lowered his gaze, remaining silent. It was evident that, aside from Ahu and himself, the fate of the others was likely grim. Zhao Changkong's expression was one of distress. Had he not insisted on proceeding to the purple gold temple, they would not have met their tragic fate. Observing the guilt-ridden look in Zhao Changkong's eyes, Zhang Jin interjected, Your Highness, this matter cannot be attributed to you. It is solely the fault of those brutes who have committed such heinous acts. The sage has already vowed to thoroughly investigate this incident, ensuring justice for the common folk. Zhao Changkong inquired in a deep voice, Where is Nangong Lai? He has fled, and we are currently in pursuit, came the reply. A chilling glint surged in Zhao Changkong's eyes. I am determined to avenge them with my own hands. At that moment, an elderly figure entered the room and nodded slightly to Zhao Changkong, saying, The benefactor has awakened. Zhao Changkong gazed intently and recognized the venerable elder who had been seated in meditation, reciting scriptures on that fateful day. Zhang Jin promptly rose, clasping his hands in greeting. Master Ziyang. Master Ziyang offered a slight nod, his gaze settling upon Zhao Changkong as a noble heir. Your unexpected visit to my purple gold temple must surely pertain to your current physical condition. Suddenly, Zhao Changkong's expression shifted, astonished as he regarded Master Ziyang. Chapter 64. A request of import. He realized he had indeed come to the right place. How did you come to know this? Are you acquainted with that Taoist? Yet Master Ziyang shook his head in response. I do not know the Taoist you mention. But anyone capable of inscribing those runes must undoubtedly be a legitimate inheritor of the orthodox Taoist tradition. Zhao Changkong felt a twinge of confusion. Why was it referred to as the Orthodox Taoist sect? Ziyang Jinren glanced at Zhang Jin beside him, not in a hurry to speak. Zhang Jin quickly grasped Zhang Jinren's intent and promptly stated, I shall check on Ahu's injuries. He then slightly bowed and exited the room. Once Zhang Jin had departed, Ziyang Jinren continued his explanation. Several centuries ago, the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism reached its conclusion, with Buddhist practitioners relocating to the western regions while Taoism remained in the 9 continents. However, the imperial family coveted the spiritual power of Taoism, fearing that its growth might pose a threat to their standing. Consequently, they initiated a process of division within the Taoist sect, fragmenting its strength into various factions that hindered and restrained one another. It is precisely due to this that the legacy of Taoism has waned, with the orthodox Taoist sect nearly extinguished, leaving only a few remnants like us to persist in this world. Zhao Changkong urgently inquired, "What exactly are these runes upon my body? Why did that Taoist inscribe them on me? Furthermore, why is it that at times my body seems to act beyond my control, exhibiting abilities that transcend my own strength? Yet ultimately, I am left in my current state." Ziyang Jinren did not withhold the truth. "The runes inscribed upon you are a form of Taoist forbidden technique known as the Qinyuan Sutra, created by the revered ancestor of the Taoist sect, who is also the only Taoist saint to have graced the land of Jiuzhou." Forbidden technique? Taoist saint? Zhao Changkong was taken aback. According to the records of the Taoist sect, the Qinyuan Sutra possesses the power to reverse the meridians of the human body, allowing one to cultivate concurrently across different systems. However, it bears significant drawbacks. To transcend one's cultivation, each system must reach a bottleneck and maintain a delicate balance in their respective cultivation levels. Failing to do so could result in a catastrophic imbalance within the meridians, leading to ruptured channels and ultimately, a fatal explosion of the body. Zhao Changkong was suddenly taken aback. Could it be that the issues with my meridians are not a result of wielding that particular power, but rather due to an imbalance within my internal channels? Indeed. Zhao Changkong inquired once more, "Is there a remedy?" Indeed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Changkong let out a sigh of relief. If it is merely a matter of balancing sword cultivation and martial cultivation, it should pose no significant issue. However, Ziyang Jinren solemnly shook his head. "Your body harbors not merely the essence of these two systems." Zhao Changkong inquired with confusion, "Are there others?" "The 6 major systems have all integrated within your being." Boom. Zhao Changkong was instantly struck as if by lightning. He momentarily disregarded his frail condition, sitting up abruptly and gazing at Ziyang Jinren in astonishment. "Surely, you cannot be jesting? I have only mastered the Ling Shao sword technique and the Vidra Fierce Sun incantation. What other systems could possibly exist?" Ziyang Jinren replied sternly, "When that individual inscribed the Qinyuan Sutra upon your being, he had already embedded the 6 major systems within you. Yesterday, in the valley, you consumed countless grievances, which is the supreme technique of Buddhist cultivation, the Dizong Dui incantation. Now, your cultivation within the Buddhist system has reached the threshold of nirvana, and the equilibrium within your body has been utterly disrupted. Hence, the injuries within you have intensified considerably." Zhao Changkong lay languidly upon the bed. How many individuals, throughout their entire lives, aspire to transcend their limitations and attain enlightenment, only to find it an elusive dream? Yet, he desires to reach the pinnacle of every system before achieving a breakthrough, all while maintaining an equilibrium within himself that remains unshattered. How could such a feat possibly be accomplished? Zhao Changkong found himself enveloped in despair. Truly, fate has played a cruel trick on him. He seems inescapably bound to his demise. At that moment, Ziyang Jinren spoke, "Do not despair, esteemed guest. The very fact that you have arrived in this place, possessing the supreme teachings of the Tao, indicates a connection to the Tao. Perhaps I can offer a means to temporarily alleviate the afflictions within you." Zhao Changkong seemed to have grasped a lifeline, hastily bowing to the Ziyang real person. "Thank you, Ziyang real person." The Ziyang real person waved his hand dismissively. "Certainly. I have a request of my own. Please, speak. If it is within my capabilities, I shall not decline." The Ziyang real person did not respond directly, but turned towards the door, saying, "Come in." With a creak, the door was pushed open once more. A man clad in tattered Taoist robes appeared before Zhao Changkong. Who is he? Zhao Changkong wondered, puzzled. The Ziyang real person bowed respectfully to Zhao Changkong. "I have but one request. The Purple Gold Temple has encountered great misfortune, and it may not endure. This is my disciple, Wu Jichao, from the Ziyang sect. I hope he can accompany your highness in seeking opportunities henceforth." Zhao Changkong directed his gaze towards Wu Jichao, scrutinizing him from head to toe. He appeared to be in his 20s, of modest height, and seemed rather taciturn, standing there in quietude. Quite satisfactory. Zhao Changkong nodded in agreement. A smile graced the aged face of Master Ziyang as he instructed Wu Jichao, "When the young master descends the mountain, you shall accompany him." Your disciple obeys. Wu Jichao responded, seemingly wishing to express more, yet ultimately bowed in acquiescence. "Be on your way," Master Ziyang gestured dismissively. Wu Jichao turned and departed. With a chuckle, Master Ziyang remarked, "My disciple is somewhat reticent. Should he inadvertently displease the young master in the future, Any reprimand would be entirely permissible. Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow and inquired, if the Zijin temple cannot be preserved, then what about you? The Ziyang master did not respond but instead gestured upwards, causing Zhao Changkong's figure to levitate in midair. Before Zhao Changkong could voice any questions, an overwhelming aura enveloped him. It surged into his body through every pore, flooding him with a torrent of energy. Your Highness, please do not resist. The practices of Taoism and Buddhism inherently complement and counterbalance each other. I shall now impart to you the 9 transformations of the mysterious origin technique, which will aid in suppressing the Buddhist practices within you. As he spoke, an even more formidable energy flowed into Zhao Changkong's body, coursing through the meridians of his limbs and bones. Suddenly, Zhao Changkong felt an inner force rebelling against him, and a wave of pitch-black energy surged around his body, seemingly capable of devouring everything in its path as it advanced toward Master Ziyang. A solemn expression crossed Master Ziyang's aged face as he formed a hand seal, releasing a torrent of azure spiritual energy that enveloped the dark aura emanating from Zhao Changkong, forcibly repressing it back into his body. Zhao Changkong soon sensed that the overwhelming weakness within him was gradually dissipating, and his body was once again infused with vitality. At that moment, the 9 transformations of mysterious origin formula penetrated Zhao Changkong's brow, firmly imprinting itself within his consciousness, though he remained oblivious to this occurrence. Master Zhang's demeanor grew increasingly frail, his complexion paling as the last vestige of his essence merged into Zhao Changkong. Taking a deep breath, Master Zhang slowly withdrew his hands, revealing a weariness etched upon his features. I have sealed my life's cultivation within you, suppressing the Buddhist techniques. Henceforth, how much of my power you can absorb for your own use will depend upon your own fortune. Chapter 65. Another soul at this moment. Deep within the depths of Zijin Mountain, by a stream, a dozen figures emerged. The leading man paused to examine the carvings on the stone wall, clearing his throat before calling out, "Come forth, General Nagong." After a brief moment, the bamboo grove above them began to sway. A low growl resonated as a massive shadow emerged. Atop this towering figure stood a man clad in armor, none other than the notorious fugitive, General Nagong Lai, who the court sought to capture. General Nagong Lai eyed the dozen figures behind his counterpart warily. "Lu Gonggong, why have you brought so many people?" Lu Gonggong replied with a mocking smile. "Is General Nagong afraid we might act against you? If His Highness truly wished you dead, would we need to lift a finger? Do not forget, your Nagong family resides in the capital. Taking your life would be as simple as breathing." Furrowing his brow, General Nagong Lai leaped forward to stand before Lu Gonggong, cupping his hands in salute. "What orders does His Highness have?" Lu Gonggong, adopting an arrogant demeanor, replied nonchalantly. "His Highness has decreed that none who witness your actions may return alive to the capital. These are the assassins he has dispatched to you." General Nagong Lai expressed surprise. "Is His Highness intending to eliminate the heir of the Dingwu Marquis?" Lu Gonggong cast a sidelong glance at him. "His Highness has stated that if this matter is handled well, arrangements will be made for General Nagong to proceed to Diyu, without implicating the Nagong family." Upon hearing this, General Nagong Lai trembled with gratitude, bowing deeply. "Thank you, Your Highness." Lu Gonggong responded. "Very well, I shall await news of your success." With that, he turned and made his way down the mountain. "Wait," General Nagong Lai suddenly called out. Lu Gonggong halted. "Does General Nagong have further business?" "My subordinate has one more important matter to relay to His Highness. The Dingwu Marquis' residence in the northern border may have ties to the Buddhist practitioners." "Oh?" Lu Gonggong's interest was piqued. "How did you come by this information?" General Nagong Lai, not daring to conceal anything, recounted the strange events of that day in their entirety. Lu Gonggong chuckled. "Excellent. This matter is of utmost importance. I shall certainly report it to His Highness upon my return, and General Nagong may await his reward." General Nagong Lai clasped his fists. "Thank you, Gonggong." Lu Gonggong then turned to leave. However, as he passed by one of the assassins, a subtle whisper reached the assassin's ears. "Once the task is complete, leave no survivors." The assassin's eyes narrowed slightly as he nodded in acknowledgement. A few days later, Zhao Changkong finally emerged from his slumber. Zhang Jin had been vigilantly guarding his side. Upon witnessing Zhao Changkong awaken, a joyful expression immediately illuminated his face. "Your Highness, the young master, you have awakened." Zhao Changkong sat up in bed, surveying his body. Indeed, the sensation of weakness had completely vanished, and he felt invigorated once more. His expression was one of excitement, at least for now. He had regained the strength to protect himself. Rising from the bed, Zhao Changkong glanced around. searching for the presence of Master Ziyang. He still had some inquiries he wished to discuss with him. Zhang Jin promptly replied, Master Ziyang has not returned since his departure a few days ago. But he mentioned that you could find him in the rear hall upon your awakening. How long have I been unconscious? 3 days. Zhao Changkong swiftly departed from the room, making his way towards the rear hall. Outside the door stood a Taoist priest. Zhao Changkong recalled that the individual before him was indeed the disciple whom the esteemed Ziyang Zhenren had sent to accompany him down the mountain. Wu Jichao bowed to Zhao Changkong and said, Your Highness, the master has been awaiting you inside for quite some time. Zhao Changkong nodded slightly, pushed open the door, and entered. However, upon seeing Ziyang Zhenren, he was momentarily taken aback. Ziyang Zhenren, how have you transformed into this state? At that moment, Ziyang Zhenren had long lost the ethereal demeanor of a celestial being, resembling an elderly man on the brink of death. Ziyang Zhenren offered a faint smile. It is of no concern. Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow and pointed at himself, inquiring, Is it because of me? It is not entirely so. The purple gold temple is beset by calamity, and my life draws to a close. What use is this cultivation? The young master, unparalleled in the world, possesses a heart of righteousness. To be able to assist him is indeed a stroke of fortune. However, before Zhao Changkong could utter another word, Master Ziyang waved his hand, saying, Young master, there is no room for further discussion on this matter. The reason I await your presence here is to convey certain instructions that must be imparted to you. What do you wish to say? Zhao Changkong prompted. Master Ziyang produced an ancient tome, flipping it open to reveal an array of arcane symbols inscribed within. Previously, the young master had inquired as to the sudden acquisition of such formidable power. Zhao Changkong nodded. His intention to seek out Master Ziyang was to inquire about this particular matter. He was certain that the force did not belong to him. For within the body of the crown prince resided another soul. Another soul. Zhao Changkong's entire being trembled as he gazed in astonishment at the other. Ziyang Zhenren remarked, This soul is exceptionally powerful. It undoubtedly originates from a formidable figure within the Taoist sect. He has sealed that individual's soul within your body. Yet the specific intentions behind this remain unknown to me. Should you have the opportunity to encounter him, you might consider inquiring directly. However, for the time being, it appears that this soul harbors no intention of taking your life. Nevertheless, your highness must not let down your guard and should refrain from exerting such powers whenever possible. Zhao Changkong felt somewhat bewildered. The original Zhao Changkong had long since perished, his soul having entered the soulless body. Yet now, he found himself harboring another soul within. No wonder, during those 2 instances of explosive power, he had been unable to exert control, his consciousness becoming exceedingly hazy. It turned out that another soul was wielding control over his corporeal form. Zhao Changkong felt a weight upon his breath, utterly perplexed by the intentions of the Taoist. He hastily inquired, Master Ziyang, is there any means to liberate this soul? Master Ziyang replied in a solemn tone. Had the purple gold temple possessed a complete lineage of Taoist teachings, it might have been possible. Alas, our branch's inheritance is flawed, and we possess no remedy. Zhao Changkong remained silent, his expression somewhat solemn. Does the heir have any further inquiries? Zhao Changkong shook his head. There is nothing more. Thank you, Master Ziyang. Master Ziyang offered a faint smile, sitting cross-legged upon the mat, closing his eyes and lapsing into silence. Zhao Changkong solemnly bowed and exited the room. Outside the door stood a number of individuals. Xiao Wensheng from the Imperial Academy, the injured Ah Hu, Zhang Jin, and Wu Jichao, who had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing Zhao Changkong emerge, a glimmer of joy illuminated Ah Hu's pale visage. Leaning on his cane, he approached with fervor, exclaiming, Young lord, you are safe. This is truly wonderful. Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow and inquired, How is your injury? Why are you not resting in your room? I, Ah Hu, sturdy and resilient, have long since recovered. It is merely that upon hearing the young lord has awakened, I wish to see him at the earliest opportunity. Zhao Changkong nodded slightly. After experiencing life and death, he had developed feelings for Ah Hu before him. Chapter 66. Drawing him out. If it were not for your valiant efforts to protect me that day, I fear the outcome would have been dire. Ah Hu promptly replied, Young lord, it was merely our duty. However, those brothers cannot be brought back. Zhao Changkong spoke in a deep voice. Upon our return, please make proper arrangements for their families. All future expenses will be covered by the Dingwu Marquisate. Suddenly, with a thud, Zhang Jin knelt on the ground, his eyes brimming with tears. Zhang Jin expressed heartfelt gratitude on behalf of those brothers, thanking His Highness the young master. Zhao Changkong assisted Zhang Jin to his feet, stating, "This is what I owe them and what I must do." He then inquired, "Have we captured Nangong Lai? Have we uncovered who is behind it all?" Xiaowen shook his head, replying, "The master acted promptly, dispatching scholars from the Imperial Academy to secure the city gates of the capital and deploying troops to search within the Purple Gold Mountain, yet his whereabouts remain elusive." Ahu explained to Zhao Changkong, "Young lord, that mountain demon is adept at evading capture in the wilderness and is exceedingly vigilant. Apprehending him is no simple task." Xiaowen nodded slightly. "Indeed, however, rest assured, it is a fool's errand for him to attempt to escape the confines of the Purple Gold Mountain." Zhao Changkong fell into deep contemplation, pondering what he would desire most if he were Nangong Lai at that moment. Xiaowen glanced at the sky and remarked, "It is getting late. Now that Changkong has awakened, I shall arrange for someone to escort you all back to the capital." "Wait a moment." Zhao Changkong's gaze sharpened as he suddenly spoke. "I have a way to locate Nangong Lai." Xiaowen and the others were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment as they turned to him. Zhao Changkong continued, "At this very moment, for a person who has reached the end of their rope and is doomed to die, nothing is more enticing than revenge. If I were to offer him a chance to kill me, do you think he would not appear?" "Absolutely not." Ahu was the first to voice his opposition. Zhang Jin, equally anxious, urged, "Your Highness, you mustn't. Nangong Lai is a ruthless killer. How can we allow you to take such a risk?" Xiaowen stepped forward, asserting, "Indeed, a gentleman does not place himself under a precarious wall, and even a sage would not endorse such an action." Zhao Changkong elucidated, "I merely descended the mountain alone in a horse-drawn carriage. With your presence surrounding me for protection, there is no cause for concern." Xiaowen, with a grave expression, replied, "That is still unacceptable." Zhao Changkong wore an expression of urgency as he implored, "Sir, if we do not locate Nangong Lai at this moment and unveil the identity of the mastermind, it is likely that preparations have already been set in motion in the capital. Do you truly wish to see countless innocent lives perish in vain?" Xiao Wenxing remained silent for an extended period. Zhao Changkong continued, "Moreover, if Nangong Lai were to fall into someone else's hands, this lead would be irrevocably lost." At last, Xiao Wenxing acquiesced, "Very well, I can agree, but I must remain by your side to ensure your safety." "Excellent." Zhao Changkong let out a sigh of relief. Ahu, leaning on his cane, hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Young lord, I wish to accompany you in the carriage." Zhao Changkong cast a glance at Ahu's knee, which was wrapped in bandages, and sighed in resignation. "You should recuperate at the Taoist temple. With the master here to protect me, are you still not at ease?" Ahu hesitated, then clasped his fists towards Xiao Wenxiang, saying, "I implore you, sir, to ensure the safety of the young lord." Xiao Wenxing nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Dressed in the attire of a guard, Xiao Wenxing took the reins of the carriage, leading Zhao Changkong along a tree-lined path. As dusk enveloped the surroundings, the sound of the carriage wheels shattered the tranquility of the forest. At that moment, a shadow stealthily slipped into the woods, heading towards a nearby cave. Inside the cave, Nangong Lai, who was resting, became alert upon hearing noises from outside. He nocked an arrow, aiming towards the entrance, when he saw a figure clad in black approaching. He lowered his bow and inquired, "Is there any news from the Zijin temple?" He had been waiting here for several days and was growing somewhat impatient. Had he not feared the Confucian scholars within the Zijin temple, he would have already stormed in to eliminate Zhao Changkong. The assassin bowed and reported, "General, Zhao Changkong's carriage has appeared and is currently making its way towards us." Suddenly, Xiaowen rose, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "This turtle finally shows itself. He has caused me to become a sight unworthy of the world. Today, I shall flay him alive to relieve my pent-up rage." He then asked, "How many guards does he have with him?" The assassin replied, "I only saw the driver and Zhao Changkong in the carriage." "No one else?" "None. He likely believes that with everyone searching the mountains for you, you wouldn't dare to show yourself." Nangong Lai chuckled, Truly, heaven is aiding me. In that case, let us send that young lord on his way." With that, Nangong Lai, accompanied by a dozen shadows, exited the cave. Upon reaching the outside, he whistled sharply, causing the woods to stir and the ground to tremble slightly. A mountain beast leaped from the forest and stood before Nangong Lai. He mounted it swiftly and set off down the mountain path. Zhao Changkong reclined against the soft satin cushion, the carriage curtain swaying gently with the jolts, allowing a few strands of the waning sunlight to filter through, casting mottled shadows upon his pallid visage. Just as their carriage rounded a bend, a rustling sound emerged from the thicket. The carriage came to an abrupt halt. The driver, Xiao Wensheng tightened his expression and murmured, "They are coming." Zhao Changkong, his spirit taut, cast his gaze upon the surrounding thickets. Whoosh! The sound of arrows slicing through the air resonated. Projectiles erupted from the forest. Simultaneously, a dozen figures emerged, alongside a formidable mountain beast, obstructing the path of the carriage. The carriage, startled, trembled violently. In an instant, Xiao Wensheng waved his hand, summoning a brush that appeared in his grasp. With a swift stroke, a protective barrier materialized, deflecting the incoming arrows. Xiao Wensheng scrutinized his surroundings, his expression growing grave. He soon realized that it was not merely Nan Gonglai who had appeared, but also several masked figures. No wonder he dared to descend the mountain alone. He was accompanied by scholars from the Imperial Academy. However, regardless of who stands here today, I, Nan Gonglai, shall claim the life of this noble son of Dingwu Ho. Nan Gonglai landed atop the mountain beast, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Xiao Wensheng whispered a caution to Zhao Changkong behind him. Stay concealed within the carriage and do not emerge. He then stepped forward, his gaze icy as he addressed Nan Gonglai and his companions. Nan Gonglai, should you choose to surrender and reveal the mastermind behind this plot, perhaps His Majesty might grant you a swift end. Nan Gonglai could not suppress a derisive laugh. What irks me most are you self-righteous scholars. You expect me to surrender? Do you think it's merely the two of you who can compel me? Preposterous. Chapter 67. A sudden turn of events. He then turned to the dozen assassins beside him and commanded, "Why do you linger? Attack at once." However, to his astonishment, these assassins showed no inclination to engage. Nan Gonglai's expression darkened. "Do you not comprehend my orders?" Only then did the group direct their attention towards Zhao Changkong and Xiao Wensheng. Suddenly, Zhao Changkong atop the carriage laughed. His eyes filled with derision as he looked at Nan Gonglai. Nan Gonglai demanded, "What are you laughing at, boy?" "At your foolishness," Zhao Changkong replied with a smirk. Fuming, Nan Gonglai retorted, "Boy, when I flay you alive later, I hope you can still manage to laugh." Zhao Changkong gestured towards the surrounding cloaked assassins, saying, "Do you truly believe they have come merely to kill me? Have you not noticed that apart from those encircling me, others are positioned on either side of you?" Nan Gonglai instinctively lowered his gaze to survey the area, and was suddenly taken aback. Previously overlooked, he now discerned that, indeed, as Zhao Changkong had stated, half of the assassins had already surrounded him. Nan Gonglai fixed his gaze upon the leader of the assassins and inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" The leader, after a brief silence, replied, "We are here to protect General Nagong." Nan Gonglai retorted sharply, "I possess the strength of a first-level Xianling. I require no assistance from you worthless fools. Immediately assist me in eliminating them. Attack." In an instant, a dozen assassins exuded an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, their figures swiftly vanishing from sight. "Stay in the carriage," Xiao Wensheng cautioned, leaping into the air, his form suspended mid-flight. With a brush in hand, he swiftly inscribed a character, and a lightning symbol emerged. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered in the sky, and several bolts of lightning descended, striking towards the assassins. Observing the approaching assassins near the carriage, Xiao Wensheng inscribed another character in the air, creating a shield. Zhao Changkong felt the surrounding spiritual energy converge, and a transparent barrier materialized around him. With a loud crash, a long blade struck the barrier, and the figure quickly retreated. Simultaneously, several assassins standing beside Nan Gonglai suddenly turned and charged towards Nan Gonglai, who was atop the mountain beast. Their blades sliced through the air, aimed at him. Nan Gonglai's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly urged the mountain beast to retreat, but was still wounded by two blades, blood gushing from his arm. Gazing at the horrific gash on his arm, Nan Gonglai's eyes darkened, seeking death. Soon after, several arrows were loosed. The assassins, though only at the third level of enlightenment, exhibited formidable strength through their coordinated efforts, rivaling that of experts in the Xianling realm. Nan Gonglai demanded, "Who is the dog eunuch that wishes to kill me, or is it someone else?" The assassins did not answer. Instead, they charged at him once more. Nan Gonglai's face darkened. The commotion would undoubtedly attract the patrolling soldiers. He could not linger here. He must depart immediately. Resolute, he drew his bow and shot several arrows. He turned to the mountain beast beneath him and commanded, "Take me away from here, quickly." The mountain beast pivoted rapidly. However, just as it took a few steps, it suddenly faltered and collapsed, its dark eyes constricting as it fell to the ground. With a resounding crash, dust billowed into the air. The assassins surged forward, encircling Nan Gonglai. As the dust settled, he glanced at the mountain beast beside him, only to find it bleeding from all 7 orifices, clearly devoid of life. A look of disbelief crossed his face as he reached out to feel for the beast's breath. It was futile. The leading assassin smirked mockingly. We were well aware of General Nangong's mountain beast. How could we not be prepared? Overwhelmed with grief, Nangong Lai glared at the assassins surrounding him. You shall all die today. With that, a murderous intent surged within him, his eyes burning crimson as he released a flurry of arrows. The arrows tore through the air, targeting the leading assassin. Several assassins retaliated simultaneously, successfully blocking Nangong Lai's attack. He then aimed at the 2 assassins behind him. After one arrow was deflected, the other struck one assassin squarely in the chest, sending him flying into a thick tree trunk. Kill him. The remaining assassins charged at Nangong Lai. They coordinated their attacks, closing the distance. At last, a blade flashed, slicing a long gash into Nangong Lai's thigh. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he kicked the incoming assassin away and used the momentum to retreat swiftly. Meanwhile, he channeled his spiritual energy, concentrating it into the arrow in his hand. Arrow of the cloud-piercing wind, he shouted. A surge of powerful energy rapidly enveloped the arrow, causing the surrounding space to tremble and twisting Nangong Lai's expression with strain. The ground quaked slightly, and fierce winds whipped around him. Witnessing this, the assassin's faces paled. This is the Nangong family's cloud-piercing arrow. We cannot allow him to unleash it. Kill him. They darted towards Nangong Lai like wraiths, swiftly closing in. Die, he bellowed, unleashing an arrow that seemed poised to tear through the very fabric of space. It carved a path through the air, shrouded in dust, leaving a deep trench in the ground. With a thunderous roar, the assassins attacking him were instantly reduced to mere particles, utterly powerless against the onslaught. The leading assassin, horrified, bit his fingertip and pressed it to his forehead. His aura surged dramatically. With a single stroke, he struck down. A thundering crash buried their forms beneath rubble and dust. Moments later, a gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the haze and revealing the grim battlefield. Nangong Lai knelt on one knee, pale and heaving, while the assassin stood firm, his long blade shattered in hand. Though his complexion was ashen, his aura continued to swell. Witnessing this, Nangong Lai's heart sank. You are burning your own blood essence. The assassin reached down, retrieving a long blade from the ground. In an instant, his aura surpassed that of Nangong Lai. Having expended most of his spiritual energy on the cloud-piercing arrow, Nangong Lai found himself powerless against the blood-fueled strength of his adversary. A chilling aura of death enveloped him, causing his body to tremble. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance. Hey, fool, if you don't want to die right now, tell me who ordered you to massacre the innocent. Nangong Lai tasted blood at the corner of his mouth as he gazed at the approaching assassin, his heart in turmoil. The voice of Zhao Changkong resonated once more. Nangong Lai, they seek your demise solely to place the entirety of the blame upon your shoulders. Countless innocent lives have perished. Do you truly believe you can endure this? Upon your death, the entire Nangong clan shall be extinguished. This statement finally struck a chord within Nangong Lai. At that moment, a figure clad in black had approached him, brandishing a blade aimed at his neck. It is the Crown Prince. Nangong Lai exclaimed suddenly. Bang! A barrier materialized abruptly before Nangong Lai, intercepting the lethal strike from the assassin. Subsequently, the figure of Zhao Changkong emerged, his finger deftly inscribing a character upon the assassin's forehead, marking it with the word break. The speed of his action left the assassin no time to react. In an instant, the assassin trembled violently as an overwhelming aura surged forth from his being, causing his body to quiver uncontrollably. No, the assassin bellowed in defiance, his face etched with resentment. Yet, it was far too late. The assassin's form deflated like a punctured balloon, instantaneously transforming into a horrific corpse. With a resounding thud, his body collapsed to the ground. Surveying the surroundings, aside from Zhao Changkong, Zhao Wensheng, and the severely wounded Nangong Lai, all the other assassins lay lifeless amidst pools of blood. Zhao Changkong approached with measured steps, his gaze frigid. Had it not been for the necessity of bringing the person behind him to justice, he would have relished the opportunity to strike down his adversary at that very moment. Nangong Lai, sensing Zhao Changkong's penetrating stare, lowered his head and expressed his gratitude, saying, I am deeply indebted to your highness for your life-saving grace. Zhao Changkong spoke with a frigid tone. Do you think I wish to save you? Nangong Lai chose to remain silent. At that moment, a cacophony of disordered footsteps echoed around them. Zhao Changkong cast his gaze and discovered that it was indeed the soldiers who had come to scour the mountains. Upon hearing the commotion, they hastily made their way over. A man clad in official attire approached briskly. upon witnessing Nangong Lai, who knelt on the ground, drenched in blood. His expression shifted slightly. He then bowed to Zhao Changkong and Xiao Wensheng, stating, "I am Lin Yanzhou, an official from the Jingzhou Prefecture, here to pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince and to the esteemed scholar of the Imperial Academy." Zhao Changkong nodded slightly. Lin Yanzhou turned to the side and addressed Nangong Lai once more, saying, "Your Highness, since Nangong Lai has already been captured, we shall escort him back to the capital immediately." With that, Lin Yanzhou waved his hand, instructing the soldiers behind him to seize Nangong Lai. "Hold on," Zhao Changkong interjected. "This heir shall personally escort Nangong Lai back to the capital. You may return to the capital to report." Lin Yanzhou furrowed his brow slightly, appearing somewhat troubled. Zhao Changkong inquired, "What? Do you have an objection?" Lin Yanzhou hastily waved his hands. No, how could I dare to hold any dissent? Your Highness, the Crown Prince is valiant, wise, and astute, hence there shall undoubtedly be no issues. I shall return to the capital immediately to report." With that, Lin Yanzhou turned and departed swiftly. As the figures of Lin Yanzhou and his companions faded from view, Zhao Changkong turned directly to Xiao Wensheng and bowed, "Sir, I implore you to escort him back to the capital at once. Ensure that no one discovers this, and do not hand him over to anyone, including the National Academy." Xiao Wensheng understood Zhao Changkong's concerns and explained, "You need not worry about the National Academy. The master is personally overseeing matters, and there will be no complications." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Changkong nodded. "And what about you?" Zhao Changkong responded, "I shall summon the other mountain patrol soldiers to return with us to the capital." "Very well," Xiao Wensheng replied without hesitation. Such a feint would better ensure Nangong Lai's safety. Within the towering palace walls of the capital, in the Mingda Hall, a middle-aged man sat upon the 3-foot-high dragon throne. His brow resembled a sheer cliff, while his thick, dark eyebrows resembled inked dragons, with a few strands of silver gleaming like the edge of a sharpened sword. The shadows cast by his brow enveloped half of his face, his eyes reflecting a chilling depth akin to an ancient, frozen pond, gazing down upon the assembly below. In the center of Mingda Hall, a man clad in a golden robe knelt, weeping bitterly, "Father, I am wronged. I have sold many items from the estate to aid the disaster victims. I know nothing of the slaughter of thousands of innocents. Someone must be framing me." Aside from the Crown Prince Sinan Shuaguang, no one spoke in the hall. Upon the high platform, the Emperor's profound gaze fixated on the Crown Prince. "Do you know who seeks to harm you, the heir?" Sinan Shuaguang was momentarily taken aback and quickly prostrated himself. "Father, I will uncover the truth and bring justice to the people." At that moment, the Minister of Revenue, Lu Jingming, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is benevolent and would not commit such heinous acts. It would be wise to grant him the opportunity to investigate and identify the true culprit, thus avenging the innocents." The Minister of Justice, Do Lu Kuan, echoed his support. "Indeed, this matter remains unclear. The Crown Prince is the rightful heir to the great Yin dynasty. We must not hastily pass judgment. It would be better to allow him to thoroughly investigate and reveal the true perpetrator." As the two ministers spoke, murmurs began to ripple through the court. The Emperor's gaze swept across the assembly. "No," Han Zhaoji interjected, bowing as he stood, "Your Majesty. The priority must be to locate Nangong Lai and compel him to disclose the mastermind. Moreover, the Crown Prince's involvement in this case makes it inadvisable for him to lead the investigation, as it may invite scrutiny." Sinan Shuaguang's eyes reddened with anger. "Master, do you doubt me?" The Minister of Justice responded, "Your Majesty, this matter can be entrusted to the Ministry of Justice, which will ensure justice for the people and the Crown Prince." The Emperor's expression remained inscrutable, his indifferent gaze resting on Han Zhaoji. "What do you propose?" Han Zhaoji replied, "Your Majesty, I recommend Zhao Changkong, the heir of Duke Dingwu." At the mention of his name, the court erupted in uproar. Han Zhaoji continued, "Though Zhao Changkong is still young, he possesses remarkable investigative talent. It was he who unraveled the Northern Qi conspiracy, reclaiming 2 cities for Great Yin. This case can be entrusted to him." Dissent arose, led by Lu Jingming. "Your Majesty, while Zhao Changkong is adept, this matter is of national importance and should not be treated lightly." Do Lu Kuan concurred. "Indeed, this concerns the Crown Prince. How can we allow a mere youth to handle such a grave affair?" The Crown Prince's expression grew increasingly grim. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted from outside. A hurried eunuch rushed into the hall, kneeling before the Emperor. "What news?" the Emperor inquired, his voice low and commanding. The eunuch, trembling in fear, replied, "Your Majesty, we have just received word that Duke Dingwu's heir has been ambushed on Zijing Mountain." Instantly, the hall fell silent. A barely perceptible cold smile appeared on the crown prince's previously sorrowful face. Chapter 69. The obstruction. Lu Jingming feigned worry, urgently asking, "Has the assailant been apprehended?" "This is a blatant disregard for the law." The eunuch, quaking, responded, "The assailants were mostly wiped out, and Duke Dingwu's heir is unharmed." The assailant was none other than the rebel Nangong Lai. A thunderous shockwave reverberated through the hall. Sinan Shuaguang, astonished, seized the eunuch by the collar, demanding, "What did you say? Zhao Changkong is unharmed? Nangong Lai has been captured?" Yes, that is what the Jingzhou prefecture officials reported." At this, Sinan Shuaguang's complexion turned pale, his demeanor betraying a hint of panic. Han Zhaoji commented, "Crown Prince, it seems you do not wish for Zhao Changkong and Nangong Lai to return alive." Sinan Shuaguang, shaken, vehemently countered, "How could I not wish for Zhao Changkong's safe return? I am merely concerned for his safety." Han Zhaoji bowed to the emperor seated on the high throne. "Your Majesty, since Duke Dingwu's heir is safe and has successfully captured Nangong Lai, I believe it prudent to assign this case to him for investigation." Cold sweat beaded on Sinan Shuaguang's forehead as he glanced toward Do Lu Kuan. Do Lu Kuan stood, asserting, "Your Majesty, this matter is of utmost importance. It cannot be entrusted to a child." The assembly turned their gazes toward the figure on the high platform. Throughout, that individual's expression remained inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. "Then let it be jointly investigated by the Ministry of Justice and the National University, with a deadline of 3 days to uncover the truth," the emperor decreed, rising and departing through a side door. Long live the emperor! The courtiers knelt in reverence. As the emperor's figure receded, Sinan Shuaguang exchanged glances with Do Lu Kuan, who immediately understood and rose to exit the hall. As the ministers departed from Mingda Hall, Sinan Shuaguang's expression darkened. "I underestimated that boy. He is still alive." "There is no need for concern, Your Highness," Lu Jingming interjected. "Can I not worry? That boy lives and has captured Nangong Lai. Those assassins are utterly useless." Lu Jingming smiled faintly. "As long as Nangong Lai does not fall into the hands of the National University, he will say whatever he wishes in the Ministry of Justice. Ultimately, it is still your word that prevails. Let us hope for a favorable outcome," Sinan Shuaguang replied, his expression grave as he made his way out of the hall. At that moment, outside the capital, a carriage approached the city gate, surrounded by hundreds of vigilant soldiers. Suddenly, the previously closed city gates creaked open. A cavalcade of war horses thundered in, raising a cloud of dust. The soldiers surrounding the carriage tensed, drawing their blades and forming a protective circle around it. As the war horses drew near, they finally halted before the soldiers. The dust settled to reveal several officials from the Dali Temple blocking the carriage's path. Zhang Jin bellowed, boldly, "Who dares to obstruct the carriage of the heir?" From atop his steed, a middle-aged man brandished a badge, declaring, "I am Fu Tingyun, the deputy minister of the Dali Temple, sent by the Minister of Justice to apprehend the rebel Nangong Lai. Surrender him to us, and you may leave." Zhang Jin frowned. "Nangong Lai is the target of our heir's pursuit. Why should we surrender him to the Dali Temple?" Fu Tingyun sneered, "What are you? A mere guard from a duke's estate, daring to impede my duties? Bring forth Nangong Lai." Suddenly, a dozen officials from the Dali Temple dismounted and swiftly approached the carriage. The vice minister of the Dali Temple exuded an impressive authority. The curtain of the carriage slowly parted, revealing a slender figure, whose countenance was stern and piercing as it fixed its gaze upon Fu Tingyun atop his steed. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Zhang Jin bowed respectfully. Fu Tingyun frowned slightly and casually gestured towards Zhao Changkong, saying, "Your Highness, we are merely acting under orders. I kindly ask for your cooperation." Zhao Changkong questioned, "What if I choose not to cooperate?" Fu Tingyun's expression darkened. "Then do not blame this official for being impolite." With a wave of his hand, the constables who had just halted their steps once again advanced towards the carriage. Zhao Changkong's tone was frigid. "Everyone, obey my command. Should anyone dare to take another step forward, they shall face merciless consequences." Instantly, the soldiers guarding the carriage promptly intercepted the officials from the Dali Temple. Fu Tingyun coldly inquired, "Your Highness, are you aware of your actions?" "I am fully aware, yet Nangong Lai is my captive. Why should I hand him over to you for examination at the Dali Temple? It is the intention of the Minister of Punishments. I am escorting Nangong Lai to the Guozijian at the behest of the Confucian master." A glimmer of coldness flickered in Fu Tingyun's eyes. Zhao Changkong's lips curled slightly in a smirk as he derisively remarked, "My lord, it would be wise to take your men back, even if you resort to force. You are at a disadvantage." At that moment, however, haha, Fu Tingyun suddenly laughed, his eyes brimming with scorn. "It is said that His Highness the Crown Prince is both audacious and meticulous. Today, I have indeed witnessed it firsthand. Yet, it seems the Crown Prince has overlooked one crucial matter." Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Fu Tingyun produced A and addressed the soldiers surrounding Zhao Changkong, commanding, "All patrol camp soldiers, heed my orders. His Highness the Crown Prince has decreed that everyone must return to the encampment immediately. No one is permitted to venture out without further orders." "Understood." The surrounding officers responded with a bow. Upon seeing the in Fu Tingyun's hand, Zhao Changkong's pupils constricted sharply and his expression darkened. The soldiers who had originally guarded the carriage turned and headed towards another direction in the capital. They belonged to the patrol camp stationed 6 miles from the capital at Qingfeng Hill. Fu Tingyun reined in his horse and slowly approached the carriage. His gaze playful and his tone laced with mockery. "Your Highness, I wonder how you intend to prevent us from taking away Nangong Lai now. Are you prepared to rely on this crippled wretch, or perhaps summon your guard dogs?" Zhang Jin and Ahu clenched their teeth in fury, their hands tightening around the hilt of their swords. Fu Tingyun dismissively commanded, "Bring Nangong Lai here. Should anyone dare to obstruct us again, they shall face no mercy." "Understood." The officials from the Dali Temple responded, drawing their long swords as they advanced towards the carriage. Zhang Jin and Ahu were poised to draw their blades. Zhao Changkong suddenly spoke, "Let them take him away." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin and Ahu reluctantly loosened their grip on the hilts of their swords, though their expressions remained grim. "Ha ha ha." Fu Tingyun could not help but chuckle. If His Highness the Crown Prince had been so astute earlier, he would not have suffered such a loss of face. Zhao Changkong remained silent, stepping aside to observe quietly. A constable leaped onto the carriage and lifted the curtain. However, upon discerning the circumstances within, the constable's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 70. The world's mockery, my lord. Nangong Lai is not here. What? Fu Tingyun dismounted swiftly, hurrying to the front of the carriage to peer inside. There, he beheld a Taoist priest seated cross-legged, with no other figures in sight. Fu Tingyun's countenance darkened considerably, and he fixed a furious gaze upon Zhao Changkong, demanding, "Your Highness, where is Nangong Lai?" Zhao Changkong cast a glance at his counterpart and said, "What do you think you were to question me, the son of this noble house? Your Grace, I am but a minor official of the Dali Temple, entitled to inquire about the whereabouts of criminals. As the son of General Zhao, Duke of Dingwu, I hold the right to withhold answers to your inquiries." "You." Fu Tingyun glared fiercely, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Beside him, Ahu and Zhang Jin gripped their blades tightly, ready to shield Zhao Changkong at the slightest provocation. Yet, in the face of the blatant hostility, Zhao Changkong merely chuckled. "Ah, my good sir. You must consider carefully. To lay a hand on a noble son would surely cost your entire family dearly, perhaps even more than you could bear." Fu Tingyun's eyelids twitched in suppressed fury as he fought to maintain his composure. "Your Highness has misunderstood. How could I ever contemplate acting against you? However, I must remind you that His Majesty's decree mandates a thorough investigation of this case by the Ministry of Justice in the Imperial Academy. Are you not concerned that your obstruction might incur His Majesty's displeasure?" Zhao Changkong smiled serenely, producing a token. "I must remind you, I am also a student of the Guozijian and possess the Confucian edict." Fu Tingyun's eyes darkened. He turned sharply, mounting his horse, and shouted angrily, "Return to the city." Immediately, dozens of figures surged towards the capital, stirring up another cloud of dust. Watching Fu Tingyun depart with his entourage, Zhang Jin finally exhaled, releasing the tightly gripped hilt of his sword, and inquired of Zhao Changkong, "Your Highness, where shall we go now?" "To the Guozijian." In the underground prison of the Guozijian in the capital, this place was unlike the prisons of the Dali Temple or the Jingzhou Prefecture. It was inscribed with intricate array runes. Upon entering, one's cultivation would be suppressed by the runes, rendering them incapable of exercising their powers. This was a specially designed prison for the confinement of cultivators. Zhao Changkong, accompanied by Xiao and Xing, arrived at this location. He opened the door to one of the prison cells. Inside, Nangong Lai was wrapped in bandages, his complexion pale, leaning against the wall in a state of disarray. However, upon seeing Zhao Changkong, Nangong Lai smiled mockingly, his voice tinged with a hint of derision. Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Nangong Lai replied with a calm demeanor, I find amusement in the futility of your efforts. Even if you capture me and obtain my testimony, it remains impossible for you to bring him to justice. A youthful visage adorned with a hint of coldness, Zhao Changkong questioned. He has slain countless innocents. Should he not be held accountable for his crimes? The response was swift. Ah, young one, you are gravely mistaken regarding the sovereign seated upon the dragon throne. Do you truly believe he would allow such a matter to be made public, becoming a source of ridicule for the imperial family? Moreover, those are mere wretches, unworthy even of the status of beasts. The emperor is subject to the same laws as the common folk, and what of a prince? Are their lives deemed less significant than the dignity of the royal lineage? A hearty laugh erupted from Nangong Lai, his gaze shifting to the side where Zhao Changkong stood. What say you, sir? How do you suppose our sovereign will deal with the prince? Though Zhao Changkong offered no verbal reply, the look of resignation upon his countenance spoke volumes. Zhao Changkong's gaze was resolute. I will ensure that those involved in this matter will pay the price. Nangong Lai, however, maintained a look of disdain, viewing Zhao Changkong before him as nothing more than a naive child. Zhao Changkong refrained from further unnecessary dialogue and inquired, when did you receive the order to massacre those disaster victims? Nangong Lai did not conceal the truth. Approximately 10 days ago, Eunuch Lu from the Eastern Palace approached me, delivering a secret edict from His Highness the Crown Prince. The directive instructed me to use the guise of distributing porridge to lure all those disaster victims to a single location for their slaughter, ensuring that they could not enter the capital. Naturally, to safeguard the secrecy of our plan, I commanded my subordinates to blockade all city gates under the pretense of external bandit activity. However, I had not anticipated that the young master, holding the Confucian edict, would leave the capital and fortuitously appear near Mount Zijin. Zhao Changkong's expression grew solemn. Indeed, after Nangong Lai's remarks, everything seemed to be an extraordinary coincidence. He had awakened, left the city, and headed towards Mount Zijin, as if everything had been meticulously orchestrated by someone in advance. However, Zhao Changkong was acutely aware that he had been in a coma for several days before regaining consciousness, and his journey to Mount Zijin had been a spontaneous decision. No, something was amiss. Suddenly, Zhao Changkong's countenance shifted in surprise. If the preceding events could be deemed coincidental, then the assistance rendered by the Taoist master Ziyang at the Purple Gold Temple in suppressing the Qianyuan Sutra within him was undoubtedly no mere happenstance. That enigmatic Taoist must have anticipated his visit to the Purple Gold Temple long ago. Zhao Changkong was gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread, his body covered in a cold sweat. He never anticipated that despite his utmost caution, he would still be treated as a mere pawn, manipulated at the whims of others. Nangong Lai continued, subsequently, we led those disaster victims to the valley. However, with the weight of countless lives at stake, their accumulated resentment lingered heavily in the air. Thus, I summoned several skilled array masters to establish formations around the area, and we apprehended the Taoist priests from the Purple Gold Temple to perform rituals of absolution for the victims. As you all are aware, the events that followed unfolded as they did. Zhao Changkong inquired once more, where did those assassins come from? They were sent by Lord Lu, came the reply. It is he again. Zhao Changkong discovered that each time a message was conveyed, it was relayed by an individual named Lu Gonggong. It seems that in order to ascertain the crown prince's transgressions, it is imperative to locate this pivotal figure. After a brief moment, Zhao Changkong turned to leave, but the crown prince, Nangong Lai, suddenly called out to him. Zhao Changkong paused momentarily. Do not forget your promise. This matter is solely the doing of Nangong Lai and has no connection to the Nangong family. Receiving no response, Zhao Changkong departed from the Guozi Academy's dungeon. Upon exiting, he turned to his companion, Zhao Wenxing. Sir, is the master present at the Guozi Academy? Changkong, you must not involve yourself in this matter. Zhao Wenxing's sudden remark caused Zhao Changkong to be momentarily taken aback. Sir, what do you mean by that? The master advocated for you to be the presiding officer in this case during the court proceedings today. However, the emperor did not acquiesce. Instead, he directed both the Ministry of Justice and the Guozi Academy to conduct a simultaneous investigation. Zhao Changkong expressed his perplexity. What of it? It is evident that although you possess extraordinary intelligence and a remarkable talent for adjudicating cases, you have not been appointed as the presiding official. Instead, both parties have been instructed to conduct a thorough investigation. This clearly indicates that your majesty does not wish for the truth of this matter to be fully revealed. Zhao Changkong was suddenly taken aback, recalling the words spoken by Nangong Lai within the confines of the prison. His face was a picture of disbelief, Could it truly be that tens of thousands of lives would simply be dismissed so easily? Zhao Wensheng sighed as he gazed at the darkening sky, reflecting on a particular truth that Nangong Lai had uttered earlier. The emperor would never allow the royal family to become the laughingstock of the world. Chapter 71. The noble visitor arrives. Zhao Changkong's expression was tinged with agitation. But what of the victims? Do they not count as individuals in your eyes, sir and sage? And what of my guards? They perished in their endeavor to protect me, Zhao Changkong. I have sworn an oath to avenge them. Yet, Zhao Wensheng still sought to persuade. Zhao Changkong inclined his body in a respectful bow, stating, Sir, I shall take my leave. Before Zhao Wensheng could finish his words, Zhao Changkong abruptly turned and strode towards the entrance of the Guozijian. Observing Zhao Changkong's departing figure, Zhao Wensheng's countenance grew grave. Zhao Changkong departed from the Imperial Academy and instructed Zhang Jin to drive the carriage back to the Dingwu Marquisate. Throughout the journey, Zhao Changkong contemplated deeply. He must seize an opportunity, one that would allow him to bring all those involved in this matter to justice, no matter how arduous the path may be. He vowed to uphold the sense of righteousness that resided within him. If, in this world, no one is willing to safeguard even the most fundamental sense of justice, then what purpose does his existence hold here? Upon returning to the Dingwu Marquisate, darkness had already descended. Young master. Outside, Cui and Xiao Tao, upon seeing Zhao Changkong's carriage return, excitedly approached with the assistance of other maidservants. After several days of recuperation, both Cui and Xiao Tao had made some progress in their recovery, able to rise from their beds and walk. However, they adorned their faces with veils, concealing the gruesome scars beneath. Hearing the commotion outside, Zhao Changkong lifted the curtain of the carriage and stepped out. Observing the somewhat unsteady movements of Cui and Xiao Tao, he inquired with curiosity, How did you know I was returning today? Cui explained, Young master. A distinguished guest arrived at the manor today, bringing with them a substantial sum of silver, purportedly a reward for the Dingwu Marquisate. Zhao Changkong then realized that a luxurious carriage was indeed stationed outside surrounded by numerous armed guards. Zhao Changkong inquired once more, Who has arrived? Cui and Xiao Tao shook their heads, for as maids, they dared not inquire about each other's identities. Where is the other person? In the main hall. Zhao Changkong strode purposefully towards the main hall, while Ahu limped behind him. Within the grand hall of the Dingwu Marquis' residence, a man clad in a golden robe sat regally, flanked by a dozen sword-bearing guards and attended by a eunuch. Upon hearing the commotion outside, the man rose and approached the door, exclaiming, Changkong, I have been waiting here for quite some time. Why have you only just returned? As Zhao Changkong stepped into the hall, his expression abruptly shifted to one of astonishment as he beheld the man before him. Presumptuous. To stand before His Highness the Crown Prince without kneeling, Zhao Changkong, you possess remarkable audacity. A sharp reprimand from the eunuch, who stood behind the prince, jolted Zhao Changkong back to reality. The man before him was none other than the Crown Prince of Dayan, Sinan Shuagwang. Sinan Shuagwang waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. Changkong and I are akin to family. At these words, the eunuch retreated a couple of paces, his piercing gaze softening. Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow, suppressing the fury within, and slightly cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. I was unaware of your highness's esteemed visit. I beg your forgiveness. Sinan Shuagwang placed a hand on Zhao Changkong's shoulder, reassuringly stating, I have already mentioned that there is no need for offense. I still prefer you to call me elder brother. It sounds far more endearing. Come, do sit down. It has been several days since we last met, and I have much to discuss with you. With that, Sinan Shuagwang tugged at Zhao Changkong's sleeve, indicating a desire to move aside. Zhao Changkong withdrew his sleeve, bowing respectfully, Your Highness, please speak your mind. Your visit to the Dingwu Marquis' residence surely extends beyond mere pleasantries. Sinan Shuagwang paused, a flicker of coldness crossing his eyes, yet it was swiftly masked by a smile upon his face. Indeed, it is not merely a social call. I have heard that the Dingwu Marquis' residence has encountered some difficulties and is currently in a precarious situation. After your valiant efforts in thwarting the assassination attempt from Beiki, you fell into a slumber for several days, and my father's rewards have yet to be bestowed. Today, I have come bearing a bounty of 3,000 taels of gold, along with the opportunity for you to select 10 guards from the military to ensure your safety. Zhao Changkong once again bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. At that moment, a eunuch interjected, Young Marquis, the treasury of the Great Yin is currently strained, and this 3,000 taels of gold has only recently been approved after much insistence from the Crown Prince. Zhao Changkong gazed at the figure of Sinan Shuagwang before him, his tone indifferent. "Thank you, Your Highness. It seems we have grown distant, have we not?" Zhao Changkong remarked. "Your Highness, if there are no further matters at hand, I am feeling somewhat unwell and shall take my leave." Upon witnessing Zhao Changkong's intention to depart, Sinan Shua called out to him. Furrowing his brow, he wore a bitter expression and said, "Changkong, I too have heard about the recent events at Purple Gold Mountain. I never anticipated that the detestable Nangong Lai could commit such atrocious acts." Zhao Changkong gazed up at Sinan Shua Guang, his eyes radiating unmasked fury. "Your Highness, do you believe that Nangong Lai would dare to slaughter tens of thousands of disaster victims without orders?" Sinan Shua Guang appeared bewildered. "Changkong, what do you mean by that? You cannot possibly think this matter pertains to me, can you? Is there truly no connection?" Sinan Shua Guang promptly retorted, "Changkong, what motive would I have to harm those innocent victims? They are, after all, subjects of Dayan. Would it not suffice to expend a bit of silver to ensure their sustenance? If necessary, I could simply send them back. I would not be so foolish as to resort to their slaughter. The moment they perish, who would not immediately suspect me?" Zhao Changkong's gaze was frigid. "Whether it has been done or not, I shall investigate thoroughly." Sinan Shua Guang let out a helpless sigh. "It appears that this matter has significantly affected you, to the extent that you are reluctant to trust me. I can only assert that I have never engaged in such actions. Not only do you need to clarify this matter, but I too seek justice regarding this issue." Noticing that Zhao Changkong remained silent, Sinan Shua Guang inquired, "Changkong, please inform me of Nangong Lai's whereabouts. I shall dispatch someone to bring him to the Dali Temple. I wish to interrogate him personally to ascertain who the true mastermind is." Zhao Changkong's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes deeply on Sinan Shua Guang. It was evident that the primary purpose of the latter's visit was most likely to uncover the whereabouts of Nangong Lai. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, Sinan Shua Guang furrowed his brows and declared, "Changkong, I seek to vindicate my innocence. I also pledge that should we capture the mastermind behind this, I shall ensure he is met with severe punishment." Zhao Changkong bowed slightly and replied, "Your Highness, I am unaware of the whereabouts of Nangong Lai." The expression on Sinan Shua Guang's face instantly darkened. "Zhao Changkong, regarding my reputation, do you truly perceive me as such a nefarious individual? Your Highness, I now only trust myself. Should this matter prove to be unrelated to you, I shall restore justice on your behalf," Zhao Changkong asserted. Sinan Shua Guang's gaze turned grim, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his eyes. Chapter 72. Transparently unveiling the truth, the atmosphere in the hall became palpably tense. Outside the door, Hu and Zhang Jin, blocked by armed guards, felt a surge of anxiety. They fixed their stares on the surrounding attendants, prepared to defend Zhao Changkong's safety, even at the risk of great disrespect. Just then, Sinan Shua Guang nodded. "Since Changkong is willing to personally restore justice for me, I am most pleased. It is late, and I shall not impose further. Lu Gonggong, let us return to the palace." With that, Sinan Shua Guang turned and walked toward the hall's exit. "Yes." The eunuch who had been standing beside Sinan Shua Guang responded and hastily moved toward the door. Upon hearing the eunuch's address, Zhao Changkong's gaze sharpened. Fixated on the eunuch's retreating figure, Lu Gonggong, he recalled vividly that earlier, Nangong Lai had mentioned that the one who issued orders to him was indeed Lu Gonggong from the Eastern Palace. Zhao Changkong did not act rashly. Instead, he observed as they departed from the Dingwu Marquis's residence. Outside, Zhang Jin and Hu, upon witnessing the crown prince and his entourage leaving, hurriedly approached Zhao Changkong. "Young Marquis, are you unharmed?" At present, Zhao Changkong stood tall, equivalent to that of a 10-year-old child, yet his countenance was resolute, leading them to perceive him not as a mere child. Zhao Changkong shook his head, yet the tense atmosphere from moments ago still left him drenched in cold sweat. Hu advised, "Young master, I believe it would be wise for you to refrain from involving yourself in this matter, with the Marquis and his lady absent from the capital. Should you insist on investigating this thoroughly, it would undoubtedly bring disaster upon yourself." Zhao Changkong cast a glance at Hu and inquired, "Do you also believe that the lives lost were inconsequential?" Hu, taken aback, quickly clarified, "Young lord, that was not my intention. I am merely concerned that someone may pose a threat to you." Zhang Ji knelt before him, one knee on the ground, and said, "Your Highness, we fully comprehend your intentions towards us. Otherwise, they would not have risked their lives to protect you at that critical moment. However, they are even more unwilling to see any harm come to you." Zhao Changkong disregarded the pleas of the two and departed from the main hall, heading towards Changfeng Courtyard. In the opulent carriage on the way to the Eastern Palace in the capital, Xin In Shuang's face was etched with fury. Shards of the teapot scattered across the floor. After venting his anger, his cold gaze turned to the eunuch beside him. Lu Gonggong, how did you assure me back then? And now? Lu Gonggong knelt in a panic, not daring to move even as the shards cut into his knees. Your Highness, forgive me. This matter is my fault. Xin In Shuang's eyes were frigid. If it weren't for your remaining value, I would have ordered your execution by now. Thank you for your mercy, Your Highness. Have you ascertained the facts? Where did that boy go after returning to the city? Lu Gonggong hastily replied, reporting to Your Highness. It has been confirmed that Zhao Changkong first went to the Guozijian upon his return. Guozijian? Upon hearing this, Xin In Shuang stroked his chin, furrowing his brow. He then inquired, are you certain that none of the 4 city gates have been graced by Nangong Li's presence? None, Lu Gonggong quickly responded. That is strange. Where could Nangong Li possibly be? Could he still be at Zijing Mountain? But if he were there, how could Zhao Changkong return without worry? Lu Gonggong pondered. Your Highness, you seem to have forgotten that those Confucian scholars might enter the city without passing through the gates. At this, Xin In Shuang's expression shifted to realization. So Nangong Li is likely already at the Guozijian. Lu Gonggong remained silent, kneeling beside him. Xin In Shuang's countenance grew grave once more. No. We must capture Nangong Li. He must not be allowed to see father. Lu Gonggong hesitated. Your Highness, our people might not be able to breach the Guozijian's dungeons. If they cannot breach it, then we shall seize him openly. The following morning, within the palace walls of the capital, the gilded candlesticks dripped with crimson tears. A night watch maid knelt beside the jade platform. As the melodious sounds wafted from within the brocade curtain, 12 folding screens of sandalwood embellished with mother of pearl were gradually drawn apart. Attendants bearing copper basins adorned with entwined lotus patterns filed in, steam rising with the fragrance of osmanthus. When Xin In Junin stepped barefoot onto the Persian carpet of mandala designs, the intricately carved windows allowed the first rays of morning light to filter in. The maid combing her hair, holding a rhinoceros horn comb, gazed at Xin In Jun's haggard and dejected expression, her face filled with sympathy. Xiao Yu, in a state of panic, pushed open the door to Zhaoyang Hall. Your Highness. Xin In Jun and turned to Xiao Yu. What is it? Xiao Yu quickly responded. The Empress Dowager has arrived. At this, Xin In Jun glanced at her weary reflection in the bronze mirror, rising to approach the door. The Empress Dowager has arrived. A eunuch announced from outside. A woman of imposing demeanor entered Zhaoyang Hall. Xin In Jun and the maids promptly knelt. I have seen mother. Rise. Came the cool voice of Lu Muji as she seated herself. Xin In Jun stood to the side. Your mother has come today to ask you to undertake a task. Please, mother, speak. Lu Muji regarded Xin In Jun's one face, not rushing to disclose the task, but rather furrowing her brow at Xiao Yu and the others. Why has the esteemed body of the princess come to such a state? What are you all doing? Xiao Yu and the others fell to their knees in terror. Forgive us, Empress Dowager. Xin In Jun hastily interjected, Mother. It is not their fault. I have been lacking in appetite lately. Have you summoned the court physician? He has come and prescribed some herbal remedies. Lu Muji nodded slowly. That is good. You are, after all, my flesh and blood, and it pains me to see you in such a condition. Xin In Jun's face bore no expression as she slightly bowed. Thank you, Mother, for your concern. Enough of this. Today, your mother wishes for you to leave the palace. I know you must have longed to do so. Xin In Jun thought she misheard, disbelief sweeping over her. Lu Muji continued, Your brother has encountered some troubles and requires your assistance. Has something happened to my brother? Xin In Jun's heart trembled. Someone has slain thousands of innocent victims and framed your brother for the crime. Now, the entire court believes it was he who did it. What? Clearly. Xin In Jun had never heard of this matter, her face filled with shock. The key figure in this incident is named Nangong Li, who is in Zhao Changkong's hands. Your mother wishes for you to find him and ensure that Nangong Li is handed over to your brother. Boom. Xin In Jun felt as though struck by lightning. Mother, but isn't Nangong Li often seen with my brother? Lu Muji's brows furrowed in anger as she retorted, What do you mean by that? Do you not even believe in your brother? Xin In Jun knelt, saying, Of course, I believe in my brother, but at this time, shouldn't he be avoiding suspicion? I have heard that Zhao Changkong single-handedly unraveled the assassination plot against Bei Qi. If this matter is not my brother's doing, Zhao Changkong will surely vindicate him. Nonsense! Lu Muji shouted angrily. Zhao Changkong is merely a child. Even if he possesses some intelligence, he is not immune to manipulation. Your brother, as the crown prince and heir of Dayan, cannot have his fate entrusted to others. Mother. Smack. Lu Muji raised her hand and struck Si Nanjun and across the face. Her pale cheek instantly turned crimson. Empress Dowager, please calm down. Xiao Yu knelt in a flurry, hastily pleading for Si Nanjun, and Lu Muji coldly remarked, "You must remember your name and who your true kin are. The most important matter now is to deliver Nangong Lai to your brother. Do you understand?" Si Nanjun and looked at Lu Muji in astonishment. "Mother, should not the most important thing be to seek justice for those wronged souls?" Bang! Lu Muji slammed her hand on the table. "Be silent. They are nothing but a group of wretched victims. For a morsel of food, they would forsake all dignity, face, and even humanity. How can they be compared to your brother? I do not care what means you use. Nangong Lai must be handed over to your brother today." With that, Lu Muji stormed out, leaving Si Nanjun and kneeling in a daze. "Your Highness." As Lu Muji departed with her attendants, Xiao Yu hurriedly helped Si Nanjun into her feet. "Your Highness, do not be disheartened." The Empress Dowager spoke out of concern. Si Nanjun's face was devoid of any color. Tens of thousands of disaster-stricken people. She could scarcely fathom the depth of despair those victims must have felt in their final moments. The scenes must have been utterly harrowing. If this matter truly implicated her elder brother, the Crown Prince, she found herself at a loss as to how to choose her course of action. Xiao Yu gently inquired, "Your Highness, shall we pay a visit to the Dingwu Marquis's residence? If the Crown Prince is indeed wronged, we could seek the counsel of the young Marquis. He is quite clever. Perhaps he could assist the Crown Prince." Upon hearing this, Si Nanjun's enchanting eyes, previously lacking any brilliance, suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope. "Yes, let us go to the Dingwu Marquis's residence, to find Zhao Changkong." With that, Si Nanjun hurriedly made her way toward the palace exit. "Your Highness, please be cautious. You have yet to change your attire." In the capital, at the Dingwu Marquis's residence, Zhao Changkong had just risen from his slumber, his countenance revealing a hint of fatigue. The previous night, he had refrained from his usual practice, for he had yet to acquire the techniques of Confucian and formation cultivation. He could not afford to disrupt the delicate balance he had painstakingly achieved within himself. His restless night was filled with contemplation on how to avenge those who had met a tragic end. After a night of deep reflection, Zhao Changkong resolved that today he would escort Nangong Lai into the palace. He intended for Nangong Lai to present the matter before His Majesty and the ministers, laying everything bare for the public eye. He understood that such an action would undoubtedly incite the ire of the royal family. However, he felt he had no alternative. To hold the Crown Prince accountable, it was imperative to bring this issue to light, ensuring that all were aware of the situation, compelling the royal family to address the matter and silence the voices of the masses. Zhao Changkong was engaged in his morning ablutions when Cui entered. Limping slightly as she carried the breakfast, Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why are you running about instead of taking proper rest?" Furthermore, these matters could easily be entrusted to others. Cui, donning a face mask, shook her head and replied, "Young lord, it is far more reassuring for us to handle these affairs personally." Zhao Changkong comprehended Cui's intentions. Previously, Chao Huilan had mentioned that numerous individuals had sought to poison him. Unfortunately, after 5 years of scheming to protect Zhao Changkong, Chao Huilan ultimately met with a tragic demise. Zhao Changkong approached Cui, extending his hand to remove the veil from her face. In an instant, Cui was filled with trepidation, lowering her gaze in fear of confronting him. She dreaded that her ghastly visage might frighten Zhao Changkong. However, Zhao Changkong remained unfazed, sitting calmly in his chair as he began to partake in his breakfast, casually remarking, "From now on, do not wear such things in the residence." Cui's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she replied, "We are concerned about alarming the young lord." "Nonsense." Cui, bewildered, asked, "Young lord, what do you mean by nonsense?" Zhao Changkong found himself at a loss for words as he gazed at the scar adorning Cui's face. "Regardless of its significance, you must return and inform Xiao Tao that neither of you is permitted to bring such items into the residence henceforth. This is a decree from the heir. I am not one to judge others by their appearance." "Understood," Cui replied, not daring to defy him. Zhao Changkong took a couple of bites of his meal and then spoke. "I have already instructed Ahu to inquire about the miraculous herbs that can remove scars. In due time, the blemishes on both your and Xiao Dao's faces can be restored." Tears streamed down Cui's face as she hurriedly knelt on the ground, saying, "Young master, Cui and Xiao Dao are merely maidservants. You have already shown us great kindness. It is unnecessary for you to spend further resources on our behalf." Zhao Changkong set down his bowl and chopsticks, rising to assist Cui to her feet. Observing her face, which had gained a hint of color, he jested. Just a moment ago, you seemed afraid of frightening this young master. Do you both intend to present such a countenance to attend to my needs in the future? The young lord's words rendered Chui's cheeks instantly crimson, her heart racing. Noticing the little maid's embarrassment from his teasing, Zhao Changkong inquired further, What? Are you unwilling to serve this young master? Chui, her heart fluttering like a startled fawn, nervously suggested, Young lord, you are still quite young. Perhaps we should discuss this matter when you have grown. With that, she hurriedly turned and rushed toward the door. This girl possesses quite a bashful disposition. Zhao Changkong was preparing to leave when Zhang Jin hurriedly entered Changfeng courtyard, saying, Your Highness, another noble has arrived at the manor. A hint of mockery flickered across Zhao Changkong's face. Who would have anticipated that the usually tranquil Dingwu Marquis' residence would suddenly come alive in recent days? Without needing to ponder for long, Zhao Changkong surmised that the visitor's presence at this juncture was undoubtedly linked to the heinous case of the massacre of the innocent. He waved his hand dismissively, informed them that this heir is not present in the residence, have I who send them away. And then direct the carriage to the back gate, for I have pressing matters to attend to today. Understood, Zhang Jin replied promptly. Outside the Longfeng courtyard, a familiar and melodious voice resonated within. Zhao Changkong's expression momentarily froze, and he instinctively turned to look, only to behold a familiar young gentleman standing at the door. Chapter 74, The Eastern Palace. She had her hair elegantly styled in an intricate updo, secured gently with a ribbon, while a few wisps of hair danced in the breeze, adding a touch of grace and nonchalance to her demeanor. The delicate features of her brows and the vivacity in her eyes, however, could not entirely conceal the beauty of her feminine visage. Yet, it was evident that the young gentleman appeared somewhat emaciated, his cheeks bearing a hint of pallor. Is it truly you? Zhao Changkong was somewhat taken aback. The person before him was none other than the young gentleman he had encountered earlier at Haoming Tower, who had been disguised as a man. It had been quite some time since their last meeting. The young gentleman smiled faintly, resembling a gentle spring breeze, which instantly lifted Zhao Changkong's spirits. Please, do come in. Zhao Changkong appeared somewhat flustered as she invited the young gentleman into the Changfeng courtyard. Behind her followed a familiar figure, none other than Xiaoya, accompanied by the previous guards. They settled into the chairs within the room. Zhao Changkong, filled with perplexity, inquired, Sister, what brings you to my residence so unexpectedly? Is there a matter at hand? The young lord hesitated for a moment before responding. I have heard of the occurrences at Mount Zijin. I am curious about your subsequent course of action. Upon hearing this, Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow slightly. He had not anticipated that this young lord had come for the same reason. Instead of hastily replying, he countered, I wonder, sister, if you were in my position, what would you do? First, one must identify the perpetrator, extract the identity of the mastermind, and then gather evidence to present to the court. Zhao Changkong nodded, expressing his concurrence. Young Master Xiao appeared somewhat anxious, inquiring, Have you discovered the identity of the mastermind? Is there any evidence? Zhao Changkong remained silent. Standing beside the young master, Xiao Yu furrowed her delicate brows and reproached, Did you not hear my esteemed lord address you? Let us not forget that my lord previously assisted you in entering the Haoming Tower. The young master, with a frown, echoed her reprimand. He then turned to Zhao Changkong and assured, Rest assured, I shall not interfere in this matter. I merely wish to uncover the true mastermind behind it all. Zhao Changkong glanced at the surrounding guards and instructed, You all wait outside. Little Yu led the others away. After a brief moment, Zhao Changkong uttered two words with a solemn tone, the crown prince. Thunderstruck, the young lord trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. Her breath quickened. Her complexion drained of color, utterly pallid. She swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing to the side. Zhao Changkong hurriedly supported him, preventing the young gentleman from falling to the ground. This matter is of great significance. Do you possess any evidence? It was directly stated by Nangong Lai. Could it be that someone is framing him? Zhao Changkong shook his head, his tone resolute. Had I not ventured to Purple Mountain, those tormented souls would have long been liberated by the priests of the Purple Gold Temple. Their remains would likely have been consumed by flames, leaving no trace behind. Do you truly believe this could be the doing of another? Yet, my brother, the Crown Prince is known for his aversion to taking life. How could he possibly be responsible for the slaughter of countless souls? Even these suffering people, he struggles to manage. The Emperor might scold him mildly, but it would hardly compel him to risk the wrath of the world by orchestrating such a massacre. Zhao Changkong replied, I once held a similar perspective, However, to him, these victims have long ceased to be regarded as human. In his eyes, the death of a multitude of disaster-stricken individuals bears no distinction from the demise of a herd of livestock. The young lord's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice quivering slightly. What do you intend to do then? Accompanying Nangong Lai, I shall ascend to the court. The young lord was taken aback, a flicker of concern dancing in her gaze. You must understand, once you step into the court, there will be no room for retreat, and you will irrevocably offend the crown prince and the royal family. Zhao Changkong rose, his expression grave. A true man stands between heaven and earth, knowing what to pursue and what to refrain from. The guards of my estate, as well as the countless innocent lives lost, are all fathers, sons, or husbands to someone. If I, Zhao Changkong, do not advocate for them, it is likely that in the entire Great Yin, no one will seek justice on their behalf. The young lord fell into silence for a moment, but ultimately, his gaze hardened, as if he had resolved to take a definitive stand. Just then, an urgent voice from outside interrupted, Young lord, something terrible has happened. Zhao Changkong approached the door. The young lord wiped away the traces of tears at the corners of his eyes, striving to compose his emotions. He opened the door, only to find Ah Hu, looking flustered, hurrying towards him with the aid of a cane. Young Marquis, he exclaimed, news has just arrived from the Guozijian. Nangong Lai has been taken away. A thunderous shock reverberated through the air. Zhao Changkong's entire being trembled, and his pupils suddenly contracted. When did this happen? Who took him away? This morning at dawn. Individuals from the Eastern Palace escorted Nangong Lai out of the Imperial Academy. Zhao Changkong was astonished. The East Palace? How could they gain access to the dungeons of the Imperial Academy? I heard it was a direct order from Master Gu Yuanzhou himself. Is it really him? Zhao Changkong was taken aback, his expression one of utter astonishment. He had heard this name before. Han Zhao had mentioned it. Noting that there were 3 esteemed scholars at the Imperial Academy, one of whom was Gu Yuanzhou. The relationship between the Ministry of Revenue and the Crown Prince was exceedingly close, and this Gu Yuanzhou was indeed the mentor of Liu Shaozi, the Minister of Revenue. Behind him, the voice of the young gentleman echoed. Zhao Changkong's countenance darkened as he realized he had overlooked this crucial connection. Should Nangong Lai fall into the hands of the Crown Prince and alter his testimony, taking the blame solely upon himself, the opportunity for avenging the innocent lives lost would be irretrievably lost. Ah Hu, assemble the guards. Understood. Ah Hu responded earnestly, limping towards the exit. The young lord furrowed his brow slightly. Zhao Changkong, where are you headed? To the East Palace, came the indifferent reply. As Zhao Changkong made his way beyond the Changfeng courtyard, a shiver coursed through the young lord, and an ominous premonition gripped his heart. He wished to intervene, but as he dashed out of the estate, Zhao Changkong's figure had already vanished from sight. Quickly, return to the palace. The young lord hastily boarded the carriage, urging it forward with urgency. The East Palace, situated on the eastern side of the imperial city and adjacent to the palace grounds, was heavily guarded. Outside, a dozen soldiers wielding swords stood with stern expressions, their formidable presence instilling a sense of dread that deterred any approach. Yet, it was within this imposing setting that a carriage approached, flanked by several guards. Noticing the approaching vehicle, the leading soldier stepped forward, drawing his blade. Who approaches? This is a sacred ground of the East Palace. Do not proceed. The carriage gradually came to a halt. The curtain was drawn aside, revealing a diminutive figure disembarking from the carriage. It was none other than the heir of the Duke of Dingwu, Zhao Changkong. As the soldiers, noticing the entourage of guards, moved closer, they brandished their swords fiercely, forming a barricade that obstructed Zhao Changkong and his companions from advancing. Zhao Changkong's gaze was frigid as he demanded, "Where is Nangong Lai?" The soldier frowned, immediately responding with an angry shout. "What audacity! How dare you bring people to the Eastern Palace to cause a disturbance? It seems you are tired of living. If you do not leave at once, do not blame us for being impolite." Chapter 75, Accusation. I shall ask once more, where is Nangong Lai? Though Zhao Changkong was still young, the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. When had these soldiers ever witnessed someone daring to provoke in front of the East Palace gate? Their gazes were laced with mockery. It seemed they truly sought their demise. If that were the case, none would be spared. As they spoke, a dozen armed soldiers prepared to take action. Hold on. At that moment, from within the East Palace gate, emerged a eunuch clad in official garb. His voice, though not loud, commanded the soldiers to halt. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the soldiers bowed in deference. Lord Liu. Lord Liu raised his head, exuding an air of arrogance. Scarcely deigning to acknowledge the soldiers, his attention shifted to Zhao Changkong and his companions. I was wondering who it might be. Turns out it is the young lord of the Dingwu Marquisate. I was just intending to visit your residence, yet it appears you have arrived before me. Zhao Changkong's gaze was frigid. Where is Nangong Lai? He inquired. Lu Gonggong chuckled softly. Young man, I have resided in this eastern palace for over a decade, witnessing the growth of His Royal Highness. Even the officials in the court must treat me with utmost respect. None would dare address me in such a manner. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving the assembled crowd in stunned silence. Zhao Changkong had raised his hand and struck Lu Gonggong across his arrogant face. Lu Gonggong was momentarily taken aback. His eyes widened in fury as he pointed at Zhao Changkong. You dare to strike me. Another slap resounded sharply. Zhao Changkong delivered another resounding slap with his backhand. This time, Lu Gonggong spun around on the spot, a gash appearing at the corner of his mouth. A stream of crimson blood erupted from him, accompanied by two of his teeth. Lu Gonggong seethed with rage, his teeth clenched. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Zhao Changkong spoke in a deep voice, an entity devoid of any worth. Do you not glance in the mirror to discern your own insignificance? How dare you act with such arrogance before me? Upon hearing these words, Eunuch Lu was nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy. It was the first time he had encountered someone audacious enough to label him as lacking any merit. What? Are you unwilling to accept this? Observing that his adversary still dared to glare at him, he struck back fiercely. Zhao Changkong raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, striking the opponent's face once more. Eunuch Lu stumbled and fell to the ground. Zhao Changkong grasped the collar of Eunuch Lu, declaring, "You are but a mere eunuch. In terms of status, I am the heir to the Duke of Dingwu, and in terms of background, I am still the heir to the Duke of Dingwu. What right do you, a creature devoid of gender, have to act so arrogantly before me?" With a series of slaps, he had already marred Eunuch Lu's face, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, presenting a most pitiful sight. "You dare strike me, and the Crown Prince will surely not let you go," he scoffed. Zhao Changkong scoffed. "You are but a eunuch. Do you truly believe that the Crown Prince would slay me for the sake of a mere eunuch? You." Lu Gonggong quivered in fear. Under Zhao Changkong's frigid gaze, he trembled slightly. The once arrogant demeanor he had displayed moments ago vanished without a trace. "Zhao Changkong, how dare you lay hands on someone in my eastern palace? It appears you hold me in utter disregard." Suddenly, an indignant voice resounded. Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Changkong lifted his gaze. There, he beheld the figure of Xin and Shua emerging, behind whom trailed a contingent of armored soldiers. As these soldiers materialized, they swiftly encircled Zhao Changkong and his companions. Ahu and Zhang Jin stood resolutely by Zhao Changkong's side, their hands firmly gripping the hilts of their swords, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Zhao Changkong released Lu Gonggong, who seized the opportunity to escape, rolling and crawling until he fell at the feet of Sinan Shuaguang, weeping bitterly. Your Highness, you must stand up for your servant. That Zhao Changkong holds no regard for your Highness or the royal family. Look at what he has done to me." Sinan Shuaguang's gaze darkened ominously. "Zhao Changkong, you are indeed audacious. Do you not comprehend that disrespecting the royal family is a capital offense?" Zhao Changkong gestured towards Eunuch Lu, saying, "Is that so? This despicable wretch dares to disrespect me, the young master. I implore your Highness, the Crown Prince, to execute him." Sinan Shuaguang's countenance grew cold and severe, and the atmosphere in the room became increasingly tense. After a moment, Sinan Shuaguang spoke. "Zhao Changkong, how audacious you are to be so arrogant when death is imminent. I truly wonder who bestowed you with such audacity. Is it the Duke of Dingwu from the northern frontier? Death is imminent? Surely, your Highness jests," exclaimed Eunuch Lu, kneeling on the ground with a face full of resentment. "Zhao Changkong, just moments ago, Nangong Lai confessed, claiming you conspired with the Buddhist cultivators and mercilessly slaughtered tens of thousands of innocent lives. He ventured there intending to rescue those people, only to discover, alas, that he was too late, falling victim to your heinous and unforgivable acts." Zhao Changkong's gaze sharpened. "Such utter nonsense!" Ahu exclaimed in fury. "My family's heir practices martial arts. How could he possibly become a practitioner of Buddhism? It is that Nangong Lai who is slandering my family as heir." Sinan Shuaguang curled the corner of his lips into a subtle smile. Whether this is mere drivel can be ascertained by seeking verification. Zhao Changkong's expression was grave as he inquired, "On what grounds should I allow you to verify this? To claim that I am a practitioner of Buddhism is utterly absurd." Zhang Jin replied, "Indeed, when we visited Mount Zijin the other day, those disaster-stricken people had already met a tragic end. How could this possibly be attributed to my family's heir?" Eunuch Lu interjected with a sardonic tone. It is common knowledge that Zhao Changkong has long coveted the princess's beauty, yet His Majesty has yet to issue a decree. Such actions by Zhao Changkong are merely an attempt to frame His Highness the Crown Prince. Nonsense, scoffed Sinan Shuguang, his gaze filled with disdain. Zhao Changkong, I have already dispatched someone to the imperial palace. A royal edict will soon be forthcoming. Should it be discovered that you harbor the aura of a Buddhist practitioner within you, it will firmly establish the reality of your massacre of countless innocent lives. Zhao Changkong's pupils abruptly narrowed. His gaze was frigid, his fist clenched tightly, brimming with unbridled fury. He had never anticipated that his adversary could sink to such despicable depths. Employing such vile tactics to frame him for this incident was utterly contemptible. Even if he were innocent, should any investigation reveal traces of Buddhist cultivation surrounding him, it was likely that everyone would conclude that the one responsible for the massacre of innocents was indeed Zhao Changkong himself. A decree has arrived. Suddenly, a voice resonated from afar. The crowd turned to see a eunuch approaching swiftly, flanked by a dozen imperial guards, making their way towards them with haste. Zhao Changkong's expression was exceedingly grim. What if I refuse? Sinan Shuguang chuckled. Zhao Changkong, to defy an imperial decree is a capital offense. Do you dare to take my life? Sinan Shuguang replied nonchalantly, as the heir of the Duke of Dingwu. You would undoubtedly not meet an untimely end so easily, yet they are destined for certain death. Boom. Zhao Changkong gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Sinan Shuguang. How dare you? Sinan Shuguang, with a mocking glint in his eyes, turned to the approaching eunuch and bowed slightly, saying, Thank you for your hard work, esteemed eunuch. Chapter 76. Her Royal Highness the eunuch quickly stepped aside, bowing in response. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, you truly flatter this old servant. How could I possibly accept such grand gestures? He then shifted his gaze towards Zhao Changkong and the others, stating, The heir of the Duke of Dingwu. His Majesty has a decree. Zhao Changkong's expression was grave, tinged with a hint of disorientation as he knelt down. The eunuch unfurled the silk in his hand. I have heard the absurd claim that the heir of Dingwu Marquis practices the Buddhist techniques from the western regions. Such rumors are indeed alarming. To preserve the reputation of the Dingwu Marquis' heir, I command an investigation into his internal cultivation aura, which must be made public without error. At these words, Zhao Changkong trembled all over. What was inevitable could not be evaded. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with fury as he glared at Sinan Shuguang, whose face wore a mocking expression. Eunuch, since His Majesty has already issued the decree, let us commence. I too do not wish for the esteemed descendants of Dayan to be falsely accused. The eunuch nodded and glanced at a scholar behind him. I implore you, sir, to conduct the examination. The scholar stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Zhao Changkong. Suddenly, Ahu drew his long knife, positioning himself protectively behind Zhao Changkong. In a cold tone, he declared, If my lord were present in the capital, would you dare to humiliate our heir so brazenly? Presumptuous. The eunuch's expression darkened. This is His Majesty's edict. Are you, the Dingwu Marquis' estate, contemplating rebellion? Sinan Shuguang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down upon Zhao Changkong with a slight smirk, exuding an air of strategic superiority. Eunuch Lu had already signaled the soldiers around them. Should Ahu dare to act, these individuals would be met with lethal force. At last, Zhao Changkong spoke. Young Marquis, rest assured, I, Ahu, will risk my life to prevent them from dishonoring you. Stand back. Zhao Changkong commanded. Ahu was taken aback, gazing at Zhao Changkong in astonishment. Young lord, I order you to step back. This is a command. Zhao Changkong's demeanor was frigid, his gaze resolute. Ahu clutched the hilt of his knife tightly, yet ultimately acquiesced to Zhao Changkong's command, retreating to stand behind him. Nevertheless, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped him. Should these individuals dare to lay a hand on Zhao Changkong, he would not hesitate to eliminate them all. Upon witnessing Ahu's withdrawal, disappointment flickered across Sinan Shuguang's face as he instructed, Sir, commence. Ruxiu approached Zhao Changkong, placing a finger upon his brow. Instantly, a torrent of formidable energy surged within him, coursing through his limbs and bones. A piercing agony erupted, prompting Zhao Changkong to emit a harrowing scream. Seeing this, Ahu's eyes reddened with fury. He was about to charge forward when Zhang Jin beside him restrained him, saying, Ahu, if you intervene now, the humiliation endured by the young Marquis will be in vain. Ahu's fists clenched, emitting a cracking sound. The indignities suffered by the young Marquis today would surely be repaid tenfold upon the return of the Marquis and his lady. Cease at once. Just then, a figure swiftly approached from a distance, accompanied by a maid. As the crowd turned to look, several armed soldiers attempted to obstruct her, only to be met with a fierce rebuke. You wretched fools! Have you lost your senses to dare impede Her Highness, the princess? The soldiers hastily bowed and stepped aside, clearing a path. The newcomer was none other than the cross-dressing young lord, the Dayan princess, Si Ninjunin. Upon seeing Zhao Changkong suspended in midair, his face contorted in agony, she implored Si Ninshuaguang, royal brother, please make him stop. Zhao Changkong gazed with difficulty at the suddenly appearing Si Ninjunin. Upon hearing the address, a jolt of shock coursed through him, and disbelief marred his pained expression. Royal brother? Could it be that she is? Si Nanshuang glanced slightly furrowed. Junin, what brings you here? The air crackled with intensity. Zhao Changkong was suddenly struck as if by lightning. What had Si Ninshuaguang just called the other person? Junin? Could it be that she was the esteemed Princess Junin of the current reign? Your Highness, Zhao Changkong, the heir of the Duke of Dingwu, exclaimed. How can you treat him this way? If our father were to learn of this, he would surely be enraged. Si Nanshuaguang replied coldly, Junin, it would be best for you to refrain from intervening in this matter. But your Highness, he was the one who saved Junin initially, restoring the dignity of the entire Dayan, and he also uncovered the northern plot. Before Si Ninjunin could finish her words, Si Nanshuaguang's tone turned frigid. This is our father's will. What? In an instant, Si Ninjunin's face turned pale, disbelief etched across her features. Si Nanshuaguang pointed at Zhao Changkong. Nan Gonglai has stated that Zhao Changkong practices the Buddhist techniques of the western regions, seeking to absorb resentment to enhance his cultivation, and that he has sent people to slay thousands of innocent victims. Si Ninjunin was taken aback. This is impossible. Your Highness, I know Zhao Changkong well. He would never commit such atrocities. At her words, Si Nanshuaguang's expression darkened. Junin, how many times have you even met him? I am your elder brother. Those words made Si Ninjunin tremble all over. During this period, her appetite had waned, leaving her physically weakened. Enduring such a blow caused her to feel unsteady, almost collapsing to the ground. Your Highness, Xiao Yu hurriedly came to support her. Si Ninshuaguang no longer glanced at Si Ninjunin and commanded, the princess is unwell. Someone, quickly escort her back to rest. Xiao Yu dared not disobey. Si Ninjunin's eyes reddened. She was reluctant to leave, her beautiful gaze lingering on Zhao Changkong, suspended in the air. Zhao Changkong turned his head, refraining from glancing at the other party. At last, Ruxiu ceased his actions. Zhao Changkong's frail body descended towards the ground. Young master. Upon witnessing this, Ahu stepped forward and caught Zhao Changkong's diminutive form. Observing the pallid and weakened visage of Zhao, Ahu's face contorted with fury as he fixed his gaze upon the individuals before him. Si Nanshuaguang exhibited an air of assured triumph, confident that Nan Gonglai would not dare to deceive him. The Dingwu Marquis's residence was undoubtedly doomed. Without paying further heed to Si Ninjunin, who stood to the side, he inquired of the Confucian scholar, Sir, does he possess any traces of Buddhist cultivation within him? All eyes turned towards the Confucian scholar, awaiting his response. Zhao Changkong also turned his gaze towards the Confucian cultivator. His feeble voice whispered into Ahu's ear, do not resist, inform my parents. Ahu was momentarily taken aback, looking down in astonishment at Zhao Changkong, who was cradled in his arms. At that moment, Zhao Changkong had already prepared himself for the worst possible outcome. However, he was acutely aware that his parents remained in the Northern Territory, commanding an army of hundreds of thousands. The royal family dared not harm him yet. Still, he needed to devise alternative plans. Within the air, there was no trace of Buddhist cultivation. The Confucian cultivator's voice rang out. What? There is no trace of Buddhist cultivation? Si Nanshuaguang's expression faltered, his face a mask of disbelief. Not only him, but also the seemingly helpless Lu Gonggong, who lay on the ground, wore an equally bewildered expression. No trace of Buddhist cultivation? How could this be? He has clearly practiced Buddhist techniques. It is impossible for there to be none. Equally astonished was Zhao Changkong himself. Despite having absorbed so much resentment and practiced Buddhist techniques, why did the other party fail to sense any Buddhist energy within him? There were only two possibilities. The first was that this Confucian cultivator had deliberately concealed it, yet Zhao Changkong had never encountered him before. The second possibility was that the Ziyang master had suppressed the Buddhist energy, preventing it from being detected. Regardless, he had seemingly passed this trial. The Confucian cultivator slightly bowed to the crown prince. I indeed found no trace of Buddhist energy within him. Si Nanshuaguang's expression darkened significantly. suppressing his inner fury. He cast a cold glare at the prostrate Lu Gonggong. The latter, sensing the prince's gaze, trembled in fear and hastily explained, "Your Highness." "It was Ning Ingli who said this. I merely conveyed his words." Sinan Shao Guang shot a fierce glare at him. "A bunch of useless fools." The official then spoke. "Since no trace of Buddhist energy has been detected, it confirms that everything previously was mere rumor. I shall return to report to His Majesty." With that, he nodded slightly to the assembly and turned to leave towards the palace. Standing nearby, Sinan Junin also exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, Zhao Changkong attempted to rise, only to discover the profound weakness that enveloped his body. The excruciating pain from the forceful probing of his meridians was beyond the endurance of an ordinary individual. This overwhelming sensation of frailty gradually drew Zhao Changkong into the abyss of unconsciousness. "Young master," Ahu exclaimed with a face full of concern. Ru Xiu glanced over and produced a pill, extending it to Ahu. "He is unharmed, merely fatigued. This is a restorative elixir." Ahu declined the offering. "No need for that. Since my young master is fine, we shall take our leave. There are matters to settle when the young master and the madam return." With that, Ahu cradled Zhao Changkong and turned to depart. Sinan Shua's gaze turned icy. A surge of murderous intent welled within him. As the crown prince, he had never before encountered anyone who dared to threaten him so brazenly. Yet, with no trace of Buddhist energy within Zhao Changkong, he found himself powerless to detain him and had no justifiable grounds to eliminate this presumptuous guardian. The following day, at dawn, Zhao Changkong gradually awakened from his unconscious state. The sky outside had yet to fully brighten, and a faint dimness still enveloped the room. He slightly opened his eyes, sensing that the weakness in his body had dissipated, yet an underlying pain coursing through his meridians caused him to furrow his brow. Nevertheless, he took a moment to attune himself to the flow within his own meridians. Zhao Changkong's expression suddenly froze in astonishment. He realized, with great surprise, that within his meridians there seemed to be an additional, distinct aura. This essence was unlike those associated with the four paths of martial arts, Taoism, Buddhism, and swordsmanship. Holding his breath and focusing intently, Zhao Changkong endeavored to perceive this unfamiliar aura. However, in the next moment, his countenance shifted to one of sheer disbelief. He abruptly sat up from his bed, gazing at his hands with incredulity. To his astonishment, he discovered that within his being, there resided an aura of Confucian cultivation. Where could this essence possibly have come from? Zhao Changkong was utterly perplexed. He channeled the genuine energy circulating through his meridians and was astonished to discover that this energy was, in fact, flowing along the same path as the aura of the Confucian cultivator from the previous day. Zhao Changkong was taken aback. In other words, he had now also mastered the cultivation techniques of Confucianism. Only the final system of array cultivation remained to complete the collection of the 6 major systems of skills. Zhao Changkong was filled with an overwhelming sense of excitement. He had been troubled, pondering how he could possibly acquire the Confucian cultivation technique. Little did he expect that he would turn misfortune into fortune and obtain this very technique. "Young master, you have awakened," came a voice at that moment. The commotion caused by Zhao Changkong roused Sui Tsue, who had been dozing in her chair. Upon noticing Zhao Changkong sit up, she excitedly rushed over. Today, Sui Tsue, surprisingly, was not wearing her silk scarf. Zhao Changkong suppressed the joy within him. Gazing out the window, he inquired with a hint of curiosity, "What time is it now?" "It is just past the hour of Chun." Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow slightly, pondering why the sky outside remained so dreary. "Young lord, it is snowing outside," came the reply. At these words, Zhao Changkong suddenly realized. He rose to don his garments and pushed open the door. A gust of cold wind rushed in, awakening him further. The scenery of Chanfeng Courtyard lay beneath a thick blanket of snow, as if the world had transformed overnight. Snowflakes continued to drift gently down, resembling countless delicate feathers, silently settling upon the branches of the trees, the eaves, and the ground. Zhao Changkong stepped out from under the eaves, extending his hand to catch the snowflakes drifting down from the heavens. Behind him, Cui Cui hurriedly held out a cloak, draping it over Zhao Changkong's shoulders. "Young lord, it is quite cold outside. You should dress warmly." Gazing up at the sky, Zhao Changkong inquired, "Cui Cui, do you think that after a person passes away, they can still feel the chill?" Cui Cui shook her head. "Young lord, I do not know either." Zhao Changkong stood in silence, hoping that they would not feel the chill in death. Just then, the door of Chanfeng Courtyard creaked open. Ahu entered, his shoulders laden with snow. Upon seeing Zhao Changkong standing in the courtyard, he paused in surprise and hurried over. "Young lord, it's so cold outside. Why do you not return to your room? It's nothing, Zhao replied. Zhao Changkong waved his hand and inquired, has there been any news from the palace? Hu appeared hesitant, as if caught between words. Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow and said, Speak. Hu, filled with discontent, retorted angrily, Young master. Today I have learned that it seems the crown prince and others have discovered that this matter was misinterpreted by the subordinates of Nangong Lai. By the time Nangong Lai arrived, it was already too late. In his fury, he subsequently executed those soldiers, mistakenly believing at that moment that the heir was a devout monk. Zhao Changkong was taken aback, his face a portrait of disbelief as he struggled to comprehend the words he had just heard. He inquired, what about Nangong Lai? How will he be dealt with? Hu, unable to conceal the truth, replied, Today, the palace summoned Nangong Lai for interrogation, intending to dismiss him from his position and reduce him to the status of a commoner, never to be employed again. Upon hearing this, Zhao Changkong could not suppress a laugh both tragic and heroic. Reduced to a commoner? Forever barred from employment? Is merely 8 words truly a sufficient explanation for the countless common folk? Hu knelt upon the ground. Young lord, I understand your deep concern for the welfare of the people. I recognize your desire to avenge those brethren, but such matters have already been decreed by His Majesty. Young lord, you must cease your inquiries. Zhao Changkong wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. The vision of his guards, pierced by arrows while sacrificing themselves to save him, loomed before him. He gazed at Hu, who knelt on the ground, and inquired, What would you do if it were me who perished? Hu trembled all over, responding, Naturally, I would stake my life in return. Zhao Changkong took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. If this world is unjust, then let me, Zhao Changkong, cleave through it with a single strike. Chapter 78. The palace gates obstruct the path. Zhao Changkong stepped upon the pristine snow, making his way towards the door. Young lord. Upon witnessing this, Hu hurriedly pursued him, positioning himself before Zhao Changkong. He promptly advised, This matter is not one the court wishes to escalate, nor does His Majesty desire any commotion. Even if you yearn for vengeance for those brothers, you must await the return of the young lord and his lady to deliberate further. Zhao Changkong smirked. Long-term planning? When Nangong Lai ordered the massacre of innocent citizens, did he ever consider such words? His gaze turned icy. Hu, heed my command. You shall not accompany me outside the estate today. Without another word to Hu, Zhao Changkong proceeded towards the gates. Cui, her expression fraught with anxiety, inquired, Hu, where is the young lord heading? To the palace. What shall we do? If the young lord commits any grave act of disrespect, they surely will not show him mercy. Hu's face grew solemn as he suddenly recalled someone. I will go to the Imperial Academy. You must send someone to follow the young lord closely. Ensure nothing untoward befalls him. Cui promptly agreed and rushed towards the front courtyard. A biting wind swept through, sending snow swirling against the palace gates, producing a sharp, piercing sound as it scraped against the crimson lacquer and golden studs. The steps of the 9-layered white marble staircase had frozen into a glistening mirror, reflecting the dragon flag, adorned in gold, that fluttered atop the city tower. Beyond the towering walls, a vast expanse of white snow lay stretched out. Amidst the thick blanket of snow, a slight figure advanced slowly, leaving behind a long trail of footprints. Who dares linger? Depart at once. A soldier of the Imperial Guard brandished his sword, blocking the figure's path. The figure remained silent, their indifferent gaze fixated upon the closed city gates. The guard furrowed his brow, barking again. Do you not understand? Leave immediately. With a swift motion, the figure produced a token and tossed it forth. The guard caught the token, glanced down, and was instantly taken aback. He hastily bowed and returned the token, his demeanor shifting dramatically. I humbly greet you, esteemed scholar. May I inquire what brings you to the palace gates? The figure was none other than Zhao Changkong, emerging from the residence of the Duke of Dingwu. I have heard that His Majesty summoned Nangong Lai for an audience this morning. The guard hesitated, as this was not a closely guarded secret, and simply nodded. Have they departed? Due to the heavy snowfall, the morning audience was delayed and has yet to conclude. Very well, you may leave. Zhao Changkong responded with a faint demeanor, standing quietly outside the palace gates. In such heavy snowfall, within moments, his figure was already cloaked in a thick layer of snow. Within the city tower, the deputy general in charge of the city's defense furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing the report from the Imperial Guards, revealing that the opposing side possessed the master's decree, which surprised him somewhat. Nevertheless, since they had not entered the palace, he did not approach to inquire further. At last, with a creaking sound, The heavy palace gate slowly swung open. Amidst the previously desolate snowy scene, a multitude of figures emerged. The crowd engaged in animated conversations as they made their way toward the palace gates. However, among these individuals clad in official attire, there was one man dressed in simple clothing who laughed and chatted, his face brimming with a sense of triumph. General Nagong, do come to my residence when you have the time. My wife has brought back some delightful passion fruit brew from her hometown. It is truly exquisite. Certainly, certainly. It is most commendable that General Nangong was able to turn peril into safety. Do not forget to include this old man when it comes time to drink, replied Minister Pei graciously. The man in simple attire was none other than Nangong Lai, the deputy commander of the city defense forces, recently demoted to commoner status. Despite his demotion, the Nangong family still held considerable influence, particularly as trusted allies of the crown prince in the Eastern Palace. Such a status made him a coveted acquaintance among those in officialdom. However, just as the crowd prepared to leave the palace gates, the leading figure suddenly halted in his steps. A few first-rank officials clad in red robes exchanged furtive glances, their brows furrowing in contemplation. The sudden pause caused a ripple of surprise among the throng behind them, who curiously turned to observe the scene outside the palace gates. When they saw a child blocking the path, astonishment rippled through the crowd, prompting murmurs of speculation. Traitor Nangong Lai, come forth and meet your demise. A furious shout echoed from outside the palace gates, instantly filling the archway with Zhao Changkong's cold, wrathful voice. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering, all eyes fixating on Nangong Lai, who stood in simple garb. Nangong Lai stepped forward, and upon seeing Zhao Changkong standing resolutely outside the gates, he could not suppress a laugh. Ha ha ha, Your Highness, are you here to amuse us? This is outside the palace gates. Do you intend to commit violence here? In your haste to emerge, have you left your head behind at the Dingwu Marquis's residence? Laughter erupted around him, with many gazes directed at Zhao Changkong, filled with mockery. Young Marquis, hurry back and cuddle with your nursemaid. I hear she must be a breathtaking beauty. Considering you thwarted the Northern Qi assassination attempt for the sake of 2 maidservants last time. The derisive jeers echoed around him. Yet within Zhao Changkong's heart, there was not a ripple of emotion. His sole purpose for being here today was to exact vengeance upon the butcher, Nangong Lai, to avenge the innocent lives lost. As Nangong Lai approached the palace gates, a disdainful gaze fixed upon Zhao Changkong. He spoke in a tone low enough for only the two to hear. You think capturing me changes anything? I have previously stated that the souls of those who met such tragic ends are not but a pack of homeless beasts. Their lives are worth less than a single arrow from my bow. To offend the crown prince and the Nangong clan for the sake of a mere herd of inconsequential creatures, one must wonder whether you are foolish or simply naive. Zhao Changkong glared with icy eyes, his gaze penetrating. Yet in your eyes, those individuals are also someone as father, son, and husband. They are others' kin. Their lives, though seemingly worthless to you, are invaluable treasures to their loved ones. Moreover, my loyal guards who valiantly safeguarded my life, Nangong Lai. I cannot permit you to leave this place alive. A cold, mocking laugh escaped Nangong Lai. And you think you can accomplish this? A mere child who has yet to fully mature? You should take a moment to reflect on your own insignificance. Even stripped of rank and grievously injured, I am still a formidable figure of the spirit profound realm. Do you truly believe you can bring me down? It is nothing short of a farce. Let us put this to the test. Suddenly, Zhao Changkong advanced a step forward. 9 heavens dragon roar fist. He bellowed. A resonant roar echoed, and the snow upon the ground danced wildly, coalescing into a magnificent white dragon in the air. An overwhelming aura surged forth. The falling snowflakes formed a curtain, obstructing the view of the onlookers. Yet, in the face of this unexpected assault, Nangong Lai remained unfazed, his expression one of disdain. As he articulated, even in his weakened state, he remained a powerful entity of the spirit profound realm, certainly not someone a mere child could shake. Chapter 79. Today, you shall perish with a casual motion. Nangong Lai raised his hand in defense. A wave of energy surged forth, intercepting Zhao Changkong's white dragon. Hence, he scoffed, grounding his feet firmly. The energy wave swiftly engulfed the white dragon, transforming it into a flurry of snowflakes scattered across the sky. Zhao Changkong faced the oncoming wave of energy with unwavering resolve. With a single punch, he shattered the force, advancing to stand before Nangong Lai. Once more, he unleashed a fist aimed directly at Nangong Lai's chest. Observing Zhao Changkong's reckless defiance, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Nangong Lai's eyes. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Suddenly, Nangong Lai effortlessly evaded Zhao Changkong's strike, seizing him by the throat with one hand, lifting him off the ground. The intense sensation of suffocation caused Zhao Changkong's complexion to darken considerably. Yet, his eyes remained fiercely ablaze with rage as he glared at Nangong Lai. At that moment, within the Zhaoang Palace, the crimson doors swung open, and the anxious figure of Xiaoya rushed in. Sitting beside the charcoal brazier, Xinan Junin, lost in thought while gazing out the window, turned his attention towards the entrance. Upon seeing Xiaoya's pallid and anxious expression, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What has transpired?" Without pausing to bow, Xiaoya pointed towards the palace gates, exclaiming, "I just received word that Zhao Changkong has blocked the palace entrance, claiming he will single-handedly slay Nangong Lai." "What?" Xinan Junin sprang to his feet, astonished. Although he had grown significantly taller, he was still only 5 years old. Nangong Lai, as the vice-commander of the city defense, possessed the strength of the spirit profound realm. How could he possibly be a match? Did he enlist other allies? No. He is alone. Upon hearing this, Xinan Junin's heart raced, and he dashed towards the palace exit. "Your Highness, it is snowing outside, and you have not donned your outer garment." Not only within the Zhaoang Palace, but the Eastern Palace also received news of Zhao Changkong's audacious challenge to slay Nangong Lai. However, unlike Xinan Junin's reaction, Xinan Shuguang's face bore an expression of disdain. A mere 5-year-old boy attempting to slay a formidable opponent of the spirit profound realm was nothing short of suicidal. It was utterly ludicrous. Beside him, Steward Lu chuckled gleefully, though the pain from his injured mouth caused him to grimace slightly. "Your Highness, shall we go witness the spectacle? Let us see how Zhao Changkong meets his end." Xinan Shuguang replied in a low voice, "You may go, but as the prince, it is unwise for me to attend. If Zhao Changkong is slain by Nangong Lai, I would be present, which might incite Zhao Yi's resentment. If I remain uninformed, Zhao Yi will have no means to hold me accountable." Steward Lu nodded eagerly. "Your Highness, I shall go and observe how that boy meets his demise, and return to recount the tale to you." Xinan Shuguang waved his hand dismissively as Steward Lu hastily made his way towards the exit. Outside the palace gates, officials stood beneath the archway, none daring to depart. The snow fell heavily, obscuring their view with a flurry of white, rendering the situation within completely indistinguishable. Nangong Lai tightened his grip around Zhao Changkong's neck, a mocking tone lacing his words. "Zhao Changkong, last time you managed to escape by sheer luck. Today, I am surprised that you dare to seek death for the sake of those insignificant ants and your guards. Since you insist on this path, then perish." With that, Nangong Lai increased the pressure of his grip. Zhao Changkong's eyes blazed with a fierce crimson as he fixated intently on Nangong Lai. In that moment, the images of the fallen guards and the tragically deceased civilians flooded his mind, one scene after another. Ling Xiao sword technique. Zhao Changkong raised his finger, and a surge of sword energy abruptly manifested. Nangong Lai was taken aback. Such an unexpected strike left him utterly defenseless. Attempting to evade it was futile, as it was already too late. The sword energy swiftly pierced through Nangong Lai's wrist. The excruciating pain forced him to relinquish his grip on Zhao Changkong's neck. "Swordsmanship? Are you not a martial cultivator? How can you also possess the skills of a swordsman?" Nangong Lai was astounded. In response, Zhao Changkong unleashed a powerful punch. Invoking the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar Fist, a tremendous wave of energy surged forth, stirring the surrounding white snow into a swirling white dragon that hurtled towards Nangong Lai's chest. Regaining his composure, Nangong Lai extended his other hand to block the assault. Bang! The collision of energy sent the white dragon dissipating into the air. Yet it still failed to make contact with Nangong Lai's body. He steadied himself, his fury igniting. Initially, he had intended to toy with Zhao Changkong, relishing the opportunity to torment him, but he could never have anticipated being harmed in return. "You seek death." Nangong Lai retaliated with a punch. Bang! Zhao Changkong was utterly unable to evade. The punch landed squarely on his left shoulder. Crack! The sound of a bone fracturing reverberated through the howling wind and snow. Splash! Zhao Changkong spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the snow-covered ground with crimson. He struggled to rise from the earth. Zhao Changkong gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Are you not coming out? Do you intend to watch me perish at his hands?" Nangong Lai furrowed his brow, questioning, "Whom are you addressing?" Noticing Zhao Changkong's unwillingness to respond, a palpable murderous intent emanated from his eyes. "Brat, regardless of the secrets you harbor, today shall be your last." In an instant, Nangong Lai vanished, only to reappear right before Zhao Changkong, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at his chest. This blow bore no restraint. If it landed, it would undoubtedly claim Zhao Changkong's life. However, a scene that left Nangong Lai utterly astonished unfolded before him. Just as his fist was about to make contact with Zhao Changkong's chest, a frail hand effortlessly intercepted his attack, catching his fist as if it were a mere feather. Nangong Lai was taken aback. He could sense a profound shift in Zhao Changkong's aura at that moment. The calm and profound gaze he now bore was far from that of a mere child. Crack! Zhao Changkong exerted a forceful twist of his wrist, causing Nangong Lai's fist to rotate instantly, producing a chilling sound of fractures. A cry of despair escaped Nangong Lai, resonating outside the palace gates. Changkong! A graceful figure darted through the snow, her anxious voice echoing against the palace walls. Behind her, a maid, clutching a cloak, hurriedly followed in pursuit. Suddenly, a resounding crash reverberated through the air. As the snowflakes settled, a figure emerged from the swirling storm, crashing heavily to the ground. Both his hands and feet were broken, his eyes wide with terror as he stared ahead. There, a diminutive silhouette, drenched in blood, approached through the snow. "Thank you," he murmured softly, his gaze unwavering. Eyes ablaze with determination, he bellowed into the tempest, "Bring forth the blade." In an instant, a guard's sword in the distance quivered slightly before it was abruptly drawn. Soaring toward Zhao Changkong, gripped firmly in hand. Zhao Changkong's icy gaze swept over the officials gathered beneath the archway, his voice resonating throughout the palace gates. Silent iron armor bears jade fragments, the crimson gate conceals guilt amidst the dark frost. 100,000 wandering souls cling to the cold of their bones, a lapel stained with frozen blood descends upon the waning sun. The jade steps conceal a new tomb for the crown. The iron curtain stands cold, guarding the youth. Suddenly, the sky fractures through the layers of mist. Humanity begins to believe in the existence of the executioner. Chapter 80. Humanity begins to believe in the existence of the executioner. As the impassioned words echoed, the long blade pointed towards the fallen Nangong Lai. The crowd was taken aback, the lines of Zhao Changkong's poem lingering hauntingly in their minds. They observed Zhao Changkong advancing, resembling the Grim Reaper, step by deliberate step. Nangong Lai's spirit was shaken to its core. He opened his mouth in terror, desperate to speak. However, in his gravely injured state, as soon as he attempted to utter a word, blood gushed forth, silencing him utterly. He struggled to turn, casting a pleading glance towards the officials beneath the archway. One official, pointing at Zhao Changkong, bellowed, "Zhao Changkong, this is the imperial city of Dayan. Do you dare to commit murder here? What punishment do you deserve? Seize this man at once." Yet, around them, there was an eerie silence. The imperial guard stood motionless, refusing to heed the commands of a mere official. Zhao Changkong's figure had already appeared before Nangong Lai. Upon hearing the footsteps approaching from behind, Nangong Lai's face was filled with trepidation. He desperately yearned to escape, but with his limbs rendered useless, he found himself utterly incapable of fleeing. A chilling voice resonated from Zhao Changkong. "Nangong Lai, you have slaughtered countless disaster victims and slain over 10 of my guards. Your crimes warrant execution. I hereby decree your immediate beheading." With that, a fierce gust of wind accompanied the descending blade. Blood erupted, splattering into the air. On the city tower, Sinan Junin gasped in horror, covering her mouth. The gruesome scene sent shivers through her body, nearly causing her to collapse. Xiaoya hurried forward, supporting Sinan Junin and draping her outer garment over her shoulders. "Zhao Changkong, you possess audacity. Although Nangong Lai has been demoted to a commoner, he remains a citizen of Dayan. You brazenly execute him outside the palace gates, showing utter disregard for the Dayan court." Finally, Lu Jingming, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, directing his gaze toward the imperial guards outside the city gate. "General Tu, do you not fear the emperor's wrath for your inaction? Will you not seize this man?" The middle-aged man outside the city gate surveyed the surrounding imperial guards and waved his hand. Instantly, dozens of guards advanced, encircling Zhao Changkong. Clang! Zhao Changkong's long knife descended without resistance. The moment he decided to obstruct the palace gate, he had already contemplated the consequences of his actions. As several imperial guards advanced to restrain him, Sinan Junin on the city tower appeared anxious, intending to descend and intervene, but was firmly held back by Xiaoyu. "Your Highness, you cannot go. If the Queen Mother learns of this, she will surely be furious. Moreover, without an edict, you cannot leave the city gates at all." Sinan Junin hesitated, her expression forlorn. Wait. However, just as Zhao Changkong was about to be apprehended by the imperial guards, a voice resonated from the heavens. The crowd looked up to see an elderly man clad in white robes emerge into view amidst the swirling snow. The snowfall blanketed those around him. Yet the old man remained untouched. The snowflakes melted away before they could settle upon him. Master. The imperial guards quickly bowed. The officials at the palace gates also bowed in respect. The newcomer was none other than Han Zhaoji, the master of the National Academy. Lu Jingming's expression darkened. Master, do you intend to shield the criminal and take him away? Though Zhao Changkong is a noble heir, he has committed murder. Can you, as the master of the National Academy, disregard the laws of Dayan in such a manner? Han Zhaoji gently stroked his beard. Zhao Changkong is a student of the National Academy. His transgressions should naturally be examined by us. Furthermore, matters concerning the National Academy are beyond your purview, Minister Lu. You ought to recognize your own standing. Master Han, I am a first-ranked official of Dayan, entitled to inquire into the affairs of the court. Lu Shangshu retorted. Should you have any doubts, you may address them to His Majesty. With that, Han Zhaoji entirely disregarded Lu Jingming and slowly approached Zhao Changkong. The evident disdain shown by Han Zhaoji left Lu Jingming's countenance exceedingly grim. Zhao Changkong clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Han Zhaoji and said, Master, let us proceed. Zhao Changkong cast a glance around, bowing slightly in response. Understood. He then followed Han Zhaoji towards the direction of the National University. Remarkably, not a single soul dared to intervene. Lu Jingming's gaze was icy as he abruptly turned and made his way towards the palace. At that moment, in the Eastern Palace, Eunuch Lu anxiously pushed open the door and burst into the Crown Prince's chamber. Sinan Shuangguang, engaged in discussions with several attendants, furrowed his brow. His expression one of displeasure. Eunuch Lu, were you not outside the palace gates enjoying the spectacle? What has caused this fluster? One attendant chuckled. Your Highness. It must be that reckless heir of the Dingwu Marquis who has met his end at the hands of Nangong Lai. Another attendant frowned. The Dingwu Marquis' heir is Zhao Yi's only son. His death outside the imperial city is unlikely to be overlooked by Zhao Yi. Sinan Shuangguang smirked mockingly. That is merely Zhao Changkong courting death. What concern is it of our royal family? Indeed, your Highness speaks true. This matter bears no relevance to the royal family. Eunuch Lu, overhearing their conversation, remained visibly agitated and quickly interjected. Your Highness, it is not as it seems. The crowd turned their puzzled gazes towards Eunuch Lu. Sinan Shuangguang inquired, what is truly happening? Eunuch Lu, unable to conceal the truth, replied, to report to your Highness. Just moments ago, Zhao Changkong beheaded Nangong Lai at the palace gates, and he even composed a magnificent poem. Suddenly, Sinan Shuangguang leapt to his feet. What did you say? Who has died? They had paid a considerable price to save Nangong Lai, striving for the support of the Nangong family. Could it be that their previous efforts were in vain? Eunuch Lu continued. It was indeed Nangong Lai who perished. When I arrived, Zhao Changkong had severed Nangong Lai's head, and he even crafted a poem that has caused quite a stir. Iron armor silent, jade shards scattered. Crimson gates bear guilt against the frost. 100,000 wandering souls cling cold to bones. A robe stained with frozen blood falls in the waning sun. Jade steps conceal a crown beneath fresh graves. Iron curtains stand frozen, bearing the youth. Suddenly, the heavens split the layered haze, and mankind begins to believe in the executioner. Sinan Shuangguang's visage darkened considerably. Is he implying that the entire court pales in comparison to Zhao Changkong? What audacity he possesses. Immediately issue an order to apprehend Zhao Changkong. However, Eunuch Lu did not depart but continued. Your Highness, it is already too late. What do you mean? Sinan Shuangguang retorted. He has committed murder in the streets, slaying the people of Dayan, even if he is the heir of the Dingwu Marquis. I shall have him imprisoned today. No, he has been taken away by Master Han Zhaoji, who claims the National University will address the matter. With a crash, Sinan Shuangguang seized a teacup and shattered it into pieces. Fear gripped the faces of all present. Your Highness, please temper your anger. Sinan Shuangguang exclaimed furiously. Once again, it is the National University. Is it the National University of the Dayan royal family? Or the National University of Confucian scholar Han Zhaoji? Chapter 81. Shift the position. An attendant bowed and suggested, Your Highness, I believe it is prudent for you to enter the palace and inform His Majesty of this situation. Sinan Shuangguang nodded. Indeed. I shall present myself to Father Emperor at once. With that declaration, he strode purposefully towards the door. As for Zhao Changkong, the scholar took him back to the National University, arriving at the very dungeon where Nangong Lai had previously been held. As Zhao Changkong stepped into the dungeon, he immediately sensed a distinct obstruction within his meridians. rendering his entire cultivation ineffectual. This place was specifically designed to confine cultivators, and the entire dungeon was inscribed with a peculiar formation capable of hindering the abilities of all practitioners. Here, beneath the realm of transcending the mundane, all were mere mortals. However, what surprised Zhao Changkong was that throughout the entire ordeal, his master had not uttered a single word of inquiry. "Master." Zhao Changkong called out as Han Zhaoji prepared to depart. Han Zhaoji paused, turning to face Zhao Changkong. "Master, do you not wish to reprimand me?" Zhao Zhaoji inquired. "Do you believe you have erred?" "No," came the reply. Zhao Changkong replied succinctly, his gaze unwavering. In both life and action, one ought to adhere to one's innermost convictions and pursue what one deems right. Since you do not believe you have erred, why should I chastise you? However, Master, this matter remains unresolved, and the true mastermind still roams free. Han Zhao's expression bore a hint of resignation as he addressed Zhao Changkong. What you have accomplished thus far is commendable. Yet, to undertake greater endeavors, one must possess sufficient strength. Even with the protection of the Duke of Dingwu's heirship, you are unable to further investigate this matter. Zhao Changkong comprehended Han Zhao's intention. However, he refrained from responding. In his view, circumstances are shaped by human endeavor, much like today's events. Had he not resolutely gone to the palace gates to slay Nangong Lai, those tormented souls would likely remain eternally restless. Han Zhao gently patted Zhao Changkong's shoulder, reassuring him. "Do not worry. Once the tumult surrounding this matter has subsided, I shall ensure your release." The court initially intended to conceal this incident. Thus, even if you have slain Nangong Lai, His Majesty will not impose severe punishment upon you. Zhao Changkong bowed slightly, acknowledging his student's understanding. Han Zhaoji produced a medicinal pill and handed it to Zhao Changkong, stating, "This will facilitate the swift recovery of your internal injuries." "Thank you, esteemed teacher," Zhao Changkong replied. Han Zhaoji chose not to elaborate further and turned to exit the dungeon. Seated on the frigid wooden bed, Zhao Changkong gazed at the pill in his hand before placing it into his mouth. Instantly, a rich aroma of medicine blossomed within his oral cavity. A gentle energy gradually permeated through his limbs and bones, filling him with a sense of wonder. Zhao Changkong's previously fractured arm was astonishingly mending at an accelerated pace. In mere moments, his left arm regained mobility, following the recovery of his bodily injuries. Zhao Changkong sat alone in boredom, unable to cultivate and devoid of conversation. The thought of avenging the common folk and his guards seemed but a fanciful dream. Thus, he could only remain seated, awaiting his release from the Imperial Academy. Yet, it was precisely during these days. Zhao Changkong, however, made a new discovery within the dungeon. The runes etched upon the surrounding walls captured his attention. Zhao Changkong approached the wall, his hand delicately tracing the runes etched upon its surface. To his astonishment, he discovered that with each stroke of the symbols, the meridians within his body flowed freely, unimpeded. It was as if the constraints of the formations no longer held sway over him. Zhao Changkong was filled with immense joy in his heart. Now, he had only the path of array cultivation left, which would enable him to successfully step into the realm of enlightenment. These array symbols were distinct from the techniques he had practiced previously. Zhao Changkong sought to uncover the connections between these runes. Otherwise, it would be impossible to form a complete formation. Thus began his relentless dedication to rune engraving, a pursuit that consumed him entirely. A month slipped by quietly. In the capital, the snow lay thick upon the roads. The relentless snowfall of recent days had thoroughly buried the bloodstains outside the palace gates. The ministers who frequented the area ceased to speak of the matter, as if Zhao Changkong's bold act of confronting the palace gates with a long knife had gradually faded from memory. On a bustling street, two luxurious carriages approached each other, accompanied by dozens of guards wielding long knives. The once lively thoroughfare fell silent as the common folk hurried away. The carriages came to a slow halt, positioned closely together. A voice from the right carriage, belonging to a middle-aged man, broke the stillness. "Congratulations, Your Highness. With the South Palace family's support withdrawn and the vice commander of the city defense now absent, the entire city defense will fall under your control. This development owes much to your assistance. Otherwise, the Crown Prince could not have undertaken such heinous actions." "It is an honor to serve Your Highness," the man continued. "But the Crown Prince's foundation is solid. To unseat him, the South Palace family alone is insufficient." Inside the carriage, a delicate hand grasped a plaque inscribed with a name. Through the curtain, it was passed to the middle-aged man, who glanced at it and remarked, "Is Your Highness considering taking action against him? This old man has held his position long enough. It is time for a change." However, moving against him now may prove challenging. Then let those capable of affecting him take action, came the response. Do not forget, there is one who harbors deep-seated hatred for the crown prince, currently imprisoned. Undermining the prince's power would be precisely what he wishes to see. The middle-aged man's voice lowered. Are you referring to Zhao Changkong? I am aware of your enmity. The middle-aged man clarified. Your Highness, our personal grievances will not encroach upon your interests. Very well, let it be done. With that, the carriage began to move forward once more. In the other carriage, the middle-aged man cast his eyes down upon the plaque in his hand, and a cold expression crossed his face. The plaque bore the name of Do Lu Kuan, the Minister of Justice, which he then tossed into the embers. As they entered the palace, the somber voice resonated once again, and the carriage slowly made its way toward the palace gates. In the National University, within the depths of the dungeon, for an entire month, Zhao Changkong immersed himself in his studies, neglecting sleep and sustenance. His youthful visage now bearing the marks of weariness. His fingers danced in the air, etching runes upon the wall with fluid precision, uninterrupted. The runes now inscribed upon the wall were indelibly etched into Zhao Changkong's mind. Suddenly, a low hum resonated as the space around him quivered slightly, enveloped by an enigmatic force. Extending beyond this realm, Zhao Changkong discovered that the meridians within his body flowed freely, no longer requiring the meticulous carving of symbols. It was accomplished. Zhao Changkong suddenly opened his eyes, a blend of youthful innocence and profound experience illuminating his face, revealing an expression of ecstatic joy. He had finally succeeded in his endeavor. Yet, it was at this very moment that Zhao Changkong's expression changed dramatically. The aura within him suddenly surged violently, converging towards his lower abdomen. Chapter 82, The Youth-Preserving Pill. Zhao Changkong's pupils suddenly contracted, and the silver light of the runes swirling around him resonated with the dungeon's array. The ancient engravings on the stone walls writhed and twisted as if they were living entities, while countless ethereal blue rays converged from all directions, coalescing into a vortex at his lower abdomen. What is this? A gasp of astonishment escaped his throat as the meridians within him, dormant for many days, awakened like spring thunder breaking the silence. The aura, once suppressed by the formation, transformed into myriad golden dragons, surging and roaring along his meridians. Wherever they passed, acupoints erupted in a series of resounding explosions, ultimately culminating in a dazzling array of light above his energy sea. In Zhao Changkong's eyes, a brilliant light surged forth, and the ethereal blue rays instantaneously recoiled. The restraints of the prison cell resembled an overturned glass lamp, as an immense surge of spiritual energy flooded into the youth's body. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Changkong's aura surged dramatically, as if he had liberated himself from the confines of a prison, becoming an unstoppable force. Moreover, he could distinctly sense a formidable power within him, continuously being absorbed by the luminescent point at his dantian. This radiant point expanded repeatedly, growing increasingly resplendent with each iteration. Finally, after an hour had elapsed, the blinding light began to settle, and Zhao Changkong's aura regained its equilibrium. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his entire presence underwent a transformative metamorphosis. Zhao Changkong gazed at his hands in astonishment, sensing an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. He became acutely attuned to the subtle movements occurring in the surrounding space. Could this be the prowess of the Enlightenment realm? Zhao Changkong clenched his fists, profoundly astonished. He also noticed that his sleeves could no longer conceal his wrists, indicating that he had significantly grown taller once again. At present, he bore little difference from a 10-year-old boy. Suddenly, Zhao Changkong heard a commotion of footsteps outside. After a brief moment, the prison door swung open, revealing two familiar figures before him. Sir, 13th brother. He recognized the visitors as Xiao Wensheng from the Imperial Academy and the 13th prince, Sinan Yuchun. Sinan Yuchun, upon seeing Zhao Changkong, appeared somewhat taken aback. Changkong, it has only been a month since we last met, yet you have grown so much taller. Zhao Changkong smiled awkwardly. Perhaps the cuisine in the Imperial Academy's dungeon is quite delightful. Sinan Yuchun's eyes lit up at this remark. Hearing you say that, this prince is rather tempted to reside in this dungeon for a while. Zhao Changkong wore an expression of helplessness. 13th brother, this is a dungeon. After a moment, he added, all right, enough with the jest. Come with me, I shall escort you home. Home? Zhao Changkong paused, a look of confusion passing over his face as he glanced at the two men. Xiao Wensheng elucidated today. News arrived from the palace that the northern Qi has handed over 2 cities. His Majesty, recognizing your merit in uncovering the assassination plot against him, has decided to weigh your contributions against your transgressions, thus he will no longer pursue the matter of your slaying of Nangong Lai. Zhao Changkong was taken aback. So, does that mean I can return? Sinan Yuchen replied with a smile. What are you waiting for? Let us go. Zhao Changkong bid farewell to Xiao Wenxing and proceeded towards the dungeon's exit. As he departed from the confines of the dungeon, the fresh air invigorated him. He boarded the luxurious carriage, making his way to the Dingwu Marquis' residence. Within the opulent carriage, Sinan Yuchen had ordered a sumptuous array of delicacies to be served. After savoring a few bites, he turned to Zhao Changkong and said, Changkong, today you should return home to rest. In a few days, it will be my birthday, and I shall send you an invitation. I hope you will grace us with your presence. Certainly. Zhao Changkong cupped his hands in response. Subsequently, Sinan Yuchen wiped his hands and retrieved 2 pills from his bosom, presenting them to Zhao Changkong. What are these? Zhao Changkong felt a twinge of confusion. Sinan Yuchen remarked, I have heard that the guards in your residence have been inquiring about the whereabouts of the youth-preserving pill. Fortunately, I happen to possess 2. Upon hearing the name of the precious elixir, Zhao Changkong expressed his astonishment. Is this truly the invaluable youth-preserving pill? Even if I acquire it, it would serve no purpose for me. Consider it a simple act of kindness that I bestow upon you. Zhao Changkong's expression was one of profound excitement. With this object, the grotesque scars on Cui and Xiao Tao's faces could finally be healed. Zhao Changkong expressed his gratitude with a clasped hand. Thank you, 13th brother. Sinan Yuchen waved his hand dismissively. Now that you call me 13th brother, we are like family, so there is no need for such formality. After all, this matter holds little significance for me, although this affair was trivial for Sinan Yuchen. Zhao Changkong understood that it was a momentous occasion for Cui and Xiao Tao. He would finally be able to fulfill his promise to the 2 of them. Before long, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the Dingwu Marquis' residence. After bidding farewell to Sinan Yuchen, Zhao Changkong alighted from the carriage and approached the gates of the Dingwu Marquis' estate. However, Zhao Changkong had changed so significantly that the newly assigned guards did not recognize him at first. Consequently, they extended their hands to block his passage, declaring, Halt. This is the residence of the Dingwu Marquis. Who goes there? I am Zhao Changkong. Zhao Changkong? The guards exchanged glances, then scrutinized the towering figure of Zhao Changkong. Their expressions shifted from confusion to astonishment, their faces lighting up with joy as they exclaimed, Young master. It truly is the young master. One of the guards dashed into the estate, shouting, The young master has returned. The young master has returned. The sound reverberated throughout the entire Dingwu Marquis' residence, setting the atmosphere abuzz with excitement. After taking a bath and trimming his disheveled hair, Zhao Changkong donned a fresh set of garments. The following day, at dawn, Cui and Xiao Tao stood outside, awaiting his arrival. When the 2 beheld Zhao Changkong once more, they were momentarily captivated by his peach blossom-like, sparkling eyes. Upon noticing his gaze directed towards them, Cui and Xiao Tao hastily lowered their heads, unable to meet his eyes. Deep down, they understood the reality. Although Zhao Changkong did not harbor any disdain for them, their status as handmaids, coupled with the grotesque scars etched upon their faces, necessitated a certain distance between them and Zhao Changkong. Zhao Changkong presented 2 elixirs, extending them towards Cui and Xiao Tao. Young lord, what are these? Cui and her companion inquired, their expressions tinged with curiosity. Zhao Changkong smiled faintly, creating an air of mystery. You will know once you try it. Without a moment's hesitation, Cui and Xiao Tao seized the elixir and placed it in their mouths. However, the potion possessed a certain bitterness, causing the 2 young girls to furrow their brows. Soon, they sensed something unusual. A warmth enveloped their bodies. Their pores opened, and sweat streamed down incessantly, accompanied by brown impurities expelled from their skin. The scars on their faces and bodies began to itch intolerably. Their little faces flushed. They wiped the beads of sweat away, only to discover with astonishment that the scars on their faces had detached and clung to the backs of their hands. Ah! Cui gasped in shock. Xiao Tao turned to her, her expression one of disbelief. Cui, your scar has fallen off. Cui was taken aback, glancing at Xiao Tao, only to find that the scars on her friend's face were also shedding. Xiao Tao, your scar has fallen off too. What? Xiao Tao, startled, touched the spot where her scar had been, her small hand trembling slightly. Each day, as she washed her face, the mere touch of that scar would send a sharp pang through her heart. Yet, upon feeling the smoothness of her skin, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Young master. The 2 girls, overwhelmed with joy, rushed towards Zhao Changkong. Zhao Changkong hastily took a few steps back. Cui and Xiao Tao were momentarily taken aback, their previously joyful expressions dimming slightly. Zhao Changkong pinched his nose and exclaimed, "You two, hurry and wash up. You smell utterly dreadful." The two were taken aback. Glancing down at their palms, the grime secreted from their pores appeared exceedingly repulsive. Upon taking a whiff, they confirmed the unpleasant odor. Their cheeks flushed with embarrassment as they hurriedly lowered their heads and fled. Once they had cleansed themselves and donned fresh garments, they once again stood before Zhao Changkong. Zhao Changkong wore an expression of astonishment. The effects of the rejuvenating elixir were remarkable. The scars on both their bodies had vanished without a trace, and their skin had transformed to a delicate, porcelain-like softness. The young lord noticed the glimmer in Zhao Changkong's gaze. Cui and Xiao Tao exchanged secret glances of delight. Their heads bowed in shyness, exuding a beauty that could eclipse the moon and flowers, rendering Zhao Changkong momentarily entranced. Ahem. Zhao Changkong regained his composure and hastily cleared his throat several times to alleviate the awkwardness. At merely 5 years of age, there were matters he was not yet ready to contemplate. He quickly diverted his gaze and remarked, "In a few days, it will be the 13th prince's birthday. What do you think would make an appropriate gift from me?" The two pondered for a moment. "Young lord, perhaps we could present some exquisite treasures? Too commonplace." Zhao Changkong waved his hand dismissively. "Then let us offer something that he enjoys." "Something he enjoys?" Zhao Changkong appeared lost in thought. He had a fondness for exquisite cuisine, yet presenting mere ingredients would seem somewhat inappropriate. Moreover, as a prince, it was likely that there was no delicacy beyond his reach. Cui and Xiao Tao pondered deeply, but their limited perspectives hindered their ability to conceive any worthwhile ideas. However, a sudden inspiration struck Zhao Changkong, and his eyes brightened with realization. "Ah, I have it. Please procure for me some hydrochloric acid, along with flour, wood ash, and a large iron pot." The two were left in a state of confusion. Cui inquired, "Young lord, we are familiar with flour, wood ash, and the iron pot, but what exactly is hydrochloric acid?" Zhao Changkong's expression momentarily froze as he recalled that in this region of Dayan, hydrochloric acid was likely non-existent. He then remarked, "Let us procure some sulfur and coarse salt." In his previous life, he had been an expert with dual doctoral degrees in the sciences, and synthesizing hydrochloric acid was a trivial endeavor for him. Although neither of his companions understood his intentions, they promptly set about fulfilling his request. Cui took charge of gathering the items available within the estate, while Xiao Tao departed from the Dingwu Marquis's residence to the marketplace in search of sulfur and coarse salt. Today was particularly significant for Xiao Tao. The grotesque scar that marred her face had finally vanished, liberating her from the need to conceal herself. Even the young Marquis's gaze upon her had shifted, filled with a newfound regard, which filled Xiao Tao's heart with joy. She was determined to complete the task assigned to her promptly. Upon arriving at the market, despite the wintry snow blanketing the ground, a considerable number of pedestrians still traversed the area. Items such as sulfur and coarse salt were typically beyond the means of impoverished families, and the shops were located at the farthest end of the marketplace. However, in her elation, Xiao Tao remained oblivious to the fact that her presence had drawn the attention of several shadowy figures as she entered the bustling market. As dusk settled, Cui had already transported all the items to the Changfeng courtyard, but found herself growing anxious over Xiao Tao's prolonged absence. Glancing anxiously toward the entrance, she muttered, "What could be taking Xiao Tao so long? She never strays elsewhere. Why is she delayed today?" Zhao Changkong, engrossed in his reading, furrowed his brow slightly. Did Zhang Jin not go to look for her? Has he not returned with news? Cui peered outside once more, shaking her head in response. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition began to stir within Zhao Changkong's heart. Zhao Changkong rose and made his way towards the door. Cui hurriedly grabbed a coat and followed him outside. Just as Zhao Changkong was about to exit the Changfeng courtyard, two figures entered, pushing the door open. Upon seeing them, Zhao Changkong anxiously inquired, "Zhang Jin, have you found Xiao Tao?" Zhang Jin's expression was grave as he shook his head in response, "I report to your highness. We went to the market and inquired with many people, but we did not catch a glimpse of Xiao Tao." Cui, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, "Not found? Where could she possibly be?" Zhao Changkong's expression gradually darkened as he endeavored to regain his composure. He commanded, "Zhang Jin, immediately dispatch someone to Jingzhou Prefecture to report the incident and request the local officials to assist in the search for Xiao Tao." Understood. Zhang Jin responded promptly, turning on his heel to leave in haste. Subsequently, Zhao Changkong inquired of a who, during your inquiries along the way, At what location did Xiao Tao vanish? Young lord, in recent days, heavy snowfall has resulted in a scarcity of merchants and travelers along the route. They all noticed Xiao Tao heading toward the marketplace. However, upon reaching the market, no one could ascertain her whereabouts. That is indeed perplexing. Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow and inquired, which market did Xiao Tao visit? The West City. The place closest to our Dingwu Marquis mansion, came the reply. Let us proceed to the West City market. Understood. Ahu, not daring to delay, promptly arranged for a carriage and, accompanied by a retinue of guards, escorted Zhao Changkong to the bustling West City market of Dayan. The sky had grown dim, and the market was nearing its closing hour. The patrons departed one after another, leaving only a handful behind. Zhao Changkong exited the vehicle. Ahu pointed towards several shops at the entrance of the market and said, Young master, we have inquired with these establishments. Their owners and staff claim they have not seen any sign of Xiao Tao. Zhao Changkong cast a glance at the entrance, where the snow had been trampled into a muddy mess. The state of the snow indicated that numerous guests frequented this establishment, suggesting that they paid little heed to who had passed through. Ahu nodded in agreement, finding Zhao Changkong's observation quite insightful. Zhao Changkong glanced at the official road behind him, noting the throngs of pedestrians. It was inconceivable that Xiao Tao would vanish in such a crowded area within the city. Since they claimed to have seen her heading this way, the incident must have occurred within the confines of the marketplace. He cast a discerning eye over the shop fronts lining the market. Zhao Changkong inquired, where can one find the shops that sell sulfur and coarse salt? Ahu gestured towards the innermost part of the market, saying, such commodities are seldom sought after by ordinary folk. Hence, they are located within. Come, let us venture inside and take a look. Zhao Changkong led the group deeper into the market. Chapter 84. Clue after traversing a muddy pond. They arrived at the heart of the marketplace. This area differed from the shops outside, featuring more exquisite decorations. However, at this moment, several storefronts were closing their doors. Zhao Changkong approached a shop on the verge of closing, noticing it was selling coarse salt. He immediately inquired, Good sir, has a girl of considerable height, clad in a light red garment, come by today to purchase coarse salt? The shopkeeper waved his hand dismissively. I haven't seen anyone like that. Zhao pressed on, please. Think carefully. The girl is quite lovely, with hair of a certain length and large, expressive eyes. The shopkeeper, growing increasingly impatient, retorted, I told you, I haven't seen her. Now kindly leave, as I am about to close. Ahu stepped forward, anger flaring. I advise you to answer quickly if you know anything. Yet the shopkeeper remained unfazed. Noble gentleman, I genuinely have not seen the girl in the light red garment. Are you truly considering detaining me simply because I have not encountered her? Ahu's fury dissipated instantly. The shopkeeper's words rang true, leaving them without recourse. Zhao Changkong's gaze sharpened, his tone frigid. I never mentioned that she was wearing a light red dress. The shopkeeper paused momentarily, bewildered. Did you not just say that yourself? Zhao Changkong glanced at Ahu beside him and inquired, when have I ever mentioned that? In an instant, Ahu comprehended Zhao Changkong's implication and replied, My lord, you have not spoken of the light red attire. It was indeed he who brought it up. Zhao Changkong's icy gaze fell upon the shopkeeper, revealing his contempt. It appears you were complicit in withholding information. In that case, we shall send you to the Dali Temple, where the officials will interrogate you thoroughly. Understood, Ahu replied, stepping forward to seize the shopkeeper by the collar. The shopkeeper trembled, his face a mask of terror. What is the Dali Temple? It is a place where even the living are stripped of their skin. You are slandering me. The color of that young lady's attire is precisely as you described. Do you even comprehend your own worth? How dare you sully the name of our esteemed young master? It seems that only a visit to the Dali Temple will enlighten you to the truth, Ahu retorted, clutching the shopkeeper's collar as he prepared to depart the establishment. Panic seized the shopkeeper. Do you have any idea who our master is? He is none other than Lord Zhao, the chief of the Ministry of Justice. Ahu scoffed derisively. Humph. Our master dared to behead the deputy commander of the city defense camp, Nangong Lai, right at the palace gates. Do you truly believe that a mere chief would command his respect? In an instant, the shopkeeper's complexion drained of color. A month prior, an incident unfolded outside the palace gates that others might have forgotten, but as the steward of the chief of the Ministry of Justice, he was acutely aware of the events of that day. He never anticipated that he would encounter the infamous Zhao Changkong, the heir of Dingwu Marquis, renowned for his ruthless reputation and extraordinary poetic talent. Trembling, the shopkeeper cast a fearful glance at the diminutive Zhao Changkong. Just as they were about to exit the shop, he hastily exclaimed, I remember now. I did indeed see the young lady you mentioned. She purchased a bag of coarse salt from me. Zhao Changkong waved his hand, and instantly, Ahu released his grip on the shopkeeper's collar. Zhao Changkong gazed down at the shopkeeper, who sat helplessly on the ground, and inquired, "Where is she?" The shopkeeper, trembling, shook his head in denial. "I truly do not know." Observing the change in Zhao's expression, the shopkeeper confessed, "This young lady indeed came here today to purchase coarse salt. She is exceptionally beautiful, and I couldn't help but steal a few glances. I noticed that when she left, two individuals seized her and forced her into a carriage." In a fit of rage, Ahu seized the shopkeeper by his collar, demanding, "Why did you not mention this earlier?" The shopkeeper, his face a mask of terror, replied, "I thought it prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble." Those two men were clearly not of good character. One had a long scar across his face, and when he shot me a glare, I was paralyzed with fear and dared not divulge their whereabouts. Where did they go? The shopkeeper, on the verge of tears, knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "Esteemed sir, I truly do not know. I only saw the man with the scar. He also had a beard, a robust physique, and an axe strapped to his waist." Zhao Changkong turned to Ahu and inquired, "Do you have any impression of such a person?" Ahu shook his head and replied, "None. But I will have someone investigate immediately. As long as he appears in Dayan Shangjing, we will surely be able to locate him." Zhao Changkong gazed into the night, his expression betraying a hint of gravity. The disappearance of Xiao Tao was a consequence of his actions. Tonight, it was imperative that he locate her. Soon, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The onlookers turned to see Zhang Jin, hastening from the Jingzhou prefecture's yamen. Approaching Zhao Changkong, Zhang Jin bowed and announced, "Your Highness, I have just reported the incident to the Jingzhou prefecture and received some alarming news." "What news?" Zhao inquired. "In recent days, several young women have gone missing throughout the city, and they share a common trait. They are all strikingly beautiful." At this revelation, the expressions of those present darkened considerably. It was evident that the perpetrator was targeting young, attractive women, and the implications of this were all too clear. Zhao Changkong spoke with a heavy tone. "Conduct a thorough investigation for me. Leave no stone unturned to locate that scarred man." "Understood." Ahu, not daring to delay, swiftly departed. Zhao Changkong was in a state of utter anxiety. He was unaware of Xiao Tao's current predicament and could not place all his hopes on locating the scarred man. He needed to devise a strategy to seek breakthroughs from alternative sources. Zhao Changkong stepped out of the shop, deeply engrossed in thought. His gaze fixed on the ground outside as he fell into contemplation. This was a marketplace, where, generally speaking, one seldom encountered young and beautiful maidens amidst the mud and filth. It was improbable that the other party could anticipate that Xiao Tao would venture to the market for shopping. Thus, it was highly likely that their actions were spur of the moment. However, with the recent spate of beautiful young women disappearing within the city, a sudden realization struck Zhao Changkong. Abruptly turning to the trembling shopkeeper seated on the ground, he inquired, "If I am not mistaken, you still have some information that you have yet to disclose to me, do you not?" Zhang Jin's expression hardened. In an instant, he drew forth his long knife, the sharp blade pressing menacingly against the shopkeeper's neck. Terrified by the glint of the blade, the shopkeeper soiled himself, his face turning ashen as he stammered, "Noble sir, I have spoken all that I know. Truly, there is nothing I am withholding from you." Zhao Changkong's cold gaze fixated on the other party. "Is that so? Then allow this young master to inquire. Are there many young ladies here on ordinary days?" "Not many." "Are they beautiful?" "Not particularly." "If that is the case, why have they fortuitously appeared in this place?" "The answer is singular. They are also patrons here to procure goods. And by mere chance, they encountered my maidservant." "The shopkeeper, am I mistaken?" Boom. The shopkeeper, as if struck by lightning, abruptly raised his head, disbelief etched across his face. The novel can be downloaded through the open source, Freestar String downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file via a proxy download and the merchant has not provided the software's source code or open source address, please request an immediate refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyououtlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https me FQ tool chapter 85. Lin Xiaobian observing the expression on the shopkeeper's face, Zhao Changkong understood he had hit the mark. Zhang Jin's icy blade pressed against the shopkeeper's neck, a trickle of blood staining the menacing edge crimson. "To deceive the esteemed young master, you are courting death." The shopkeeper's face was a mask of terror, his body trembling. Yet he still dared not utter a word. Zhao Changkong's voice resounded once more. If I am not mistaken, the reason you conceal their identities is because you are aware that, given your status, you cannot afford to offend those two individuals. The shopkeeper nodded, a tacit acknowledgement of the truth. Zhao Changkong's expression darkened. Are you not afraid that they will kill you? Do you not fear that I, Zhao Changkong, will reduce you to ashes? The shopkeeper knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Your Highness, please do not force me. I truly know nothing. Bang. Zhang Jin delivered a swift kick to the shopkeeper, sending him sprawling on the floor. In a cold voice, he admonished. Do you understand how many innocent people these individuals have abducted? If one of those young women were from your family, would you still expect them to utter the words, I know nothing? The shopkeeper remained silent, refusing to speak. Zhao Changkong ceased his inquiries and turned away. A chilling voice echoing, send him to the Guozijian. To humiliate the crown prince is to condemn his entire clan to execution. Ensure his wife and children are imprisoned as well. Let them embark on their journey. Having spoken, Zhao Changkong's figure had already stepped onto the carriage. The innkeeper's countenance turned ashen in an instant. He discerned the murderous intent woven into Zhao Changkong's tone. It was anything but jest. Remembering how Zhao Changkong had executed Nangong Lai before numerous ministers at the palace gates, with the emperor not holding him accountable, he understood that Zhao Changkong, given his temperament, might indeed dare to annihilate his entire family. At last, the innkeeper was overcome with panic. He knelt and rushed outside, calling towards the carriage. I confess. Your Highness, I beseech you, spare my family. Zhao Changkong chose to remain silent, yet the carriage did not depart. Zhang Jin led the shopkeeper towards the carriage. Standing outside, the shopkeeper appeared anxious, nervously swallowing hard. I must report to His Highness the young master that the individual who took away that young lady is a bodyguard from the household of the Deputy Minister of Justice. The Deputy Minister of Justice? Zhao Changkong furrowed his brow and lifted the curtain of the carriage. Indeed, the shopkeeper dared not conceal the truth, responding candidly, recently. The son of the deputy minister has been hosting banquets at a villa known as Linchgao in the western city. His guards frequently come here to procure items. And through repeated encounters, I have become quite familiar with them. I cannot possibly be mistaken. Zhang Jin pressed further. Where is the Linchgao villa located? The shopkeeper gestured in a direction. It is just beyond here. A right turn and straight ahead. The villa near the lakeside is the one. Zhao Changkong commanded. Send someone to keep an eye on him. The rest shall accompany me to the Linchgao villa. Understood. Zhang Jin replied, urging the carriage towards the Linchgao villa. The sky had darkened, and the streets were unusually quiet. On this wintry night, there were hardly any passers-by. Only a single carriage traversed the entire street. The Linchgao villa belonged to Lu Shitong, the Vice Minister of Justice, and later became a recreational retreat for his son to entertain friends. This evening, the villa was particularly lively, ablaze with lights. Even at this late hour, the sound of melodies floated through the air. Outside, dozens of luxurious carriages were parked. Zhang Jin arrived at the entrance of the Linchgao villa, noticing another carriage approaching. The guards outside turned their attention to the vehicle. It appeared rather ordinary, and the driver was unfamiliar to them, prompting one guard to step forward and inquire, May I ask which young master is visiting? Do you have an invitation for my master? The carriage curtain was drawn back. The figure of Zhao Changkong appeared before several guards. Upon realizing that he was merely a youth, they were momentarily taken aback. They understood well that the Linchgao courtyard was merely a haven for young masters to indulge in revelry, and the Zhao Changkong before them was evidently a child. How could their own young master possibly extend an invitation to him? Before they could pose their inquiries, Zhao Changkong had already dismounted from the carriage, accompanied by Zhang Jin and others, making their way towards the main entrance. Halt! Several guards, noticing their approach, swiftly stepped forward to obstruct Zhao Changkong's path. Who are you? Do you have an invitation from my young master? Stand aside. In response to the inquiry, Zhao Changkong coldly uttered 2 words. The guards could not suppress their laughter. Having served the Lu family for many years, they had never encountered such an arrogant youth. With a disdainful gaze, one of them remarked, Do you have any idea where you are? This is the Linchgao villa, our young master. But before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Changkong raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across the guard's face. Zhao Changkong exerted considerable force with that slap. Coupled with his current prowess at the Enlightenment realm, he sent his opponent flying, crashing heavily into the snow. Zhang Jin declared, If anyone dares to obstruct again, they shall face death. The cold, indifferent voice of Zhao Changkong echoed through the air as he continued his stride towards the Lin family's villa. The surrounding guards were left in a state of bewilderment, staring in astonishment at the unfolding scene. None of them had anticipated that someone would dare to cause a commotion at the Lin residence, let alone assault their guards. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. One of the guards, emerging from the snow, discovered his face had swollen to an alarming size. Enraged, he pointed at Zhao Changkong and his companions, bellowing, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and capture them. I shall flay them alive today." At his words, the dazed guards snapped back to reality and charged towards Zhao Changkong and his group. Meanwhile, within the main hall of the Lin Villa, revelry reigned supreme. Several young gentlemen, adorned in fine silks, lounged on cushions, indulging in wine and merriment, attended by a bevy of scantily clad maidens. Some of the young lords had already succumbed to inebriation, their hands wandering over the maidens, leaving them blushing and flustered. Seated on the left, a young man in a blue robe belched and eagerly inquired, "Brother Liu, we have been drinking for quite some time. When shall we attend to business?" Upon hearing this, the eyes of the others lit up, all turning towards the man at the center. He chuckled softly, setting down his wine vessel. "I thought you all intended to drink until dawn and forget the matters at hand. Impossible. I have been eagerly anticipating this. I hear you have brought many beautiful maidens these past few days. The thought alone stirs my excitement," he replied, with a clap of his hands. The dancing maidens exited the room, and the attending maidens also took their leave. Once they had all departed, the door adjacent to them swung open, and several guards entered, accompanied by dozens of terrified young women. However, these maidens differed from the previous attendants. They appeared frightened, their eyes red and trembling uncontrollably, casting anxious glances around the hall. The leading guard cracked his whip and barked, "Stand straight." The timid maidens froze, lowering their heads and stifling sobs. Meanwhile, the young lords wore lewd grins, occasionally whistling at the frightened girls, reveling in their fear. The more timid the maidens appeared, the more exhilarated the lords became. One inebriated youth staggered to his feet and approached the maidens, wrapping his arms around one slender waist. "Ah!" The maiden gasped, her face draining of color, panic overtaking her as she attempted to push him away, only to find herself powerless to escape. "Little beauty, tonight you belong to me," the young man proclaimed. "Please, I beg you, let me go." The maiden wept, but the young man was unwilling to release his prize. He tightened his grip around her waist, exhaling a breath of alcohol in her face, watching the color drain from her cheeks with a glint of amusement in his eyes. "If you wish to leave, that's not impossible." The maiden's heart raced with hope. "Thank you, kind sir. First, drink this jug of wine," he insisted. The maiden shook her head vehemently. "I cannot drink." The young man feigned disappointment. "If you cannot drink, then you shall not leave." The maiden hesitated, glancing at the jug in his hand. The youth smiled. "Do not say I did not give you a chance. The opportunity lies in your hands." Seeing the chance slipping away, she steeled herself and seized the jug, drinking deeply. The bitter, fiery liquid made her eyes water, yet she did not stop, gulping it down as it cascaded down her fair neck, causing the young man to swallow hard. Her previously pale complexion flushed crimson, and as the effects of the alcohol took hold, she lost her balance and fell into the young man's arms. He seized the moment, wrapping his arms around her waist and lifting her chin, smirking, "Since you could not seize the opportunity, tonight you are mine." Other young men also approached, seeking the chosen maidens. Some girls, terrified, attempted to flee, but as they turned, a whip cracked loudly, halting them in their tracks. Fearful, they fell into the clutches of the young lords, some being playfully held while others had their garments torn away, revealing their soft skin. Laughter, screams, and pleas for mercy filled the hall, creating a scene of chaotic debauchery. Suddenly, the previously closed door was kicked open, and a gust of frigid wind rushed into the chamber. The cold air jolted the drunken lords into a semblance of sobriety, while the disrobed maidens cowered on the ground, trembling and weeping. "Who dares to ruin my enjoyment?" One of the intoxicated youths pushed through the crowd, glaring towards the entrance. The others followed suit, discovering a child standing at the doorway, flanked by several guards. Before them, a guard writhed on the ground in agony, having evidently been thrown against the door. "Master, someone has intruded upon the Lin Villa," he cried out. The man who had been reclining on the cushions turned his icy gaze towards the door. "Fools seeking death. Seize them all." However, to his astonishment, there was no sound of footsteps approaching from outside. Not a single one of his trained guards had entered the hall. In despair, the guard lamented, "Master, our guards have been defeated." "What?" The previously composed man's expression shifted drastically, and he sprang to his feet. Several drunken youths scoffed, "Brother Liu, why fear a mere child? Surely we can handle these worthless scoundrels." They fancied themselves capable fighters, emboldened by their intoxication, and dismissed the intruders without a second thought. The newcomers were none other than Zhao Changkong, on a quest to find the missing Xiaodao, accompanied by Zhang Jin and others, their blades stained with the blood of their foes. Upon witnessing the violated maidens in the hall, their faces twisted with fury. Zhao Changkong's gaze swiftly traversed the ground, scanning the young ladies present. However, his brow soon furrowed in concern, for he abruptly realized that among them, there was no sign of Xiao Tao. The inebriated youth staggered towards Zhao Changkong, attempting to grasp his collar, exclaiming, "You little wretch, daring to disrupt my refined enjoyment. I shall strip you bare and cast you into the lake outside, leaving you to freeze into an ice sculpture." Bang! Zhao Changkong leaped into the air, responding to the youth with the muddy soles of his shoes. With a swift kick to the young man's face, the latter was momentarily stunned, his mind blank, as he was sent flying, crashing violently to the ground and toppling several braziers before coming to a halt. One of the braziers landed squarely on his lower abdomen, igniting his clothing in an instant. Yet, the dazed youth, now devoid of consciousness, could only succumb to the flames that relentlessly consumed his midsection. The acrid scent of charred fabric pervaded the entire hall. "How dare you?" roared Lu Qingming from the main seat, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Changkong and his companions. "Do you have any idea where you are? Do you know who I am? The status of just one person here is enough to invoke powers beyond your reckoning." Zhao Changkong retorted, "Do you know who I am? I care not who you are. Today, you trespass into my Linxiao villa, injure my friends, and slay my guards. Not even the King of Heaven can protect you now. I am Zhao Changkong." Boom. Zhao Changkong's voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder within the grand hall. The debauched young scion, who had moments ago been ensnared in drunken stupor, instantaneously regained his lucidity. One by one, they stared in astonishment, struggling to fathom the reality before them. You are the heir of the Duke of Dingwu." Zhao Changkong? Lu Qingming's complexion shifted dramatically. The incident of obstructing the palace gates and slaying Nangong Lai, though taboo in public discourse, had been a frequent topic of private speculation among them. Little did they expect to encounter such a formidable figure today. Lu Qingming's demeanor visibly diminished. He pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Changkong and exclaimed, "Zhao Changkong, why do you trespass upon my estate without cause? And why have you harmed my people? Do you truly believe that the laws of Dayan cannot hold you accountable for your transgressions?" Zhao Changkong gestured towards the disheveled young woman and said, "Is that so? Then I must inquire thoroughly with the Deputy Minister of Justice. Has his son faced any law that could hold him accountable for such misdeeds?" Chapter 87. Do Muyun. Lu Qingming's expression turned somewhat grim. "Zhao Changkong, given our status, it is indeed a privilege for us to indulge in the company of these women. Moreover, your youth renders you unaware of the intricacies of such affairs. When the time comes for you to mature, you will undoubtedly comprehend the pleasures therein." Zhao Changkong's eyes blazed with fury. To his astonishment, the adversary had the audacity to brazenly articulate such a heinous act of abducting a maiden. "I need not comprehend, nor shall I consort with you beasts. Zhao Changkong." Lu Qingming gritted his teeth. "I may choose to overlook your intrusion into my residence, but I implore you not to overstep your bounds." Zhao Changkong picked up a long sword from the ground. With a swift motion, the blade was drawn, gleaming with a chilling radiance. He advanced step by step towards Lu Qingming. Panic-stricken, Lu Qingming gazed at Zhao Changkong with terror, retreating until he toppled the screen behind him. "Zhao Changkong, what do you intend to do? My father is the Deputy Minister of Justice. If you dare to kill me, my father will surely not let you escape." Observing Zhao Changkong's unwavering approach despite the threats, he completely capitulated. "I can ensure that those women leave unharmed, and I will not hold you accountable. How about that? You surely do not wish to provoke the Ministry of Revenue only to further antagonize the Ministry of Justice, do you?" Zhao Changkong continued his relentless stride, undeterred by the silence that enveloped the surroundings. The youths present bore witness to this scene, yet none dared to step forward and impede his advance. After all, Zhao Changkong was the formidable figure who had personally slain Nangong Lai. They were convinced that approaching him now would undoubtedly result in their own swift demise. Rather than courting death, they chose to remain motionless, mere spectators to the unfolding drama. Lu Qingming, gripped by fear, felt his legs weaken beneath him and collapsed onto the ground. Zhao Changkong pressed his long knife against Lu Qingming's neck, demanding, "Where are the others you have captured?" The latter, trembling and bewildered, replied, "The others? Do I need to repeat myself? The frigid blade of Zhao Changkong drew perilously close to Lu Qingming's neck. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from the edge of the knife, Lu Qingming anxiously replied, "The individuals I previously captured have been entrusted to my subordinates for handling. They may have been sold to brothels or to other places. As for those who were disobedient, they may have already met their demise." Zhao Changkong gripped the hilt of his dagger tightly, his gaze frigid. "What I inquired was the whereabouts of the others you apprehended today." "Today?" Lu Qingming appeared somewhat bewildered, gesturing toward the individuals on the ground. "Those captured in the past few days are all here." "Is that so? Then why is there still one missing?" Lu Qingming hastily turned to the fallen guard. "Did you capture anyone else? Where are they? Speak." He began to realize that Zhao Changkong's abrupt visit was likely due to the woman who had been taken. Suddenly, the guard recalled something and responded in a state of panic. "Young master, have you forgotten? Today, Qiao Si captured an exquisite young lady. And you instructed Qiao Si to deliver her to that individual." "Who?" Zhao Changkong inquired. Lu Qingming finally recalled and hastily replied, "The young lady is exceptionally beautiful. Qiao Si mentioned that this is the opportune moment to foster a connection with young Master Do, so I instructed him to send her to young Master Do." "Who is young Master Do?" "Do Muyan, the second son of Do Lukuan, the Minister of Justice." Bang! Zhao Changkong delivered a powerful kick to Lu Qingming's chest. Crack! The sound of Lu Qingming's fractured sternum sent chills down the spine. Colliding against the wall behind him, blood gushed from Lu Qingming's mouth. Terrified, he gazed at Zhao Changkong, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Zhao Changkong inquired, "Where's Do Muyan?" "He should be at the Do residence," came Lu Qingming's response. Upon hearing this, Zhao Changkong quickly turned on his heel and strode towards the door. He commanded, "Send someone to the Imperial Academy to report this matter, and ensure that all those vile creatures in fine garments are apprehended." "Understood." Zhang Jin promptly arranged for someone to make the report and then hurried after Zhao Changkong. Zhao Changkong was filled with anxiety. He glanced at the sky, fervently hoping that Xiao Tao was unharmed. Zhang Jin, too, did not dare to slacken his pace as he drove the carriage swiftly through the thick snow, a flurry of snowflakes trailing behind. In a secluded room of the Do residence's rear courtyard, the door swung open. A young man stepped inside, his gaze falling upon a girl bound at the hands and feet, weeping like a wilting flower on the bed. A smirk graced the young man's lips as he approached her, gently lifting her delicate chin. "Ah, indeed, as they say, you are a captivating girl. Such beauty is rare even in the grand capital of Dayan. I find myself curious as to why I have not encountered you before." The girl, her eyes filled with fear, replied, "I am a maidservant from the Dingwu Marquis's residence. I came out to purchase items for my young master, only to be captured and brought here. I beg you, sir, please let me go, and I promise I will repay your kindness." This girl was none other than the missing maid Xiao Tao from the Dingwu Marquis's household. She looked at him with hopeful eyes, wishing that the mention of the Dingwu Marquis's residence would grant her freedom. However, to her surprise, the young man displayed no sign of shock upon hearing those words. Instead, he responded nonchalantly, "Ah, so you are a maid from the Dingwu Marquis's household. I recall that previously, the young Marquis severely injured the son of the Minister of Revenue. Lu Xiaoza, over 2 maidservants. You must be one of them, right?" Xiao Tao nodded nervously, astonished that he was aware of such matters. The young man continued, "No wonder that lad would act out of rage for a beauty. With looks like yours, it is only fitting that he would risk everything to save you." Xiao Tao quickly pleaded again, "Sir, I implore you to let me go. My young master must be anxious for my return." The young man smiled faintly, lifting her chin once more. "Such a lovely beauty, how could I bear to send you back? It seems that boy does not understand women at all. What joy could he possibly offer you? Why not accompany me? I can assure you a life of luxury, free from the drudgery of servitude." Xiao Tao immediately shook her head in refusal. "I am deeply honored by your kindness, but I cannot forsake my young master. Please, I beseech you, allow me to return." Upon her rejection, the young man's previously amiable expression turned icy. "A mere servant, what audacity gives you the courage to refuse me?" Xiao Tao was taken aback by the sudden change in his demeanor. "Sir, my young master." With a swift motion, he slapped her across the face. His expression twisted with rage as he seized her collar and pushed her onto the bed. "What makes you think you are worthy of comparison to your young master? He is but a child. What can he offer you that I cannot? I can provide you with everything he can, and more." As he spoke, the young man untied her bonds and tore at her garments. Chapter 88. Take me to see him. Xiao Tao, filled with terror, fought back with all her might. Yet, as a frail girl, she could not escape the grasp of the young man. He pinned her arms above her head with one hand while the other tore away her thin undergarment. The sight of her fair skin caused his breath to quicken, and he lunged at her in excitement. Ah! Xiao Tao screamed in despair, tears streaming down her face as she struggled to escape his clutches. No matter how she fought, it was futile. The young man inhaled her delicate fragrance, overwhelming his senses, and pressed his lips against her. Finally, as he became intoxicated by the moment, he released her hands, intending to proceed further. In that instant, Xiao Tao, desperate, pushed against his head with all her strength. Ah! A wretched cry erupted as the young man recoiled, clutching his injured eye, howling in agony. Blood streamed from his eye socket, dripping onto the floor. The intense pain caused him to tremble, and he realized he could see nothing with his left eye, only blood flowing relentlessly. His remaining eye glared at Xiao Tao with fury, his face contorted in rage. With a swift motion, he struck her again, sending her tumbling from the bed and crashing to the ground, her expression one of sheer terror as she crawled backward. "You wretched girl, you dared to blind me." Xiao Tao had not anticipated such a turn of events. Frantically, she shook her head. "I didn't mean to. Truly, it was not my intention." With a furious kick, he struck her in the chest. Her frail body slid several meters across the floor, colliding with a pillar. Coughing up blood, her face turned pale. She attempted to crawl away, but no matter how hard she tried, she felt nothing below her waist. The young man, still unsatisfied, picked up a nearby chair and swung it down upon her back. "I will teach you to resist. I will teach you not to defy me. I will make you pay for blinding me." With each blow, he unleashed his full fury. Xiao Tao spat out more blood, her back a mess of wounds. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the door, slowly succumbing to darkness. Outside the Dou residence, a carriage sped towards them. Once it came to a halt, Zhao Changkong leaped down and rushed towards the Dou residence. Upon seeing the sudden arrival of a child, the guards immediately stepped forward to block his path. "Who goes there?" Zhao Changkong's expression was icy. "Where is Domu Yun?" Several guards exchanged glances. "Who are you? What business do you have with our young master?" "I am Zhao Changkong, the heir of the Duke of Dingwu. If you wish to avoid your young master meeting the same fate as Nangong lie at my hands, you will take me to see him at once." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the guards changed dramatically. They had certainly heard of Zhao Changkong's reputation, yet none had dared to exhibit such audacity at the doorstep of the current Minister of Justice. If they were to truly escort Zhao Changkong into the residence, it would likely circulate that the Dou family feared a mere child. The guard promptly retorted coldly, "Our second young master has already retired for the night. Perhaps your highness should consider visiting another day." "I shall reiterate, take me to see him." The guard's gaze was filled with disdain. "Your highness, you must understand. This is the residence of the Minister of Justice, not a place for your reckless intrusion." Zhao Changkong called out, and Zhang Jin emerged from behind him. Bloodstains, remnants from the earlier encounter at Linchgaobia Yuan, clung to his form, rendering him a chilling specter in the dim light of the frigid night. Zhang Jin unsheathed his long blade and advanced towards the guards before him. The leading guard, similarly brandishing his sword, bellowed, "All personnel, heed my command. Anyone daring to trespass into the Dou residence shall be met with lethal force." "Understood." Several guards positioned themselves at the entrance, creating a standoff. One guard struck the alarm bell at the door, and soon, the tumult of hurried footsteps echoed from within. A contingent of guards surged forth from the Dou residence, encircling Zhao Changkong and his companions. The guards' eyes gleamed with mockery as they taunted, "Your Highness, we kindly request that you return tomorrow. Should you inadvertently suffer harm, it is you who will bear the pain, is it not?" To them, Zhao Changkong appeared merely a child, easily intimidated into retreat. However, Zhao Changkong's subsequent actions left all in astonishment. He strode directly towards the grand entrance of the Dou residence, his voice icy and resolute. "If you possess the courage, then strike down this Duke of Dingwu's heir, and witness if the court does not annihilate your entire clan." A blatant threat. The guards, weapons in hand, attempted to obstruct Zhao Changkong's advance. Yet, he remained undeterred, drawing ever closer to the glinting blade. Just as it seemed he would collide with it, the guards faltered, hastily retracting their swords. Zhao Changkong spoke wisely. They are merely the subservient guardians of the household. In contrast, Zhao Changkong is the heir of the Duke of Dingwu. Should they truly harm Zhao Changkong, their own master would likely not risk his safety to protect these lowly servants. "Retract the long blade." The guard instructed in a hushed tone, quickly informed the master. Subsequently, he reached out once more, attempting to obstruct Zhao Changkong's path. Zhao Changkong lifted his gaze and cast a fleeting glance at the guards, declaring, "If you dare not slay me, then step aside." With that, He strode purposefully through the gates of the Dou residence. Behind him, Zhang Jin and the others hastened to follow. The guards of the Dou estate quickly pursued them, determined not to allow Zhao Changkong to wreak havoc within their domain. Zhao Changkong casually apprehended a maidservant and inquired about the whereabouts of Dou Muyun, then swiftly made his way towards Dou Muyun's secluded courtyard. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Zhao Changkong noticed the door ajar, accompanied by an unsettling scent of blood wafting from within. Now having attained a heightened awareness, he was acutely sensitive to his surroundings. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. He hastened forward and forcefully pushed the door open. Inside the room, two servants were diligently cleaning, scrubbing the vivid crimson stains from the floor. Beside them lay a figure, motionless beneath a white cloth. The sudden intrusion startled the servants, who turned to see Zhao Changkong advancing step by step toward the shrouded form. He knelt down. Zhao Changkong extended his trembling palm, gently lifting the white cloth that covered the figure beneath. Upon gazing at the countenance of that shadowy form, he was taken aback. Zhao Changkong felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his entire body trembling, with his chest rising and falling violently. It is impossible, this cannot be. Zhao Changkong's eyes reddened as he murmured to himself, unable to accept the reality before him. Chapter 89. Where is he? Zhang Jin hurriedly entered the room. Upon seeing the lifeless body lying on the cold ground, he stood frozen in place, his expression one of shock. Ultimately, they had arrived a moment too late. Xiao Tao. The ground is cold. Please rise, quickly, for the young master has come to take you home. Zhao Changkong murmured softly. In the past, upon hearing Zhao Changkong's voice, Xiao Tao would undoubtedly respond without hesitation. However, now, Xiao Tao lay on the frigid ground, her complexion ashen, offering no reply. Your Highness, Xiao Tao is no more, called out Zhang Jin gently from behind. Zhao Changkong trembled all over. He lowered his gaze to the unresponsive Xiao Tao, gently caressing her cheek and wiping away the blood at the corner of her mouth. A surge of overwhelming murderous intent surged within Zhao Changkong. His eyes reddened with fury as he abruptly rose to his feet, directing his gaze towards the two servants who had been tidying up the room moments earlier. His voice, icy and piercing, reverberated with chilling authority. Where is Dou Muyun? The two servants, struck by Zhao Changkong's formidable presence, quivered in fear, rendered speechless. Bang! Zhao Changkong delivered a powerful kick to the chest of one of the servants. The servant was instantly propelled backward, crashing violently against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth, and he fell into unconsciousness. Zhao Changkong drew his long knife, pressing it against the neck of another servant. I shall inquire once more, where is Dou Muyun? The individual trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by fear. The second young master injured his eye earlier. He has gone to seek treatment. I truly do not know the exact location. Zhao Changkong exhibited not a trace of hesitation. With a single, decisive stroke, the left arm of the servant was severed and sent flying through the air. Blood splattered across the room, instilling terror in the hearts of those who witnessed the scene. Ah! The servant collapsed to the floor, his wails echoing throughout the chamber. What I inquired was, where is he? Changkong's icy voice resonated once more. He has gone to the physician in the manor, in that corner of the courtyard. At last. The servant, gripped by fear, dared not conceal the truth and revealed the whereabouts of Dou Muyun. Zhao Changkong, wielding a long blade, approached Xiao Tao. He reached out to tidy her disheveled garments and embraced her tenderly. Zhao Changkong could distinctly sense that Xiao Tao's back lacked any support from bones. His eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down his cheeks. One could only imagine the torment Xiao Tao had endured prior. At merely 13 years of age, she was still but a child. Gazing at her tightly shut eyes, Zhao Changkong vowed, word by word, Xiao Tao, I promise you, I shall ensure that the beast is slain, and your vengeance shall be fulfilled. Over 4 years of companionship, the bond between Zhao Changkong and Xiao Tao has transcended that of master and servant. In Zhao Changkong's heart, Xiao Tao is akin to family. Anyone who inflicts harm upon her must face demise. Zhao Changkong cradled Xiao Tao as he made his way towards the door, with Zhang Jin following closely behind. His gaze was as cold as ice, fingers tightly gripping the hilt of his sword, scanning the guards outside. Today, should anyone dare to impede their progress, he would resolutely vow to protect Zhao Changkong with his life. As the heir of Duke Dingwu, do you not fear that I shall report your midnight intrusion into the Dou residence to the court, seeking justice against you? Just then, a voice of authority resonated from outside. Upon hearing it, the crowd parted respectfully. The guards hurriedly bowed, greeting the newcomer. My lord. The arrival was none other than Dou Lukuan, the current Minister of Justice. Zhao Changkong stood at the entrance, observing the figure emerging from the snow-laden ground, and coldly retorted, "What punishment shall Do Muyun receive for the slaughter of my people from the Dingwu Marquis Manor?" Do Lukuan furrowed his brow slightly, directing his gaze towards the figure cradled in Zhao Changkong's arms. However, upon noticing that the figure was clad in the attire of a maidservant, his expression relaxed. "It is merely the demise of a maid. I shall promptly send 20 maidens to the Dingwu Marquis Manor." Zhao Changkong found it hard to believe. He could scarcely imagine that such words would emerge from the lips of a minister of justice. He voiced his indignation, exclaiming, "Is it merely the death of a servant girl? Is her life not worthy of consideration?" Do Lukuan's expression darkened as he retorted, "Zhao Changkong, do you truly expect that the death of a mere servant girl would compel me, Do Lukuan, to sacrifice my own son? This heir must not be offered as a sacrifice. Such arrogance." Do Lukuan looked upon Zhao Changkong with disdain. "You are but a trifling heir. The notion that my son should perish for the sake of a servant girl is utterly preposterous." Zhao Changkong gently placed Xiao Tao on the ground and leaned against the doorframe beside him. He then brandished his long knife, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Do Lukuan. "Isn't it amusing? You shall soon find out," he remarked. Do Lukuan chuckled. "Zhao Changkong, do you intend to kill me? Are you aware that, according to the laws of Dayan, intruding upon the residence of a high-ranking official grants me the right to execute you on the spot? Of course, none of your guards shall escape unscathed either." Zhao Changkong's expression gradually grew serious. He turned to Zhang Jin beside him and said, "Zhang Jin, take Xiao Tao away." Zhang Jin was taken aback, looking at Zhao Changkong in astonishment. "Your Highness, what are you planning to do?" Zhao Changkong's gaze was resolute. "I must remain to avenge Xiao Tao. Fear not. They dare not take my life." However, Zhang Jin showed no intention of departing. "Your Highness, Zhang Jin will never live in shame." Drawing his long blade, he stood protectively beside Zhao Changkong. Unyielding and obstinate, Do Lukuan's aged face revealed a hint of disdain as he uttered a name softly, "Dang Lu." From behind Do Lukuan, a middle-aged man approached with measured steps, clad in a flowing robe and wielding a long sword. At first glance, he appeared utterly ordinary. Yet when his eagle-like gaze fell upon them, an icy aura of lethal intent caused Zhao Changkong and the others to tremble in their very souls. They understood that this man before them was undoubtedly a master. Zhang Jin moved a step forward, warily observing the opponent. Yet, in the next instant, Dang Lu's figure surged forward, swift as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Zhang Jin. A torrent of sword energy erupted around him. Zhang Jin's complexion changed abruptly. His long blade had yet to position itself defensively. In an instant, he was sent flying, his weapon shattering into 2 pieces mid-air. Zhang Jin. Zhao Changkong's pupils suddenly constricted, and by the time he realized what was happening, it was already too late.